Ever wonder what critical hiking mistakes even experienced hikers still make? In over 30 years of walking through the wilderness, I've learned brutal lessons and honed some simple strategies that instantly make hiking safer and more enjoyable. So in this video, I've compiled some of my most popular tips to show you essential skills, gear hacks, food tricks, effortless navigation techniques, and hiking tips that I have refined over decades, making your next hike easier, safer, and way more fun. And what's the first step to turning a simple stroll into an unforgettable hiking journey? Well, the answer is simpler than you think. Getting started, the first hike. So let's dive into step one. Just get going. Many beginners think they need top tier gear or the perfect location to start hiking. But really, the first goal is to simply just to get out there and experience a very basic hike. I remember maybe 12 years ago when I started running. While I'd always hiked, I had never seen myself as a runner. I'd never really been for a run. Then one day, after months of thinking and worrying about the fact that I wasn't a runner and I didn't really have any running shoes or the right gear, one day I just said, why don't I just go for a run? I just put my sneakers on, the sneakers that I had, left home and went for an 8K run. Thousands of runs later today, I still remember that first run and the change that it had on me. Well, the same thing goes for hiking. Picture this, you are stepping onto a short, easy trail, very close to home. Maybe it's that urban path in your neighborhood or even just a walk around the block. Forget about all the fancy gear or a detailed plan, just grab whatever you have for walking and a small backpack and just set off. This first outing is like a first date with hiking. You're just getting to know it, seeing if you enjoy it and feeling it out. If you're worried, thinking, but I don't know anything about trails or preparation, just relax. Start with a basic beginner-friendly hike. Maybe just an hour, maybe two. But by the end, you'll discover some likes and dislikes, like if your shoes were comfy or if you needed more water, that type of thing. And like I experienced on that first run, overcoming the mental hurdle of starting is a massive first step, and it's perfectly normal if you don't have all the right gear or experience yet. After that initial hike, you get to decide. Keep it casual or take it to the next level. And if you're curious about what that next level looks like, then stay tuned. And if you've already been hiking for a while, then feel free to share your first hiking stories or plans in the comments down below. Let's inspire each other. Let's all get out there, get amongst it. Building skills, the essentials. Now, this is where you'll start learning more of the basics. Navigation, safety, and how to choose the right gear. Let's call this stage building your hiking foundation. So you've completed that first walk, and since then you've been more regular with your hikes. You're strapping on a backpack and finding your rhythm. And you're just going on those little walks around the block or around a local trail in your neighborhood. This next stage is all about expanding your capabilities so that you can approach each hike with confidence and excitement. Think of this as laying the groundwork for a lifetime of exploration. Just get tongue-tied sometimes with that. Developing essential skills. Do you ever wonder how seasoned hikers seem to just glide through the trails with ease? Well, it all starts with mastering these essential skills. The first skill is to work on your navigation. Start by learning to read a topographical map and using a compass or GPS device to understand the lay of the land. Now, it may sound technical, but once you practice matching map symbols to real-world features, it becomes second nature. Practice this skill on shorter hikes before tackling longer ones. Weather preparation is equally as important. Now, hiking teaches you to respect nature's unpredictability, so learning to interpret basic weather signs can help you stay safe. For instance, recognizing a sudden drop in temperature or cloud patterns can alert you to oncoming rain or a storm. And if the weather looks bad, there is no shame in postponing a walk until a better day comes. Equip yourself with essentials. A lightweight rain jacket, moisture-wicking base layers, and extra socks for comfort and safety.
Wear the right gear.
You definitely don't need the fanciest equipment to start, but knowing which items matter the most is crucial. You may even have a lot of suitable items already, but probably one of the most important investments that you can make is a good rain jacket. A sturdy pair of hiking shoes or boots with good support and grip are also important, as they will keep you safe and comfortable on varied terrains. These are the two main things I would concentrate on to begin with. Obviously, you need a reliable backpack that fits well and doesn't strain your shoulders, but I wouldn't go too crazy on that gear just yet. If you have something adequate, then stick with that for the time being. And if you're not sure what gear you actually need, Well, here's where to start. Keep it simple. Essentials like moisture-wicking clothing, a compact first aid kit, and a hydration system or just a water bottle can dramatically improve your hikes without breaking the bank.
Tackling more challenging terrain.
Then, as you become more comfortable, gradually push your boundaries. This might mean driving further afield to a local nature reserve to try a trail with a bit more elevation or rocky paths. Choose well-marked trails and pay attention to trail ratings to ensure you're not overextending yourself too soon. These slightly longer and more moderate hikes will build your endurance and help you test your skills in new environments. Each hike offers a new chance to practice and reinforce your learning. Start by carrying a map and check your route periodically to ensure that you are staying on track. Experiment with pacing yourself. Learn to manage breaks and to conserve energy. And always practice the leave no trace principles to respect nature as well.
Practicing your navigation skills.
Then as you progress, start incorporating practical navigation exercises into your hikes. Take a hard copy map or a reliable GPS app on your phone and practice pinpointing your location on the map. Or take both. Use the GPS app to pinpoint your location, then try and find the same point on the map. Check your route on your map frequently to see how it matches the terrain around you. And this habit not only builds confidence, but also ensures that you are prepared if technology fails. By building your hiking foundation step by step, you'll not only boost your confidence, but also set the stage for more ambitious adventures down the track. Deciding to make hiking a regular part of your life. After honing your foundational skills, you'll naturally know whether hiking is a casual pastime or it's becoming an essential part of your life. Now, maybe you're content with just the occasional day hikes, or perhaps you're feeling an itch that needs scratching. Something more substantial, something more thrilling is what you're interested in. And if you're starting to feel that excitement, well, then it's time to go deeper. Let's talk about turning hiking into a lifestyle. Going all in, the hiking lifestyle. Once you're committed, it's time to broaden your horizons with long distance hikes, multi-day treks, or even backpacking trips that include camping. This level of hiking requires more planning, physical fitness and awareness, but the rewards are unmatched. Think of waking up to sunrise views from a mountaintop, or to falling asleep to the sound of a stream under a sky full of stars. Start by researching trail networks and nature reserves that offer hikes of varying lengths and difficulties. Setting goals like completing one significant trail each season helps maintain your motivation and gives you something to look forward to. I am always planning my next trip, and that could be a year out, it could be 6 months out. You could aim for iconic trails such as a multi-day hike in a national park or a well-known long-distance path, something like Tasmania's Overland Track. These are achievable goals, and in the past I've seen people start hiking later in life to achieve these similar goals. I've seen people start hiking in their 50s and 60s, and then I have guided them down Tasmania's Overland Track, and the sense of achievement was just incredible. But safety becomes even more critical at this stage.
Safety and preparation.
Before tackling bigger hikes, make sure you're equipped with the knowledge and the tools to manage unexpected situations as they arise. This includes understanding track reports, checking weather forecasts more rigorously, and preparing a gear checklist. Essential items for a longer trek include things like a reliable tent, a sleeping bag rated for the expected conditions, extra food supplies, and a good multi-day backpack. Knowledge of wildlife safety and first aid can also be very important here. Learn what animals are native to the area that you're exploring and how to avoid conflicts or safely handle encounters with them. For instance, knowing what to do if you come across a snake in Tasmania will help avoid any potentially dangerous situations.
The hiking mindset.
When hiking starts to become a regular part of your life, you'll start to feel its deeper benefits. The peace of a sunrise hike, the satisfaction of completing a challenging route, and the sense of connection to nature and yourself. Not to mention the bonds of friendship you'll build with the hiking community while you're out there on the trail. This is where hiking shifts from just an activity to a meditative, rejuvenating practice that shapes your physical and mental resilience. And despite any hardships that you experience on the trail, you'll always be looking forward to the next hike. Trust me. And you don't need to hike every weekend to commit to this lifestyle. By setting regular goals, whether it's a monthly long hike or a yearly massive trip to explore new trails, it keeps the spirit alive. And with every trek, you'll notice improvements, not just in your hiking skills, but in your overall well-being. Now, this guide is by no means exhaustive, it is just the start. Hiking can evolve into a lifelong passion, enriching your life, no matter your age or your experience level. If you stick with it, hiking will change the way you see the world and your place in it. From building strength and skills to finding moments of peace in nature, each step you take leads to new adventures. With over 30 years of hiking experience in Tasmania and around the globe, I've seen just about every trail mishap imaginable. From gentle paths to rugged terrains, I have guided countless hikers and learned a thing or two from my own missteps as well. So let's dive into 5 of these crucial mistakes and how to avoid them over the coming hiking season. Let's get ready to hike. Underestimating trail hazards. So let's kick off with a mistake that I see too often. Underestimating the hazards out there on the trail. It might be a sunny day when you start or the weather forecast looks absolutely perfect. But in an instant, conditions can change, conditions can shift, or you might encounter hazards like slick rocks, slippery routes, sudden drop-offs, or even river crossings that look tame but turn dangerous pretty fast. Just picture this. You are hiking on a narrow rocky trail, maybe a bit damp from the morning dew, a bit of sleet or a bit of light rain, and you're not expecting any issues. But one wrong step on a slippery rock could end your hike in seconds. It has happened to me. I once headed out on a cool winter's morning across a slippery boulder field and came away later that day with a very broken ankle. So before every hike, make sure to check recent trail conditions, prepare for the terrain, and understand the hazards specific to the area in which you are going. Even familiar trails can throw unexpected challenges your way, and knowing what to expect helps you to stay in control. Here in Tasmania, in Australia especially, slippery tree roots are all too common on the trail, and they are one thing I always tell people to be prepared for and to be careful with when they're out on a walk. Pack gear that can handle changing conditions. Things like trekking poles for stability are fantastic when conditions are a bit slippery, or wear some waterproof shoes or boots if you're expecting some pretty wet sections. Also consider the grip on your boots. I'm a big fan of Vibram soles. I love my Vibram soles on my running shoes and on my boots. They're just a lot less slippery than other ones I find. Being prepared is your best defense against trail hazards, and it makes the whole experience all that much safer. Ignoring trail etiquette. This next point might not sound critical, but it impacts both the safety and the enjoyment of everyone on the trail. And this point is trail etiquette. So what are the basics of trail etiquette? Well, firstly, always stay on the trail. It might be tempting to step off to avoid a muddy spot here or there, or find a shortcut around a muddy section, but going off trail can have a surprisingly big impact. Now, of course, if there is no trail, if you're in an off-track area like I often go to, then obviously this doesn't apply as much, but it can apply a little bit as well. When you are on a formed trail and you go off it, it can do things like damaging or even killing fragile plants and animal habitats, especially in sensitive areas like the alpine areas here in Tasmania. Every trail exists within a larger ecosystem, and sticking to the path helps to preserve it. So unless you must absolutely step aside to give way to someone, try and keep your feet on the trail to help protect the natural surroundings. And if there's mud, well, just plow straight on through. Next, the give way rule. Now, if you're on a narrow path, remember that the general rule is that the hiker going uphill has the right of way. It is often much easier for someone descending to stop and let the uphill hiker pass, as they are often working harder to keep up their momentum. And if there are other hikers about, then it is polite to keep noise to a minimum. Many hikers are out there to escape the noise of daily life. It's one of the reasons I go out into the wilderness myself. So keeping voices down and avoiding loud music or music on speakers really does respect that. And if you're hiking in a group, be mindful of your spacing when you're on the trail. Instead of spreading out right across the trail, try to stick to one side of the track. This keeps the path clear and allows for others to move past more easily. When you reach a scenic viewpoint, it is natural to want to just soak it in, take photos and enjoy the moment and just stand there for ages. And that is absolutely fine if there's no one about. But if there are other groups around, after a few minutes, be sure to step aside so others can take their turn and take in some of those views as well. This is especially important on popular trails like some of the ones here in Tasmania, which over the summer months, they can become very busy, and these small gestures go a long way in keeping things flowing smoothly. By respecting these rules, we create a friendlier, safer, and more enjoyable environment on the trail for everyone. Whether they're a seasoned hiker or they're just people getting started. And here is just another quick tip. Make it a bit of a habit to say a friendly hello or how you going or g'day mate when you pass other hikers. It might seem like a small thing, but it does build a sense of respect and community when you're out on the trail. Plus, it makes the outdoors feel a little bit more welcoming, especially for newer hikers who might be feeling a little out of place. This small gesture of kindness really embodies the spirit of the trail. And all my friends out there who hike with me will know all about that. So let's say that you have nailed down your trail etiquette. Everyone's happy and hiking along. But what happens when you hit a confusing trail junction or your phone loses signal? All the etiquette in the world won't help you if you're unsure of where to go. This brings us to a skill that's just as crucial for a safe hike, and that is navigation. Poor navigation skills. Now, in our world of smartphones and GPS, it is easy to feel like you'll never lose your way. But relying solely on technology can be like walking on a tightrope without a net. Most of the time it works, but when it fails, you're left with nothing to catch you. You're left with no safety net, so to speak. In remote areas, phone signal can be lost, batteries can die, and a single wrong turn can quickly lead to a sense of panic if you're unprepared. Having solid navigation skills like reading a map and using a compass is the same as carrying a backup parachute. These skills are invaluable when tech fails. Imagine being in a dense forest or a rugged mountain range where every direction looks the same. With a map and compass, you're not at the mercy of the signal bars on your phone, but you have the knowledge and the tools to find your own way out. Before heading out on a walk, always download offline maps if you're using a GPS app, or better yet, bring a physical map of the area with you. And practice these map reading skills and GPS skills often, so they're a second nature with you when you need them. It's not just about knowing which way to go, it's about building confidence so you're prepared for anything the trail throws at you. And here is another quick tip, and it's one that I always do, and that is to just develop a habit of stopping at trail markers or track junctions to check your position. It's like setting small checkpoints for yourself along the way, helping you catch any wrong turns early, especially if the trail becomes less marked or starts to fade. And in these instances, when I am not on as well a defined trail, I am always stopping to check my position. Here in Tasmania, many of the more remote trails are renowned for their false leads and trails which have been trodden over time, leading nowhere. If you are ever in doubt, stop, get your bearings, and assess where you are. This small habit could make all the difference in staying oriented and safe on your hike. Not layering correctly. If trail etiquette helps preserve the hiking experience and navigation skills keep you on the track, then dressing in the right layers is what keeps you safe and comfortable as you move through shifting environments and conditions. The right clothing can mean the difference between an enjoyable hike and one that's downright miserable or even dangerous. When you are hiking, temperatures can swing dramatically with elevation, wind exposure, and shade. Here, where I live in Tasmania, you could start in mild, sunny weather and find yourself in icy winds just an hour later. And this is where layering comes in. Instead of relying on a single heavy jacket, a layering system gives you the versatility to adapt to almost any condition that you're going to face when you're out on the trail. Here's the simple but powerful layering strategy. Start with a moisture wicking base layer. Add an insulating mid layer and finish with a weather resistant hard shell. And if you're like me, you might even have an extra little fleece layer in there as well. Each piece serves a purpose. The base layer draws sweat away from your skin, keeping you dry and preventing the chill from setting in, whereas the insulating layer, that traps the warmth, and the outer shell protects against the wind, rain, and snow. And like I said, I add in a fleece layer as well in addition to my insulating jacket, and I just like that for a bit of extra warmth and maybe even to walk in if things are really cold. This setup lets you add or remove layers based on the conditions so you're not carrying excess weight and getting overheated. It's very much like adjusting the controls on a thermostat, and it just helps you keep yourself in the perfect comfort zone as the environment around you can change. And an essential tip here is to skip the cotton. Cotton is notorious for soaking up moisture and holding it close to your skin. This can lead to chills, energy loss, hypothermia, all that bad stuff. Instead, you want to be going for things like merino wool or synthetic materials that dry quickly and continue to insulate you even when damp. These fabrics keep you warm while being breathable enough for rigorous hikes. I have done heaps of videos on this type of stuff, so subscribe to the channel down below and check out our feed for more deep dives on all the layering systems and clothings that we use. Now, dressing in layers may feel like an investment, but it's a small price for the safety and comfort that it brings, especially on unpredictable trails. With the right setup, you'll conserve energy, you'll stay dry, you'll feel confident, and you'll be taking on whatever the trail can throw at you. Skipping an emergency contact plan. If layering your clothing helps you adapt to the natural elements, then having an emergency contact plan ensures that someone else is looking out for you when things don't go as planned. And while layering and navigation skills protect you from the immediate environment, an emergency contact plan offers the critical backup when unexpected challenges arise. Now, whether or not you're setting out on a familiar trail or you're tackling a remote route, always tell someone your hiking plan and leave them an itinerary with all its critical points. This includes details like where you are headed to, the trail route, your expected return time and date, and any backup plans that you might have. This critical information gives your contact a very clear picture of your intentions and your whereabouts. Then, if anything happens, whether it's a delayed return, an injury, or even getting lost, your contact knows to alert the authorities and to provide precise information about where to start looking for you. For those venturing into more remote areas, carrying a PLB or a personal locator beacon or a satellite communicator is a very wise investment. If you can't buy one, there are places that will rent them out. Unlike mobile phones, these devices can send an emergency signal and transmit your GPS coordinates from just about anywhere on the globe, even when you are miles from phone service. It is a lifeline connecting you to safety and could be the difference between being found within hours or days if you are stranded or injured. And a quick tip here is to make a habit of sending a quick message to your emergency contact as you start your hike and when you finish. Better yet, if you have a satellite communicator, check in every day. This simple step reassures them that you're safe and it provides a real-time update on your location. I can't stress how important this is, especially here in my home state where all too often we see people go out on a remote hike alone, then go missing only to be found days and sometimes weeks later. Personally, I have a Garmin InReach Mini with me all the time, and it is sending out location points to my loved ones automatically all the day while I'm hiking. It costs a little, but it gives a whole lot of peace of mind to my loved ones. Have you ever been lost in the wilderness, injured and miles from help? I have. I've been lost in the bush with no clear way out. I've broken my ankle miles from the nearest help.
I think I've severely done something to my ankle.
I've had my tent flooded, my gear wrecked, and I have hiked for 14 hours straight through weather so brutal we couldn't even stop to rest. These weren't just tough days, they were wake-up calls. But each one taught me invaluable lessons that could save you from making the same mistakes. Today, I am sharing 5 hard-earned lessons from the wild, so you can avoid these pitfalls, hike with confidence, and enjoy every adventure without the drama. You'll learn how to hike smarter, stay safer, and truly make the most of your time in the wilderness. Lesson 1, the toughest day ever, 14 hours in brutal weather. Imagine stepping out into an exposed mountain range on a day when the weather seems to have a personal vendetta against you. Well, that's what one walk in Tasmania's southern ranges felt like a few years ago. Relentless wind and rain, with barely any shelter in sight, and freezing temperatures that make any pause feel like an invitation for the cold to settle right in. This was a 14-hour battle against the elements. Mud, exposed ridges and winds strong enough to knock you off your feet, literally. We literally got knocked off our feet quite a few times. At times, it felt like the landscape itself was against us. The lesson? Well, your clothing and mindset are your lifelines. Proper layering isn't just about staying warm, it's about controlling your body's ability to hold on to that warmth, even when the weather is trying to strip it away. You're not fighting the rain or the wind, you're fighting the cold creeping into your core. The right layers help you manage that, trapping enough heat to keep you going without overheating when you're working hard. And mentally, well, it's like running a marathon without knowing where the finish line is. Thinking about the entire distance can be overwhelming. Instead, what I did on that day, and it was a long day, was break it down into small, manageable goals. So I was aiming for that next ridge, or just another 15 minutes till I get to that next creek. It wasn't about conquering the whole mountain at once, it was about winning the next 5 meters. That's how you keep moving when everything in you wants to stop. So how can you apply this to your own adventures? Well, start by mastering your layering technique. Base layers to wick moisture away, insulating layers to trap the heat, and outer layers, your shell layer, to protect against wind and rain. Mentally, focus on small victories. Each step forward is a step closer to your goal. But mental toughness isn't just for the trail, it's just as important when things go wrong at camp. because sometimes, even after a long, exhausting day, the real challenge hasn't even started yet. Lesson 2, the flooded tent disaster. So it was a hot summer's day and we just smashed out over 20 kilometers on the trail. We were tired, sweaty, and just ready to call it a day. And then we stumbled across what seemed like the absolutely perfect campsite. It was flat, open, dry ground with plenty of space to stretch out. It felt like we'd hit the jackpot. So we set up the tent, we started cooking some dinner and kicked back to relax, feeling pretty happy with ourselves. The sky was clear, the weather was still warm. What could possibly go wrong? Well, about an hour later, the sky flipped a switch on us. Out of nowhere, a torrential downpour hit us, not a light drizzle, like proper rain, the kind that soaks you in seconds. Within minutes, the ground beneath our tent turned into a shallow little lake, a little pond. Water seeped in from underneath, it soaked our gear, lots of it getting wet. We did manage to protect our sleeping bags, but pretty much all the other stuff was wet. And that's when it hit me. Our perfect little campsite wasn't perfect at all. We'd pitched right in a natural drainage area, a spot where all the water from higher ground wanted to go. The lesson? Well, always read the landscape before you set up camp. Don't just look for flat ground, look for clues. Is the area slightly lower than all of the surroundings? Are there any signs of previous water flow, like smooth channels or washed out patches? These days, I aim for slightly elevated ground with natural drainage. Even if the sky is crystal clear, like it was that day, I ask myself, where would the water go if it suddenly poured down? Because sometimes the skies can just open up from out of nowhere. And while staying one step ahead of the weather is important, it's not the only thing you need to be ready for. When you're out there, plans can change in an instant. Lesson 3, injury in a remote range, the unexpected exit. So with this next one, we were 6 days into a remote 10-day hike, deep in the wilderness with 2 other mates when one of them badly injured their knee. Not the kind of injury you can just walk off. It was serious enough that continuing the trip as planned was completely out of the question.
It's pretty bad, he can't walk. We're going to have to take most of his load out of his pack and get off the range. We think this is probably the best place to do it.
Suddenly, everything has changed. We had to retreat off the range earlier than expected and find a safe spot to wait for a boat to pick us up in a few days' time. It was tough, not just physically, but mentally too. Plans we had spent weeks preparing were now out the window. Now it was all about managing the injury, staying calm, and adjusting to a situation we hadn't fully anticipated. Because here's the thing, the wilderness doesn't care about your itinerary at all. It doesn't care how far you've come, how much food you've rationed, or how keen you are to finish the hike. When something goes wrong, you've got to adapt, and often you've got to do it fast. So while we were waiting for the boat, it was a couple of days we had to wait there beside the lake, boredom started to creep in. Then I had this brilliant idea to use my thermarest as a makeshift raft. So I paddled out onto the lake, feeling pretty pleased with myself, until I managed to fall off into the lake. And I think I was fully dressed too. Now, not only did I get soaked, but I also lost my prescription sunglasses. Gone. Just like that, somewhere at the bottom of the lake, there's a pair of glasses that'll never be found. That's the thing about the outdoors. You've got to be ready for all kinds of surprises. The lesson, always have a plan B and even a plan C. Carry extra food in case you get delayed. Know your exit points before you even start the hike. And make sure everyone in your group knows how to respond if something does go wrong. Flexibility and preparation aren't just nice to haves. They are survival tools, because sometimes, no matter how well you plan, the wilderness throws something at you that you never saw coming. And speaking of things you never saw coming, well, this next one really shocked me. Lesson 4, unexpected breakage. So one winter in central Tasmania, it was actually the first day of winter, we set out on what was supposed to be a relatively short day walk. It was one of those perfect days. It was crisp, it was clear skies, incredible views, and that satisfying feeling of just being out in the wild. Everything was going great until it wasn't. So we had summited, we'd climbed this peak, and I was stepping between some small boulders when my foot slips down in between the boulders, at which point I heard a sharp snapping sound. Now, for a moment, I wasn't sure. I thought, was that my leg or was that just a little stick cracking under the rocks? Is there a little stick tucked in under these very tightly packed rocks that I've somehow slid my foot in and snapped in half? Don't know. Whatever that sound was, it felt bad. My ankle felt bad. When I tried to stand, I couldn't really put any weight on it. And that's when the realization started to sink in that I had done something pretty serious to my ankle. Now, suddenly that magnificent day turned into a real problem. We were deep in the wilderness, we were miles from help, we're in freezing conditions with rough, rocky terrain ahead and not much daylight left either. That's when you realise just how vulnerable you really are out there.
The last hour and a half hobbling down the mountain with this crook ankle. It's pretty painful. Don't know what to make of it. Really bad sprain, or I'm sure I heard a big crack though, so.
And it made me sort of realise that being in the wilderness is a bit like a game of chess. You can plan 10 moves ahead, but all it takes is one expected move to throw everything off. That snap was my opponent's surprising little checkmate manoeuvre on me. Now, I did have a personal locator beacon with me, but after assessing the situation, I decided not to activate it as I believed I could get myself out without calling emergency services. And that decision itself came down to years of training as a guide and regular wilderness first aid courses. So I took some painkillers, found a large piece of wood to use as a makeshift walking stick, and started the hobbling out process. Crossing a long boulder field on one good leg, leaning heavily on that stick, every step was a battle between grit and pain. And at one point I remember thinking I really should have picked a straighter stick, but hey, beggars can't be choosers when all there are rocks and a few sticks. The big lesson here was always carry a basic first aid kit, but more importantly, know how to use it. Having the right gear is one thing, but it's the skills that make the real difference when things go wrong. And if you're heading into remote areas, don't leave without an emergency communication device like a personal locator beacon. Even if you don't end up using it, knowing it's there gives you options. But in the end, it's your training and decision making that really count. Because no matter how prepared you think you are, the wilderness has a way of throwing you curveballs. Sometimes it's an emergency, and sometimes it's just a mistake you didn't see coming. Lesson 5, losing tent poles. So some lessons you only need to learn once. And trust me, losing your tent poles on the way to Australia's arguably hardest mountain, Federation Peak, is one of them. Now, back in the year 2000, on my second attempt at this peak, the weather was perfect, spirits were high, and we just smashed out an exhausting 8-hour push in brutal heat. Arriving at Stewart Saddle, an exposed campsite with jaw-dropping views, felt like the ultimate reward at the end of a long day. Then I turned around to notice my hiking buddy sitting there with his head in his hands. I asked him, "What's wrong?" And he looked up simply and said to me, "I don't have the tent poles. I don't know where they are." For a moment it just didn't sink in, then the weight of it hit. No poles equals no setting up the tent, and that tent is our shelter for the night in this exposed campsite. And in a place like this, that's not just uncomfortable, it's dangerous. The landscape felt a lot less inviting, and I felt a shiver go down my spine. Stewart Saddle isn't just a scenic spot, it's named after John Stewart, who died here of hypothermia in 1956. And it's a stark reminder of how unforgiving Tasmania's wilderness can be. We figured the tent poles had slipped from my mate's pack somewhere along the track earlier that day. Exhausted, he retraced our steps for about an hour before dark, while I stayed back, rigging up the tent using rope and guy lines. We made it through the night thanks to calm weather, but it was far from comfortable, and if the weather had gone bad, then who knows what would have happened. Every gust of wind felt like it could bring the whole little structure I'd put together down. The next morning we faced a tough call: press on without proper shelter or backtrack the entire previous day's hike. We chose safety, and after hours of retracing our steps, we found the poles right near the start of the previous day's walk. It was an absolute gut punch that sealed the fate of our trip. But a few months later, we went back and we finally summited Federation Peak. And the lesson here, well, always double check your gear before leaving camp. Do a quick check around the campsite to make sure nothing is left behind. And secure loose items onto your pack properly, especially critical ones like tent poles. And there's a general rule now, I never have ever put poles on the exterior of my pack. They always go inside my pack on every single trip. And also carry some lightweight cord, something that you can string together as a guy line, and plus know a few basic knots as well. A bit of paracord or rope and quick thinking can turn a disaster into just an uncomfortable night. But today I'm sharing 51 game-changing hiking tips I wish I'd known sooner. Tips that will prevent trip-ending mistakes, keep you safe, and make every hike smoother and more enjoyable. And trust me, you don't want to miss tip number 51. Most hikers never think about it, but once you do, and you know it, you'll never hike the same way again. So are you ready to transform your hiking experience? Well, hit that like button down below, hit the subscribe if you haven't already, and let's get into it. Gear must-haves and mistakes. Pack your bag in the same order every time. Have you ever struggled to find your rain jacket just as the first drops of rain start falling? Or you've had to just dig through your entire pack to grab a small little snack? One of the best habits you can develop is to pack your gear in a consistent order so that you always know exactly where everything is. I keep my essentials like my first aid kit, my rain jacket and snacks in the same easy to find and easy to reach spots on every hike. That way, when I need something fast, I don't waste time rummaging around. It also helps at camp, so I'm not unpacking my entire bag just to find my headlamp or my tent. Once you have a regular packing system, you'll be amazed at how much smoother everything goes and feels. It feels pretty good when you've got a system and you know where everything is. Don't skimp on socks. Your feet are your most important asset on the trail, and the wrong socks can lead to blisters, hot spots and discomfort, and that can really ruin a hike. Invest in high quality moisture wicking socks made from merino wool or synthetic blends. They help regulate temperature, they reduce friction, and they dry quickly if they get wet. Avoid cotton at all costs as it traps moisture and can lead to painful blisters. Having a spare pair in your pack can be a lifesaver on longer hikes, especially if your feet get wet. Bring a repair kit. Gear failures happen, and when they do, having a small repair kit can mean the difference between continuing your hike or cutting it short. What is short? It's short. A little kit with a needle and thread, some tape or some adhesive patches can fix everything from a torn tent or jacket to a broken backpack strap. I even carry a spare waist belt buckle because if that snaps, carrying your pack becomes a real struggle. It's a tiny bit of extra weight, but can save you a major headache when you're out in the wilderness. Always pack spare shoelaces. A snap shoelace might not seem like a big deal until it happens mid-hike with no replacement in sight. Carrying an extra set of laces is lightweight insurance that takes up no space but can save your trip. If you want a multi-use option, which I'm a big fan of, bring a length of paracord or spare guy line, something like that, which can double as laces and can be used for gear repairs as well. Use a smaller stuff sack for your sleeping bag. Now, some sleeping bag or quilt stuff sacks can take up a lot of space in your pack because they're a bit bigger. Swapping this out for a smaller compression style sack can significantly reduce bulk, making room for other essential items. You can even use a waterproof dry bag to keep it compact and protected from moisture. Use reflective cord for your tent. Have you ever tripped over your tent skylines in the dark in the middle of the night? Well, I have many times. Using reflective cord makes your tent lines visible in low light, reducing the risk of nighttime stumbles. Doesn't rule them out altogether though, but it's nice. It's an easy upgrade that can save you from a painful fall, especially in crowded campsites or when moving around in the dark. Even better, if you arrive at camp late, reflective lines make setup easier by catching your headlamp's beam as you're getting set up. Keep your sleeping bag dry at all costs. A wet down sleeping bag I should say, loses insulation and can be dangerous in cold conditions. Store it, like I said, in a waterproof dry bag and never let it touch the ground when the ground's wet. If the ground's dry, it's okay. You know what I mean. Don't forget a buff or neck gaiter. A buff is one of the most versatile pieces of hiking gear that you can carry. It can be used as a sun shield, neck warmer, headband, sweatband, dust mask, or even as an emergency bandage. I only started using one recently and I can't believe I went so long without it. Now I've got a buff in my pack at all time, or on my head. But you want to choose a lightweight, moisture wicking fabric for warm conditions or a fleece-lined version for extra warmth in the colder weather. Learn the difference between waterproof and water resistant. Not all rain gear is created equal. A water resistant jacket might handle a light drizzle, but won't keep you dry in a Tasmanian downpour, or a downpour anywhere. Tasmanian downpours are like downpours in other places. Before you head out, check your gear's waterproof rating, and if you're hiking in wet conditions, re-waterproof your jacket with a treatment like Nick Wax. A truly waterproof shell with sealed seams and good breathability will make all the difference in staying dry, warm, and comfortable. Train with a loaded pack before big hikes. Hiking with weight feels very different from hiking with a lighter pack. Before you head out on a major trek, train with as close to the full weight as you plan to carry to build endurance and adjust the pack fit. Gradually building up your pack weight during training will also help you get used to the weight. Smart hiking strategies. Start early to avoid afternoon fatigue. Mornings are cooler, quieter, and often have the best lighting for views and photography. Plus, getting an early start means you have more time to handle unexpected delays. Hike at a conversational pace. If you're too breathless to talk, you're likely pushing too hard too soon. A steady, sustainable pace prevents burnout and lets you enjoy the hike instead of just enduring the hike. This is especially important on long, steep trails where conserving energy early means you finish stronger and recover faster. Listen to your body and adjust as needed. Use the rest step on steep climbs. This trick involves pausing briefly with each step to reduce muscle fatigue. It's a game changer on those really long ascents. With each step, pause for a second, take a breath in before you continue on. Pace yourself based on terrain, not distance. A 10-kilometre flat walk is nothing like a 10-kilometre mountain climb. Elevation gain, rocky trails, and weather all affect your speed and your effort. When you're planning a hike, consider not just the distance but also the difficulty. A short but steep climb might take longer than a long, gentle trail. This type of mindset helps you set realistic expectations and avoid overexertion. Pre-hydrate before a hike. Drinking water before you start reduces how much you'll need to drink later. This is especially useful on long dry sections where water sources are scarce. Use a micro break strategy. Instead of stopping for big long rests all the time, consider taking short 30-second breaks every 15 to 20 minutes. This helps maintain momentum without letting your muscles stiffen. Sure, you still take those longer breaks occasionally, but not quite as often. Take advantage of natural energy boosters. Foods like nuts, dried fruit, and even a bit of dark chocolate provide sustained energy. Avoid sugary snacks that cause energy crashes. Pay attention to your body's signals. Slight discomfort can turn into an injury if ignored. If something feels off, whether it's a hot spot on your foot or an ache in your knee, address it before it worsens. Adjust your layers before you sweat. If you wait until you're overheating to remove a layer, you'll likely start sweating, which can make you cold later on. Stay ahead of temperature changes. Save an easy, enjoyable snack for the final stretch. A favourite treat like a chocolate bar or a special trail mix can really give you a great mental boost when fatigue kicks in near the end of a long day's hike. Having that little treat at the end of the day can really lift your spirits. Comfort and safety tips. Break in your gear at home. Now, new gear might look great, but if you don't test it before hitting the track, you could be in for some uncomfortable surprises. Boots that seem fine in the store can cause painful blisters after a few kilometres, and a new backpack might dig in your shoulders if it's not adjusted correctly. Before any hike, wear your boots a bit around the house, around the block, or on short walks. Fully load up your pack and carry it round, see how it feels, does it feel comfortable? Set up your tent and stove in your backyard to make sure everything is working smoothly. A little preparation now can save a lot of discomfort later on. Keep a small light source within reach at night. Few things are more frustrating than waking up in the middle of the night and fumbling around for your head torch or your headlamp. Whether it's for a quick bathroom bake, or you're just adjusting your gear or checking the time or checking the tent, keeping a small light source easily accessible can make a big difference in comfort and safety. Keep a lightweight headlamp within reach or stash a mini torch in a side pocket. This simple habit prevents unnecessary stress and ensures that you are never left blindly searching for light when you need it most. Use your pack's hip belt properly. Now, many beginner hikers ignore or misuse their hip belt, but it is the key to carrying weight on your back comfortably. A well-adjusted hip belt should sit snugly around your hips, not your waist. It should be transferring most of your pack's weight from your shoulders to the stronger leg muscles down below via your hips. This reduces fatigue, improves balance, and prevents sore shoulders after a long day on the track. To get the best fit, tighten your hip belt first, then adjust your shoulder straps and load lifters to evenly distribute weight. A properly fitted pack feels lighter and moves with you, making your hike a whole lot more enjoyable. Change into dry camp socks for instant comfort. After a long day of hiking, your feet have likely been sweating, swelling, or even getting a little damp from creek crossings or from the rain. One of the best ways to boost comfort and help prevent blisters is to swap out your hiking socks for a dry pair as soon as you get to camp. This allows your feet to breathe, helps reduce moisture buildup in your sleeping bag, and it makes for a much more comfortable night's rest. Keeping a dedicated pair of camp socks, warm, dry socks that never get worn while hiking, is a simple trick that makes a huge difference in how refreshed your feet feel by the morning. And it's one of the things that I look forward to at the end of a very long day's hiking. I just love it, putting on those dry socks. It's nice. Wear lightweight gardening gloves for protection in tough terrain. Here in Tasmania, it's pretty common to use a thing called scrub gloves. Gardening gloves, which are just great in thick bush, on rocky scrambles, and on overgrown trails, which can leave your hands scratched, scraped, and even bruised. So I always pack a pair of lightweight gardening gloves. The Ninja gloves that I use are lightweight, tough, long-lasting, and provide excellent grip without feeling too bulky. They're also great on cool mornings, just enough to just take the edge off without making your hands too warm. Once you start using them, you'll wonder why you didn't use them sooner. In the early stages of my hiking career, I never used to use scrub gloves, but for the last couple of decades, they have been a game changer for me. And again, you can learn more about tips like these in my new book. Link is in the description down below. Apply sunscreen even in winter. Many hikers only think about sunscreen in the summertime, but UV exposure is a year-round risk, especially here in Tasmania where the sun's intensity can be deceptive. Snow, water, and even light-coloured rocks reflect the UV rays, increasing your chances of sunburn. And don't be fooled by cloudy days either. Up to 80% of UV radiation still passes through the clouds. And one area that hikers often forget are the backs of the legs and the knees. There's nothing worse than realising at camp that your legs are bright red and aching from a full day of sun exposure. I've learned this the hard way, and that these areas, along with the ears, hands, and the back of the neck, are the most overlooked but most vulnerable. I always carry a broad spectrum sweat resistant sunscreen and reapply it every few hours. Always carry a rubbish bag. A simple Ziploc bag or a lightweight dry bag dedicated to rubbish is one of the most useful and responsible things you can pack. Whether it's food wrappers or stray bits of rubbish you find along the trail that someone has left behind, having a designated bag ensures that you leave no trace and take what you make out with you. And rubbish you make, you take it out with you. Opt for a strong, resealable bag that won't leak or tear, and keep it easily accessible so that you can pack out your waste without hassle. I tend to keep mine in my pack, between my pack liner and the pack. Not actually in with my gear, but it's just in between the liner and the pack. It's a small habit that makes a big difference in keeping the outdoors pristine and nice for everybody. Always stash snacks in your pockets. When you're deep into a hike and energy levels start to drop, the last thing you want to have to do is to stop, take off your pack, and just dig around trying to find that bit of food, a snack to keep you going. Keeping quick access snacks in your pockets or in small pouches on your pack or hip belt make a huge difference. I always have some muesli bars, trail mix, or snack bars within reach, normally in my hip belt pocket, so that I can refuel while I'm walking. This is especially important on tough climbs or on cold days when stopping for long breaks can make you a little chilly. Having food readily available keeps your energy steady and helps prevent fatigue before it sets in. Double check water availability. Never assume that a marked water source on a map will be flowing when you arrive. In dry seasons, streams can turn into dry creek beds, and even normally reliable tarns or pools of water can shrink or disappear altogether. Before any hike, I check recent trip reports, things like rainfall history in recent times, and satellite images if they're available. If I'm unsure, I will be carrying extra water or a water filter to make use of smaller, less obvious sources. Running out of water can quickly turn a great hike into a dangerous situation, so planning ahead is key, especially if you're going hiking in certain areas here in Tasmania. Prep for swollen feet. After hours of walking, your feet naturally swell, sometimes by a full shoe size. This is why well-fitted boots should feel comfortable with a little extra room when you first try them on. If your feet start feeling tight mid-hike, loosen off your laces slightly or switch to thinner socks to relieve the pressure. Wiggling your toes, elevating your feet during breaks, and staying hydrated can also help to reduce swelling. If you don't account for this, you could end up with painful blisters, sore joints, or even numb toes by the end of the day. Skills to master. Learn to orient yourself without a compass. If you find yourself disoriented without a compass, the landscape itself can provide valuable clues. Water flows downhill, so following a stream or a river can often lead to lower ground and eventually to a road or even civilization. Pay attention to track patterns. Many well-used paths or tracks follow ridgelines or contour around hills rather than going straight up or down. If you've been on the track for a while, stop and recall major turns, inclines, or open spaces you've passed earlier. Mentally retracing your steps can help you reorient yourself. Reorient or reorientate? Reorient. I think it's reorient. Even small details like the shape of distant mountain ranges can serve as reliable direction markers if you stay observant. Practice tying a tarp. A simple tarp or tarpaulin type shelter can provide instant protection from rain, wind or sun, but only if you know how to set it up properly. Learning a few key knots and configurations can be a game changer in unexpected conditions. Tarps are pretty lightweight, they're versatile and they're faster to set up than a tent, making them perfect for emergency situations. If I'm in a group, I tend to always carry a small tarp, and it has saved us on more than one occasion when we have needed quick cover. It's even good just around camp on those rainy days. That's why practicing at home before you need it makes all the difference. Study how to read cloud formations. Clouds can tell you a lot about incoming weather, and knowing how to read them can help you avoid getting caught in a storm. High wispy clouds, like those cirrus clouds, usually mean good weather, while thick, dark clouds, cumulonimbus, signal rain or thunderstorm. A sudden increase in cloud cover often means a front is on the way, so it's time to check your layers and be prepared for a change. When I'm hiking in an area with a good view and there are clouds in the distance, I am always looking for potential rain and weather changes, and I'm keeping an eye on it, seeing if it's heading my way or if it's just flowing past. If you're in exposed areas, being able to read the sky can give you an early warning before bad weather hits. Periodically turn around and memorize your route. Tracks and trails can look completely different on the way back, especially in dense forest or open alpine areas where landmarks are less obvious. A simple habit that helps is to regularly stop, turn around and take note of what the trail looks like from the opposite direction. Pay attention particularly at trail junctions, unusual rock formations, or changes in vegetation. These very small details can be crucial if you need to retrace your steps later on. If you're hiking in a group, occasionally quizzing each other on what's behind you can reinforce the memory as well. For extra security, take a few quick photos of key points. So if you do get turned around, you have visual references to guide you back. And if you had to turn around, you've also got the photo and the time it was taken, so you can sort of figure out where you were and when. Practice reading contour lines. Topographic maps can look confusing at first, but understanding contour lines will give you a huge advantage in planning and navigating hikes. Closely packed lines mean steep terrain, while wide-spaced lines indicate flatter ground. Before heading out, study the elevation gain and the descent so you know what to expect. Recognizing valleys, ridges, and water sources just from a map can help you choose better routes and avoid unnecessary climbs. Learn to use handrails in the landscape for easier navigation. When navigating off track or through unfamiliar terrain, using nature's natural handrails, prominent linear landscape features that guide your direction, can make route finding much easier. Ridges, valleys, rivers, and even long stretches of rock formations can serve as reliable markers to follow. For example, if you know a river runs parallel to your route, keeping it within sight ensures that you stay on track without constantly checking a map. We still should check it, but you don't need to check it as often because you know the river's right there. Similarly, sticking to a ridgeline can help you avoid getting lost in dense bushland. Not bushline, bushland. If you're on the ridge and you don't go down to the bush, it's harder to get lost. So instead of navigating by guesswork, identifying and following these large-scale features helps you stay oriented and move more efficiently through the landscape. Don't underestimate night navigation. Hiking in the dark can be very disorienting, especially on poorly marked trails. Even when you've got a headlamp, familiar landscapes can look completely different at night time. To prepare, practice navigating by torchlight in safe areas first. Be aware that at night, distances can be harder to judge and your peripheral vision is reduced, making balance trickier on uneven ground. If you do have to hike in the dark, move slowly, use trekking poles for stability, and keep an extra battery or a battery bank for your headlamp. Learn to estimate distance without a GPS. Now this is one that I have learned from my initial foray into row gaining and orienteering. Being able to estimate how far you've travelled without relying on a GPS is a really valuable skill, especially if your battery dies or you lose signal. One method is pacing. So counting your steps over a known distance, like say 100 meters, to calculate how many steps it takes you to walk a kilometer. Another technique is time estimation. On flat terrain, most hikers walk around 4 to 5 kilometers per hour, but this slows on rough or steep ground. Landmarks can also help. If a lake is 2 kilometers away on the map and you reach it in 30 minutes, you can estimate your pace from there. Over time, practicing these techniques sharpens your sense of distance, making it easier to track progress, estimate arrival times, and stay oriented without depending on technology. It's really nice being able to say, right, that is 2 or 3 kilometers away. It's going to take me 30 to 45 minutes to get there. Practice first aid scenarios. Now, it's one thing to carry a first aid kit, but it's another to know how to use it. Every 2 to 3 years, I redo a first aid course, and I also brush up on how to treat blisters, sprains, cuts, and dehydration. Practicing scenarios like splinting an ankle or dealing with a snake bite helps you stay calm in real emergencies. If you hike often, then consider taking a wilderness first aid course so that you can handle more serious situations confidently. It really does make a difference if you keep up to speed and up to date on all this sort of stuff, especially when you're hiking a lot. Learn how to assess river crossings. Crossing rivers can be one of the most dangerous parts of hiking, especially if you're in areas where there's not necessarily bridges and that type of thing. And knowing when not to cross is just as important as knowing how to cross. If you're looking at a section and the current is pretty strong, then that water there potentially is above your knees. If you can't see the bottom or if it's unclear, it's safer to turn back and find another way. When crossing, unbuckle your pack so you can ditch it if needed, and always face upstream to maintain stability. Trekking poles can help you balance and to check the water depth, but if the water is fast moving or swollen from recent rain, it is not worth the risk a lot of the time. There are many times I've chosen to turn around and look for a safer option or to cancel the walk altogether if I'm only a short way in. Here in Tasmania, considering river crossings on a lot of our walks really is a major factor when you're heading out. Mindset and enjoying the journey. Embrace the unpredictability of nature. Now, no matter how well you prepare, nature will always have the final say. Sudden weather changes, washed out tracks, or unexpected detours are all part of the adventure. Instead of letting these moments frustrate you, see them as opportunities to adapt and to grow as a hiker. Some of my most memorable hikes have come from unplanned challenges that forced me to take a different route or find a creative solution to the task at hand. Accepting the unknown makes everything on a hike much more rewarding. Take time to soak in the small details. It's easy to focus on reaching your destination, but some of the best moments happen when you slow down and just take in your surroundings. Notice the textures of some moss on a fallen log, the sound of wind through the trees, that cool little mushroom toadstool thing you just saw in the forest, the smell of the eucalyptus in the morning air. These details connect you more deeply to nature and make your hike unique. The journey is just as important as the destination, sometimes even more so. Slow down when you're feeling frustrated. We all have tough moments when we're out on the track, whether it's exhaustion, bad weather, or getting off track. Instead of pushing through frustration, pause, take a big deep breath, and just reset. Have a sip of water, adjust your pack, or just stand still and listen to nature for a few minutes. Hiking should be an enjoyable challenge, not a stressful race, and taking a moment to regroup can completely change your mindset. Keep a hiking journal. Writing down your experiences is a great way to track progress and reflect on what worked and what didn't. Record things like trail conditions, gear performance, weather, and personal challenges so that you can improve your future hikes. But don't just focus on logistics. Write about the views that took your breath away, the unexpected wildlife encounters, or the way the sunset looked from your campsite. These memories will be priceless in years to come when you look back on them. Share the experience with others. Hiking solo is great, but sharing a trail with friends, family, or a hiking group adds another level of enjoyment. The shared struggles, the laughter, and the moments of awe create bonds that last well beyond the trail. Whether it's introducing someone new to hiking or swapping stories around the campsite when you're sitting there of an evening, these connections make the experience richer. Plus, hiking with others can increase safety and motivation on those really tough days. Learn to laugh at mishaps. Some of the best hiking stories come from things not going to plan. And I can think of many in my head right now. Taking a wrong turn, burning your dinner, slipping in the mud, falling in the water. At the moment, it might feel frustrating, but later, these are the memories you'll laugh about, and it's why I'm just grinning right now, because they're just so funny to look back on. Learning to embrace mistakes as part of the adventure makes you a better, more adaptable hiker. If you can laugh at yourself, even the worst situations become less stressful and more entertaining. It really is some funny memories there. Celebrate your progress. Hiking isn't about competing with others. It's about challenging yourself and improving over time. Whether you hike a little further, tackle a steeper climb, or simply feel more confident on the trail, take a moment to appreciate how far you have come. Looking back at old hikes, you'll realize the things that once felt difficult are now second nature. Recognizing these small victories keeps you motivated and excited for the next adventure. Create rituals. Little traditions can make your hikes feel even more special. Maybe it's having a cup of tea at the summit of a mountain, taking a photo at the start of the track beside the trailhead sign, or wearing the same lucky hat on every walk, or shirt like my friend Walser does. These small rituals help mark the experience and create a sense of continuity between hikes. They also give you something to look forward to no matter how challenging the trail ahead might be. Focus on gratitude. Now, not everyone has the opportunity to step into nature, breathe in the fresh air, and experience the beauty of the wilderness. When hiking feels tough, and it does, take a moment to appreciate the privilege of being strong enough and free enough to be out on the trail. Gratitude shifts your mindset, making even difficult hikes feel like a gift rather than a struggle. And again, I go into this a little bit in my new book. You can learn more about it in the description down below. Remember, the trail will always be there. Now, there's no rush to see it all. Hike every peak or complete every trail right now. Hiking is a lifelong journey and nature isn't going anywhere. Some of the best hikes are the ones you return to, seeing them in a new season or with fresh eyes. Take your time, enjoy the process, and know that the mountains, forests, and trails will be waiting whenever you're ready. Learn to hike without a destination in mind. One of the biggest mindset shifts you can make as a hiker is to let go of the destination and focus on the experience. So many people can get caught up in reaching a summit, finishing a set distance, or ticking off trails or peaks that they forgot to actually enjoy the journey. I am guilty of this myself. Some of my best hikes weren't the ones where I was trying to tick off a peak, but ones where I was doing the walk for a second or a third time and just enjoying getting out there. When you stop worrying about how far, how fast, or how high, and instead focus on how it feels to be out there, everything changes. You become more aware of the sights, the sounds, and the small details that make hiking so special. You give yourself permission to slow down, explore, and truly connect with the landscape. And ultimately, you realize that the best hikes aren't about getting somewhere, they're about being present. Once you embrace this, you'll never hike the same way again. Are you ready to make your first big hike a total success? Today, we're revealing the top 10 rookie mistakes that can turn your trip into a disaster. From packing errors to trail mishaps, these are all mistakes I have made myself over the years. We're going to show you how to avoid these common pitfalls. Stick around to make your next adventure smooth and enjoyable. Don't miss out on these essential tips. First one, number one. And as a hiking guide, I used to see this on pretty much every trip that I took down Tasmania's overland track. And that is the affliction some people have with packing too much stuff. And this is definitely one of the biggest mistakes you see beginner hikers, backpackers making, packing way too much stuff. I mean, these days, I even do sometimes pack a little bit too much stuff. But the problem a lot of beginners have is they pack their fears. I saw that somewhere, I can't remember where. They end up bringing way too much clothing, way too much food, and a lot of gear they don't need. I'm guilty of that myself. I went into another video with some of the stupid stuff I have taken hiking over the years. Have a look at that. Link will also be in the description. But when you pack too much stuff, you end up with a very heavy, cumbersome pack that will wear you out when you're out in the trail. How do you avoid this? Well, you can go down below. You can check out the link to my gear list, which I'll leave there for free for you to sign up, and you'll get the free gear list. Or you can make a spreadsheet of your gear. You can weigh it. You put all your weights in. You can use things like Lighter Pack or Pack Wizard. And if you're heading out on a longer trip, try and do a couple of shorter hikes before you go and pack all that stuff you're meant to be taking, and just sort of see what you use, what you don't over a 1 or 2 night trip before you go out on a big mission. But I mean, back in the day, I had people pulling out a different set of clothing for every day of a 6-day walk. That's unnecessary. Pulling out a separate pair of socks for every day of the walk. Bringing these massive first aid kits that have everything to, serve a small community. Really think about what you're packing and if you need it. Number 2, and this is a common thing I see on the track, and it's a bit of a bugbear for me, and that is attaching lots of gear to the outside of your pack. Now, the issue with this is, there's a few different issues with this. If there's heavy stuff attached to the outside of your pack and it's swinging, it can throw you off balance when you're walking. It can snag on branches and scrub as you're walking along. And if it's some, pretty important gear, it can get wet if it starts to rain. If there's a bit of moisture around, it can get wet and damp. And all too often I see people walking along the trail with sleeping bags attached to the outside of their pack. And it's just, I can't believe you would even think about doing that. If you want to keep one thing dry, most importantly dry, it's your sleeping bag, so never store it on the outside of your pack. Sure, sometimes it is unavoidable. You'll get the foam sleeping pads that some people will attach to the top of their pack. That's probably okay, but I have always been of the belief that you need to fit everything in your pack. There have been occasions where I have been on trips where tent poles have been attached to the outside of a pack and they've come off and they've been lost, and then you're left with a tent with no poles. It is just better to try and get everything inside your pack. Have a good packing system, use that gear list, check it off as you go, and pack your pack correctly. Number 3, and this is another one I used to see as a guide all the time here on Tasmania's extremely popular overland track, and that was these people who would come down on a 6-day walk on these popular trails where there are huts, you know, each day, and they would just do the walk without packing a tent. These guys would rely solely on there being room in the huts along the track along the way, and the fact that they would get to the hut each day, they would rely on that. And it's another thing that I've never gone on a trip without a tent. It is essential to take a tent. Even on a lot of big day walks, I will pack a small bivvy or a small lightweight tent just as a backup in case of an emergency. Especially here in Tasmania and Australia, you get unpredictable weather conditions. You can be in nice, hot, sunny weather, and within a couple of hours, it could be snowing. If you got an injury, if something happened along the way and you couldn't get to the hut, or if you get to the hut and there's just teeming with people and you can't fit in, then it's often a better option to use a tent. And if you get into a bit of trouble, you've got a tent you can set up and you can bunker down. But I honestly can't understand why you would go out on a 6-day walk without the comfort of having a tent. Even if you know you're not going to use it, take something, take some form of shelter that is going to protect you in the event that you need to set up quickly. Number 4 on my list of beginner hiking mistakes, and I guess personal bugbears, is where people will rely on an app for the route that they're going to follow. And I hear about stories about this all the time, people using all trails to follow a route when they're out on the track. And I've heard a lot of stories of all trails routes being wrong. Nothing against all trails, I use the app all the time. But what I'm saying here is that don't rely on one app, don't rely on one reference for your route. You should also have another map or something. There's apps like Gaia as well, which you can use, Gaia GPS. I would generally cross-reference any route I'm creating or looking at doing across 3 or 4 different sources. I wouldn't rely on just the one primary source. I would definitely check it out on a few others as well. And I do like taking a hard copy map these days. I know some people say you don't need to, but I definitely prefer a hard copy map for the region I'm going to. I can then pull out the map, have a look at it, and it's nice. It's a nice thing to do, is to look at the map of where you are going. Even if you're looking at it on the screen of your computer, it's nice to have a look at the map before you go. And if you're using something like All Trails, then just check against another source. Check on the map online, check on Gaia, somewhere like that, that has got some different routes. Look at Strava, look at a few different sources for the route you're going on. Talk to people, read notes. There's blogs online for all these sorts of trips, but don't rely on that one source only. Cross-reference. And the other issue with relying on a thing like All Trails, if you don't have the downloaded offline maps, if you go out of phone range, out of reception, then all of a sudden you may not have the route on your phone anymore, so you need to pre-plan for stuff like that as well. Number 5, a common thing I see often, or I've seen often over the years as well, is people heading out to the trail for a 4 or 5 day walk and they haven't done much hiking and they take a poorly fitting pack. And a bad fitting pack can really ruin your hike. Now, I understand that, like myself back in the day, I had to borrow packs off people because I couldn't afford one. But if you're borrowing one, try and find one that is your size and then adjust it. A lot of these packs, the older style especially, are adjustable. They can adjust the sizings on the back. I remember one walk a few years ago, I had a friend with me and he came out on the track, and on day 2 I had a look at him and said, "You all right?" And he's like,
My back is really sore. It's really hurting. I don't know what's wrong.
and I stopped to have a look. I should have done it on the first day, but I had a look at the pack and he had it sort of set for a small person. He was a tall guy and he hadn't adjusted the adjusters on the back of the pack to fit his size back, and it was sort of crumpling his spine. So make sure you go through a process to get the pack to the right size for you before you head out on the trip. If you're borrowing it off someone, get them to help you adjust it. If you've got an experienced person, then get them to help you adjust the pack to fit your size, because it will absolutely ruin your trip if you've got a wrong, ill-fitting pack. And on that note, make sure you use all the straps to adjust the load and get the weight comfy and right on your hips, and it will make a huge difference. Number 6, and this is one I am guilty of myself, and that is overestimating your ability. And this isn't so much for beginners either. This is for hikers in any realm. I'm very conscious of this these days when I'm planning a big trip. We're often going out for 10 days and determining where we're going to be each day. And when you plan to camp at campsites that are ridiculously far apart, you can potentially lead to sort of dangerous situations where you haven't planned it out well and you're trying to push on. It can exhaust you, and it can even lead to a sort of dangerous situation if you've got nowhere else to camp. So know your ability, have backup options. If we're not getting to this point in this day, we need to get to this point. While you're out in the trail, you're sort of assessing each day where you're at. On this most recent walk we did for 9 days, we had to change plans while we're on the trail due to weather, due to conditions. But overall, we were fine on that walk. We had a great time. We didn't get exhausted because we adjusted our plans as needed. We had lots of backup options that we had planned before we went. If we'd overestimated our ability and planned to get some ridiculous distances, we definitely would have been walking for sort of 16 hours a day instead of 8 to 10, and that would have led to complete exhaustion, and we probably would have had to take big rest days, that sort of thing. And on that note, number 7 is another thing that has happened in the past and I've seen happen to other walkers, and that is not eating or drinking enough. Now, this is certainly very easy to do. Often when you're walking for days on end and you're doing big days, it becomes hard to sort of force yourself to eat enough food. It's very easy when you're heading out on the trail to skip breakfast and think, I'll have a snack later, but I always force myself to have a small breakfast at least before I head out on the trail. I also make sure, even on those awful days that I stop, or I have regular sort of bars in my pockets, snacks in my pockets that I can munch on while I'm walking. So I'm just keeping the energy up. And then at the end of the day, you can often feel like not eating. And if I've got a friend on a trip, where we're doing a big trip and they're exhausted, I will help them cook their dinner and just get that into them. I'll get a hot drink into them where I can see they might be struggling a bit. You've got to do that. You've got to keep the fluids and the food up. And with water, I will be making sure I stay hydrated. I'll be trying to give myself an allocation of water to drink for the day and ensuring that I am putting that water down. And that's why I prefer to carry a water bladder with a hose so I can constantly be sipping on it, or having a bottle here in your front pockets or on your belt. Having easily accessible water is really important as well, because it just helps keep up the fluids and helps encourage you to keep consuming. But it can sometimes go the other way, and that's where number 8 comes in, and that is heavy or labor-intensive food plans. So back in my early days, I used to take, dry pasta. I used to take liquid sort of sauce and curries, that sort of thing. I'd take these heavy foods and heavy meals with me, and then spend, 45 minutes to an hour of a night cooking my meal, preparing the sauce, cooking the pasta, doing it all separately, and then making this nice big meal. Admittedly, that was, nearly 30 years ago, so we didn't have the freeze-dried options like we do today. But today, I love a good meal as much as the next guy. But for ease of use, for ease of preparation, for the lightweight form factor of these meals, I prefer to stick with freeze-dried meals. With these, I can just pour the hot water into them, seal the top of the sachet, and wait 15 minutes, and then I have a nice hearty meal prepared. It's really easy to do, and these days it is rare that I'll take out a gourmet extravaganza meal with me on a trip, unless I'm just going for a relaxing walk and I'm staying in the one spot for a few days. So if you're planning on doing a bit of this stuff, opt for lightweight, simple meals like dehydrated or freeze-dried foods. They save weight and time. Number 9 on the list, and it is another bugbear of mine, I go on about it a bit, but that is wearing cotton. Now, like I've said before, cotton can retain an awful amount of moisture. If you get it wet, it's just going to keep absorbing and absorbing, and it's not going to dry out. And if it's cold, this can chill the body and lead to hypothermia. You need to be using synthetic or wool clothing, stuff that's going to wick the moisture away. Cotton has no place on the trail. You're definitely not wearing jeans or cotton t-shirts, anything like that. That has no place when you're going hiking. And I've gone into all of this before on my layering video. Check the link out to that below, but just avoid cotton at all costs. And finally, number 10 is the other little mistake I see people making, and that is people who do not test new gear before heading out on a trip. All too often I've seen people with a new tent or a new stove, and they're trying to set it up, get it working, and they just don't know what they're doing. There's pegs missing, I've seen poles missing, they've left part of the tent at home or part of the stove at home. It's a big one because people just simply buy the thing, put it in their pack and head out. You really should be testing the gear out before you go. Do it at home, set it up in the backyard, try it out at home first. Practice setting your tent up, Practice using your stove, practice your water filtering at home. That way you're going to avoid any potential surprises when you're out in the wilderness. It really is important you test your gear before you head out on a trip. And even the gear that I do own, I will often, if I haven't used it for a while, I will set it up before I go out on a trip to make sure it's all still functional and all still working. Caught in a storm, rain lashing your face, your gear feels like dead weight. And the trail, well, that just vanishes into the fog. How do you conquer the unknown? This is the kind of challenge history's greatest explorers faced, testing their limits, adapting on the fly, and forging ahead no matter what. Yet these invaluable lessons are often overlooked by many modern hikers. Today, we're uncovering 10 uncommon hiking tips inspired by legendary explorers. Strategies to help you tackle the unexpected and turn every hike into an adventure worth remembering. Hi, I'm Mauser, and with over 30 years of hiking across Tasmania and beyond, I've learned that the best lessons often come from unexpected places, like the lives of these legendary explorers. Let's dive into their stories and uncover some unique tips to elevate your hikes. Persevere like Roald Amundsen. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Amundsen? Amundsen. Roald Amundsen, Norwegian guy, the first person to reach the South Pole, succeeded where others failed. When this explorer set out to reach the South Pole in 1911, he knew he was in a race against time, nature, and a rival led by an expeditioner called Robert Falcon Scott. Amundsen's success wasn't a fluke. It came down to meticulous planning and breaking the monumental challenge into manageable steps. This disciplined approach not only gave them the edge over Scott, but also ensured they had the strength to make it back home safely. What can we, as outdoor enthusiasts, as bushwalkers, as hikers, learn from this? Well, tackling a challenging walk can feel a little overwhelming if you focus only on the finish line. Instead, adopt Amundsen's strategy. Break big goals into smaller milestones. Here's how you can apply it next time you're out there. Firstly, set mini goals. Don't fixate on the summit alone. Focus on reaching the next bend, the next ridge, or the next trail marker. Break it into little steps. Keep a steady pace. Hike at a pace you can maintain throughout the day, even on tough terrain. Don't try to speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. Try and maintain a steady pace. Celebrate small wins. Each milestone you reach is progress. Take a moment to acknowledge it. It keeps you motivated. Every time you get to that next little rest stop you were aiming for, give yourself a little pat on the back. I have used this approach countless times, and on those really big days when I've had 30 kilometers or more to just get through that day, I have just focused on the next river, the next rest stop, and it has helped spur me on all day. I've got these little goals in my head throughout the day. Now, while perseverance can help you reach your destination, curiosity can make the journey itself a little bit more meaningful. Embrace curiosity like Marco Polo. Now, unlike my kids who think Marco Polo is a game you play in the swimming pool at the summertime, Marco Polo was one hell of an expeditioner and traveller and explorer back in the day. Marco Polo's travels along the Silk Road were driven by an insatiable curiosity. He ventured into the unknown and documented wonders that amazed Europe for centuries. And on the trail, embracing this polo-like curiosity can transform every hike into a richer experience. So how can you channel your inner explorer? Well, I love carrying my little trusty field guides that I've guides, not the guys, the guides, the field guides. I've had these for years, and I don't take these so much these days because you can also leverage technology. In some areas, you can use plant and wildlife identification apps to explore an area's unique environment. Or you can just take a few photos while you're out there and learn more about the stuff that you've identified when you return home. Every bird, every unusual rock formation you see, or even a flower or a tree, becomes an opportunity to learn and appreciate the area's natural details. And I love to come home and just figure out what was that I saw when I was out there. And then the next time you're on a walk, you might be walking past a tree and you go, oh, hang on, that's a huon pine. You're just walking through a little forest and you see a huon pine, you go, that's a huon pine. I figured out what that was once before, and here's this rare tree that I'm just found in the wilderness. It's an awesome feeling. Another thing I like to do is also to take notes while I'm on a walk so that I don't forget these details. I'll use either my notes app on my phone or my little field notes notebook that I take with me on my walk. These little things help me keep track of the little things that I may forget later on. And I think, hey, I'll just remember that and look it up later. Often you don't. Take a photo, write a note down. Now, in the moment, you often think, oh, I won't forget that. But all too often we do. And you get back home or you finish the day's walk and you say, what was that thing I saw again? But if you took a photo, if you took a note, if you wrote it down, you'd remember and you'd be able to look it up later. I really do love being able to look back at the images and notes to remind me of my time on the trail. And today I still even look back at notes I wrote down on a trip 20 years ago. And these days it all goes in a little database and I can look back on everything. It's really nice to be able to just remember that stuff. And speaking of noticing the little things, let's talk about someone who took observation to the next level. Observe like Sir Hubert Wilkins. Sir Hubert Wilkins was a remarkable Arctic explorer, aviator and photographer whose life was defined by his ability to adapt and observe. He was the first person to fly over the Arctic. He pioneered aerial exploration in Antarctica, and he even attempted to reach the North Pole in a submarine. He's probably Australia's most unknown or least well-known explorer. And when you mention his name, a lot of people have never heard of him. But his success in some of the harshest environments on Earth, they came from his extraordinary attention to detail. Reading the terrain, spotting weather changes, and recognising potential dangers long before they became threats. For Hubert Wilkins, Sir Hubert Wilkins, observation wasn't just a skill, it was a survival tool. His ability to notice and interpret subtle clues in his surroundings often made the difference between success and failure in life or death situations. Not life and death, it's not life and it's life or death situations, you know what I mean. When you're out on a walk, honing your powers of observation can keep you safe, prevent you from getting lost, and make your hike far more rewarding. And it's not just about spotting the hazards, it's about connecting deeply with the environment that is around you. And here is how you can practice the very dark art of observation on your next walk. Pause regularly. Take a very brief break every half hour or so, just a couple of minutes, to scan your surroundings. Look for natural markers like unique trees, rock formations, or bends in the trail. And I'm doing this all the time. I'm just having little breathers, only for a few seconds sometimes, and I'm just having a look around, taking in the view, looking at the nice stuff, but I'm also trying to just sort of remember stuff as I go as well. This habit helps you stay oriented, and it can be invaluable if you need to retrace your steps later on. Check for weather changes. Keep an eye on the sky. Are the clouds thickening or is the wind picking up? Subtle shifts in weather can signal bigger changes ahead, giving you time to adjust your plans and your gear. And we'll often be in a hike and see a big storm cloud approach, and you can see the rain in the distance. At that point in time, we know we better get ready to get some wet weather gear on. Get to know the track. When you're on a walking track like many of those here in Tasmania, it can be easy to go the wrong way by following a false lead. These false leads they look like tracks, but they're places other people have gone the wrong way previously. And often many people have gone the wrong way previously. That is a very common thing here. Learning to know when you have drifted off the track can save you a great deal of time and frustration later on. I remember a walk to Tasmania's Franklin Range once, about maybe 12 or 13 years ago. We were on day one, and after a clear start, we found ourselves on a summit in very thick mist and quite a bit of rain. But we were happy with our progress, and from the summit, we continued on in the direction we had been walking, just following our lead. It was only then, during our afternoon break, a little while later, that the skies cleared. We came to a realization that we had been walking down the wrong ridge for over 1.5 hours. We should have been more observant and careful in the conditions, and that was a big lesson learned. But while observation keeps you grounded, adaptability ensures you're ready for whatever the trail throws at you. Adapt like Jessica Watson. Jessica Watson, the young Australian sailor who circumnavigated the globe solo at the age of 16, faced unpredictable seas, towering waves, and moments of isolation. Her inspirational success wasn't just about bravery or skill, it was her ability to adapt quickly and find creative solutions to unexpected challenges. Whether it was rerouting her course to avoid a storm or repurposing onboard materials to fix her equipment, Jessica's adaptability kept her journey on track. And when you're on the track or on the hiking trail, the same principle applies. Conditions can change in an instant. The weather can turn, a piece of gear might fail, or a route could prove a little more difficult than expected. Flexibility and resourcefulness can turn these moments from trip enders into manageable detours. Practical tips for adaptable hiking. Pack multi-use gear. Carry items that serve more than one purpose. For instance, a lightweight fleece can keep you warm, double as a pillow when you're sleeping at night, and even provide extra padding in an emergency. A sturdy bandana, like a buff or something, could work as a sweat rag, as a sling, or even a fix for quick gear. I know I've even used mine to sort of put cold water on it to ice my leg a little bit when I've bumped my leg. That's a good thing to do sometimes. This kind of flexibility ensures that you're ready for unexpected situations without overloading your pack with unnecessary stuff. Always have backup navigation. Now, while GPS devices and phones are just incredibly useful, they're not foolproof. Batteries die, devices malfunction, and signal loss can happen in remote areas. Always carry a physical map and a compass as backup. Knowing how to use them is equally as important, so practice basic navigation skills before hitting the track. Be mentally prepared to adapt. Flexibility isn't just about gear, it's about mindset. Unexpected challenges on the trail can feel overwhelming if you're stuck in a rigid plan. Embrace the idea that hiking is as much about the journey as the destination. Whether it's taking a detour around flooded paths or just adjusting your pace to match the group, staying open-minded will make your experience so much more enjoyable. Before every big trip I head out on here in Tasmania, I always prepare myself mentally for what may be a miserable trip with weather. Preparing myself certainly softens the blow when it does eventuate. And when it doesn't, well, that's a bit of a bonus. Adaptability is a hiker's best friend. With the right gear, mindset and preparation, you'll be ready to face unexpected challenges and keep your adventure on track. Channel Jessica Watson's spirit of resourcefulness, and remember, the best journeys are often the ones that test your ability to adapt. And just as adaptability helps you manage the moment, recording your journey adds depth to your experience. Record the details like Keith Lancaster. Keith Lancaster was a legendary Tasmanian bushwalker whose 65-year career saw him complete nearly 250 expeditions. Just crazy, crazy stuff. Now, I've met people that knew Keith Lancaster, and they've told me a few stories about him over the years. His dedication to precision was unmatched. He meticulously documented every climb and walk in his diaries. These records today remain an invaluable resource, offering insights into trails and routes decades later after he completed them. Keith's attention to detail wasn't just about tracking distances, it was about preserving experiences and retaining knowledge. And I guess he would write these for himself initially. He would return to the same areas quite often, and he could refer to his notes from previous trips. But today, his diaries continue to fascinate hikers, though it's important to remember that the conditions in the wilderness change over time. So I'd never take his diaries as gospel. Why document your hikes? Keith's practice shows how recording your adventures adds value to every journey. It helps you learn from the trail, reflect on challenges, and preserve memories. And these memories might inspire others one day. For years, I have documented my journeys. In the early days, these were just short bullet points on little notepads, but then it developed into little notes in my phone. These days, I keep a diary in the app I use called Notion of all of the walks that I do. It is great because when I'm heading back into the same region again, I can look back on past trips and see if I need to account for anything that I hadn't thought of already. It is something that I highly recommend doing for each trip that you go on. And on that point, if you're interested in seeing the notes that I take on my trips, well, sign up to the newsletter down below or just here. It's a weekly newsletter that I put out. There's the occasional trip report as well. So if you want to see how I structure my sort of trip reports and notes, then sign up to the newsletter down below. So how do you start your hiking journal? Well, log the essentials, note the trail conditions, the weather, and the key landmarks along the way. These details can help you plan future trips. Add some personal reflections. Record how the hike made you feel, what you learned, or moments that really stood out, and even just how you felt physically after each day to gauge how hard it was. And then you just need to find your format, whether it's an app, a spreadsheet, or a notebook. Choose a method that suits your style. You might just write them in a little notepad and that's it, that's fine. Keith Lancaster's legacy shows us that every hike has a story worth recording. Take a page from his book literally and start documenting your own adventures. Who knows, your notes might just guide your grandkids down the same track in years to come, much like my family has done. Lead like Sir Ernest Shackleton. Sir Ernest Shackleton is one of history's greatest examples of leadership under pressure. And if you haven't heard of him, well, during his ill-fated 1914 Antarctic expedition, Shackleton's ship, called the Endurance, became trapped in pack ice in Antarctica and was eventually crushed while all of the crew stood along and watched. Stranded in one of the harshest environments on Earth, Shackleton didn't just save himself, he brought every single crew member back alive after nearly 2 years of unimaginable hardship. Well, how did he do it, I hear you ask? Shackleton's ability to stay calm under pressure, communicate effectively, and put his team's well-being above all else turned a potential tragedy into a story of resilience. And it is a very good story to read. You can get the book. He recognised that leadership isn't about barking orders, it's about listening, adapting, and inspiring trust. For hikers, leadership on the trail may not involve Antarctic ice floes and pack ice, but it plays a crucial role in group safety and enjoyment. A strong leader sets the tone for collaboration, ensures the group stays on track, and helps manage challenges with a steady hand. How to be a great leader on the trail. Discuss plans before you start. Clear communication at the start of a hike is essential. Go over the route, the expected pace, the planned breaks, and any potential hazards along the way. Make sure everyone in the group feels comfortable with the plan and has a chance to share their input. I take a lot of groups hiking, often with inexperienced hikers. And one thing I always do, I am planning the trip well before we head out. I'm sending everyone an itinerary. I'm getting feedback. We are changing the route before we even head out on the track and getting a firm idea of what we're going to be doing. We're planning it all out. Then by the time we hit the trail, we know, everyone knows exactly what is going on. Set a comfortable pace for everyone. The fastest hiker isn't necessarily the best leader. A good leader sets a pace that accommodates the slowest member of the group, and this ensures that no one feels rushed or left behind. This builds trust and keeps the group cohesive, and this is particularly important when you're walking with young people and kids, who you've often got to slow down because they're going too fast and they're just going to wear themselves out, and that's a whole other story. Check in regularly. On tricky sections of the trail or during long hikes, take time to check in with everyone. Ask how they're feeling, physically and mentally. So how you doing? You feeling all right? And if they're not, you need to adjust plans if necessary. These small acts of care show the group that their well-being is a priority. Keep spirits high. Shackleton was a master at maintaining morale. I mean, those guys were out there camping under boats and stuff for 2 years. I can't imagine it. On the trail, this can be as simple as offering words of encouragement, sharing snacks, or taking a moment to appreciate what a great view is all together as a group. A positive attitude is contagious and can make even tough sections of the hike more enjoyable. And we will often find ourselves laughing in some of those really tough sections where we're just egging each other on to keep moving. I once remember taking a group to Tasmania's Frenchman's Catwalk. Now, we were doing this as a 3-day walk, what's normally a 4-day walk, but on day 2, we made the long return walk to the peak, and the weather unexpectedly turned, with wind and rain making the trail slippery and visibility basically non-existent. Now, a couple of people in the group were really worried and quite scared, but by staying positive and keeping the group calm and adjusting our pace and making sure that everyone stayed warm and hydrated and well fooded, well, they were eating lots of snacks anyway. Anyway, we navigated the difficult conditions together, and what could have been a stressful experience turned into a memorable adventure. And we all had a pretty good day in the end. And it was all thanks to teamwork and trust. Leadership on the trail is about more than guiding the way. It's about fostering collaboration, ensuring safety, and creating a positive group dynamic. Take inspiration from Shackleton's example. Stay calm, communicate clearly, and always put your team first. With good leadership, even the toughest hikes can become absolutely unforgettable experiences. Navigating challenges as a leader is one thing, but navigating the terrain itself requires precision and skill. Endure like Olagus Trahanis. Olagus Trahanis was a pioneer of environmental conservation in Tasmania, renowned not only for his love of the wilderness, but also for his incredible physical endurance. He dedicated his life to capturing the beauty of Tasmania's wild places through photography, often trekking for days through rugged terrain with heavy equipment to document the landscapes that he loved. And his photographs played a pivotal role in inspiring the conservation movement in Tasmania. For Trahanis, endurance wasn't just about physical stamina. It was about a deep respect for the land and a commitment to preserving it for future generations. He believed that true connection with nature comes from both experiencing it and taking responsibility for its protection. What hikers can learn from Olagus. Hiking requires a blend of physical endurance and environmental awareness. Whether you're on a day hike or a multi-day trek, pushing through physical challenges is only part of the journey. The other part is ensuring your presence leaves no lasting harm to the environment. Practical tips to hike with endurance and respect. Follow the Leave No Trace principles. Stick to the Leave No Trace guidelines to minimise your impact on the environment. This includes things like carrying out your waste, respecting wildlife, and leaving what you find. These small actions ensure that natural spaces remain pristine for future hikers. Build your physical endurance. Train for longer hikes by gradually increasing your mileage and carrying heavier loads on practice treks. Being physically prepared reduces strain and lets you focus on enjoying the experience. Every time I hike in Tasmania, I channel Olagus Trahanas' spirit. On grueling trails in southwest Tasmania, I picture him navigating these remote regions with his cumbersome and heavier equipment. His dedication not only inspires me to persevere, but also to cherish the privilege of exploring such untouched landscapes. Olagus Trahanas showed us that endurance is about more than reaching a destination. It's about honouring the land you traverse. By hiking with care and respect, you can protect the wilderness for others to enjoy while deepening your own connection to nature. Endurance is critical, but so is creativity when problem solving on the trail. Thrive like Thor Heyerdahl. Thor Heyerdahl wasn't just an explorer, he was a pioneer in proving that ingenuity and resilience could conquer the impossible. In 1947, Heyerdahl embarked on the Kentucky expedition, sailing a handmade raft from South America to Polynesia across 4,300 miles, which is about 6,900 kilometres of open ocean over 101 days. And why did he do this? Well, he was trying to prove that the South American peoples could have reached Polynesia using ancient raft building techniques. And what made his journey extraordinary wasn't just the distance, it was how he thrived in the face of limited resources and constant challenges. Armed with basic tools and materials, he and his crew weathered storms, shark encounters, and the vast isolation of that massive Pacific Ocean. Their ability to innovate and adapt turned a fragile raft into a vessel capable of making history. For hikers, Heyerdahl's story reminds us that creativity and resourcefulness are essential for thriving in unpredictable conditions. Now, whether it's repairing broken gear or improvising when plans go awry, thinking outside the box can turn a setback into an opportunity. Here's how to thrive on the trail like Heyerdahl. I hope I'm saying that right. I don't think I am. Pack a reliable repair kit. Include essentials like a little bit of duct tape, some zip ties, and a basic, just small multi-tool or a pocket knife. These items can fix torn gear, repair straps, or secure broken poles, ensuring that your gear stays functional even when it fails. Stay calm under pressure. Just as Heyerdahl trusted his raft and crew to navigate the Pacific, trust in your abilities and your preparation. Staying calm and focused helps you think clearly and to adapt to the challenges. Now, I have seen and faced various gear malfunctions over the years. For example, when a buckle on my backpack snapped, like my main harness buckle snapped halfway into a multi-day trek. Well, with limited options, I improvised, used a bit of rope, bit of duct tape from my repair kit, and it wasn't perfect, but it did hold up for the remainder of the trip. It wasn't very comfortable, but it just reinforced to me the importance of creative problem solving when you're out in the trail. I do now carry an extra buckle as a spare whenever I go on a trip though. It just comes every time. Thor Heyerdahl's expedition proves that thriving in the wild isn't just about having the best gear, it's about using your wits and making the most of what you have. On your next hike, channel his spirit and ingenuity and resilience. When the unexpected happens, remember that with a little creativity, you can overcome almost anything the trail throws your way. But resourcefulness is only part of the equation. To truly tackle the toughest challenges, you need the kind of resilience that keeps you moving forward no matter what obstacles arise. Stay resilient like Nellie Bly. Now, Nellie Bly wasn't just an explorer, she was a trailblazer who defied societal norms for the time and pushed boundaries. But listen to this. In 1889, she set out to circle the globe in less than 80 days, inspired by Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days. She even met Jules Verne on the way around. I mean, crazy story. It's worth reading. Bly's journey took her across oceans, continents, and cultural barriers, completing the feat in just 72 days in 1889. Her resilience shone through as she navigated delays, unexpected challenges, and unfamiliar territories. Can you imagine going around the world then in 1889 in 72 days? I cannot. With sharp problem-solving skills and determination, she proved that adventure isn't limited by gender or expectations. In the same way, every hike comes with its own challenges, whether it's unpredictable weather, an unfamiliar trail, or just mental fatigue. Nellie Bly's story reminds us to stay resilient and adapt to setbacks, keeping our focus on the bigger goal. Prepare for the unexpected. Use a gear list and bring essential items like a rain jacket, extra snacks, and a fully charged power bank. Resilience starts with preparation. Stay mentally strong. Pack a small token of motivation, whether it's a photo on your phone of something that inspires you, a quote, or a musical playlist you're going to listen to. This will help keep your spirits high when the going gets tough. I myself, I've just got a bunch of David Goggins quotes that I refer to, but that's another story for another day. Nellie Bly's resilience and adventurous spirit remind us that hiking isn't just about reaching the destination, it's about how you rise to the challenges along the way. But what happens when those challenges push you beyond what you think you are actually capable of? Prepare and persevere like Ranulph Fiennes. What does it take to conquer the toughest challenges in life and adventure? So Ranulph Fiennes is often called the world's greatest living explorer, a title that was bestowed to him by the Guinness Book of World Records in 1984, and for a very good reason. His record-breaking expeditions include the first surface journey around the Earth's polar axis, unsupported crossings of Antarctica, and climbing Mount Everest at the age of 65. Fiennes embodies what it means to push physical and mental limits, proving that endurance and preparation can conquer even the harshest conditions. Fiennes has faced frostbite, heart surgery, and countless setbacks, yet he continues to pursue extreme challenges. His mantra, the only limits are those we impose on ourselves. And how can we, as hikers, as bushwalkers, push our limits to achieve extraordinary feats, just like the world's greatest explorers? Now, while most of us won't attempt polar expeditions, Fiennes' dedication to preparation and pushing through discomfort is a valuable lesson for any hiker. Endurance, both mental and physical, is key to conquering tough trails and enjoying the journey. Practical tips: train your body and mind. Build endurance with regular hikes, gradually increasing distance and difficulty. Mental endurance comes from embracing discomfort, like trekking in the rain or tackling a tough climb. Gear up for success. Invest in quality gear that can handle the conditions you plan to face. Waterproof boots, breathable layers, and trekking poles can make a big difference on demanding trails. Know your limits and when to rest. Recognize when to take a break to avoid burnout or injury. Pushing slightly outside your comfort zone is fine, but it's equally important to listen to your body and to prioritize safety. Ranulph Fiennes shows us that adventure is about preparation. It's also about perseverance and discovering what we're truly capable of. With the right mindset and planning, you can confidently face challenges and make every hike more rewarding.
Welcome back. Mauser here, and today we're looking at hiking trip planning. Now, I've been hiking for over 30 years. I've worked sometimes as a hiking guide. I take many friends who are unfamiliar with the wilderness into some pretty crazy areas, and I have become known as a bit of meticulous trip planner when I'm taking all these guys out into the wilderness. So we're going to get straight into it, and first up, we're going to look at selecting the right hike. Now, you may be new to hiking. You may be thinking, I want to get outdoors more. I want to go and explore the world a bit. I want to go and do some local hiking trails, and you just don't know where to start. You haven't hiked much and you want an idea of what to do. Or you might be well experienced and you just don't know what you want to do next. You've done everything. You don't know where to find another walk. Are you going somewhere? How do I find a walk in this area that I haven't been to? Well, my first tip is that just throughout the course of your day-to-day life, if you are reading an article, if you're looking at something online, and you see a place, a walk, whatever, and this applies to everything when I'm just living my day-to-day life. If I see somewhere I want to go, a walk I want to do, a place I want to visit, a restaurant I want to go to, I will there and then do a quick note in my phone, on a piece of paper if that's your thing. I will put a note in my phone, in the notes thing if you're an Apple phone user, or if you're another phone user, you've got a notes app of some sort. I put a note in there, places I want to visit, under restaurants, walks, whatever. I put it in there straight away. I actually use Google Maps. That's available on pretty much any device. I find that spot. For example, I saw a restaurant that was mentioned on a podcast yesterday. I dropped a pin on that restaurant. So in the United States, I may never go there, but if I am there, that pin is now on the map, and I know that's a cool restaurant that I'd like to visit. It's just a very easy system to identify places that I'm interested in, that maybe I'll go walking to someday, and I'll just pop a pin on the map. Then when I'm looking at that area, when I know I'm going there, I can look, oh, there's a pin there. Why did I think that I wanted to go there? I even put a little note when I put the pin down of why I wanted to go there. So I've come up with this system where I just keep these notes, these pins on the maps. They're all in the one spot. And the biggest problem I often have is deciding on which walk to do, not what can I do. Does that make sense? I guess it does, but it's a good little system, and that's my first point. Just as you are reading through your day-to-day life, just keep these notes about walks you want to do. My notes for Tasmanian walks where I live here in Australia is extensive. I've got a massive diary of notes in addition to guidebooks, that sort of thing. I've got a big list of walks that I want to do. Now that's just little ideas that pop into your head, but in addition to that, there are websites, guidebooks, apps, forums on places like Facebook, and just talking to other people who have the same interests in general, you'll come up with lots of ideas. And as you hear about those ideas from the books and the apps and that sort of thing, you pop them in your notes, you don't forget them then, and then you can scroll through them later on. Now, as a fairly experienced hiker, when I'm going to a new place that I haven't been before, one of the first things I do is look on an app on my phone or on the web called All Trails. Now, at the time of me recording this, I'm not supported by All Trails in any way. I just find it a useful app. When I'm traveling to a new spot, I even use it in my local area around my neighborhood, and I just go and have a look on there, and it's got suggestions for all sorts of walks in the area. Now, I recently traveled to Norway with all my family, and while we were there, we had a plan to do lots of hiking, which we did, which was awesome. We'll make a video about that at some stage. Let me know if you want to see some Norway action. But before I went, in the year before, I was on All Trails looking at hikes in the areas we were traveling to and just marking them, saving them in the app. You can click save. I was putting a pin on Google Maps of those walks, leaving notes on that pin about why I wanted to go there. Then I was also starting a bit of a diary in my notes application on my phone, on my computer, giving me an idea and a plan of what walks I was going to do, and notes and links to all sorts of places with details about those walks. So I'd be Googling them once I found out about them, putting them in my notes with those links, writing my own notes, and even if I didn't do the walks, I've now got this comprehensive little library of hiking trip notes for walks in Norway, should I go back there. Hope I do. Now, in addition to trips to places like overseas or interstate of Australia, I've just got little notes of walks all around Launceston here in Tasmania and Tasmania itself. I've got comprehensive notes. When I'm often sitting waiting for a coffee, or I'm at a cafe, or I'm waiting in line somewhere, if I'm not reading a book, I'll often, if I'm bored, just look through my notes and say, oh, what's a good walk I could link up? I know the walks well enough in my head to be able to create little itineraries. So I'll sit there just jotting notes of, got 1 day itineraries, 2 day itineraries, 3 day, even up to 10 day itineraries. I've got this whole library of them that I've created in my phone, and then it's there for me to reference when I'm deciding on a walk to go on. If you're still at a loss, you don't know where to look, walking clubs. There's plenty of walking clubs around, and they will often, especially if you're new to hiking, give you a good idea of how to prepare and how to head out on a walk, and they're a good way to meet other people who walk as well if you don't have any friends that want to join you on a hike. Okay, so you've got your idea for your walk, you know where you want to go, you've looked in your reference books, you've had a look online, you've spoken to some people, and now you've picked a walk you want to head on. So before you go blazing out there without any other planning, there's a few things you need to consider before you head out. You need to consider things like the season. Is it the middle of winter? Are you heading up into a mountain, which is crazy in winter? Probably not a good idea. And continuing on from that, the weather conditions. What's it going to be like where you are heading? I often look at rainfall charts. If I'm going on a longer walk, I will look at the months of the year and try and figure out when the best sort of window of weather is to go hiking there. The terrain. Are you going up over a massive mountain range, or are you just walking on a flat bit of beach coastline that's nice and easy? You need to consider that, as well as the fitness level of everyone that is going on the walk with you. There is no point taking your 6-year-old child on a 10-day walk if they've never been on a 10-hour walk or a 10-minute walk. You need to take all that sort of thing into account as well. Distance. How long is the walk? Have you got enough time set aside to be able to complete the walk in that time? Are you going to be able to cover that distance in that time? This is particularly important when you're heading out on longer trips. If you're heading out on a 5-day trip, a 6-day trip, a 10-day trip where you're out in the trail, fully self-supported the whole way. Here in Australia, when you do walks, you've got no shops, you've got nothing along the way. You are got to be self-supported for the entire trip. You've got to take that into account, and can you cover that distance in the time frame you have allocated yourself? And tying into that is the level of difficulty for that walk. Now, you can get 6 or 7 day walks that are pretty straightforward, but you can get 6 or 7 day walks that are extremely hard, and a lot of people shouldn't be going anywhere near. And that difficulty will often be determined by the walk's location. So think about the location too. Where is it? Is it hard to get to? Do you need specialised transport to get there? That sort of thing. Take that into account. So in order to assess all that sort of stuff, you're going to need some detailed information about the walk. Now, through the process of your day-to-day note-taking and stuff, if you followed my advice and you've been taking notes along the way over the last year for a walk, you may already have this information. If you don't, you need to gather some of that detailed information. Look for things like detailed maps, guidebooks, as well as online resources. Mauser.com.au is not a bad option. Educate yourself about the trail's terrain, the elevation, any potential landmarks that may be helpful, as well as any potential hazards along the way. Now, there are various ways you can assess the terrain and stuff. Again, one of the best ways is to talk to people that have been there, that have done it, that have some experience with the walk. Like I have gone through before on this channel, I use various apps and computer websites, that sort of thing. Computer websites? What are you talking? Websites, that sort of thing, to help me sort of track what the terrain is going to be like along the way. One of them is gpx.studio. It's just a free web app that I use to plan a route before I head out on a trail, and I will just use that to plot my route, where I'm going, and it will also give me an elevation profile of the walk. I will do this for each day of the walk, and it will give me a good idea and what my sort of limitations are for that day. It will also tell me the distance traveled for that section if I want, give me a bit of information as well. It's a pretty cool app. I suggest you check the link out down below to that video if you want to know more about gpx.studio. I also use various other apps, Garmin Connect, Strava. I will use Gaia Maps, Avenza Maps, more while I'm out there for Avenza, but they all sort of come into the planning for the trip. There's various mapping softwares out there for topographic sort of satellite imagery. I will look at that, particularly for walks where there is no track or trail. I'll be looking at that before I go to zoom in and just check the terrain out and help me plan a route, especially in these very thick forested and scrubby areas that we tend to walk to. And to give you an idea, I am just not doing all this stuff over a weekend or over a day. I'm planning these trips, this is the big trips, I'm planning quite a bit of time out. At least a year normally for a big trip, sometimes longer. Now, other things you are going to need to consider when you're planning is, where is the walk? Like I said a minute ago, where is the walk? How are you going to get there? Is it an out and back walk where you can park your car, walk out, come back to the car? Is it a loop where you park your car, you do a big walk in the one direction generally, and you come back to where your car is parked, finishing at the same spot as what you started at? That's not proper English, is it? I don't think it is. Is it a point-to-point walk? That is where you start in one spot and finish in another. Now, a good example of that in Tasmania is the overland track where I used to work. On that track, you start in the north of the state, you finish in the middle of the state, and it's about a 67 kilometre walk point to point. There's a lake at the end as well, which you've got to go across in a ferry. So you need someone to drop you off at the start and someone to pick you up at the end. You need to take that into consideration, because when you finish, you don't want to be stuck there for a couple of days waiting for someone to help get you back to civilization. And something that I used to think of, and what I still think of when I'm taking people who don't have as much experience on a big walk, is, are there exit routes along the way if I needed to access them? That is just something to keep in the back of your mind. If I had to get out of this walk along the way, if something happened where we were still able to walk but we had to get out, or if I had to get out for an emergency back home, whatever, I'm just thinking, what are my exit points if I needed to get out? And I have had to use that on occasion. We've had injuries where the person could still walk, albeit a bit slower, so we've had to exit down to things like to a lake and get our boat to pick us up earlier, that sort of thing. But it's just something to think about.
We're actually going up there to try and find a route off the range so we can get Gordo down with his bad knee. It's pretty bad, he can't walk. We're going to have to take most of his load out of his pack.
Now, as I am gathering all of this information in preparation for my walk over the months beforehand, I am putting all this generally into the Notes app on my phone under that specific walk's own note. I am also scanning track notes. I am looking at blogs online. I'm copying that into these notes and building up a comprehensive library of notes just for that walk. I will take the scans from the track notes in books, that sort of thing, and I will just dump them all into this note. So if I'm out on the trail and I need to change my plan, I have access to all the information while I'm out there on my phone. I'll even print some of them out as well and onto waterproof paper, believe it or not. And I will just have it there. If I need to change plans while I'm out on a 10-day walk, I've got access to all the information so I can make an informed decision. So if a plan changes, I'm sitting in the tent one day, the weather's come in, it's looking terrible, we can go through the information. We've got all the information at our fingertips and we can make a decision on what we're going to do next. Now, I should point out, I will do this even for a walk that I've done several times. For example, earlier in the year, we went out and did the Western Arthur Range, talked about that before, but that wasn't my first time there, but I did this sort of preparation for that trip that I had done before. It's just kind of fun as well, organising for a trip. I love it. I love trip planning. all the permutations you can have with your itineraries, all the scenarios, and having all those notes in there will give you something to do while you're out the track as well. You've got some notes to read. So next up, you're going to plan your itinerary. Now, like I said, you don't leave this to the last minute. This is something for a big trip you are planning well beforehand. And I, in fact, have itineraries for many trips that I had just sort of sit down some on a rainy day. I will sit down and come up with an itinerary for a walk that I one day want to do. And it's just sort of sitting there in the background. When I am sort of planning in more detail to go on that walk, I've got a bit of a rough idea of the itinerary and the research I've done, and I can get into more detail with it. So you've got the idea of the walk, you've got your itinerary, so you just want to break it down into manageable sections, you know, that could be days. So you might have a 5-day walk, you're going to put it into your 5 sections you think you're going to do. And from there, you can also even break it down into days and into half. So this half of the day, we're going to do this. The last half of that day, we'll do a little side trip somewhere. Just plan it into manageable sections. So then you can't get too overwhelmed while you're trying to plan this whole thing. Now, while you're doing this itinerary, you need to plan for things like fitness levels. Am I going to need a rest day? Am I going out for 10 days and going to walk for 10 hours every day, for 8 hours every day?
Today we're having a rest day after a few very tough days in the sun and in the heat. We've climbed Kana Peak, we've climbed Conical Mountain, we've climbed the Spires.
Or am I going to allow myself a rest afternoon? Am I going to have a day where I just walk for 3 hours and then I have a rest? Or am I just going to have a whole day off and have a rest? They're nice. Those rest days are lovely. But always lean to the side of allowing more time. Don't sort of underestimate the track. Don't say, well, it's normally an 8-day walk, we'll do it in 6. Unless you have been there before, unless you really know what you're talking about. If it's new to you, you need to allow a bit of extra time. And especially here in Tasmania, in Australia, you need to allow for the weather. Weather can roll through and you're not going anywhere sometimes. You need to sit in the tent and bunker down for a day. So on all of these big walks we head on, we normally allow for at least 1 extra day, and we allow for food for that as well. So if you are coming to Tasmania, you haven't hiked here before, it is essential that you allow for the weather, especially if your time isn't that flexible and you're coming in March or April when the weather starts to roll in. You probably want to allow for a bit of extra time. And the bonus of that is, if you allow for an extra day or two, often you can finish early. You finish a day or two early, and that's kind of cool. After you've been out on a walk for 8 days and you finish a day early, you're like, oh, it's good to be home, you know? It's just something to consider. So after you've considered all that, you should have a pretty good plan together. And a lot of guidebooks will give you a sort of an idea of an itinerary as well. My only advice there is don't take it as absolute gospel. Do your research elsewhere. Don't rely on one source of information. Rely on many. And probably most importantly, know your own ability. Have you done much hiking? Have you done much climbing and ups and downs if you're going on a mountainous walk? Have you done much exposed sort of rocky climbing? Like if you're going to the Western Arthurs, have you done walks like that before? It's going to be exposed and there's going to be some heights. Just know your own abilities when planning a walk. Now, one example, I'm heading out on an overnight walk in a few weeks. It's not one I have done before. There's no trails, there's no track to speak of, and we've been researching this walk now. Over the past few years I've taken the odd note here or there, but the last month I've been researching it a lot. I've been talking to people that have done it, asking people online who have done it, how they found it, how long it took them, to give me an idea of how long it's going to take us. Now the times do vary a bit between all these different people, but we've now got a rough idea of how long it's going to take us. We know we'll do it in 2 days. It's just a matter of how long over that 2 days it will take. So even myself, who has over 30 years of experience hiking, I'm still planning like this today. Next, you need to gear up. One thing I am known for saying is that the right or wrong gear can make or break your hiking trip. Invest in reliable gear, including footwear, comfortable clothing, and a good backpack. Don't forget things like your hat, your sunglasses. Insect repellent is a good one that I always forget on those buggy sort of walks. Now, I'm not going to go into a huge level of detail here with the gear. I review lots of gear on this channel. There is heaps of videos in the library. Check all of them out. Go and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and you can check out all those videos as well. And while we're here talking about subscribing, why don't you like this video as well? If you got this far, it's probably worth subscribing, don't you think? Hit that subscribe, smash the thumbs up button to say you like the video, and I will get right back. What were we talking about? We're talking about gear. Now, like I said, I do lots of reviews here, but if you want an idea of what I take on a trip, well, there's a couple of videos specifically you can watch. So for a multi-day trip that I did earlier this year, 9-day hike, I did a full gear review on that below. That was called the Western Arthur Range. There is a link down below to the gear prep for that trip where I went through everything I took. There may be a link also just there, which you can click on to check out the gear for that 9-day trip. Ended up in 8 days, but I took 9 days worth of stuff. And in terms of a day walk, I only did a video just recently where I went through all the gear that I took on a pretty rigorous day walk, and you can check that also up there as well, I hope. Is it there? If it's not, it's down below. Below, there are also links to my specific gear lists where you can go to a couple of websites. So I've got a Western Arthur's gear list, which takes you to Lighter Pack. I've got a day walk gear list that takes you to a website called Pack Wizard. Just trying both those options out. I've used Lighter Pack, but checking the Pack Wizard out as well. Video coming on that soon as well. But if you want to check out the gear that I actually take in terms of a gear list, that is down below as well. I will also leave a link just for a generic gear list that you can download. It's one that I've created and I've used for years, and I always give it to people. It's just a generic gear list of backpack, tent, that sort of thing. It breaks down into day walk and multi-day walk. That's there for free for you as a viewer of the channel. Feel free to download it and use it for all your walks, and even create your own gear list from that if you like. So with all that in mind, with all that gear information, just the bare essentials, the main items you need to make sure you have before you even start planning your trip, and that would be things like good footwear. Now, we could have the whole boots and shoes discussion. I'm a boots guy. I've broken my ankle hiking before. Maybe we'll talk about that in another video.
Video update. I think I've severely done something to my ankle. I just slipped on a rock back there. It's very slippery, and it slid forward and bent a funny way, and I heard something crack big time. I don't know if it was a stick or my leg, but it's really painful. When I move it a certain way, I'm able to stand on it, but it doesn't look good. I can't walk properly. That's not a good sign.
But I do trail run and I love trail shoes. It's each to their own, really, in this day and age. Backpack, you've got to have a good backpack. Back in my early days, I didn't have a very good backpack, but you just want something that balances sort of comfort and functionality, and I do go into that on another video. You want a good sleep system. You want a good sleeping pad and sleeping bag. You don't want to get cold and wet, particularly rainy and wet conditions. You want a good tent. You want a good outer shell. That's your rain jacket, your raincoat, and your rain pants. You want good stuff there. And you want good clothing, general gear. Absolutely no cotton when you're out in the wilderness. There is no place for cotton. Won't go into that in detail, but no cotton, just good quality clothing. You want your basic navigation aids. You want your satellite messenger or GPS if you've got it, one or the other. You want an EPIRB if you don't have one of the InReach minis, or which I've reviewed before. You want something that you can raise the alarm if you had to, if you're out in the wilderness and you get stuck. You want a hard copy map. Don't rely on your phone. You want a hard copy map with you, and you need to know how to read it, or you need someone in your group who knows how to use a map. And if you've got a map, then you should have a compass as well, because there is no relying on the phones 100% of the time. So if you don't know how to use one, if you're going with people who don't know how to use one, do some online training first. Go and talk to someone at a map shop. Do some research, learn how to use it, do a little course, do something before you go into the wilderness, especially an untracked wilderness. If you're going down that sort of road, you should be knowing how to read a map anyway. But if you're just heading out the trail, make sure you know how to read a map. So that is a very quick rundown of gear. Like I said, check out all the other links to my gear videos below and on the channel page. Next up, in planning your trip, you're going to want to consider things like nutrition and hydration. What's the water like where you are going? Is there enough water? Are you relying on water tanks at huts? Are you in areas where there's potentially really dry sections of track for days on end? You need to take all of that into account. Do you need to filter water? In Tasmania, we're lucky enough that you really don't need to filter water basically anywhere. It is right to drink straight from the river, straight from the stream, but you just also need to consider things like, is there going to be enough water where I am walking day to day? And generally, any notes you read, people you talk to should be able to help you there. It's pretty well documented here in Tassie which walks there is water issues. Then once you've got your itinerary together, you can actually say, well, I'm going for 7 days. I need 7 days, 8 days food, allowing for an extra day. You can start to plan your food that you're going to need for the whole trip. Now, for a big trip, I normally start putting all my food together around 3 weeks before the trip, just because I like to be organised. Some people leave it a bit later than that. That's me. If it's a shorter overnight trip, then generally I've got a little bit of stuff on hand and I can do it a day or two beforehand. The things these days, like your dehydrated meals, make it very easy to plan for a trip. So you can have a couple of these in the cupboard if you're walking regularly, and you can have them out and heading out on the trail. You just chuck a couple of them in for an overnight walk. That is a good little option. And again, I've got a video link down below, or up there where I go through all the food I took on the 8 or 9 day Western Arthurs trip. And next time I head out on a big trip in the next couple of months, I will do another video on the food for that trip. But in the meantime, you can check out all the food I carried on that walk, around 600 or 700 grams a day of food for that trip. And I was able to do that because I had a good detailed itinerary and I was pretty accurate about how long I was going to be out there. So that was important to minimize the weight I was carrying as well. Once I've got my food together, also need to consider, well, not once I've got it together, this is something I consider in conjunction with my food and my gear and the itinerary, is the safety measures. So safety should never be an afterthought. Like I said, you want to make sure you've got like an EPIRB or a GPS navigation system. You should have some way of raising the alarm if you need to. That's just a given in this day and age. But like I said, you should have your navigation sorted. You should also have first aid. You don't need to go crazy on first aid. As a pharmacist, I used to go nuts and take these massive first aid kits with all this gear, and basically it was silly. It was just silly how much gear I used to take for first aid. Customize a first aid kit for the specific needs of your group. These days, I just take the bare essentials. Like I'll take a few band-aids, a blister kit, small little blister kit. I will take stuff for minor grazes and abrasions. I will always take something like my snakebite kit. That comes every time. And in that has also got a couple of triangular bandages, which are very good for all sorts of situations. So that can be doubled up and used for other things as well. But that comes on every trip. And there is certainly no need to go nuts with your first aid, but do have a good think about it, and you will modify it for each trip. So the way I tend to think about it in terms of first aid, if something really bad happened, no amount of first aid gear will help you, but first aid training will. So it's important that you at least just do a basic first aid training if you're going to be out hiking all the time. I think it's important to renew it sort of however often they say. Is it every 3 years? If you're really keen, you can go and do wilderness first aid. They're a good course to do. Have done them quite a few times over the years, but just having a basic knowledge of first aid is important and is helpful, as is having your EPIRB or your messenger device so you can alert the authorities if you get in trouble. But certainly if you had to, if it's life-threatening, if there's no other way you're going to be able to make it out other than with help from an external party, then you hit that SOS button and you're on the way. But just be prepared, know what you're in for, and know your basic first aid. And do take a first aid kit of some sort. There is all sorts of pre-made first aid kits you can buy, flashing a few up on the screen now. They're not a bad option either as a basic first aid kit for when you're hiking. So there you have it. That is just a basic blueprint for starting to master the art of trip planning. And just remember, a well-planned trip is the first step to a memorable adventure. That sounds pretty profound, doesn't it? No, just kidding. It is important. It makes your trip better. If everything is organised down to a T, like I'm just ridiculous with my organisation. Ask any of my friends, ask my wife. If we're going away somewhere, it's all in a spreadsheet, it's all planned. But gee, rarely anything goes wrong. Rare. It's extremely rare in the last 30 years that we've had something go wrong on a trip because it's just so well organised.
Now that we've covered the skills you need, let's talk about something that can make or break a hike: your gear and pack weight. Carrying the right gear without overpacking is a balancing act. We'll break down layering systems, lightweight gear choices, and how to pack efficiently for any trip. Whether it's choosing the perfect down jacket, saving weight without sacrificing safety, or packing for a multi-day trek, these tips will help you hike lighter and smarter. Imagine it's -5 degrees Celsius, the wind is howling, everything is frozen, yet you are warm, comfortable, and you're even actually having a bit of fun. Sounds impossible, right? Well, think again. Today, I'm unveiling a foolproof layering system perfected over 30 years of hiking. This is a system that keeps you warm, dry, and comfortable, whatever the weather throws at you. Hi, I'm Mauser, and after decades of hiking through Tasmania's wild weather and icy alpine peaks, I have honed a system that truly works. By the end of this video, you'll master my proven 4-layer system, discover the gear that I trust, and learn practical tips to adjust your layers effortlessly. But first, let's break it down layer by layer, starting with the foundation. Your base layer, the one closest to your skin and arguably the most important piece for staying dry and warm. The base layer. your second skin. The base layer is the solid foundation of your layering system. It's responsible for wicking moisture away from the skin, keeping you dry and warm. My go-to is the Patagonia Capilene Thermal Weight Thermals for the top and for the bottom. I've had mine for 7 years and they are still going strong even after all this time and having been on many trips. But when I really need to dial up the performance, especially in colder or high intensity conditions, I turn to Norwegian company Brunje for their mesh system. I think it's Brunje, I think that's how you say it. I'm terrible with pronunciations. Anyway, I digress. I use the Brunje mesh singlet along for winter trips with their super thermo mesh top for when things get really cold. Why the mesh? Brunje's unique open weave design creates air pockets that trap warm air next to your skin, and this forms an uninterrupted little insulating layer in itself. Now at the same time, the mesh, the little fat fabric, is wicking away moisture and allowing excess heat to escape, and this dual action makes it perfect for both high intensity activities and resting in colder conditions. The Brunje mesh was actually developed with inspiration from hiking armor, like not hiking armor, that's what I'm talking about. I mean Viking armor. You know, Norway, you think Vikings. Well, that's what gave the Brunje its name, like the chainmail stuff, I think. Anyway, it was developed from Viking armor, and Brunje's super thermo mesh, the one I was just talking about, is used by polar explorers. It's used by the Norwegian armed forces and outdoor enthusiasts all over the world. And it's been proven to perform in even the harshest environments, from Arctic expeditions to big alpine peaks. Some of the key features of Brunje include its high wicking and quick drying properties. So virtually no moisture is retained in the fabric, so you stay dry even during intense exertion. It is lightweight and durable. It packs down small, but it is meant to last for years with the proper care. It is also odor resistant and is perfect for multi-day trips where washing isn't an option. It also has minimal contact points with the skin. The mesh design ensures that it doesn't cling to your body, reducing the risk of overheating or discomfort. I have taken my 2 Brunje items on a 1 week long winter trip so far, and they performed really well. Apart from when I put on the thermo mesh long sleeve, I don't think I took off the singlet, the mesh singlet, at all during the week. But there are also alternative options. If you prefer natural materials, you can try merino wool, and Brunje do make a merino equivalent as well. Merino is odor resistant and feels amazing, but it is a bit heavier and can be a little bit less durable than synthetic materials, which I prefer. And just a quick tip, I tend to always look for thumb loops and zip necks in my base layers. It just means I can regulate the airflow and prevent gaps around the wrists as well. It's these sort of small details when you are layering when it's cold that make a big difference. So now you've got a solid foundation. But staying warm isn't just about keeping dry, it's about adding insulation without turning into a sweaty mess along the way. That's where the mid layer comes in. The mid layer, the workhorse. So if your base layer is your foundation, well, your mid layer is the thermostat of your layering system. It's the gear that regulates your body temperature, trapping heat when you need it and releasing excess warmth when you're on the move. For me, that thermostat is the North Face Future Fleece hoodie, and it's been a game changer for me over the past 12 months. But let me take you back. For years, my go-to mid layer was the Patagonia R1 half zip fleece hoodie. It was a trusty companion on multi-day treks, lightweight, warm, and very durable. But like all good gear, fleece technology evolves. When I tried the Future Fleece, I realized it offered a similar level of warmth with better efficiency. It's lighter, it packs down smaller, and it dries faster. And these are key features when you are hiking in Tasmania's notoriously damp southwest regions. Why the switch? Well, the Future Fleece has an innovative grid-like sort of fabric that isn't just about warmth, it's about working smarter. So the design ensures you've got an incredibly breathable fabric, so it performs equally well when I'm pushing hard uphill or just sitting around at camp. It's very much like the alpha fleeces you see these days, but it's just got that little bit better durability, I think. And this adaptability makes it a standout in my current kit. It is slightly lighter than the Patagonia R1, which has allowed me to add in the Brunje mesh layer without really adding any weight to my system at all. And a little extra tip, look for fleeces as well with those thumb loops and with a hood. These features are more than just gimmicks. A hood adds extra warmth around your head and your neck. And while thumb loops keep your wrists covered when you're layering up or reaching out for gear, especially on my base layer, I love having a thumb loop when I'm putting on this mid layer over the top because it doesn't ride up my arm, it stays in place. It's perfect. I've also found with the North Face Future Fleece hoodie, it is quite a mouthful, that it is great to wear this when it's clear skies and a cool breeze. I can put the hoodie on for sun protection while not cooling off too much in the wind, and I don't overheat as well. Why fleece is essential. Think of fleece as your set it and forget it layer. It's incredibly versatile. It's warm enough to be a standalone layer in mild conditions and an efficient insulator when paired with a shell. Fleece resists absorbing water, so it's hydrophobic because it doesn't like water, and this means it'll keep you warm even if it gets wet because it doesn't absorb as much water, you know what I mean? And this makes it perfect for the unpredictable weather and the high intensity exertion of outdoor activities and adventures and activities. How does this apply to you? When choosing a mid layer, think about your needs. Are you someone who runs a little bit hot when you're out in the trail? Or do you tend to feel the cold as soon as you stop? Advanced fleeces like the Future Fleece excel at balancing warmth and breathability, but even a standard fleece jacket can do the job if you're just starting out. And how do I use my fleece? Well, on really chilly mornings, I throw my Future Fleece on over my capilene base layer or even just straight on over my mesh singlet. It's warm enough to take the edge off the cold without overheating as I get moving. Then once I have warmed up, it is easy to shed and stuff in my pack thanks to its compressibility. Earlier in the year on a 9-day trip, I often found myself employing this starting strategy because it was really cold in the morning. I could keep the fleece on for well over an hour and not get overheated. Then at camp, it is also the perfect layer to throw on while you're cooking dinner or you're just sitting around and you don't want the puffy jacket or anything on like that as yet. And when it does cool off when I'm sitting around camp, then I'll pair it with a down or a synthetic insulation layer for ultimate comfort on freezing nights. Budget-friendly alternatives. And if you're not ready to splurge on advanced fleece tech, what are your options? Well, a classic polar fleece jacket still does a fantastic job. Check out secondhand stores or budget outdoor brands for affordable options. The key is to finding one that fits snugly. Too loose and you'll lose the insulating benefit. Too tight and it will restrict your movement or cause overheating. But while your mid layer does a great job of regulating heat during active movement, there are times when you need a serious boost of warmth, especially when the temperature drops dramatically and you're taking a break or you're just sitting around at camp. That's where the insulation layer steps right in. The insulation layer, your warmth engine. Now, here's where the magic happens. I think that's what they say. The insulation layer is your primary defense against the cold, especially when well, it's not your primary defense because that's your base layer, then your mid layer. It's your tertiary defense. It's your last line of, well, it's not your last line either. It's a very good line of defense anyway, especially when you are stationary at camp or tackling sub-zero conditions. Its job is simple yet critical. Trap heat and keep it close to your body. Now, depending on the conditions I'm heading into, I currently rotate between 3 jackets. My first is the Arc'teryx Atom AR hoodie. It is my go-to for all-around warmth, especially in damp or unpredictable conditions. The synthetic insulation performs exceptionally well in wet climates and it maintains its insulating properties even when it's damp. And that is a must for hiking in Tasmania's notorious rain. Next, I've got my Norröna Falketind down jacket, and this is a powerhouse for extreme cold, or extreme cold by Tasmanian standards. I know you guys in the Northern Hemisphere, it's just a whole different story, but down here, it's very good. Now, the down fill in this one provides unbeatable warmth to weight ratio, making it just ideal for freezing alpine environments where moisture is less of a concern. But the thing I love about the Norröna Falketind jacket, or is it Falketind? I think it's Falketind, is that it's got a combination of synthetic and down. So it's sort of, I tend to like taking that now on a lot of trips where I'm gonna get a little bit of rain maybe, but not too much rain. I just love that jacket, that's all. And thirdly, I've got my Arc'teryx Nuclei jacket, and this one's perfect for lighter, drier conditions. It's incredibly lightweight and packable, and it makes a great choice when you don't need the bulk of heavier insulation. So this will come with me on summer trips. It will come with me when I travel quite a bit, and it's a good jacket for that type of thing. Now, some people might say, why not just use down all the time? Now, down is unbeatable for warmth, but it comes with a major flaw. Once wet, it does lose nearly all of its insulating power. And obviously it's getting better these days. They're putting water repellency treatments and stuff on them, but synthetic, I think, still trumps it when wet. So that's why synthetic insulation is king in wet climates like here in Tasmania. Even if rain does sneak through your outer shell, synthetic materials like those in the Atom AR will keep you warm. And that makes them a lifesaver when the weather turns against you. Now, like I said, I do like the Nerona Falcatine for this too, because it combines down and synthetic components, providing a bit of diversity, and it's probably my all-around favourite jacket currently, I'd say. Don't forget your legs. Now, it's very easy to focus on your upper body and forget about your legs, but they need insulating too, especially when you are resting around a camp. I pack the Montane prison pants for this purpose. They're synthetic, they're lightweight, and they pack down quite small, making them very easy to carry. And I've been using my Montane prison pants for around 5 years. These pants are ideal for staying warm during downtime, but they're also versatile enough that you could wear them while walking if the temperatures dropped enough that you needed to be wearing pants. I'm a shorts guy, but if I had to, I could wear these pants. And in terms of tips, well, here's another little budget tip. If you're not ready to invest in these high-end insulated jackets, because they can get expensive, a thick polar fleece jacket or a second fleece or wool layer can double as your insulation layer as well. I relied on a very heavy fleece jacket for well over a decade when I started hiking, and that combined with a long sleeve fleece shirt was my go-to combo on all those hikes back in those days. It was bulkier, it was heavier than the synthetic or the down options, but it was so much more affordable and did a solid job of trapping heat. For those just starting out, it is a practical way to stay warm without blowing your budget. And here is another tip. When choosing your insulation layer, consider how you'll be using it. For resting or low activity periods, warmth and loft are key. For active hiking, look for lightweight, breathable options that won't overheat. And if you're in a wet climate, then always prioritize synthetic materials for their ability to insulate even when damp. And if you're on the fence about specific pieces of gear, research thoroughly and keep an eye out for my future gear reviews. And don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button just down below there to stay updated. Okay, we've got warmth covered. Now let's focus on protection. After all, even the best insulation won't help you if it's soaked through. And that's where your outer shell comes in. Outer shell, your weather shield. The outer shell is your ultimate line of defense. Your shield against the wind, the rain, and whatever else that nature decides to throw your way. Now, for the last 6 or 7 years, my go-to jacket has been the Arc'teryx Beta AR jacket, and I've talked about that on other videos. It is a bomber shell that has stood up to torrential rain, relentless wind, and the harsh abuse of bush bashing through Tasmania's unforgiving scrub. However, gear evolves and not always for the better. The Beta AR's design has recently changed a little, and reports suggest that it may not be as durable as it was before. And I did check it out in store recently, had a good touch of the fabric and a feel, and definitely feels different to my older jacket. It feels like a slightly thinner fabric. I think it is a thinner denier fabric, and maybe not as durable as the one I use now. So recently a company called Kotazu, I think from the Netherlands, sent me out their jacket to try, and while no money changed hands, I've started testing the Kotazu AR hard shell, and I have to say it is pretty impressive. It's waterproof, and it has a 20,000 millimeter rating. It's made from 100% recycled premium fabrics, and it's pretty reasonably priced too, I've got to say. Now, while the Beta AR boasts a higher 28,000 millimeter of water rating, meaning it can handle even more extreme wet conditions, the Kotazu has held up really well so far in wet and windy environments. Now, time will tell how it handles the long-term wear and tear that I'm definitely going to subject it to, but it's shaping up already to be a strong contender in my kit. So again, subscribe if you want to see a future review on that jacket. How to choose the right jacket for you. When selecting your outer shell, the key is to think about your specific needs. Will you be hiking in dense scrub or on nice open trails? You'll need something tough enough to withstand abrasions if it's the former. Are you expecting torrential rain or occasional showers? For a prolonged heavy rain, opt for a jacket with a higher waterproof rating like the Beta AR's 28,000 millimeter. For moderate conditions, a 20,000 millimeter is going to be plenty, and even that is rated to sort of heavier conditions. Will you be active or stationary? Breathability and ventilation are crucial if you're working hard on the trail. Always read reviews and user feedback, and whenever possible, try on a jacket to ensure that it fits your body and your body shape and your intended layering system. I always try to, when I try a jacket on, I sort of have a look at how it fits, and I'll even put a nice warm jacket or two on underneath to see that I've still got plenty of room to move. Don't forget your legs. Now, your legs are just as vulnerable to the elements as your upper body when it gets crazy. For rugged conditions, I do rely on the Arc'teryx Beta AR pants, which match the durability and waterproofing of my older model jacket. But, and it's a very big but, you need to take your boots off to get these pants on, which is completely unacceptable in my books. When you can get them on, these pants excel in scrubby, wet terrain where toughness is essential. My main pants lately though are the Patagonia Torrent Shell pants. They're lighter and more packable, making them ideal for multi-day hikes where weight is a priority. They have also stood up very well to some big trips over the last couple of years and are still going strong. And another excellent middle ground option is the Australian brand, the Mont Austral pants, which balance durability with breathability and perform well in varieties of conditions that I've subjected them to. And if you want just something that's going to last forever, the Australs, you really can't go wrong with them. And here's a tip: when you're looking for pants, look for ones with a full or a 3/4 length zip. These allow you to quickly put them on over your boots, over your gaiters, without needing to remove your footwear, and this is an invaluable feature when the rain really starts. What to look for in shell wear. When choosing shell layers, there are 3 features to prioritise. Firstly, waterproofing. Look for Gore-Tex or a similar breathable membrane with sealed seams. A higher waterproof rating, generally 20,000 millimeters or more, is ideal for heavy rain or wet climates. Look for ventilation. Pit zips, underarm vents and leg zippers are non-negotiable. Now, while all these companies advertise the breathability of their jackets and pants, the fact is that they just do not breathe when it starts raining. They don't breathe when it's raining, when they get wet. Ensuring you have features like pit zips that will let you dump heat without compromising waterproofing will help keep you comfortable during those high intensity activities. Your shell should be roomy enough to fit over all your layers, but not so loose that it flaps about in the wind. So check for things like adjustable hoods, cuffs, and hems to fine tune the fit and prevent drafts or rain from sneaking in. The bottom line, your outer shell isn't just about staying dry, it's about staying comfortable and protected so you can enjoy your hike no matter the conditions. If you're on the fence about a specific jacket or pants, then take the time to research thoroughly and consider the environment and activities you'll be using them for. The right shell can make all the difference between a miserable trek and a memorable adventure. And if you're new to hiking or you want to refine your skills, then check out my new book, The Ultimate Beginner's Hiking Guide. It's packed with practical advice, gear tips, and step-by-step guidance to help you feel confident and prepared for your adventures. It's available now for purchase, and you can grab your copy at the link in the description below. Key tips for layering on the trail. Getting your layering system right isn't just about the gear, it's also about how you use it. Here are a few strategies to maximize comfort and performance. Be bold, start cold. Begin your hike slightly chilly. You'll warm up quickly as you move, and starting cold helps prevent sweat from soaking your layers. Master ventilation. Use zippers, pit vents, and layer adjustments to manage heat before you start sweating. Staying dry is the key to staying warm. Practice layering at home. Get comfortable adding and removing layers quickly. It is better to stop and adjust your gear than to push through discomfort, which can lead to overheating or chilling later. Are you on the hunt for the perfect down jacket that can not only be used when you're just walking around town, but can also go with you when you're heading out on your next multi-day hike? Well, today we're diving into the Norröna Falketind Down 750 hooded jacket, your next versatile insulation layer. Stick around to find out why this jacket, this one right here, stands out in the crowded market of down jackets. Let's have a look. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, I'm Mauser, and with over 30 years hiking all over the place, as well as being a hiking guide, I'm here to guide you to the best hiking gear and tips to help make your next adventure more memorable. And today we are reviewing this thing. It's the Norröna Falketind Down 750 hooded jacket. And this is a jacket that promises warmth, durability, and versatility. I've put it through its initial paces, I've taken it on a multi-day walk, so it's time to dive in and have a look at the Norröna Falketind Down 750. Let's look at it right now. So first up, we're gonna go through the details of the jacket, the different factors which make it kind of unique, and what I think of the jacket at the end. First up is warmth. So the Falketind Down 750 is packed with 100 grams of 750 fill power down, and that down is packed in a t-shirt configuration. So basically it's up the torso and the body, and then out where these blue bits are here, that's where the down is. This is then complemented with synthetic insulation in areas which are prone to moisture. So that is areas around basically where the dark blue is on me, on the neck there, on the shoulders, and also on the sleeves here. That is your synthetic insulation. So when you do go and try it on the first time, you think, well, there's no down there, but that's because there isn't down in there. There's synthetic insulation, so it does feel a bit thinner and not as padded as the rest of the jacket.
That's interesting.
And this shoulder piece actually does have a bit of down in it as well as synthetic. The synthetic insulation is a recycled synthetic insulation, but they put the down in these areas because that's where you are most wanting to be insulated, on your core sort of area, as well as on the head. When you've got the hoodie on like this, you can certainly get nice and warm. And I love this when I'm out on a really cold day, sort of around my hometown here in Launceston. Lately it's been getting down to -3, -4, and it's just a wonderful jacket to have on those cold days. Often with just a t-shirt on underneath, I can get around no problems at all. So that is one thing I really love about this, is the combination of down and synthetic materials, which I think make it quite a good option for Tasmanian hiking where you're often in wet conditions. It really is a powerhouse for warmth, especially when you're stopping, when you're out on the trail, when you're on a hike. I will just get this out of my pack, chuck it on. If it's raining, I'll put my raincoat on over the top, but I'll put this on at break time just to keep me warm. It'd be too hot to hike in. It's an insulation layer that I would wear around camp and during those breaks. And generally I am layering up with my other thermal base layers and my other insulating layers before I put this on as well. But around camp, when you are just hanging out, this jacket is absolutely fantastic. I have also had it in the rain as well. I've worn it around town in the rain and I haven't had an issue with getting wet. Sure, the fabric that we got here, which is a 20D ripstop, and this light blue color you see here is made with something called an aero downproof face fabric, and this provides weather protection and it also stops the down from escaping from the jacket as well. And I've definitely noticed that with a new down jacket, you often get feathers and stuff sort of coming out as it's sort of getting to the right sort of fill, I guess. But with this one, you don't see feathers coming out. Around some of the seams, you can see little bits of feathers maybe, but minimal. Nothing's escaping. It's also really nice and soft to touch. It feels like a really nice jacket. If I compare it to something like my other down jacket, the Arc'teryx Cerium LT, then I do like this material a lot better than on the Cerium, I've got to say. So I really like those features. Some other features that the jacket does have. Let's look at weight and packability. So I'm wearing a men's large. I'm about 6'4", and it's a perfect fit for me. They have it cut in what is called a technical fit, so it's a bit more form-fitting to the body, and I really like it. The way the arms are shaped, they sort of conform to the arm really nicely. Like, it's not just one long tube, it's got a bit of a shape to it, which is a feature I really like with all the Nerona gear. I've got a few of their shirts and stuff as well, and it's a really nice fitting clothing. But I digress. We were talking weight and packability, and again, yeah, I am in a large men's. According to my scales, this weighs about 445 grams, which when I compare it to a similar sort of warmth and insulation synthetic jacket like my Arc'teryx Atom AR hoodie, this is a bit lighter because it's down, or largely down, and comes in at around nearly 100 grams less than the Arc'teryx Atom AR that I have used in the past for my sort of insulation layer. And it may be slightly heavier than some of the competitors and a similar sort of size and warmth to weight ratio, but I think what you're getting here is better durability. Now, it does pack down into the right hand pocket here. It goes into there quite easily. There is a bit of you'll see there that the pocket doesn't completely unzip there. That's sort of as far as it goes. That can make it a little cumbersome when you are trying to pack it inside itself. But again, I generally don't do that with down jackets. I generally just stuff them into the pack. I find that works fine for me, or I'll roll it into the hood. I generally don't really use that because they ended up taking up more space if I stuff them into a ball anyway. So I'll just fit them into nooks and crannies of my pack. So in that respect, if I'm going to put it down in those nooks and crannies of the pack, it's quite packable, and that didn't present any issues for me. In terms of construction and durability, well, you'll see this light blue fabric, which they call the main face fabric. They call it the aero downproof face fabric, and it's made from a 20 denier nylon, which is treated with a PFC-free durable water repellent finish, which does add to that water repellency. I've worn this in the rain a bit, and you'll see it sort of beading on the top. If you wear it in a downpour, it's going to get wet. That is just the way it is. Then the exposed areas like the shoulders and the sleeves, where this dark
dark blue fabric is a 45 denier recycled nylon, and that provides better long-lasting durability in those high wear and tear areas like on the shoulders where you may have a pack on your back. I will give a more detailed review down the track, but after sort of 3 or 4 months, it's looking pretty good. It's got what they call a storm hood. I've gone into stuff like this before, but a storm hood that goes all the way over like this. So you could wear a helmet under there if you need it. I've got a hat on now and it's quite comfortable. On the back, you do have a single adjustment strap. You can use your one hand to adjust this strap if you want to. If you've got one hand free, very easily, and then you can loosen it off as well. But you can really get quite rugged up and warm inside this storm hood. It's really nice. It's got pockets as well. It's got 3 pockets, is it? And it's got the 3 pockets, great for hand warmth, really good insulation in those there. And then it's also got this chest pocket, which is fine to fit a phone in. That's very roomy actually. I can easily fit an iPhone 14 Pro in there. There's plenty of room for more. I could put a beanie and gloves in there as well if I wanted. So that is a great feature. I mean, I probably do miss the internal pocket that some jackets have, but I mean, the size of that front one does the trick, and it feels kind of internal anyway. The amount of insulation that's on the inside of that, it's fine. I think that isn't really a worry for me. If you do like an internal pocket, then that is something to think about. It then also has the hem adjusters around the base as well, which are essential in any jacket, I think. So they are there as well, and they just help keep air from escaping. I really think they're essential when you're buying an insulated jacket. And in terms of fit and sizing, well, like I said, I am in a large. I'm about 6'4". I'm about 88 kilograms, and this jacket fits me perfectly. It's really a nice size, and I can layer under this very easily with my base layer and then another fleece layer, and be very comfortable with all those layers on. Last week I had it on with a singlet, a thermal layer and a fleece layer, and this, and I was more than happy. I didn't feel bulky or sort of overlayered, and I can move around without restriction. It feels really good when I'm walking around. And again, I will walk home from my work, and on a cold morning will be quite comfortable walking this. I can zip it open to adjust the temperature, but I'll just have a t-shirt on underneath and certainly not be uncomfortable, not be cold, and it could be -2 or 3 degrees. In terms of other interesting features that I sort of learnt after I've sort of bought this jacket, things about Nerona. They're a family-owned company in Norway, based in Norway, but they certainly, I would put them up there with someone like Patagonia in terms of their brand reputation. They are very good. They are using the Oecotex certified fabric system, which is a worldwide independent test and certification system, and they ensure that the use of chemicals is aligned or exceeds national and international rules and standards. They're using a PFC-free, durable, water repellent finish. They're using Blue Sign certified fabric. Blue Sign tests and educates textile factories to eliminate harmful substances from production processes and defines control standards for a sustainable and safe production. And on their website, when you look at the product, you can even go down and you can see the name of the factory, where the jacket is made, and how long they've been working with them, all the details on the factory where it's made as well. So they're trying to be as transparent as possible with their customers who are buying these products. So their commitment to eco-friendly practices make this jacket a responsible choice for environmentally conscious hikers. And what about comparisons to other jackets? Well, in the past, I have worn both the Cerium LT hoodie, it's one of my long-term down jackets I've had, as well as the Patagonia down sweater. I had the down sweater without the hoodie, but I think after wearing this thing for 3 or 4 months, already I prefer this to both those other jackets.
Why? Why?
Why, do you ask? Well, the durability for a start, it certainly feels much more durable than the Cerium LT. I have had to have the zipper replaced on my Cerium LT jacket. Now, the Cerium LT is about 100 grams less than this one. Does it provide the same level of warmth? Look, initially I probably thought it did, but I've worn the Cerium LT a little bit lately just to compare it, and I don't think it is quite as warm as this. It's got a similar feel, all that sort of stuff, but I just feel warmer in this, I really do. And this one, again, the durability in this feels much better than the Cerium LT, which I've got small holes and stuff on. I'm not going to get that as much on here because I've got a different 45 denier nylon there on this jacket, whereas in the Cerium LT it's the same fabric all over. I think it's probably a 20 denier, I'm guessing, on the Cerium LT, and certainly this would be better with weather protection than the Cerium LT. That's just the nature of the fabrics they've used on the outer sort of face of the jacket. But again, having said that, when you compare the pricing, and let's have a quick look now, the Cerium LT
is not a cheap jacket if you can find it. So these days they call it the Cerium hoodie. They don't call it the Cerium LT, but looking at that, $660 for the Cerium hoodie in the men's. The Nerona Falcatind is 369 euros, but Nerona have a online factory outlet. That's actually where I bought this thing. I got it for nearly half price at the time. I had to go with this color because that was the only one available, but I think it looks pretty good. So that is one of the things I love about them too. They've got an outlet online. You join up, link will be below. You can join up via my link. There is some sort of affiliate status that I have with them, so be aware of that. But if you join, you'll get points to use towards your next purchase, and I'll get some points too. But it's certainly worthwhile. And when you join the loyalty program and get access to the outlet, you get a 7-year warranty on your jacket and on anything you buy in there. 7 years warranty. So that would be general wear and tear, I'd imagine. If something breaks on it, you can send it back and they'll repair it, or you contact them and there you go. But that is a pretty good deal, I think. And when you look at the prices, so the Cerium hoodie is around 660 Australian dollars. If you bought this at full price, it would be around 600 Australian dollars. So comparable pricing. And the Patagonia down sweater, well, I have worn that a bit. Again, I wouldn't even really put this in the same league as that, mainly because this feels warmer to me. And again, the durability, I think it's just got both those other jackets hands down in terms of durability. And the hood, the whole hood with this, I haven't worn the Patagonia down sweater with the hoodie, but the hood on this, once you get that storm hood up, it just feels fantastic. It feels almost like you're in a tight little sleeping bag, and it's a really good setup. But I do think this is more made for your sort of hiking and technical stuff, more so than those other jackets. And certainly the Patagonia down sweater is a great casual jacket to just be wearing around town, whereas I find this would suffice for both hiking and for around town. This might be a bit too hardcore for around town, but
I don't think so.
I'm wearing it because I love it so much. So that is my initial foray into the Nerona Falcatind down 750 hooded jacket. Is it worth the price? Well, I think so. Yes, it is. I wouldn't hesitate to buy another one of these. This is an awesome jacket. I am absolutely in love with it. It's versatile, it's durable, and it's really warm, and it's already performed well in various conditions on a winter trip down Tasmania's overland track. So whether you're trekking in Tasmania or just hiking around your local trails, I think this jacket is going to be a pretty reliable companion. After 25 years with sleeping bags, I made the switch to quilts, and it transformed my hiking experience. Lighter, more flexible, easier to pack, it seemed perfect. But there's one problem I couldn't ignore. Cold drafts sneaking in on frosty nights. Could there be a better solution? Well, meet the ZenBivy sleep system. It promises the best of both worlds. The freedom and flexibility of a quilt combined with the snug warmth of a sleeping bag and a cozy bed-like feel to top it off. I've given the ZenBivy sleep system an initial test run, and while there's plenty to like, it's not without its trade-offs. So, what's the catch? In this video, join me as I unpack whether the ZenBivy could be your ultimate sleep system for the trail. Hi there, I'm Mauser, and I have over 30 years of hiking experience, mostly in Tasmania's wild and unpredictable terrain. Over the years, I have tested countless sleep systems, from traditional mummy bags to ultralight quilts. So when ZenBivy reached out, I was already considering their setup and was eager to see how it compared to my systems that I've used in the past. The team at ZenBivy sent me a system free of charge, no strings attached at all, no money changed hands, and since then I've just put it through its paces on a few trips. So this is my initial review based on first impressions with a more detailed follow-up planned after further testing this coming summer here in Tasmania. Let's start with a quick overview of what the ZenBivy sleep system offers. So what makes ZenBivy different from traditional sleep systems? Well, the problem with many sleeping setups like mummy bags is that they often feel restrictive and uncomfortable, especially for hikers who move around in their sleep or prefer the feel of a bed. And this is certainly where I fell into with sleeping bags and is kind of why I moved to a quilt a few years ago. The challenge has always been finding a sleep system that combines the comfort of home with the practicality needed for outdoor adventures. I can think of so many times where I have become entangled in myself within my mummy bag. Think of it like this. Imagine you are trying to sleep in a straitjacket. That's how many describe the experience of a traditional mummy style sleeping bag, and it's certainly how I felt. The ZenBivy system, on the other hand, is like bringing your own bed into the wild. It's not just a sleeping bag, it's a modular system designed to adapt to your needs and provide true comfort. ZenBivvy's modular design includes a quilt for versatile warmth, a sheet that wraps around your sleeping pad to keep the drafts out, and a pad with lightweight insulation. Additionally, there is a soft top pillow for extra comfort, as well as a dry sack to keep everything compact and protected that the system fits into, except the sleeping pad that doesn't go in the bag. And where this system differs from others, well, the standout feature is probably the sheet. It's available in a variety of options, and it wraps around your sleeping pad and attaches to your quilt. And the idea with this is that the design creates a draft-free cocoon, securing the quilt to the pad and offering an enclosed, snug sleeping experience. What else sets ZenBivvy apart? Well, firstly, versatility. You can customize the setup for any trip. Heading out on a warm summer night? Well, just take the quilt. Camping in colder conditions? Well, bring the full setup for maximum warmth. The modular design allows you to chop and change the components as needed. Secondly, compatibility. The system works seamlessly with other gear. You can use the quilt and sheet with your existing sleeping pad, so it is not mandatory to buy the ZenBivvy sleeping pad, and it makes it easier to integrate ZenBivvy into your current setup if you've already got a pad that you really like. ZenBivvy also offers a simple solution to the common problem of uncomfortable, restrictive sleep systems. So whether you're a restless sleeper or someone who prefers the feel of a bed, this system brings adaptability, brings comfort, and a bit of practicality out onto the trail. So what exactly does the ZenBivvy system include? Well, let's break down the specs and features of the ultralight system that I tested. Specs and features. So I got to choose the system that ZenBivvy sent me, and I went with the ultralight system. So the system I have tested includes the ultralight quilt XL 10 degree, that is in Fahrenheit, which is minus 12 degrees Celsius. That is the comfort rating. So that was this quilt here, and this is pretty lightweight, and it's really, really warm. And I would say this is a perfect quilt for even Tasmanian winter, unless it gets super cold. That minus 10 rating, I definitely would agree with that. I don't know if I would use this quilt in a Tasmanian summer. It's probably just simply too warm, but we'll get further into that in a minute. In addition to that, I got the ultralight 10 degree sheet as well. So again, 10 degrees, which is minus 12 Celsius. And that is the sheet there. We'll also flash some stuff up on screen of how it attaches to the pad and how it attaches to the sleeping bag. But you can see just here, the color-coded hooks along the side of the sheet as well. And the idea of that sheet is that it creates a draft-free experience. Next, I have the ultralight air mattress. I went for the 25-inch by 78-inch as well. And it's a comfortable insulated sleeping pad. In addition, I was sent the soft top pillow as well, which is a 3-piece pillow system that's modular and adjustable. And the final piece I was sent was the dry sack, which you pack everything into to keep it compact and dry. Everything except the pad. Although, can you put the pad in? I don't think you can. You wouldn't be able to fit it in the bag I got anyway. So, like I said, this kit is modular and it allows you to mix and match components for different seasons. So, for example, after using this system, I ended up buying another quilt myself because I wanted something that I can use in summer that doesn't have the weight and the extra warmth of that winter system. So I now have an ability to add in my light quilt and light sheet for summer trips, which has made the system for me a bit more versatile. So how does it all work? Well, the ZenBivvy system, it's a system made by ZenBivvy, is designed to give you a draft-free, snug and adaptable sleeping experience. So whether you're tossing and turning or settling in for the night, here's how it all works. The draft shield. At the core of the ZenBivvy system is the sheet, which includes integrated wings and a hood to create a draft shield around you. It's like a cone of silence, but it's a cone of draftlessness, I guess. That's how I describe it. The quilt clips into the draft shield or the sheet, ensuring that it stays securely tucked in around your sides, guiding the corners into the hood. This seals in warmth around your neck and your shoulders, and it eliminates those annoying little cold spots that can creep in during the night. And I have had a little bit of trouble with other sleep systems. And what makes this system really special is that the sides of the draft shield function kind of like hinges. So this allows the quilt to move freely, expanding and settling naturally while staying in place and no drafts getting in. As a result, the quilt can float loosely sort of above you for extra space when you need it. Or you can just wrap it around you snugly when it's cold. The Kylie Curve Cinch. Unlike other quilts that use a full width drawstring, which can lift the sides and let in drafts to other quilts, and I've certainly found that in mine. So yeah, these other quilts, they have a full length sort of drawstring cord and cinches at each end where you tighten it to constrict the top of the quilt. The Kylie curve cinches just the middle section of the quilt. This design leaves the sides loose to drape naturally or tuck into the hood, providing a better seal around your shoulders while preventing drafts. I think this is one of the main features I like about the entire system. When I first tested it out, I wondered why the drawstring was made in this way, but then it immediately made sense when I used it. Absolutely no drafts, and I am a big fan of the Kylie curve. The integrated insulated hood. The sheet also includes an integrated hood which insulates your head. Now, this is something a typical quilt and straps combo does lack, and I did kind of miss it a little bit with a quilt at times. So for colder conditions, insulated hood options are available to mimic the warmth of a mummy bag, while uninsulated options are ideal for warmer weather or layering with a down jacket, although I don't really see the point in getting an uninsulated hood why would you need that? I guess to hold the pillow in maybe, but I probably wouldn't go for one of those. I'd just go for the quilt if I wasn't going to take an insulated hood. But again, this is one of the reasons I wanted to try the system out. To have an insulated hood, the option of taking one when I want to take one is really nice, especially for the colder trips that I go on. Headboard and pillow clips. Now, the other thing the hood does is it also acts as a built-in sort of headboard or bed head, featuring loops that clip in the Zenbivvy soft top pillow. So this ensures that your pillow stays in place and doesn't slide off the mattress during the night. When I used this was, I found, instantly a game changer for me with this pillow system. I've always had trouble with my pillows in the past, slipping off my mat, even when I strap them on, even when I, wrap them in clothing and stuff. They always tended to end up somewhere else. But with this, the pillow did not budge. It stayed there the whole night, and the pillow was actually really, really comfortable. And the other feature, which I mentioned briefly before, was the floating quilt design. The quilt's attachment points are positioned so that it backs the side panels of the sheets, and this is keeping the quilt securely tucked in at your sides. This lets it float naturally on top of you, and it just relieves any constriction while ensuring that drafts stay out and the warmth stays in. Fill and fabrics. So when it comes to fill and fabrics, both of my Zenbivvy ultralight quilts that I have purchased, one I've purchased and one was given to me, boast 900 fill power Expedite fluorocarbon free water resistant goose down, virtually identical to what is in my trusty Katabatic Gear Alsec quilt that I've used previously. The outer fabrics are also on par with Zenbivvy, using a 10D Pertex Quantum fabric and the Katabatic blending Pertex Quantum Eco with Quantum Taffeta. In essence, the materials are very similar, so I was getting sort of a similar experience in fabric. But here is where I found the main difference and where the Zenbivvy shines, is with its baffle construction and its shape. So unlike the horizontal baffles of the Katabatic, the Zenbivvy employs a thermally mapped baffling system, strategically placing insulation to maximize warmth where it's needed most, like at your core. This design minimizes downshift and ensures consistent warmth throughout. Moreover, the Zenbivvy's semi-rectangular shape is a bit of a game changer for restless sleepers like me. While traditional hourglass designs can twist and constrict when you're in them, the Zenbivvy allows for natural movement, preventing drafts and enhancing comfort. It's like having a cozy cocoon that moves with you, making it ideal for a good night's sleep when you're out under the stars. The shape of it is actually one of the biggest differences I have noticed. As someone who moves around a lot while I'm sleeping, I find the Zenbivvy much, much, much easier to move in without creating drafts. A feature that's been a real game changer for my comfort. There really is a lot of down around the upper torso area, and there's so much room to move around when you're in this sleep system. It's fantastic. Since I was sent the warmest quilt in the lineup, I decided to purchase an additional quilt and sheet for the warmer months, as the 10-degree system was simply too warm for summer here. Now, while I'm not suggesting everyone needs to go out and buy multiple quilts, that would just be ridiculous, I'm just explaining my situation. That said, many regular hikers who hike year-round often have both a summer and a winter bag or quilt to cover a range of conditions. Flexibility for every trip. With 2 quilts now in my collection, I can mix and match components to suit any season or trail. So whether I'm hiking in summer or braving a chilly autumn night, the Zenbivvy system can now adapt beautifully to the different conditions that I'm faced with. Comfort beyond expectations. The quilt and sheet combination truly mimics the feel of a bed, especially for someone like me who is a bit of a side sleeper. The setup eliminates that mummy bag sort of claustrophobia you can get when you're fully ensconced in your mummy bag and you're just sort of tight and just you can't really move around much. The system is also available in a range of sizes, and I really appreciate the extra space that I get with it. With my other quilt, I would sometimes feel it was a little bit small maybe, or maybe just a bit constrictive, because when I rolled over at night, often I could get a little bit of exposure in my back area where the little hole was, and I'd get a bit of a draft in, especially on those really cold nights. And that is definitely not an issue now with my Zen Bivy. The sleeping pad. Now, let's talk about the Zen Bivy mattress. Now, I'll admit I didn't have high hopes for it initially. In the past, I found that these dimple style mattresses, I've got the ultralight mattress, it's a dimple style mattress. I've found them in the past to be a little uncomfortable and not that reliable. But to my surprise, the Zen Bivy mattress is better than I expected. It uses something in its fabric called mylar, these layers of mylar to reflect heat quietly, avoiding that crinkly sound that you can get with many other ultralight mattresses. And that is very nice to have, because a lot of those dimple mattresses, when you're in a hut or at a campsite at night, can be very noisy. So I haven't found noise to be an issue as yet with it. And these also provide a pretty solid insulation. They've got an R value of 4.5, I think around 4.5. The fabric is a 20 denier recycled polyester taffeta. That's that word again, taffeta. And it's got a laminated sort of coating on it to increase durability. The mattress also features these offset air cells, so they're arranged in a diagonal baffle pattern, and this provides good support by twisting against your body's natural sort of fold lines instead of collapsing into themselves like a lot of other baffles do, like a lot of other baffles do. The mattress comes with an included inflation sack. It's just your standard sort of inflation sack, really. It's easy to handle. It inflates the mattress reasonably quickly. I'm not a big fan of these sacks to inflate stuff. I just take a pump, but it does the job if you need to inflate it that way. What could be improved? Now, for side sleepers like me, the mattress sometimes can feel a little thin. I would occasionally get my hip hitting the ground. I had to try pretty hard though. It was better than I was expecting. And I know some reviews out there say that it's too thin, their hips are hitting the ground, but while I did try to take notice of that, I slept pretty comfortably on this mattress and didn't have really any complaints. While it's one of the better dimple style mattresses that I've definitely used, especially compared to some of the terrible experiences I've had in the past, it's still probably not my first choice for longer trips where I am looking for maximum comfort. But that is the other thing. I can use any of my other pads with the Zen Bivy system, making it pretty versatile. In regards to the pillow, well, the pillow is probably the most comfortable hiking pillow I've ever used. It is a little fiddly though in that it has three components. First, you've got the pillow slip there, very nice pillow slip, as well as the down pillow topper, and you've also got the internal inflatable bladder as well. Now, I know some people out there say, well, what's the point of taking a down pillow, as it will not provide warmth if your head is crushing the down, so it's not going to provide any insulation. But that's not really why I'm using it. I'm not too worried about that. I don't expect a pillow like this to warm my head, but I instead expect it to provide maximum soft comfort for my head to lie on. Just comfort central. And that is exactly what this pillow does. Will I take this full pillow system on walks? Well, I'll wait and see on that. While I do love it, the weight may be a factor in me deciding to leave it behind. But for a short trip of say 2 or 3 nights, maybe 4 nights, I think I would probably take it because it is just so comfortable. Price. Now, I have the most ultra premium setup you could possibly get in the Zen Bivy range with my ultralight quilt, my pillow topper, my ultralight mattress, that whole setup. It's the most expensive thing you could buy if you combined everything on the Zen Bivy website. I think it is anyway. It is the lightest, the warmest, and as a result, the most expensive. At 1,599 Australian dollars, which equates to around $1,000 US dollars or 1,040 US dollars for this full setup that I have, it is a very significant investment. However, for the quality and the versatility, it's worth considering if you are a serious hiker and you're out all the time. If I compare it to my existing system, which comes in at around the same price, slightly less at 1,500 Australian dollars, which is 980 US dollars, the Zen Bivy costs a little bit more, but I do note that Zen Bivy do have occasional sales, so it would be worth just keeping an eye on the website if you are keen to purchase and just waiting till one comes up. Weight. Now, when we look at weight, the Zen Bivy does weigh a little more than my traditional system, and that is before I add in the pillow. But I'm getting a more comfortable sleep with the Zen Bivy. My ultralight Zen Bivy system weighs up to 2.15 kilograms, which includes the quilt, the ultralight sheet, the soft top pillow, the ultralight mattress, and the stuff sack with the compression straps. That's all, the whole thing all together. This is when compared to my current system of a Catabatic Alsec quilt, a Flextail pillow, and a Thermarest Neo Air X-Lite pad in an XL size. That is around 1.3 to 1.5 kilograms, depending upon which pad I take. So a significant difference in weight there, but the level of comfort you're getting, I think, is pretty significant. Overall, here's how the whole thing stacks up. In terms of pros, well, there's superior comfort, it's draft free, it's great for restless sleepers who want comfort. In terms of cons, well, the pillow is pretty bulky and heavy. The pad isn't the best pad you could use. I would probably sub it in for another pad, and it is pretty expensive. Not to mention it's a bit heavier as well. Is it worth it? Like I said, this thing is expensive. And if you were just starting out, it's probably better to spend your money on something a bit more affordable. If I compare it to a similar spec sleeping bag system that I have used for years, it comes in at a similar price. And with any sleep system, if you're getting serious about hiking, it is a significant investment no matter what road you go down. The main thing with any of these sleep systems is to make sure you look after them. Ultimately, I see the Zen Bivy system is sort of set up as a bit of a luxury product. But if, like me, you've been hiking for a while, you're looking for a good sleep setup that prioritizes comfort over ultralight minimalism, then it's a really good choice. I'm going to be taking this thing on pretty much every hike for the foreseeable future that I can think of. I don't know why I wouldn't. I prioritize comfort these days over weight, especially in my sleep system. The sleep system is where I allow myself a bit of leeway with weight and to carry a bit of extra weight to get that really good night's sleep when I'm out on the track. Do you ever get the feeling you are carrying a bit too much gear on your hikes? Today we are cutting through the clutter, and I'm going to go through the top 10 items that I don't think you need to take on your next hike or adventure. Hi there guys, welcome back, Mauser here, and over the last 30 years or so that I've been out hiking on the trail, I have learnt a lot of lessons the hard way. And if there's one thing I can still honestly admit that I get wrong today, it is streamlining my gear. Now, I just got back from a trip and did a little assessment when I returned, and there was a bit of gear that I probably didn't need. And this made me think, well, what are the other items that I often see people taking that they may not necessarily need? What's the stuff I've taken in the past that I didn't need and that I didn't use and that I should have just left at home? And whether you are a seasoned hiker or if you're just starting out, carrying less on your hikes can make things a bit more enjoyable. Let's dive straight in. Now, first up, something I am very guilty of taking in the past, and that is a solar panel. Look at this thing. Now, while it sounds fantastic in theory, I mean, when I bought this thing 4 or 5 years ago and took it on a 10-day hike, I thought, what a great idea. I don't need to take a big battery, but I still took the battery because I still need to charge stuff if the sun wasn't shining. But I thought if I take this, I definitely won't run out of battery. Now, look, I know some people love to walk along in the sunny areas with these hanging off the back of their pack, charging stuff while they're walking, but really I find them impractical. I've taken them only on that one big walk. I now take it car camping. If we've got a car and we've got plenty of room, I would chuck it in there. But as a general rule, I'm better off just taking a good, robust charging bank battery, which will generally last me 9 or 10 days anyway to charge my phone. This panel itself, it was a good panel. It's not working as well now, but that was nearly 500 grams of weight on my back that I used for an afternoon or two on a 10-day hike. Was it worth taking? Most definitely not. Stick with a good charging bank. Next up, it's a controversial one for a lot of people, but it is your tent footprint. Now, the argument for taking a tent footprint, and full facts here, full admission? I don't know. But I generally take a footprint on most trips. I will admit that, but there have been recent discoveries that have made me start to rethink this a little bit.
Really?
And one in particular was another YouTuber, My Life Outdoors. They did a little analysis on ground sheets and footprints and did some stress testing on them and found that maybe while they offer a little bit of protection, they're not offering maybe that much as just using the tent floor. But I've got to say, I am steering away now from the proprietary sort of ground sheets you can buy for tents. Even just a bit of Tyvek, something like that that is extremely lightweight. I may use that, but on my last trip I didn't take a ground sheet, and I don't know if it's going to be a common thing for me to take. If I'm in the wilds of Tasmania, off track, that sort of thing, maybe, but really consider it. If you're on tent platforms and stuff like that, I don't think I'll be taking a ground sheet anymore. It's just a bit more weight that I could save, and it seems to me to becoming more and more unnecessary. But happy to hear otherwise. If you think a ground sheet is essential, leave a comment down below. Next up, and I've said this before, but pack covers. Now, a pack cover might seem like a must-have in order to protect your pack and your gear from water and from rain. Water and rain are the same thing, but you know what I mean. But the fact is, many of the good backpacks you buy today are already water resistant, if not nearly waterproof. And what I tend to do is just use a pack liner inside the pack to protect everything that's inside of the pack. And then I don't need a pack cover to put on the outside of the pack. When I've used pack covers in the past, I used them for a good decade or more. I would find they'd just blow off, they would come off, I'd end up stuffing them in the front pocket of the pack. They'd become more of a nuisance than anything. If you're on a nice open wide track, sure, they might be okay, but when the wind came up, they would always blow off. I couldn't ever find a pack cover that would form fit to my pack correctly. So these days I just don't bother. I use a good pack liner and a good packing system. And again, all my past videos, go through, check them out. You can see how I pack my pack, all that sort of stuff, and how I pack and don't need a pack cover. So what are some other bits of gear that you don't really need to take? Well, this one's a bit more broad, and that is you don't really need, especially if you are starting out, you don't need this expensive ultralight gear. Sure, the expensive ultralight gear can shave off some weight, but it does come at a high cost. There are plenty of affordable, lightweight options that are just as durable. And especially if you are just starting out, take your time to sort of get a feel for gear and what you're going to need. Number 5 on the gear you may not need when you're out on the trail. Well, it's something I often say in other videos that I love to take this bit of gear, and I do. I like to take camp shoes. But you don't need camp shoes for around camp. If you're trying to save weight, they are not essential. If it's going to be a pretty dry trip, you can be pretty safe that your boots are going to be fine for camp shoes around camp, or you could just get some super lightweight sandals, some thongs, some flip-flops, something like that. But if you're really trying to shave weight, you're trying to find places where you can save that last few ounces, those last few grams of weight, then maybe consider kicking out the camp shoes. Although, me personally, they tend to come. And if you are liking the video, please don't forget to like and subscribe down below. Also hit that bell notification icon and you'll get notified of when the weekly video drops. You can also sign up to my newsletter down below, as well as by using the QR code just here somewhere. The newsletter is a weekly newsletter where we drop tips, tricks, and other bits and pieces, trip reports, all that sort of thing. So if you want to be a part of that, get notified weekly of what's going on, sign up. And that will also be a good avenue to learn when we're dropping new courses, new products, new books, that sort of thing. Now, this next item, number 6 on the gear you don't need hit list, well, this doesn't apply to most people. It's more a reminder to myself that I do it every single trip, and that is taking a massive big camera. Now, capturing memories is important. I love capturing memories when I'm out on the trail, taking photos, taking videos. I love it, and sharing it with all my family who don't go hiking when I return home. But a big, massive digital mirrorless camera can be a little unnecessary. Modern smartphones like your iPhone, things like that, they are more than adequate for most hikers. And if there's one thing I've got to keep telling myself is not to bring my big camera. If I'm on a mission trip where I'm just, I'm going out for 6 days and we're going good distance each day, I'm not going to have that much time to sit around and take nice photos. And my trip a few weeks ago was a prime example of that. Did the winter overland track here in Tasmania, packed my massive camera gear, packed microphones, packed a tripod, and we were on a mission each day, very short days where you've only got so many hours of daylight. We had to get from point A to point B in those daylight hours. I had no time to be taking photos, and I carried, I reckon, 3 kilos of gear that I did not need. So note to self there, don't take your big camera on winter trips when you're just out there for a bit of the outdoor action. You're not taking photos. Use the iPhone. Take my iPhone, Mauser. When you watch this before your next trip, take your iPhone only. Don't take a big camera. Listen? Right, thank you. Save weight, keep it simple. Next up, it's common sense really, but don't take multiple charging batteries. Generally, one charging battery will be enough if you're on a multi-day trip. Also look, if you've got a few charging batteries, these days they're pretty common. A lot of people have multiple. Take the lightest one that you think will last for the trip. Generally, if you're just charging your phone, if you're on a 3 or 4 day trip, you might only need to charge it 2 or 3 times. So take an appropriate battery. Try not to take multiple ones. Again, I've done this in the past. I've taken 2 or 3 batteries because I've got battery anxiety. Battery anxiety isn't nice, but just try and get an idea for how much power your phone uses and pack a battery backup pack that will accommodate and not too much more. Number 8, and again, it's another one I'm just constantly guilty of, and that is packing too much food. Now, it's very easy to overestimate the amount of food you'll need, so really take some time to plan your meals carefully. That way you can avoid carrying excess food and do things like bringing low weight, calorie dense options to minimize the weight you are carrying. And I went into all that on another video. I use a meal planner I developed myself. I'll leave a link to that down below, but it just helps you cut down on the weight of your food. And again, when I don't plan as well for a walk with my food, if I'm in a bit of a hurry to get ready, it's a short walk, I've been there before, what I will tend to do is overpack the food. If I don't use my little planner, then all of a sudden I've got all sorts of different snacks and treats creeping in, and then I come home with an extra kilo of food after a 5-day trip. And I didn't do that recently. I might have done. Guilty. So that is one spot you can really save food. Don't starve yourself. Make smart food choices, but don't just go throwing packs of biscuits and blocks of chocolate in just before you go. It's like I might have done. Number nine on the list is repair kits. Now, a comprehensive repair kit is often extremely unnecessary. I know when I headed out on a 26-day walk 20 years ago, we had a repair kit for everything. We had a repair kit for our sleeping mats. I think we even had a sleeping bag one. We had spare shoelaces. We had shoe goo, like a big tube of shoe glue stuffed in case our boots broke. We had tent repair kits. We had first aid kits. We had sewing kits for a 20. I mean, it was just ridiculous. Now, generally, all you need is a bit of duct tape, a bit of paper tape, and you can fix a lot of stuff with a bit of duct tape. A hole in the sleeping pad, you can cobble something together with some duct tape. Even if you have to keep sort of doing it a bit, you can cobble something together. Try and keep your repair kit minimal. But generally what I take these days is a bit of duct tape, and I might have a tiny little tube of a super gluey type substance, but that is about it. And ducktail, it's versatile, it's pretty lightweight, and it saves space. So consider that when you're putting your kit together for your next walk. And lastly, well, this is something again I learned a few weeks ago when I went on a trip, and I generally always take a very lightweight towel to dry myself off. I actually forgot it on this trip. I left it hanging up before I left, and I didn't miss it at all. You don't need a big massive towel. The one I take is only about the size of a handkerchief. So if you do need to take a small towel, just a face towel or something, opt for a small, quick dry pack towel instead. It's very compact and does the job just as well. What hiking gear is truly worth the investment? It's something you want to get right, because if you get this wrong, well, it's kind of like hiking with a pebble in your shoe. Your entire adventure could be ruined. Hi everyone, I'm Mauser, and in over 30 years of hiking, I have seen my fair share of gear wins and fails. So in this video, I'm going to break down the 7 types of gear that you should splurge on and where you could save a bit of money along the way. I'll walk you through everything you need to know to get the most out of your hikes without breaking the bank. So in this video, we're going to be talking about the one piece of gear that could save your feet and your hike, the crucial gear that'll make carrying your load easier, why you don't necessarily need the priciest jacket to protect you from the rain, how to choose a shelter that'll protect you in the wild, what you need to know about sleep systems if you want to stay warm and travel light, why clothing hype is overrated and where you can cut some costs, and finally, the safety gear you can't afford to skimp on. Stick around, this guide is going to transform your hiking game, and by the end, you'll know exactly where to spend your money wisely. Now, if you're new to hiking, then I'm not saying to go and buy all of this stuff in one go. It took me literally years to build a full kit of gear, so if you're just getting set up gradually, then these tips will help you in your decision making along the way. I'll also mention pieces of gear I think you should prioritize and buy first. And on that note, what is the first thing you should probably buy? Well, it's your hiking foundation. It is footwear. So let me ask you this. What happens when your feet give out on a hike? Your whole trip is shot. I have been there many a time, and that is why footwear is probably one of the most important purchases you can make. When your feet hurt, nothing else matters. Footwear is the foundation of any hike. If your boots fail, if your shoes fail, it's like trying to build a house on quicksand. Everything crumbles. Now, I've learnt this the hard way, as have many people I have walked with over the years. I've had blisters upon blisters, and it's not nice, and you want to avoid this at all costs. Now, a good pair of hiking shoes or hiking boots will keep you going when lesser ones would leave you behind, blistered and sore. Invest in footwear that suits your individual feel and preferences, and your hikes will instantly feel a lot better. A well-fitting, supportive hiking boot or trail runner can make or break your hike, but you've got to test out your footwear before you go. You could splurge on the latest and greatest pair of super tech, best ever hiking shoes or boots to find that they are too tight, they don't suit your feet, and they give you blisters. So don't think that spending more is necessarily going to be better for your feet, but spending too little could have adverse consequences also. So the moral of all this is to really take your time to decide on the best fitting footwear. If you have a preference to use boots, then be prepared to pay up for a good pair. Even good trail shoes can get expensive. Cheap boots, on the other hand, may seem fine, but they can often lack the durability and the protection needed for rough terrain. And I have seen quite a few times soles come away from boots, even on good quality boots, but they're just getting a bit long in the tooth. Even the best quality boots on a long trip can get wear and tear. Now, footwear is a massive personal preference, and I do not like to recommend specific brands. So I recommend you visit your local hiking store, your local footwear store, and try on a few different types. Boots or shoes, again, that's a personal choice. I do find that once I find a brand that wears well on my feet and feels good, I tend to stick with it. I use both trail shoes and boots, and generally I stick with one or two brands of each type of footwear. If you get your footwear right, you've really set yourself a good foundation for your hiking experience. And good footwear should be one of the first things that you make a solid investment in. And believe me, your feet will thank you if you take the time to find that perfect pair of boots or shoes. And the next item you should invest in, well, it's an important one, but it doesn't have to break the bank. And it is your jacket. So here's a bit of a controversial take. Don't spend a fortune on your waterproof jacket unless you're dealing with extreme conditions. Look, if you are starting out and are heading on day walks or multi-day walks on well-groomed tracks and trails, a mid-range, breathable option will do the job just fine in terms of a jacket. It's all about balance. And waterproof jackets are another essential, but you don't need the most expensive one. I remember when I was buying my first Gore-Tex jacket in the 1990s that there were a few available. At the time, I went for a cheaper option, but I remember seeing the prices on some of those expensive ones, and I was just thinking, wow, that is a lot of money. At the time, Arc'teryx had just been released here in Australia, and the price tags on that thing were like $1,600 30 years ago. Now that purchase would have been completely unnecessary for me. My cheaper one lasted me for well over 10 years, if not longer, and I still wear it occasionally today. A mid-range option will work for most conditions, and in Australia you can probably get something that works pretty well for around $200 to $300 Australian dollars. For those ultra extreme type of jackets, you can be talking 3 to 4 times as much, if not more, for one of those jackets. And like footwear, if you're just getting into hiking, then a jacket is one of the first items you should be investing in. You'll need to pack it on every walk, no matter what the length or the conditions that you're expecting. Now, regardless of the type of jacket you have, if you are going on a multi-day walk, you're going to want to give the next item some serious consideration. A good tent is your shelter, your home away from home. Think of this as your portable fortress. A solid tent keeps the elements out and the comfort in. Spend a bit more on a tent if you're into multi-day adventures. If that's what you're doing, if you're going out for days on end like I do, spend a bit more. Lightweight, durable, and easy to set up, this is where comfort and safety merge. For multi-day treks, a durable tent is key, and it is something you'll need to consider purchasing if you are heading out regularly. You want something that's easy to carry, but can handle bad weather as well. Now, higher end tents tend to be more durable and easier to set up, but if you're just camping occasionally, you're just a weekend warrior going out for a night here or there, you can potentially save some money here. But for regular hikers heading off on big missions, you probably want to splurge on a pretty good tent. Now, over the years, here in Tasmania in Australia, I have found brands like MSR, Big Agnes, and Sling Thin to work well in all sorts of crazy windy conditions. One of my first tents was a Terra Nova Prairie here in Tasmania. That lasted me for well over a decade, and it was a great tent. But if you're a weekend warrior and you want to save a bit of money, then there are more and more brands appearing on the scene which allow you to save some money while not sacrificing durability. One that I've recently been paying a bit of attention to is a brand called Nature Hike. The jury is still out on this one. My brother has purchased one. We're testing that one out, but it does look like a good affordable option if you're just getting into hiking, doing some easier walks, and just going on your first sort of overnighters and 2-night walks. But I do know of some pretty serious hikers using them out in the wilds of Tasmania, and they seem to be holding up pretty well. Another area you can potentially splurge a bit of cash on is your sleep system. Now, if you're hiking regularly, a high quality sleeping system is a must. Your sleep system is like the insulation in the walls and the roof of your house. But get it just right and you're going to feel warm and cozy all night long. Keeping warm without carrying too much weight can be a lifesaver on long trips, especially of a week or more. For weekend warriors though, you can get away with some slightly cheaper options if you're just going for a night or two. But if you're getting serious, if you're hiking a bit, investing in a high quality down or sometimes a synthetic sleeping bag is crucial for warmth. And if, like I said, you're getting into multi-day hikes, it's something you will definitely want to make a sound investment in early on. A good sleep system will last you for years. I can't tell you how many times I've woken up thinking how happy I was that I invested in a good sleep system. If you want to be warm and carry less weight, then you will probably need to pay for it with your sleep system. There are cheaper options out there, but they will often be much heavier than the lightweight options. If, like me, you appreciate warmth and comfort out on the trail, then you can still spend a fair bit and sacrifice weight for an ultra comfortable sleep system. And I am currently testing out a new quilt system, which I'm going to review on an upcoming video sometime in the future. But that one in particular has got me very excited. I'm looking forward to being just in my comfortable bed out in the track on the next few trips. Now you can go crazy with your sleep system. You can be going in addition to your key components of your sleeping pad and your sleeping bag or quilt. You can be doing things like getting a pillow and all sorts of crazy stuff. But when you're starting out, keep it basic. Keep it to a pad, keep it to a sleeping bag or a quilt. Now, you can spend a bit of money on a sleep system, but there is one area in particular where you can save quite a bit of money when you're setting yourself up. And that is, well, it's in the clothing. Now, with clothing, there's no need to get caught up in designer brands, hiking. There's all these designer brands these days. As long as your clothes protect you from the elements, you're pretty good to go. You want to focus on moisture wicking fabrics and durability. You don't need to pick up gear at top tier prices in designer hiking stores. In my early days, when I was a struggling university student, I would survive cold, rain and snow in very much budget gear, but it was made from the right materials. Back in my early days, a lot of my stuff was no-name fleece and cheap synthetic thermals. These days, you can really build up a good warm clothing setup on a tight budget. The second-hand gear market is huge, and even budget gear can have great longevity. And on that note, if you look after your gear, it will last a long time. One of the things my mates and I amaze at is the one hiking shirt that my good mate Walzer has been wearing on pretty much every trip with us for 30 years. This shirt is indestructible, and it just goes to show that if you look after your gear, it could last 30 years or more. That shirt is seriously indestructible, and maybe it deserves its own video one day. Now, while you can save on things like clothing, there is, in my opinion, one area where you really do not want to skimp, and that is on safety gear. Your safety gear is your insurance policy. It is potentially your emergency exit for your hike. I've always been of the belief you should not cut corners on what could save your life. I think it's really important to invest in quality essentials like a personal locator beacon, that's a basic first aid kit, and reliable navigation tools. These items are your lifeline if things go wrong. Your safety isn't something you want to compromise on, especially in remote areas. Spend wisely here. I myself have been carrying some form of satellite communication technology on every extended trip for over 20 years. Back when I was a broke university student, we would always hire a personal locator beacon before heading out on extended trips. Later, we moved on to things like spot trackers, prepaid satellite phones, and finally, the last few years, we've been using things like the Garmin InReach. But personally, I think if you are heading out on a walk where you're going to potentially be without phone reception for an extended period, you should always be taking a satellite communication device. If you can't afford to buy one, look at options for hiring one, for borrowing one off a friend, or just outlaying the cost of the investment. If you hike regularly with the same group of people, then one option is to split the cost and have a group device that you share. For the peace of mind that these things give you and the potential to save your life, I see them as an essential piece of gear for multi-day hikers. So do have a good think about that if you're starting to head out onto multi-day trips. And now that we've looked at all this gear, well, you need something to put it all in. And that's where this next bit of gear comes in. It is your backpack. Now, your backpack is the spine of your gear system. Get a weak one and it'll be like carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. You want to be looking for a well-designed pack with the right features for your needs. If you pick the right one, you'll carry your load effortlessly, no matter how far you go. Now, I normally recommend a backpack as one of the last items to purchase in your kit. You want to make sure that all of your gear will fit into it, and if you don't own a full kit yet, then you may end up with a backpack that is too small if you buy one too early. I, as well as lots of other people recommending gear to buy, often recommend this. I think it's a good strategy to go with, that you pick your backpack last after you've got all your other gear. Then you know what you've got to fit in the backpack. When I was young, my backpack was one of the last items that I purchased. I borrowed or hired packs for years until I had assembled all of my gear, and then I finally bought one, and that one pack, that lasted me a good 10 to 12 years. I've still got it now. And when you are purchasing a backpack, it is definitely something ideally you want to be able to try on if you can, to ensure it is the correct size and fit. But having said that, a lot of cottage brands these days are making some really good packs, and they are only able to sell online, so you may not necessarily be able to try it on. So if you are buying it online, ensure that you size it up according to the manufacturer's instructions and check out their returns policy in the event the pack doesn't fit. These days, I personally tend to go for more minimalistic packs, but there are a huge range of different options to choose from. Think about the features you want in a pack. Do you want external pockets? What type of waist belt? Do you want pockets on the waist belt? What sort of closure system do you want? Do you want a roll top closure, or you want clip closures? There are so many different options. And that is another reason to leave a pack purchase until the last big item of gear that you purchase. You'll get to know what you like and what you don't, and what you do or don't want in your pack. And with the wide range of packs these days available, it is good to have a play around with a few different ones if you can before you make that purchase. I've tested plenty of packs over the years, and trust me, spending more here is a smart investment if you plan on hiking for a few years to come. Does your backpack ever feel like it's weighing you down? Like, does it literally weigh so much you think, I don't think I can carry this? Or maybe you're thinking, how am I going to do this hike with this thing on my back? What if I told you that just one simple rule could help you pack lighter, make your hike easier, and keep you better prepared than ever? Now, I used to carry everything but the kitchen sink on hikes, but that just made my trips harder. Over time, I came up with a system that made my hikes lighter, more comfortable, and just as safe. And today I'm going to share this system with you so you can enjoy your next hike without being super weighed down. In this video, I'm going to show you how I pack smarter, keeping my pack light without sacrificing comfort or safety, how to plan your gear efficiently so you're prepared for the trail but not weighed down by unnecessary items, and finally, how weighing your gear can help you make better decisions about what to bring so you can lighten your load and still keep the luxuries that make your hike more enjoyable. So without further ado, let's get into it. Now, let me be clear from the get-go, I am by no means an ultralight hiker. I love carrying quality gear that I know will get the job done and last the distance. But I also don't want to overburden myself with unnecessary stuff. It's all about finding that balance between being well prepared and not lugging around extra weight that you do not need. So let's break this down into a simple system that follows one core principle. And it's what I call smart packing. I not only use this system for hiking, but also for when I am traveling around the world with my wife and our 4 children. And I find that it really makes a difference. This key system has 3 parts: pack less, plan better, and weigh everything. Or as I like to abbreviate it, PLPB, WE. This system will lighten your load and make room for the things that matter most. Well, just wait and see. Have you ever packed for a hike only to realize you didn't use half the stuff that you had brought? Well, you're definitely not alone. And the first part of my system is simple: pack less. And well, how do you apply this system? Well, I do it like this. If you didn't use a non-essential item on your last 3 hikes, then it doesn't belong in your pack. This can include items like clothing. Now, a lot of hikers overpack on the clothes. I used to carry extra layers just in case, but I rarely, if ever, used them. Now I only pack 1 set of hiking clothes and 1 set of camp clothes. Just remember that when you're out on the trail, you do not need to change clothes every day. The trail doesn't care if you smell a bit. Back in the early days, I used to always pack a heap of extra clothing. especially at the last minute. I would throw in an extra thermal. I would throw in a vest, all as I was about to head out on the walk. I would throw in an extra fleece. It was all stuff that I didn't end up needing and I never used. I'd actually, in fact, planned what I was going to take, and then I would end up throwing in extra stuff anyway, and I would never end up using that extra stuff that I threw in at the last minute. Once I figured this out, I realized what my core clothing kit was and have stuck with that core kit ever since. Now I only pack what I know I'll use, and I've never looked back. Now obviously, seasons of the year will have an effect at what you need to pack, but when you start hiking enough and you apply the pack less principle, you'll figure out your core kit, and you'll figure out what core kit you need based on the season as well. Now with gear, the same rule applies. If you haven't used a piece of non-essential gear in your last 3 hikes, it's likely that you don't need it. Every ounce counts. Every ounce counts. I think I've said that before. And ditching unused items can make a huge difference. And gear is the one area where I have always been guilty of packing way too much. These days, as soon as I return from a hike, I take stock of what I didn't use. I make a note of it so that I don't pack it next time. And if you do this, you'll be surprised how much weight you can save when you start doing this regularly. In regards to food, well, again, the same thing applies for food. Especially when you are on a longer multi-day trek, food is a place where you can really save some weight without making yourself hungry. So it is important that you plan your food and get it right. And I would argue it's one of the most important planning steps in your trip is planning the food. Now, I've previously created a spreadsheet tool for helping me and for you to plan your food for multi-day walks, and I find it really helpful for planning out my food weights and energy requirements. I will leave a link for that download down below. And while you're down there downloading the download, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. And if you do like this video, then you can also subscribe to my weekly newsletter. It's a weekly short email. It normally has something to do, help improve your hiking game, along with the odd interesting fact or other stuff that I've found interesting throughout the week. Right, back to the video. A wise person once told me that the key to a lighter pack starts long before you even step foot on the trail. It's not that profound, but you know, someone said it. The second part of the smart packing principle is plan better. Now, many hikers overpack because they plan for every single possible scenario. What you can do instead is to focus on the specific needs for your specific hike. And there are a couple of ways you can do this. Route specific packing. Do you really need that full hardcore gear for rain if the forecast is clear and the region is dry, or if there's minimal scrub and bushwhacking? If you have the gear available, you can often swap out heavier gear for lighter alternatives. For example, a lightweight shell jacket or raincoat might replace a full knee-length rain jacket if you're in a dry region or if you're on a well-formed track with minimal plant life and scrub to wade through. My kit that I take in this regard can change greatly from trip to trip. 6 months ago, I did a 9-day walk that required gear that could handle absolutely everything that the wilderness could throw at it. As a result, I had to carry my heavier, sturdier rain gear that would protect me from scrub and the wild weather and conditions we would be facing. However, on my most recent 6-day trip, which was in much easier terrain but similar weather, the key difference being that there was no scrub. This allowed me to pack a much lighter rain kit and save a bit of weight. I was still going to be well protected from the elements, but I didn't need the heavier gear to protect me from the scrub and the plant life, because I wasn't going to be wading through it. I wasn't going to be scrub bashing. The other way to plan better is by knowing the terrain. If there are regular rivers and streams along your route, do you really need to carry litres and litres of water? If there is plenty of water along the way, this can drastically cut weight without sacrificing hydration. And also, if it's an easier walk, you might opt for trail shoes instead of boots. Wearing a lighter trail shoe instead of a boot can make a big difference as well. Consider things like, are there huts or tent platforms along the way? Then you can probably ditch some of the fancier luxuries like a camp chair. A lot of people these days like to take camp chairs. If you're in nice huts and on tent platforms, a camp chair is probably unnecessary. Think of your hike like a recipe. You wouldn't add ingredients you don't need. Packing for your hike is the same. You only need the essentials relevant to the hike you are embarking upon. This is why you really need to plan for each individual hike and pack for each hike based on its conditions and its needs. Did you know that just by weighing gear, I can often save more than 1 kilogram in weight from my pack, sometimes more? The third part of the smart packing principle is to weigh everything. Knowing how much each item weighs will help you make smarter decisions about what to bring. And using an app or a spreadsheet can really make a difference to how you plan or pack for a trip. For big multi-day trips, I am using either Lighterpack or Pack Wizard to start planning my gear, often a month or two in advance. Once you have your gear set up in these apps, you can very quickly plan for an upcoming trip or even multiple trips at once. Once it's in there, and you can just plan many trips at the same time. And if you have a bit of gear to choose from, it will help you plan which combinations will help you save the most weight. Again, I used to use a fancy spreadsheet back in the day, but these days I find the apps to be the easiest and most efficient option for planning my pack. Another thing you can do is upgrade key items. If you are thinking of upgrading and you're going to invest in lighter gear, focus on the big three first: your tent, your sleep system, and your backpack. Now, depending on the type of conditions you are planning on encountering, this may not be much of a weight saving depending on the type of gear that you need, but it is a place where you can make a saving. These items account for most of your pack's weight, and reducing even a little here can make a huge difference. Save weight, add comfort. Comfort versus weight. Here's the key. Saving weight doesn't mean sacrificing comfort. In fact, with the extra weight you save, you can invest in a super comfy sleeping pad or an even more luxurious camp setup. You can lighten up your pack, but still enjoy a restful night's sleep with a high quality sleep system. And this is where I tend to spend my saved weight. I save this weight, and I give myself a little bit of extra weight in my sleep system. I love to sleep comfy. A comfy sleep system makes a huge difference on multi-day hikes, and I wake up feeling more rested and ready to go each day. Think of it kind of like budgeting. You cut out the things you don't need so you can splurge on the things that really matter and keep you happy when you're out on the trail. So by following this one principle, pack less, plan better, and weigh everything, you can reduce your pack weight without sacrificing comfort or safety. Your hikes will be lighter, easier, and maybe even a bit more fun. And remember, the key isn't just to carry less, but to carry smarter. You'll have room for the things that make your hike more enjoyable, like a great night's sleep, without feeling bogged down.
So just let me tell you where this story starts. Back in the day, I've been hiking for, since the mid-90s. And I headed out on a big 26-day walk many years ago with my mate Woolser, and we headed out on that walk with around 36, 38 kilos of gear each over 26 days. I mean, just ridiculous. I'll talk about that more in a sec, but ever since that day, and I look back on that now and laugh at myself. What was I thinking? Took some crazy gear, but I thought it's about time I did a bit of a guide, a bit of just a ramble. Today I'm just rambling. I'm just going to talk about ways you can lighten your pack, ways you can make it easier to walk by lightening the load on your backpack. Now, the first and probably the easiest way to save any weight, even if it's going on a day hike, is to repackage the necessities. First up, let's talk essentials. Now, you don't need a massive big 120 gram tube of toothpaste for a weekend trip. Now, that is common sense, but believe it or not, as a hiking guide, I would see people bringing all sorts of crazy things on hikes, including hairdryers. Now, while that is crazy, you're a common sense hiker, I know, and you didn't come here to hear stories about me telling things about hairdryers getting brought on hikes, but it was pretty funny. So yeah, things like going and getting a small tube of toothpaste. Whenever I'm at the dentist each year, I just get one of those little sample tubes of toothpaste. I actually get like 3 or 4 of them, put them in the drawer for my hikes. So then I can just take these little tiny tubes of toothpaste on a hike, or you could squeeze some into another little reusable tube if you wanted. But the idea is you are getting stuff down to a smaller size and quantity as possible. And this trick just doesn't apply for your toiletries, things like that. I apply this principle to my food as well. Pretty much everything I take gets repackaged into smaller packaging, even my food. And you would have seen that on my food video, link is below. On that food video up there, you can see how I repackage all of my stuff into daily sort of little allocations of food. It helps me not only repackage it, get rid of all the packaging, save a bit of weight there, but it gets my quantities absolutely spot on, so I'm not carrying too much food along the way, especially on a multi-day hike where 100 grams here or there in extra food can really add up. Another way where you can really save some weight if you do it clever is your sleep system smarts. Now, your sleep system can really make or break your pack weight. If you go too crazy, it can weigh literally kilograms of gear. So when you are designing your sleep system, if you're in the process of upgrading your sleep system, really do your research. Look at things with sleeping pads like the correct R value. That's what sort of determines the heat transfer ratio. So the higher the R value, the warmer the sleep pad. You may be walking in summer all the time. You don't need a sleep pad with all that high R value. Therefore, you can get one with a lower R value, thereby saving some weight. And I did go into my sleep system on a couple of other videos. Links to that will be below, as well as up here. But you can really save some weight there. And like I did say on a recent one, I now use a quilt. And the weight saving there in taking the quilt is amazing. I've got the Gimmick gear. Come on. I don't know how to pronounce it. I need to look that up. Hang on. I'm going to look up right now. How do you pronounce Gimmick?
This quilt might just be the most unique quilt out there. The Catabatic Flex quilt is...
Well, there you go. The Catabatic... What's mine called? Catabatic. So, where was I? Sorry, got distracted there. The Catabatic. Everyone happy? Everyone's happy now. Catabatic quilt that I have, the Alsec, goes down to -5 degrees Celsius, and it is only 655 grams. Now, my regular sleeping bag, which I do love, the Patagonia something or other, put on the screen, is a great sleeping bag, but if I'm not going out in absolutely freezing cold, guaranteed snow sort of conditions, my quilt is coming every time. 655 grams of that for my sleeping pad that I'm currently taking. Have been looking at reviewing that, but I have got the Thermarest Neo Air X Life, and that's 480 grams. So I've got about 1.1 kilos in sleep system. That is basically, I take a pillow for a bit of comfort, but I've saved all this weight, so I can take a little bit of extra comfort. But look at your sleep system. Look at where savings can be made. That is one thing, and one thing that I'm always looking at. Is there a few more grams that can be shaved here or there if I want to lighten my pack? So there's heaps of options out there. There's heaps of gear reviews. Do your research. And even if I'm not planning on buying any new gear, sleeping bag, that sort of thing, I'm always just having a look around, adding it to my list in my notes, which I've talked about before as well. But in my little notes in my iPhone, I will just put bits of gear in that I'm interested in. Then one day, if I am upgrading that gear, I've got a little reference library of notes for all that gear that I've been looking at over the last few years. Where else can we save weight? Well, funny you should ask. Another good spot to save weight is in your tent. Yeah, the tent. That's one of your heaviest bits of gear, or it can be, when you're heading out on a hike. And I've done a lot of research about tents over the years. One thing, if it is your thing, it's not necessarily my thing a lot, but one place you can save a lot of weight, and it's a big craze these days, and there are some very good tents out there that use tent poles for their, not tent poles, they use walking poles for their poles, not tent poles. That's why you save the weight. You're not taking the tent poles, you've got walking poles instead. Now, my only thing I don't like about these, and I've got a tarp tent Stratosphere Lee, whatever you want to call it, which is a tent pole tent. I did buy the extra poles for that because I have snapped so many walking poles over the years that what if I'm out there and I snap my poles? I guess I could repair it. I've tried that before, but that's just one thing I think about. Plus, I do like a freestanding tent. I think they stand up to the wind better, personally. That's my personal opinion, but it is a good spot where you can save some weight. If you go for a trekking pole tent, something like that, or a Durston X-Mid, which I would love one of those one day. They look like a great tent. You can save some weight there as well. And with things like, if you're going in summer all the time, you can get just a mesh inner, although they sometimes weigh a bit more than a nylon inner. I prefer the nylon inner. That's just the way I am. Prefer that. But a weight saving can be made with a tent, and if you go with a tent pole tent. Now, if you've already got a tent, I would stick with that tent. If you love that tent, stick with it, split it up between 2 people. Fit 3 people in there if it's a 3-man and you really want to save some weight for a big trip, do that. Now, another really great spot where you can save some weight in your pack is just by becoming a bit of a doyen, a bit of a wardrobe wizard, by showing some wardrobe wisdom. Now, something I have seen a lot over the years is overpacking of clothes. I'm guilty of it as well. I've done it. Been there. I always just, as I'm about to head out on that walk, as we are locking the car, I go, oh, I just need one more jacket. I'll chuck that in the bag. I'm guilty of it, honest. But one thing you've really got to do when you're heading out, especially on these big 8, 9, 10, 11-day trips, you want to get your wardrobe down as minimal as possible. And that means taking just your essential items. It means taking your raincoat, your pants, your one set of thermals, one set only. That's it. Maybe one spare pair of underwear if you're just being a bit extravagant. I'd normally take one set of spare underwear, only one pair of spare socks, maybe a second spare pair of socks if you like some cotton socks to wear around camp or some nicer, thinner socks to wear in camp. But you really just got to look at all your gear. You need to lay it all out on the floor, and this is what I do. I've done that before in a recent gear video I did, which you can look at up there, where I just lay all my gear out on the floor and I just see exactly what I've got there. On a big 8 or 9 day trip, I'll spend 2 or 3 weeks with it, just sort of in baskets and spread out the floor and just going through gear, picking stuff out. I don't need that. I'll chuck it in the basket of maybes. I'll have a basket of gear I might be taking, I may be taking, and just constantly trying to modify it to get down to as little gear as possible. And when you're out there, you end up wearing the same thing every day anyway, and any extra gear you do take ends up not coming out anyway. So really think about your gear. Look at it and think, am I going to use this piece of clothing that I'm about to pack? And if you're worried about smell of stuff getting stinky, air it out while you're out there. You know, get a sunny day, hopefully, along the way, air it out, or, you know, take a tiny little tin of deodorant if you must. But, you know, embrace the natural scent of the trail more than anything. You don't need all these extra clothes. Get rid of some of them, but do take the essentials. And you can check out my layering video also for sort of tips on layering and staying warm in cold conditions. Another spot where you can save weight, well, ditch the books. I mean, it was crazy. 20 years ago, my mate Walter and I, we headed out on a 26-day bushwalk, Southwest Epic. Check out the blog post for that down below. We didn't have a video camera then, we just couldn't afford one. But 26 days, and the gear we took was absurd. I wish this video had been around then, because I probably would have rethought some of my life choices on that walk. It was ridiculous. I took probably here somewhere, I took the Lord of the Rings trilogy, like that thick that book was. We also took a big thick one as well. We took notebooks to write notes in, like hardbound notebooks. Leave the books at home, leave the paperback guidebooks at home, take photos on your phone of notes, read books on your phone on the Kindle app or on whatever reading app you've got, get that in there. Just the track notes that you need from a book, just photocopy them or print them onto paper. I use waterproof paper and I print on both sides. So any track notes I'm taking, because you've always got to have the hard copy, don't get rid of it altogether. Just print them onto waterproof paper. I will print 2 pages to a page and then on both sides of the page on waterproof paper. It holds up really well. I'll find a link to waterproof paper in Australia and leave that below. But that's a great way to save weight as well. On that big walk as well, that 26-day, we even took John Chapman's Southwest guidebook as well. What were we thinking? I guess that's why I started with 36 kilograms. Craziness. Anyway, ditch the books, on to the next one. Another thing to consider when you're heading out on the hike is water and how much you're going to have to carry, because if you're not aware of where water can be collected along the way, you're going to end up carrying probably more. You can check ahead before you go, see what the water situation's like along the route. That can make a big difference to your days. Where we were at the start of this year, the Western Arthur Range can get very dry in sections. We checked with others before we left for the dry sections of the track, and we had good detailed information about a week or so out, and we could tell where the water was going to be drier than others and if we would have to carry extra water for days, which we didn't. And that saved us potentially carrying an extra 5 kilos each of water on days where we may have had to carry 2 days worth of water in a drier season. So always check out your water situation before you go and what it's going to be like. Also, if you're going to go through sections where it is very dry and there might only be small soaks or small ponds where you got to get water, don't forget your purifier as well. And on that note, take note of your water vessels too. A lot of people take heavy metal bottles like those SIG bottles. They used to be very popular back in the day, but like I spoke on a recent video for a Christmas gift guide, that one up there, I have a collapsible water bottle that I now take. It weighs about 100 grams, but it crushes right down. I can pull it out, I can put my electrolytes in there and mix them up, but it's a lot lighter, some of those big, heavier bottles that you take. And in addition to that, I just take a water bladder for bulk collection of water. Another thing you can consider is footwear flexibility. Now, I'm not a huge fan of going hiking wearing trail runners. I've been into that before. Look, each their own. If you're going to wear trail runners, that's all good. I trail run. I love trail runners. I wear sneakers every day. Everywhere I go, I wear trail runners most of the time when I'm not hiking. but I just prefer boots when I'm hiking, but it's certainly a weight saving that could be made if you prefer trail runners over boots or lighter sort of boots. Boots can be heavy, but I have broken my leg, my ankle before, and that ain't much fun, and I guess it's a psychological thing with me now that I just don't trust myself in trail runners, but if you do, it's a good option, and then you probably don't need to worry too much about camp shoes if you're wearing trail runners as well, because they easily slip on and off. Not a bad option, but again, it is a potential weight saving area if you're comfortable in trail shoes. Where else can I save weight? Well, thanks for asking. Another one you can do is simplifying your kitchen. And one of the best things you can do is you can toss away the bowl, you can toss away the plate and eat directly from your vessel, from your pot, or you can do what I do, and that is eat directly from my little snap lock bag that I repackage. Remember the repackaging of the meals? I repackage my meals into a snap lock bag and eat straight out of them after rehydrating them in my Hyperlight repack sachet heater thing. So that is another great way to save on weight as well. Now I don't have to take a plate. I just take my small cooking pot that goes in my jet boil stove, and that saves me a fair bit of weight. It also makes cleanup a breeze. There's basically no cleanup, and it's one less thing you have to fit in your pack. It's very nice. Now, another place you could save weight there is with the stove. I prefer the old jet boil these days. It's around 300 or 400 grams, something like that. But you can go lighter. You can get the methylated spirits, alcohol stoves, much, much lighter. Again, they're going to save you a whole heap of weight. If you want to go down that path and it's going to be fairly calm weather, highly recommend that. But if you're going to be in potentially very windy, very rough conditions, I prefer a jet boil style stove or the MSR style stove. So that's another one that you consider as well. Then another thing you can do at the end of each trip is audit your gear. So that means when you get back from your trip, as you unpack, I like to just spread it all out outside if it's a nice day, or in my garage. I just get everything out and just put it down, and I'll have a look. Did I use everything here? I know you're tired. You just want to go and have a shower and get... I clean up everything before I have a shower or do anything. I've got to get it sorted out. Maybe you don't, but I know a lot of my friends don't. But anyway, I digress. But you just want to audit your gear after your return and just check it all out. Did I use all this stuff? And if you didn't use it, take note of it, throw it in a basket to the side so you can remember, and you can take note. I did not use that thermal top I took this time because that was an extra one I packed right at the last minute as I was getting out of the car. Just take note of the stuff you didn't use. It can make a big difference on future trips. And on that note, as you are preparing for your trip, you should have your gear list. And again, I will leave a link below to some basic gear lists that I use. I will also leave a link below to 2 gear lists that I have on Lighter Pack and Pack Wizard. They are down below as well. For some of my gear that I'm trying out Pack Wizard. I normally use Lighter Pack to just check out all my gear and calculate all my weights. I love that app, but I will leave links to that. But audit your gear. I'm always looking through my Lighter Pack lists, through my spreadsheets, through my gear list, trying to find stuff that I have that I do not need to take. So just make sure everything on that gear list that you have, your final gear list, that is what's coming, nothing else. So leave behind things like wallets. Like you don't need a wallet while you're out on the track, or credit cards or anything. Get rid of all that stuff. I know it doesn't weigh that much, but it makes a difference. And some of the stuff that I will toss out at the last minute as I'm getting out of the car are things like camp shoes. Am I going to need these camp shoes on this trip? They're a luxury. They're a luxury item. Don't necessarily need them, and on those bigger trips they are often the first thing to go. When I'm standing there at the car, just one last look at my gear, the camp shoes, they're gone, they're out. There's 200 grams saved right there. Just really doing a brutal assessment of all these little extra add-on items that maybe shouldn't be coming. The weather's looking good, I'm not going to need camp shoes, they're staying behind. A chair, do you really need a chair? Well, I do. The chair is always coming. I can't eliminate that. I can't do it. I cannot do it. But if you've got a chair and you're really desperate to save some weight, get rid of that chair. Get rid of it. But like I said, I can't do that. Look at stuff like I shouldn't even be saying this, but have a look at stuff like your camera equipment. Do you really need to take that massive big tripod there? Do you really need to take some extra filters and stuff? Do you need to take the little thing that spins around and makes your camera do cool stuff to get cool panoramic shots? Probably not. You'd probably be fine with just an iPhone. And I have made a commitment to my hiking buddies that I'm going to go light next year on our 10-day trip that we're planning. And I'm going to just try and shoot the whole thing on an iPhone. I'm sort of waking up in cold sweat at night just wondering how I'm going to cope with that. But I'm working towards it. And that's how I'm going to save weight on my next trip, is by ditching a lot of this gear. Cameras these days, the phone cameras will do the trick. I've talked about that before, but you know, that's a good spot to save gear as well. If you're like me, if you're an amateur photographer, just reassess your whole camera situation when you're heading out on a big trip. I mean, I've been having a long, hard look at myself lately, you know, it's a good spot to save some weight. Another good spot to save weight is in your food. Now, I'm not saying to just toss a heap of food out and take less food and go starving while you're out on the trail. No, I'm not saying that. But plan calorie-dense meals. That's like, you get more bang for your buck out of a more calorie-dense meal. Try and look at that. Focus on high-calorie, lightweight food. Think of things like peanut butter wraps, good one, cheesy salmon pesto. These are delicious and efficient meals. They save in weight and they still fill you up. They still give you the energy you need. One of my favorites for the first 2 days of a hike is to take peanut butter and avocado rolls. I love those things. Just a roll chopped full of peanut butter and avocado provides heaps of energy. 1 or 2 of them at lunchtime. These little bread rolls are great. Learnt that from Rich Roll, who I'm a big fan of. But we take them on walks, looking at the packaging, looking at how many calories you're getting per 100 grams, that sort of thing. Really pay attention to that. Do some research online. There's heaps of content out there about food and stuff you can take. I will try and find some links, leave them below. But if you pack the right food and take the right quantities, you can live like a king and get much lighter weight food happening for a trip. So I will take maybe 700 grams of food per day on an 8-9 day trip, and I'm pretty happy with that. Could probably even get a little bit lighter, but I'm happy at that situation. Then just look at other stuff. Look at things like headlamps, rechargeable headlamps. You're probably taking a charging battery anyway, but even then, charging headlamps these days, like my favourite, I'm going to say it again, the Petzl Bindi. That thing will last me 8 or 9 days without a single charge. It weighs about 38 grams, I think, off the top of my head, the Petzl Bindi. But any of these lightweight torches, you get a long battery life out of them, and you don't need to carry spare replacement batteries. I used to always carry spare replacement batteries in my big old chunker head torch. I used to have to take 4 AA batteries, the 4 that were in it, 4 spares. It was out of control. Areas like that, you're going to save a lot of weight. Take rechargeable stuff that will hopefully last the whole trip, and you won't need to charge along the way. But if you do, you've probably got a backup battery you can give it a bit of charge from. And finally, one of the last sort of things I can think of, this is purely off the top of my head, a lot of this stuff today, but the last thing I can think of where I have saved a lot of weight is in my actual pack, my backpack, my Hyperlight Porter. I love that pack. It's about 1.5, 1.6 kilograms, but I used to always carry a big solid canvas pack for years that weighed over 3 kilograms. By converting to an ultralight pack, which can still carry a decent load, I've saved, 1.5 kilograms at least in pack, which was on my back before. So that has probably been one of my biggest weight savings, was in that pack. Worth doing your research on packs, and even if you can't afford one now, even if it's not on the horizon, just keep that in the back of your mind. One day when you need a new pack, really look into these things. I've loved the Hyperlight brand. I've seen other ones out there. There's plenty of brands coming and going, but have a look into them. Good weight saving there, and worth the investment when you can do it.
Are you about to embark on a 6-day walk? Or maybe you're thinking about it and you just don't know what to pack. And is that walk in winter? Well, if it is, you're in the right place, because today we are looking at my full gear loadout and food loadout for a 6-day overland track winter trip. Stay tuned to see what I'm packing for a trip that I have done nearly 50 times. If you're heading out in the overland track, no matter what time of year, then you've come to the right place. Let's get into it. We're going to start from basically the ground up, I guess. So what do we need first when we are planning a trip like this? Well, the first thing we need is a vessel to carry all this stuff in on our back. And yet again, on this trip, I'm taking my old faithful Hyperlight Porter pack. I've had this since around 2021, 3 years strong so far. It's done some epic trips in it, a lot of off-track scrub bashing, but I just love this pack. It's extremely durable. It is basically waterproof, and it's just very nice when it sits on my back. I do get asked a lot from viewers what I think of this pack, because it is a bit different to other packs in the fact that it is very streamlined. It's missing a few key features that other packs do. Things like the load lifters that would normally be on the top here, as well as the side adjuster straps which would normally bring it in a bit tighter to the back. And honestly, I've never had a problem with this pack. I have come from nearly 30 years of using traditional packs, canvas packs, osprey packs, that type of thing. And it was a big move for me to switch to this, but I haven't looked back since I bought it. I really like it. Some people say they are overpriced. Look, you pay a premium for this stuff, but I tell you what, I have absolutely brutalised this thing. I have taken it through Tasmania's thickest scrub, no joke. It has done 3 really epic off-track trips, and well, the proof's in the pudding. Look, it looks a bit worn and discoloured, but that doesn't worry me. There really is nothing in the way of holes in it. The couple of little scratches that have occurred, I have patched up. I have had canvas packs in the past that have been torn to bits over the same period of time, whereas this is still going strong. I did have to replace this front pocket prior to my last big trip, but it's held up strong, and I'm really happy with the pack. I've got a separate video with a review of this pack that I made a little while ago, so check that one out if you want to know more about the Hyperlight Porter. The next thing I always do, now I've gone into this before, but I don't like pack covers. They get pulled off my pack, they get blown off the pack. I'm not a fan, personally, but what I always do is have a pack liner. This is a big Wilderness Equipment pack liner, an Australian brand, but you can go for any pack liner really. You can use a trash compactor bag, a rubbish bag, something with thick plastic. I prefer a proprietary made pack liner. I just find it more durable, and these things last for years. I've got a couple that have lasted nearly 30 years basically, but this is a newer one. It goes into the pack like so, and everything just will go into there. I normally pack it over the top like this, and then I find it's very easy to fill. Everything will go in there into separate bags as well to ensure that it remains waterproof and watertight. And the video after this one, coming out not long after this video, will be about how I'm going to actually pack this pack. So if you want to see how I actually pack this thing after we go through the gear, then like and subscribe, and you'll be able to keep up to date with how we pack the pack in the next video. So that is my basic pack. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through the big 3 or 4 items that most people prioritise when they're planning a trip like this. So next up, we're going to have a look at the tent. Now, on this trip on the overland track, we're planning to sort of stay in huts, most likely every night, but that doesn't mean we don't take a tent. I take a tent on every trip I go on. It is absolutely essential. And while the huts are nice, I do sometimes prefer to sleep in a tent as well, have a bit of solitude, and it's just nice being outside in the fresh air, even in the middle of winter. So on this trip, I'm taking my lightest tent that I own, and this is the Stratospire Lee by Tarp Tent. It's one that I've had for a couple of years. I've never used it that much because I tend to be on trips where we're sharing a tent. I'm taking a solo tent this time. We're each taking our own tents. But the Stratospire Lee is extremely lightweight. It's a trekking pole tent, and I have the full nylon inner with this one. It's Dyneema. It's very light. Weight will be on the screen. But I'm basically taking this, A, because I haven't used it much. I want to give it a bit more of a test. B, we're going to be on tent platforms. I want to see how it performs when I set it up on a tent platform. I will do that regardless whether or not I sleep in this or not. I will set it up on a tent platform just to see how it goes. And it packs down extremely small. It is a trekking pole tent, but I'm not a huge fan of trekking pole tents. I will take trekking poles with me, but I have broken a lot of trekking poles over the year. I might take the additional poles that I did purchase when I bought this tent with it. I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. But stick around for the trip video in a couple of months and you will get to see exactly what we did. Next up, we are talking sleep system. And my sleep system for this trip, it's going to be cold. My son is actually out on the track at the moment while I'm making this video. He is up on the overland track, middle of winter, extremely cold conditions. They're looking at temperatures at the moment up there of around -5 to -10 degrees Celsius with the wind chill factor. He's actually camping in a tent each night. I'm going to be in the comfort of a hut most likely, but it is winter and I want to ensure I am very warm when I'm sleeping. I do not like being cold. So based on that, we're taking a Thermarest X-Therm. This is a fairly old model. It's probably about 3 or 4 years old at least, and I don't get to use it that often. I'm not normally trying to save on weight, but I've done this overland track a lot. I love the track. It's a good track. I don't mind carrying extra weight on this trip, especially in winter. So the X-Therm will be coming, and especially if I end up sleeping in the tent, that will be very convenient because it'll be nice and warm. Means I don't have to put too many layers on inside my sleeping bag, which is our next item on the list. So the sleeping bag we're taking for this trip, as I've said in the past, I normally prefer a quilt these days. I'm a quilt boy in the summertime and probably 3-season quilt boy. But for this trip, winter trip, I do think I will take my down sleeping bag. This one is a great one. It would either be this or the Western Mountaineering Ultralight, but I'm going to stick with this one. I love the Patagonia. This one, I will flash the name of it on the screen because I can't remember it. It's rated to -7 degrees Celsius. I don't even know if you can buy these anymore, which is a bit disappointing because they're a fantastic sleeping bag. You can sit up in them with your legs crossed. Really warm sleeping bag. I have been down to about -10 degrees in this sleeping bag and was very warm. So that is why I'm taking that on a winter trip. And to give you an idea of how I pack my sleeping bag when I'm going on a trip, sometimes I would put it in the proprietary bag that it comes with, but more often than not these days, I tend to put it in a waterproof sack, something like this. This is a Dyneema sack that I have from Hyperlight Mountain Gear, but anyone will do, or just use a plastic bag even. I do know that some people prefer to pack their sleeping bag into the pack as is, like that. I'm not a fan of that because if water got into the pack inside the pack liner, I'm in all sorts of trouble, especially in winter. So I do prefer to do it this way. I would normally just put it in here. If I didn't have a Dyneema or a waterproof bag, then what I would do is use a plastic bag inside the stuff sack that came with the sleeping bag. And we might just do that for now to give you an example. And then I would stuff it in there like so. I think it's extremely important to keep your sleeping bag dry. So this is why I am super protective of it when I go hiking, especially here in Tasmania. It rains in the middle of summer, it pours. You would have seen that on past videos that I've been on where we're out in summer and it is pouring rain. And I have had one time where my sleeping bag has got wet. Despite all this protection, it did get wet once and we had a big leak inside the sleeping bag, so no one is immune to it. And you can see that that's just a plastic garbage bag. I put that inside like that and stuff all the edges down around the side, so it's highly unlikely that water is getting in there. Do it up, and even back in the day I would put another bag around this, but these days I tend to stick with that. And then, the other thing you can do is use, like I said, a waterproof stuff sack and not have to bother with all that, but I'm just showing you that for now. So that is the sleeping bag, and like I said, we'll be doing a packing video after this one, so stick around for that. Also, I love a pillow. I love a bit of luxury. In terms of luxury, I'm not taking a chair on this walk like I normally would, but I will still take my pillow. This is a Flextail Zero pillow or something it's called, but again, that will come, and I'll probably put that inside with the sleeping bag in that stuff sack as well. Next up, we're going to start with the clothing, and we'll do from the ground up and show you how I'm layering, what I'm taking, and there's a couple of new items in here as well. So first up, boots. These are my lower boots that I've got. My German friends will say I'm pronouncing that wrong, and I just don't know how to pronounce it, but the Australian guy for lower even pronounces it lower. But anyway, they're the Lower Ranger 3 GTX. Winter trip on the overland. There could be deep snow. Don't know yet, but they are coming. They are extremely good boots. I've had them on a couple of trips now, and they are wonderful. So I'm really happy with them. And on my previous trip, it rained a lot, and I didn't get wet feet at all with these, with gaiters on. So looking forward to trying them out in the winter conditions and seeing what they're like. Now, in conjunction with the boots, it is winter in Tasmania. It tends to get very icy and slippery up in these areas. If you're not getting snow, then you're getting very cold and icy conditions, and it can be very slippery, especially on the boardwalks and the trails up on the overland track. This can even be an issue in summer as well. So what we're taking definitely on this trip, I almost think it's a prerequisite if you are heading on the overland track in winter, and that is some trail crampons, or snow spikes they're called. These ones are made by a mob called Hill Sound. I just bought these off Amazon, but they're available at outdoor stores here in Tasmania as well, and they just prevent any slipping, any tumbling over when you're walking along those smooth, untractioned surfaces. Is that a word, untractioned? I think it is. Anyway, Hill Sound trail crampons, I love these things. I use them up on the mountain near Launceston in Tasmania, where I live quite a bit, just when we're walking around the ski village there. So that is your general footwear. In the huts, I'll also take just my pair of camp shoes that I take on pretty much every trip. The X-Ped down, I think they're down, camp shoes. They're very lightweight, and I'll just wear them around the huts. of an evening that it's good to have, so they will come as well. Next up, well, we need socks obviously because we're going walking in the middle of winter. So we are taking a couple of options of socks here. I still haven't finalised what I'm going to wear. Like I've said in other videos, Silverlight socks I'm a big fan of, and I will probably just take them for a thinner, lightweight pair of socks to have if I need them. I can wear them around the hut, or if it's not particularly cold, I'd probably wear these as well. In terms of if things get really crazy, I have a pair of Sealskin's waterproof socks. Now, I haven't used them a lot. I've used them on occasion on really rough trips with snow and rain. And it's just a no-brainer for me to take them on this trip, because if it gets crazy and we get deep snow and we get big winds and stuff, I want to be able to protect my feet as best possible. So they will come in the incidence of that. And I'll probably take a third pair of socks. This is a thicker pair of smart wool socks that go sort of just below the knees. They're a longer one, so they'll be able to give a bit of insulation on the leg, and they're a thicker pair for walking in as well. Then I may take a very thin liner sock as well, just to get that layering happening with my feet as well as the rest of my body. And as a side note, a full gear list, link will be below to a full gear list of everything I'm taking. That will be the final list, so do check that out if you want to see all the gear that I'm taking in my gear list in Lighter Pack and Pack Wizard. Next on the list, we are talking thermals and insulation, the bottom layer that I would be wearing. So normally I would wear shorts and a shirt pretty much all seasons of the year except winter. On this trip, I will still take some shorts, probably the Patagonia baggies or the Silverlight shorts, but in addition to them, I will be taking a couple of different types of thermals. So in terms of base layer thermals, well, on my legs, I've got the Patagonia thermal weight thermal pants. These have been going with me for 7 or 8 years now, same pair, still going very strong, starting to get the odd little hole where they've been bashed up by scrub. But yep, they come along as sort of something I would sleep in or wear around the track. Very warm. It is very rare that I have to wear them on my legs when I'm walking, extremely rare. But in winter I may need to, so they will come along. And if I need to wear long pants, generally what I would do is wear just these with my underwear, as well as some overpants. We'll talk about them in a minute, but that's what I would wear. In terms of the next layer that would go on over the top of those if I needed it and at camp, well, we've got the Montane Prism pants. These are great pants. Again, they've been with me for about 7 or 8 years. Just a synthetically insulated pant. You can walk in these if you need to. They will go on over my boots if they need to. They've got zip legs. They can be tightened down around the base. I have never had to walk in these. If I do, I would wear them on this trip happily. They're a great pant and I take them on every single trip. Summer, spring, autumn, winter, you name it, because they pack down very small into this light bag and they are very nice and warm. And normally I just wear these around camp, even in summer of an evening. I just put these on and wear them around camp. And what I love about them is that they just pack down into that. So very small, very lightweight and very warm. And while we're looking at legs and sort of the lower layers for the bottom half of the body, we will look at the outer shell for that as well. And for this trip, I was tossing up whether or not to take my regular pants I take on a trip, the Patagonia Torrent Shell pants. They are a bit lighter, but I think what I'm going to do for this trip, just because it is winter and I haven't worn these that much, and because I haven't worn these that much, I'm going to be taking the Arc'teryx Beta AR pants that go with my raincoat. These are extremely durable, and I figure I can walk in these with just my shorts on underneath, and they should provide me with minimal insulation, but I should stay pretty warm with these on the outside. So I think these will come. These are a Gore-Tex Pro pant, extremely durable and really good in really rough weather conditions. So that is what will come as well. And the other thing we will be trying on this trip in terms of gaiters, I was thinking of maybe not wearing gaiters because it's the overland track, open trails, but if there is snow, I do like gaiters. I find they keep the snow out for me when I'm trekking. So I'm just going to take these Rab Muztag GTX gaiters, very lightweight, and they're one that I talked about on another video. Haven't used them yet, so I want to test them out while I'm out there as well, so I can let you guys know what they're like. So we now move on to the top half of the body, and I'm trying a few different things on this trip. First up, as a base layer, and I think I'm going to wear this pretty much every day. This is a thermal mesh base layer. A viewer put me onto it, and I ended up buying some of the Bringy thermal mesh from Norway. I'm a big fan of Norwegian products, as you will find out, but this is a thermal mesh singlet. I'm going to wear that as my base layer every day while I'm walking. I think the benefits of this stuff when you read into it are amazing. I will do a separate video on these at some stage after this trip probably, but I'm really excited to be trying that out as my main base layer on top. Now, in addition to that, I'm just not going to walk around in a mesh top. I don't know what that will look like, but on top of that, I will then wear an icebreaker woolen 150 zone t-shirt. That will be my sort of daily shirt to wear. If it is really cold and I need something warmer, then that will come off, and that is where I will put on another woolen thermal layer, and this is an icebreaker merino 200 thermal layer. I'll wear that over the top. I'm not taking the Patagonia thermal weight zip long sleeve top on this trip. A couple of reasons for that. A, I want to try this out a bit more. It's a thermal layer I've had for a little while and I like it. And B, I'm also going to take, in addition to that thermal, I'm going to take another piece of Bringy mesh, which is a long sleeve thermal mesh top. And what I can do with that, if it's really cold when we're out walking, I'll wear this full layer. And in addition to that, I would layer over the top of that with either that same thermal or with my North Face Future Fleece zip neck hoodie. I've talked about this before on another video. It's really good, really warm, and fantastic thing to walk in if it is cold. So that is my sort of layering system. I've got a short sleeve option, I've got a long sleeve option. Maybe overkill, but I really want to test this stuff out. I was tossing up whether or not to take this Bringy mesh layer, but I think I will, this long sleeve one. I like the way that the neck sort of folds down around it and sort of warms the neck as well. So I think that would be good. And I could even just wear this under my rain jacket if I had to and see how that goes. But I think that will be coming along. It is winter, and like I said, it's getting down to -6 to -10 out there at the moment with the wind chill. Next, we come to our sort of outer or our thermal insulation layer, not our thermal insulation layer, our mid layer, sorry. We're getting to our mid layers now with the North Face Future Fleece. If I'm wearing a thermal and the Future Fleece and I still need some warmth, then when I'm standing around camp or if I'm stopping for a break, then I'm taking my insulated jacket. Now, in the past, I've always sworn by synthetic insulation here in Tasmania. With down, if it gets wet, it's not as insulating, if you know what I mean. But I've talked about that on other videos, but I have recently purchased another jacket. I first saw it in Norway a year ago when I was there, and I had my eye on it for ages, and I managed to get it on sale. So I bought what is called the Norrøna Baltikind jacket. I think I'm pronouncing that correct. This thing, and I absolutely love this jacket. I've had it a couple of months, and I've been wearing it here in Launceston in Tasmania as I walk around the city every day. I'm wearing this as my daily driver jacket, and it is absolutely fantastic. Now, you're probably saying, why are you getting a down jacket and taking that out there? Well, the thing with this jacket is it is a combination of synthetic and down. So it's got synthetic in the areas that are prone to get wet, like around the sleeves here and around the neck, and also down the sides. So I want to give it a go. If I didn't take this, I would take the Arc'teryx Atom AR jacket, which is a warm winter synthetic jacket, but this thing has been absolutely amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. I can walk in it. I just walked home this morning in a freezing cold morning, and I was able to ventilate it a bit as I warmed up. I was able to just keep this open, and I found that it worked really well. So this is coming more for a test run in cold conditions more than anything. So I'm really excited to test this jacket out. We'll be doing a review on it very soon, within the next month or so. Great jacket, and I'm looking forward to giving that a good test run out on the track. In terms of questionable layering on them, I don't know if I'll take. Well, that is a Patagonia Nano Puff vest. Had that for many years. I don't know if I'll take that. That'll be a last minute decision. I do just like the comfort of having a vest on around camp as well. I mean, you're looking at all this gear I've got and you're going, you're crazy taking all this stuff, but there will be some last minute modifications, I am sure. So do check the gear list down below to see what I end up taking as the final packing. I don't know about this one yet. It's probably unlikely. I just like having a vest occasionally, but don't know. I doubt that'll come. So that is the top layers. In terms of couple of critical areas for the extremities, well, gloves and beanies. As always, the Temres Showa 28202 gloves are coming. Very hard to get. I have to get them in from the States, and you're generally better off buying them in bulk, but they come on every trip. There are some alternatives I am looking at for these because these are just so hard to get. I will be testing some out in the future of some different brands, so stay tuned for that as well. But I do like those gloves. They're great in the cold. And normally, even on a summer trip, I would take the Temres and a pair of scrub gloves and a pair of other gloves. But on this trip, I'm not taking scrub gloves because there's no scrub. I'll take those liners, and I'll take the Montbell chemise gloves. These are a great glove just for around camp and of an evening. I just like to have these. I take them everywhere I go. I wear them around the city here. Beautiful glove, and they will be coming as well. In terms of beanies, well, we're taking a couple of options. This is a newer beanie that I have, just a very cheap one off Amazon. Carhartt beanie, it's just a synthetic fabric that I'm going to take, very thick, and reviews has been a very warm beanie. That is something I can wear around camp as well as on the track if I need to. So that will be coming. As always, my Smart Wall cuffed beanie. I love this thing. I've had it for a few years. That is coming along. That's generally what I walk in, what I sleep in, if I'm in a tent and it's cold. So that will come. I like to take 2 beanies on a winter trip. That's just me. I would get away with just that probably, but again, check that gear list because if things are looking a bit weighty, then one of those will probably go. Then I have also a very lightweight balaclava, just a no-name brand one. Oh, it's Mountain Designs, that one. Very thin, lightweight balaclava for if things get windy and I just need a bit of extra protection. I'll also take a buff or a neck warmer for around the neck if things are looking a bit crazy. So that will come as well. Then finally, with the clothing, well, we're taking my normal raincoat that I've been taking for years. Did another video on this jacket recently. It's the Arc'teryx Beta AR. Love this thing. Been going strong for years. And basically in any conditions, I can rely on this thing to keep me relatively dry and protected from the elements in those really crazy weather conditions. So that is my jacket of choice as always. That is coming along as well. Now we move on. There isn't a whole lot left. Move on next to my cooking system and my stove. Now for this trip, I was tossing up whether or not to take a MSR pocket rocket, something like that, but I'm just sticking with my old faithful, the Jetboil Minimo. Why do you ask? Why am I taking a slightly heavier stove? Well, I just like this thing. It's reliable. I know what I'm going to get out of it. I know I'll just basically need 1 canister of fuel. That would last. I'll have heaps left from that. And I can make myself a nice coffee with the Jetboil as well. It's got the little plunger in there that I take sometimes, so I'll have a nice coffee in the morning. I'm really living it up on this trip, and it's just a reliable stove. I'm planning on cooking myself a hot drink each lunch, a soup of an evening, dinner of an evening, breakfast in the morning, all of that. So it's just something that I like this stove. I don't mind carrying a bit of extra weight with this stove. I've talked about stoves before on this channel. That is by far my favorite, and I struggle to take another one when I just want some reliability and I want something that just works really well, and I can pretty much guarantee how much fuel I'm going to use. In terms of tech, things like that, well, I will have my iPhone 14, I think it is, with me. I will take that OtterBox case. It's just a solid case that protects my phone when I'm out on the track. I don't like to use it around town, but while I'm on the track, I like to take this just because it protects it a bit if I drop my phone. To charge my phone, I've just got the Anker battery. This is the 26,000 milliamp one from memory. Yeah, 26,300 milliamp Anker battery. So I'm taking that so I can charge my phone, charge my watch. So that will come along with me. In addition to that, we've got for communication, we've got the InReach Mini 2 by Garmin. That stays on pretty much the whole trip so I can communicate with my loved ones and my family. And I can also raise the alarm if I needed to with that. That's a great little device. Whether or not InReach is going to be around for much more with recent iPhone announcements about satellite messaging and things, well, we'll wait and see. Next up, illumination and lighting. Now, I've always said in the past on lots of videos how I love the Petzl Bindi head torch, but on this trip, we could end up walking in the dark sometimes. We're planning a couple of side trips and they could be big days, and if we have to walk in the dark for an hour or two, I'd probably prefer to have a head torch that is going to give a bit more light than the Petzl Bindi. I could get away with the Petzl Bindi, but I think I'm going to use this one. Can't even remember what this one is, but I'll put the name up on the screen. It is a Petzl, the one I use for running. It's really high beam, the Swift RL it's called. It's the Petzl Swift RL. A great head torch for just really lighting up the trail. So I'm just going to take that just in case I need it. I probably won't, but if I do, I'll be very thankful that I've got it. And then for around the hut and for around the camp at night, I just take my little Goal Zero Lighthouse Micro. This thing is very light and I take it on every trip. I actually forgot it on my 10-day trip earlier in the year and I was so annoyed with myself because I would have loved to have had this thing each night just hanging in the tent. I survived, but it's nice to have. It's one of the things I like to take. And then I've just got this little sack here. That's what all my tech stuff goes in. My spare cords, the battery, head torch, stuff like that goes in this little Dyneema pouch from Mountain Laurel Designs. It's just nice and lightweight. So that all goes in there. And look, the head torch would probably go in with my beanie and gloves near the top of my pack in case I need it that day, but for the time being it all goes in here and sits in there nicely, along with my spare cords there. I've got just 3 very lightweight small cords. So that is that stuff. I do also like to take a pump with me for my sleeping pad. Not essential, but I'm taking one. This is a Flextail, is it 12-0? Is it called a Flextail Zero? Something like that. 1.2 ounce, sorry. 1.2 ounce Flextail Zero, I think it's called. That's coming as well, does a good job. I got 10 days out of this, inflating a pad every day, or 2 pads every day. We were both using it recently, so it's very reliable, and that will be coming as well. Miscellaneous items now. Well, I've got this, that's my glasses case. I have to wear glasses, so I take that just to keep them well protected. I will take a small towel like that. That is a towel for just cleaning up. If there's snow in the tent and stuff, I just wipe it off with that and squeeze it out. If the tent was wet inside, if I was in the tent, I can wipe the inside with that. That's just a microfiber towel. I do, of course, have my bow trowel and I've got my toilet paper. I take a very small thing of sanitizer and a small thing of soap as well. I've just got my titanium spoon and my very lightweight Cedar Summit cup. That will do the trick. I don't need anything special or fancy. Then we've also got a couple of these Hyperlight side loader pods. I've got the Mountain Laurel Designs pod. That's just generally what most of that stuff that I've just shown you would go into that. My clothes will generally go into that, into the side loader pod. And then I've got a very basic first aid and repair kit. In that I always take a spare buckle for my pack. I've seen buckles break in the past. It's just a very light thing to take and it's very handy if something were to happen. We have had to use them a couple of times. Spare shoelaces, which can also act as spare guy line as well. You can do vice versa. You can take spare guy line and use them as shoelaces, but I'm taking that. Just a small Cedar Summit waterproof sack to put all this gear in. So this is my repair kit. I also take, on a trip like this where I've got a bit of luxury, I've got a clothesline that I can hang in the hut there if I need to. Just a very thin cord clothesline. Also just a very basic first aid kit, some blister treatments, some paper tape and some band-aids, and that is about it for the first aid. Very, very basic. I can treat blisters for 5 days if I had them or if someone else had them. Always end up finding that someone on a trip needs a bit of blister treatment, so they come as well. I also have a bit of Gear Aid tenacious tape in there. If there was a tear in some gear or in a tent, I can fix that as well. That goes in there along with my toiletries. Then there is also the Osprey day pack. I don't know if that'll come. We'll have to wait and see. Like I said, there could be some side trips and I would want a day pack in that event. I think I'll chuck it in anyway. If we go up Mount Ossa or something like that along the way, which is one of my, it's a nice peak to climb. I like doing it. I'd want a little day pack just to put some stuff in. So I think that will come. We'll just wait and see. Other bags we might take, well, I'm taking for my food, probably 1 or 2 bags. These are Dyneema food bags, really good. I bought these recently from Ultralight Hiker. Please do check them out, Australian company, and they are a fantastic bag. Nice big wide open thing. You can chuck all your gear in there. It's easy to just to find stuff in there. A really, really good food bag. I love these things that I bought 2 or 3 of them. So I can do up sort of 10 days with what I've got here with these bags and everything will go inside them. Link is below. I am an affiliate, so if you do buy from them, I would get a commission, but I wouldn't recommend them if I didn't think they were a good product, and these are fantastic products, so do check them out. And food. Oh, and one thing, just cutting in here while I'm filming another video, I forgot to mention in my gear that I'm packing. I'm actually packing my trekking poles. They're coming along, I did say that. And of course I need a water vessel. I'm just taking 2 1-litre flexi flasks on this trip. They'll be coming as well. Don't think I need a bladder. If I do, I'll take 1 1-litre flask and just a 1 or 2 litre bladder so I can drink while I'm walking, but that is about it. And of course I've got camera gear. I love taking camera gear. That will all be in the gear list as well. Now back to the video. And finally we get to food for the trip. And what are we taking on this trip in terms of food? On a trip that I've been on many, many times before. Well, I'm keeping it as simple as possible on this trip. I'm going with freeze-dried meals. I'm trying a couple of new meals I haven't had, and we'll do a review when I get back. We'll do a video trying out the meals each night, along with the other guys that are coming, seeing what they're trying, and we'll do a bit of a food review post-trip. Firstly, breakfast. Well, I'm just going the Radix meals. I've taken them on previous trips. Very easy to make, pretty tasty, and I'm just taking a different flavour each day. We've got a banana one, which is one of their Ultra Packs, 800 calorie meal. So that will come for one of the bigger days. Then I've got vanilla, I've got strawberry, I've got mixed berry, and then I've got apple cinnamon. That's breakfast sorted, done. In terms of lunch, well, again, we're keeping it simple. We're just taking a wrap or 2 for each day. And then one of these are just from the local supermarket. These are a Tasmanian made cheese. They come in little 50-gram blocks like this in different flavours. So I have a different flavour of cheese every day. And the beauty of walking in winter is they're not going to spoil, they're going to stay cold, so I'll have one of those for each day of the trip. They will be very nice in my wrap, probably with a little bit of spinach or something as well. I can carry a little bit of spinach for the trip with me, or a bit of lettuce. And probably for the first day or two, I'll take a couple of rolls as well. I'll keep lunch pretty simple and just stick with stuff like that, and probably both my own homemade sort of dip, hummus, as well as some freeze-dried capsicum dip as well. And I'll just mix that up and make a couple of nice wraps. Then we move on to dinner, and I'm trying a few different meals here. This is Strive Food, based in Hobart here in Tasmania. We're going with the Strive Food chicken broccoli pesto pasta one night. I'm taking a 2-serve meal for me. I'm going to be pretty hungry. I'm just very hungry even looking at that thing, but I'm going to try that out. I haven't had that one before, so that will be good to try. And again, I'm taking a slow-cooked Australian steak by On Track Meals. I've taken these on the last 2 trips I've been on, and I love them. They're just such a delicacy. There's such a treat when you're out there. You know, night 2 or 3, I'm going to pull this out, my steak, along with a bit of just Deb mashed potato with some peas in it. I have that, and that will be a great meal. I know it will be. Had it before, so looking forward to that one. And I may even get another on-track meal just to take to try. I'll wait and see. But at the moment, these are the meals I'm taking. I may swap one of these other Radix meals out for another on-track meal, just to see how the weight is going as I pack. And yep, so the Radix Peri Peri meal, Ultra 800 calorie meal will be coming. That's quite a tasty one. I've had that a few times. That is a big meal, 155 grams. You can't really go wrong with that. Another Radix meal. I may swap this out for one of those on-track meals, but that's a basil pesto meal. Nothing against the basil pesto, but I just want to try some more of those on-track meals, I think. But that is what we're going with at this stage. And finally, this is one I had in the cupboard, Campers Pantry lamb casserole. Again, that is a 2-serve meal, big meal, but I've got a heap of these left from another trip, so I'm going to take that out there. You can't actually buy these anymore, but we're going to use that up. It is a good meal. I like it. So that is coming as another dinner. Then we have drinks and stuff. Well, I'm taking a selection of just continental soups and some freeze-dried miso soups that I like to take. We're taking my Element electrolytes. I just take one of them for each day. It's just nice at the end of the day. I like them just to refuel. Or what I will do is fill up a bottle at the end of the day, have some, and it'll normally last me through the night and a bit of the next day as well, just to sip on. Then I've got a selection of hot chocolates, and at lunch each day I'll also have probably a Milo with a bit of milk, so that will come as well. And then we'll also have a bit of plunger coffee to go in the morning as well. It's very decadent, this whole trip. Look, it's going to be good. Then we've got my salt and pepper shaker, MSR salt and pepper shaker, that will come as well. And then in terms of snacks for each day, the only thing that I am conscious of is it'll be very cold. I'll be burning more fuel as I go. So I've got a little selection of a couple of new snacks that I'm trying here. I am going to be trying out a beef jerky that I haven't tried. An ad popped up on social media and I thought I'd give this a go. An Australian company called Chief, and they've got a beef brisket bar. Now, I just ate one a little while ago and it's pretty tasty. I mean, if you don't like jerky, definitely don't try this, but I thought I'd give these a go instead of little packets of jerky that I sometimes take, and just have one of them each day. So we've got one of them for each day. Then I do like Cliff Bars. I take one of them for each day as well. And then we've got the other Chief product, their hazelnut brownie bar, and they look all right as well. So it's called the Chief Collagen Bar. Looks all right. Take one of them for each day. And then, well, my kids are obsessed with another YouTuber called Mr. Beast. You may have heard of him. If you haven't, then he's got a bar called Feastables, and we bought a few of these, the whole family, and I've taken one of them for each day. They're a bit extravagant, but I've got some sitting around, so they're coming as well. And then, of course, one of my favourite things to take is just a bag full of nuts and seeds and a bit of dried fruit. I can nibble on throughout the day. That's something I've made up myself. Just mixed that up and made my own little Scroggin mix. It's got a couple of peanut M&Ms in there as well, so that comes each day as well. And finally, the non-ration stuff. I've gone into non-ration before, but it's just one of those little luxuries I like to take and surprise fellow walkers as we walk along the trail. We'll take a little bag of non-ration here. That is a pretty heavy bag. It's got blocks of chocolate, it's got freeze-dried ice cream, it's got a couple of other little snacks, some little biscuits and things. That will probably come along. It'll probably get thinned out a bit before I go because it is quite heavy, but that is the non-ration. So there you have it. That is the full gear loadout for the Overland Track 6-day winter trip, as well as the food. I'm heading down on a 6-day winter trip. I cannot wait. and I thought I'd run you through today how I pack my pack, and this applies to pretty much any trip I go on. It could be a 10 or 11 day trip, it could be a 7-day trip, it could be a 3-day trip, but this is the sort of rules I apply when I am packing my pack for a trip. So today we're going to go through my system for packing, where I put what, how I make stuff accessible for when I need it, and how I get my pack nice and comfortable. So let's get into it. Let's see how I pack my pack. But today, all the stuff's organised, it's all ready to go. We've just got to put it in the pack in my sort of system that I like to pack it in. And the other note is that everyone's got a different system, totally. Understand that. If you've been hiking for years and you've got a system, I'm not saying you use this system. Stick with your system, whatever works for you. But this is the way I pack my pack, and I have sort of refined it over the years to a way that suits me. So first up, I'm just going to undo all my little straps here. I've got a Hyperlight Porter pack, but you know, I've had different packs over the years. I undo all these straps on the side, so there's no restrictions on it. I've got my pack liner in the top here, which I went into that last video, and I ensure that the pack liner is in there. There's no holes in the pack liner. If there is, I would patch them up. But there we go. The pack is ready for packing. This one's looking pretty old and tatty, but it still works really well. And well, the first thing I put in my pack generally is my sleep system. It's generally the last thing I'm going to need at the end of the day. It's not going to come out until the end of camp unless something drastic happens. And it's what I put at the base of my pack. Generally, you don't want your heaviest stuff right at the bottom. Generally, I will sit my heavier stuff above my sleep system. So it's sort of sitting just above the base of my spine when I have my pack on. So first up, we're going with the sleep system into the bottom of the pack. And well, today, as I discussed in that previous video, there's my sleeping bag into a waterproof stuff sack. This one's Dyneema, but you can use any stuff sack. You could use a garbage bag inside the stuff sack for the sleeping bag, but that is in there ready to go. And that is going right at the bottom of my pack. And I just make sure it's sitting in there, nice and flat in the bottom. You want to be sitting it, so it's sitting down there. It's sitting down there on that sort of angle. I generally wouldn't put it that way. You could if you wanted, if you find it easier, but I like to sit it flat. So that sits in there flat and covers up most of the base of the pack. There are some gaps around it, so that's where my sleeping mat, my thermarest comes in. That normally, I probably wouldn't take it in the sack like that. I would just take it like this, and you can roll it up and put it down like that. This is a thermarest X-Therm, a thicker one, so I will just fold it. And why I do that is, so I get it sort of like that, and then that can sit down in front of my sleeping bag. So now that is packed into the sort of front side of the sleeping bag. One thing you sometimes have to watch, especially in thinner packs, is the thermarest is now sitting there. Be careful if you're putting it down and there's roots and spikes and stuff. You don't want to sit this down for it to puncture the pack and the thermarest. I've never had trouble with that happening. If you're worried about that, you could sit the thermarest on the back here. That would also give you a bit of cushioning. And I might actually do that. I'll sit it there because it sort of sits in there a bit better. So as you can see, it sort of sits down in there nicely. There's the sleeping bag, there's the thermarest so far, and that is the current setup. Next up, I would tend to wedge in down next to my sleeping bag there, my spare clothes that I'm not going to need on the track. Again, there's something I need at camp once I've set up the sleeping bag and stuff. So that is what goes in next. And for this trip, because it is a winter trip, my spare clothes bag is pretty small because all the stuff I may need while I am walking, which I've just prepped into separate bags, I'm going to keep that near the top of my pack. This is things like spare socks, some warmer spare pants, a spare thermal, and some underwear. That is all in this tinier bag. Waterproof sack, again, I put everything inside waterproof sacks that then goes inside this big waterproof liner. So yeah, that's my spare clothes. They're pretty minimal because, like I said, everything is there. It's going to be at ready access if I need it while I'm on the track, if things get crazy. So this then goes in, and I'm going to just get that down. That's actually going to sit just on top of the sleeping bag, and I'm going to really push it down in there. And then I'm going to look for something here. Yeah. All right, so now I've got a few gaps, and again, as you can see, so we've got in there a bit of a gap on the side of the pack there. That is where my first food bag is going to go. So generally the food, when you're starting a trip, is your heaviest item. That then goes in next because it's going to be sitting just above the hip belt on the pack here. It's going to be sitting just above there, and that's where I sort of want it to sit, and I will feel very comfy because I've got some lighter stuff in the base, and now I've got a good foundation to put the food into. So I separate my food into generally a snacks bag with all the drinks and snacks in one bag. I will then have the lunches and breakfasts in another bag. This is just a system I have developed for myself, for my own mental clarity when I'm out there and I can't think straight potentially. So I know where everything sort of is. So this one here is I can tell that is my snacks bag. No, it's not, sorry. that is my snacks bag, and the snacks bag is the heaviest one. I've got lots of snacks each day. I've got drinks in there as well, so there's a lot of gear in there. Then I also have my dinner and dinner bag. Dinners are separate just because I like to have my food sort of into maybe 2 or 3 smaller bags, so I can have a compartmentalisation system, a system of compartmentalisation happening in my bag, and I can easily get into these little nooks and crannies with these little bags of food. So that will go in next. It's not as heavy, that food bag, and that fills in one of the main gaps in there. Again, I've got now a nice layer there, all pretty flat, where I can now put in the heaviest bag of them all. I've fitted that food bag in there. I will probably fit that one in there as well. On top, that's a lighter food bag with my breakfast and lunches. And then this big mama, the main snack bag, that main snack bag will now go, and I'll sort of try, so I'm not off balance, I'm just going to move them around a bit. So this is sitting on the centre of the back. You'll see there that that is now sort of central to the back of the pack. So all the weight is there and it's not to one side, so it's fairly balanced. So now you can see there, that's that main food bag. And if we come out here, you see on the pack, that food bag is sitting around there at the moment. So it's nice and central, sort of just above the hip belt here, and that is looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that so far. Okay, next item. At this point, I'll sort of have a look at what I've got remaining and what needs to be on top. What needs to be on top is my rain gear, my spare clothing that I might need while I'm on the track, that I might need to put on quickly if things get cold. And I do have my stove and my tent as well. Now, normally I would have, if I'm carrying my tent or if my partner is carrying my tent, I would have that at ready access fairly close to the top. I would probably put that in around now for this trip actually, because I'm going to use my stove at lunchtime to make a hot drink because it's going to be cold. So what I think I will do with this tent, Stratus by Lee, it's got some supports that make it fairly rigid, so you can't pack it down much smaller than that. If I had another tent, I would really squash it down a bit inside the pack. So that tent is just sitting there above the food. I'm actually, because it's such a light tent, I think I would normally set it flat like that, but I think because it's so light, I've got a nice gap down the side of the pack there. I'm just going to push it down into that gap. It's not really going to destabilise the pack at all because it is such a light tent. It's going to give me a lot more room now around each side to sort of fit my other bits and pieces. I've got lots of gaps down in there, which are going to be good. I can put like my toiletries and stuff down in there, my first aid. There's heaps of room in here. I really don't have much left to put in, so we'll do that next. We'll get things like, this is my light first aid kit. That can just sit on top there actually, because then it's ready access. I've got a snake bite kit there. That's going to get down to there as well. So if you do it you pack the same sort of fashion every time, you'll get to know where everything is and where you sort of keep stuff. So that is in there. That could probably go down just a bit more. Goes down there. And again, I'm just pushing everything down. I mean, if you've got delicate food, don't be too aggressive, but that doesn't really worry me if stuff in my food gets broken to little bits, because it will happen anyway, probably. Okay, next we're going to put in things like my stove. That can sit in probably around the front here somewhere. So the stove will just sort of sit down there, and the gas canister can I'm just placing bits in now and just sort of like a jigsaw puzzle, I guess. They're just sitting in there nice and flat. Put the toilet paper in there as well somewhere. Again, this is all stuff I can access fairly easily now. I've got that main base in of the sleeping gear and the food, all that, and the tent, and all this stuff just goes around it, and I can access it if I need to while I'm on the track. Next up, I've got these camp shoes. I could have put them in a bit earlier actually, but I've just completely forgotten about them, but I'm going to find a little spot to wedge them down the edge here. There's this gap there. I'm just trying to fill in all these little hollow pockets that are down here. There's a couple, so that one will fill that one quite nicely. That is in there. I've got my down jacket I'm taking, or down and synthetic this is, but again, you can roll that up and into itself. You can put it in the supplied pocket and stuff it down to that. I just find that ends up taking more room, and with these sorts of things, I tend, generally, if I've got a synthetic especially, I will just find a gap to stuff that down the front there. So yeah, it's down there in front of the tent, stuffed down in there. Now, if water were to get into the bag, that would be bad. Could affect the down in that, but that is synthetic and down. I'm not too worried about that. I've got lots of other layers to wear. It's a jacket I want to test out. Synthetic, I wouldn't hesitate to do that. And that is generally why I wouldn't put a sleeping bag in the same way as this, because I'd just be worried about getting wet. So yeah, that's where that goes. Stuff down in there. You can do that with any jacket. I also do the same with my fleece. So in this bag here, I have my sort of gear that I would need on track. And again, my fleece is in there. I probably shouldn't have put that in there. So I'll take that out, my North Face Future Fleece zip. hoodie. Again, I would just have that somewhere quite accessible on top of that down jacket, and that just sits there. It's at easy access. I can pull it out if I need it. I can pull it out quickly. And the rest of the stuff in this bag are things like my gloves, my beanie, a pair of thermal pants to put on if it gets really cold, because I'm going to start walking in shorts and probably overpants. So I'll put them in there. I've got my thermal top as well, in case I need that. I've got 2 pairs of gloves, a hardcore pair of my Temres gloves and a glove liner. That stuff is all in there, and that is all easy access. Normally I would keep the spare thermal probably in my spare clothes, because I wouldn't need it during the summer or in the shoulder season, but they all go in there as well. Okay, so that is just sitting in there now, and we're almost there. And the one thing I will say about when you're packing, you'll be trying to get everything in there, and you'll be like, I can't fit it all in. You just play around with it. You sort of move things around a bit. This is feeling and looking pretty good. And we haven't got much left. I have got my, what I call my ditty bag, or my kit bag. I call it the kit bag. But in there I've got my cup, I've got my sunglasses case, I've got a head torch. So the head torch is at easy access at all times if I need it. I've got my spoon, I've got my InReach, a little notebook, that sort of thing. So that will go in as well. That goes in to the top at easy access. So I'll need that at lunchtime. Next up, and again, I should have put this in a bit earlier, but it's a tiny little bag with my spare battery, electronic stuff. That sits in there as well. That will just get stuffed down into, right down in a crevice down there. Because it's got a battery in it, probably better off in the middle of the pack so it doesn't get too cold, but I'll fix it up. But again, like you can see, I'm just trying to fit stuff in now around, as long as I can access that important gear if I need to easily. That's my main concern. Last few items, we've got over trousers. I'll probably even start walking in them, so they're at ready access. My raincoat, and that all sort of sits there. So raincoat is in there. And what I would do with these, normally with my raincoat, once we're out on the track a couple of days, I tend to, when it's dry, I will roll my raincoat up. So roll it up into the hood like that, so you end up with it rolled up. I'll roll up my pants too. Once you're out on the track for a few days, what I will do, especially if the raincoat is damp, I will stuff it on the outside of the liner, between the liner and the pack, so it's not getting other gear wet, and it can sit in there sort of stuffed quite nicely. So you can see there, it's on the outside of the liner. That's how it would be if I was out on the track for a few days. Same would go for the pants. Again, you just sort of fit it in where you can, like I did with that down jacket, down the sides, and it's quite easy to do. But for now, the jacket and the pants go in there like that. There we go. I've got my trail crampons are in as well. They sit near the top because they will be coming out pretty quickly, I would imagine. And because I'm not wearing them straight out of the bat, the gaiters will just sit on the top there somewhere as well, so I can get them and put them on when we start. Got my trowel there, that just goes anywhere on the top where I can sort of put it. Be careful if you're putting it down the side here like this that it doesn't puncture your bag. So that just sits on the outside there. What else we got? Then that is about it. The only other stuff I've got are the stuff I'll be wearing. That sits outside the pack until I go. I'll also attach my little external shoulder pocket from Chicken Tramper Ultralight Gear. The first time I've trying this out, so I'll let you know how this goes. But it looks like a good little shoulder pouch. So that will go on there, locked in. Oh, my Hyperlight repack. Could have put that with my food bags, but anyway, that's going in as well. That's all spare stuff that's not coming. So there we are, that is done. I've got some trekking poles as well, which I will have with me. We then get the pack and roll it up. Pack liner, sorry, and roll it up, clip it up, and do the same. This is a pack with a roll top closure. Do the same with that, roll it up as much as you can. And again, I will repack this again, probably once or twice more, so I get a feel for where everything is, even though it's the same each time. I just like to do it a couple of times. Do it at the top, do that, do all them up. That pack is pretty much ready to go. So then we can pick it up, and gee, it's feeling pretty light. That is quite nice. Pack is on, and what I'm going to do now, just to check it, loosen off all the buckles. If you have a pack with straps on the sides here, like tightening in, and you've got load lifters, loosen them all off before you put it on. Loosen the belt off, and tighten the belt first. There you go. And I just get all these done up. Again, loosened off. Then if I had side tensioning straps, I would tighten them now. Start from the base, work your way up, tighten them off. That's feeling good. Tighten this one off, the chest strap, that brings it right in. Then I would just check the shoulder straps. I loosen them off a bit and just gradually, that's feeling pretty good. Then if I had load lifters, I would then tighten them in. And look, that's ready to go. I'm ready to walk. So that's feeling pretty good.
Happy with that?
Now, gear is important, but so is fueling your body. Next up, hiking food and recovery strategies. Carrying too much food, eating the wrong meals, not recovering properly after a long hike. Well, I've made all those mistakes. In this section, we'll go over lightweight food strategies, meal planning for long hikes, and how to recover faster so you can keep hiking stronger for longer. Ever found yourself halfway up a mountain, exhausted and frustrated because the sheer weight of your food feels like a burden rather than a boost? Trail food can make or break your hike, but it's all about packing smart to turn it into your secret weapon. Too often hikers struggle with heavy packs and energy crashes because they miss out on these simple yet effective food strategies. So in this video, you are going to discover 5 essential food hacks that will transform your hike, keeping your pack light, your energy high, and your meals delicious. With these tried and true tips, your food becomes an advantage, not a burden, ensuring you're always ready for the next walk in the wilderness. One of the biggest mistakes I have seen a lot of hikers make, especially beginners, is overpacking food. I am guilty of this myself on numerous occasions, like many occasions. You feel like you need to bring an entire pantry of food for just in case. But here is the thing, packing too much food is an anchor. It doesn't give you extra security, it just drags you down step by step until the hike feels like you're hauling a bag of bricks. I remember the time around 20 years ago when I headed out on a 26-day hiking odyssey, and the foods we carried were overweight, impractical, and absolutely decadent. Looking back on it now, we probably could have planned things a lot better, as opposed to throwing in everything that we thought would be nice or that we might need. These days, there is a simple hack that I use. I aim for around no more than 800 grams of food per day, with a small, lightweight backup meal. On a day trip, things like a dehydrated soup pouch or a nut butter packet are ideal. On a longer trip, one single freeze-dried meal or something like that is a good backup meal without weighing you down. But how do you figure out what to take and how to get your optimal weight? Well, if you want a really easy way, you can check out my hiking meal planner in the description down below. It is free and it helps you to plan your hiking meals in detail, allowing you to plan for weight, plan for calories, and it has been a game changer for me. I'm constantly working on it, so check it out and I'll let you know when we update it. You can also sign up to my newsletter where each week I send out hiking tips and tricks. All right, so that's a quick win on how to lighten your load. But what about keeping your energy steady so that you don't hit a wall halfway up the mountain? A lot of hikers rely on high calorie, quick snacks like chocolate bars or energy gels. They think it's all about a quick boost, but that boost is like a rocket. It's powerful, fast, and short-lived. Quick energy snacks are literally like rocket fuel. They will shoot you forward only to leave you burning out as fast as you launched. And while these can be great for activities like running, and I have been using them for years in plenty of races, they probably aren't built as well for steady energy on a long, challenging hike. The key here is to combine fast burn foods with long-lasting fuel. That is where trail mix comes in. Now, call it what you like, but trail mix, or as we often call it here in Australia, scroggin, it is a game changer. Trail mix isn't just a random snack, it is a powerhouse of balanced nutrition, and each ingredient serves a purpose. Nuts, for example, are rich in healthy fats and protein, which means they're more than just fuel. Those fats help keep your energy levels steady, and the protein supports muscle repair. Then you've got seeds. Seeds like pumpkin and sunflower seeds add an extra kick with omega-3s and fiber, both of which are fantastic for keeping hunger at bay and possibly for reducing inflammation. When you're hours away from camp, that does make a difference. And one thing that I really love about trail mix is that it is so easy to personalize. Back in the day, I used to fill mine with sweets and chocolate for quick sugar, but over time I've learnt my lesson and leaned more towards nuts, seeds, and dried fruit for steady, reliable energy. Which brings us to dried fruit. It is the natural sweetness in trail mix. It's a source of quick carbs for those moments you need a small boost. Think of it as the spark in your fuel mix. Dried fruits are loaded with vitamins like vitamin C, and they provide natural sugars, making them an excellent source of quick energy. And sometimes I will combine this with a bit of dark chocolate or something as well. I'll throw in some peanut M&Ms, that sort of thing, just to add a bit of flavour to the mix. But that's the beauty of trail mix, the beauty of scroggin. It's personalizable. So now that we've sorted energy levels, let's look at how to make meals interesting so you can actually enjoy eating them out there. But first, if you're enjoying the video, then please don't forget to like the video as well as giving us a subscribe down below. It will help the channel and allow us to keep bringing you these weekly videos. One of the biggest morale killers on a long hike is food boredom. Eating the same thing every day on the trail is not just boring, it can be demotivating. Take, for example, that 26-day walk I mentioned earlier. We made the mistake of packing a very limited meal rotation. Every day it was basically the same lunch and just a handful of dinner options. Not only were our meals pretty bland, but the repetition made it feel even worse. Imagine if you were listening to the same 3 songs on repeat for a month. At first, they're alright, you don't mind them, it's not a bad song, but soon you get sick of them. And that's what food fatigue does on the trail. It drains you mentally, making each meal a chore instead of something to look forward to, which is what it should be. It should be something to look forward to at the end of a long day. To beat food fatigue, especially on longer trips, you need 2 things. You need versatile ingredients and you need variety. The key is to find ingredients that can be used in multiple ways so your meals stay interesting without needing tons of extra supplies. Let's have a look at a few ideas. Tortillas beyond the basics. Tortillas are one of the most versatile ingredients you can carry. I absolutely love tortillas on the trail. They're lightweight, they pack flat, and they don't require refrigeration. For breakfast, you can fill a tortilla with a bit of peanut butter for a bit of an energizing wrap. At lunch, you can switch things up with some dehydrated hummus or some dip, a bit of cucumber, and maybe a handful of nuts for texture. And for dinner, you can roll it up with a bit of rice or a bit of jerky or tuna or whatever you've cooked for dinner, just chuck it in that wrap and munch it up. They're a versatile choice and a great option. Boosting flavour with small additions. Now, spices and small flavour additions can transform basic meals. I carry a little container with a bit of salt and pepper in it, or sometimes even a bit of smoked paprika or some herbs or taco seasoning, stuff like that. And it's just something that hardly takes up any room and can really elevate a meal just by sprinkling a bit of that seasoning on there. It's great for things like couscous or instant rice or some dried veggies that you've rehydrated. Just sprinkle a bit of that and the whole meal just comes alive. It makes a big difference. Exploring dehydrated vegetables and instant sides. Dehydrated or freeze-dried veggies are game changers for hiking meals, and they're super light and rehydrate very quickly in hot water. You don't even need to boil them. You can leave them sitting in boiling water, or you boil the water, then you pour it in and you seal it up and you let them rehydrate for a while. Beautiful. And you can add these veggies to instant noodles, to soups, or you just mix them in with your couscous or the pasta or the rice that you've made. And it's just an easy way to add both flavour and texture to a meal. And it's also a way of adding some vital sort of nutrients to the meal as well. And for an extra bit of a kick, you can bring along a small bottle of sauce with you as well. A bit of hot sauce or soy sauce or whatever sauce you like. But trust me, a dash of a sauce of some kind can make a big difference. Breakfast variety with oats and mix-ins. Oats are a breakfast staple, but they don't have to be the same every morning. You can pack a variety of mix-ins like dried fruit, nuts, seeds, or powdered milk. One day you could try oats with a bit of dried apple or cinnamon. The next day you could have dried berries with some cacao powder for a bit of change of flavour. With just a few different additions, your morning oats or your morning porridge, whatever you're going with, can feel like a fresh meal each day. Lately, I am absolutely loving freeze-dried fruits to add into the meals. And I buy a few different varieties of freeze-dried fruits, and then for each day I can have a different fruit each day just to mix up the flavours and the variety a bit with my breakfasts. And a lot of these freeze-dried fruits you can just buy online on places like Amazon or from your local hiking store these days. They're available pretty much in all good hiking sales places. Do-it-yourself trail mixes for snack diversity. And let's not forget snacks. Instead of one big, giant, massive bag of trail mix, I pack a small bag of trail mix for each day. And I normally have a couple of different combinations. One will have the nuts and seeds and dried fruit. Another will have a bit of an addition of a bit of dark chocolate chunks, some coconut flakes, something like that. Like I said before, I might have a few peanut M&Ms or some regular M&Ms, just a bit of variety, get in a bit of, that little boost of energy stuff in there as well. By doing this, each snack feels kind of different for each day, and you'll look forward to opening each new bag and just being surprised about what you're getting today. So with a bit of flavour variety in your pack, let's tackle one of the biggest space savers in your bag. Avoiding the bulky trap. It is easy to overlook the impact of bulky food items when you are packing for a hike. At first, it might not seem like a big deal, but when you're trying to cram everything into your pack, it quickly becomes clear just how much space these items can eat up. So let's get strategic with packing food that's lightweight and compact without sacrificing energy or taste. Compact trail optimized foods. So the first thing you can try is, instead of cramming a bulky snack bag into your pack that's just got one big bag of snacks, try pre-portioning your snacks into Ziploc bags. Now, I personally like to pack each day's snacks into one small Snaplock bag, and not only does this cut down on excess packaging, but it also makes grabbing a quick snack simple and mess-free. Then in the morning, when you're getting ready, you just reach in, you grab out the day's snacks, and you're all set. I also do the same with my lunch, so I'll just grab out the day's lunch with the day's snacks. I'm ready to go. I don't need to delve down into my pack again that day. Next, look at using instant meals and freeze-dried meals. These options are the ultimate compact trail foods. They're lightweight, they take up minimal space, and pack a lot of energy. And with just a little bit of hot water, they are transformed into a satisfying hot meal at the end of a long day. There is a huge variety of meals available these days for you, so you are certainly not limited in selection. I can go on a 10-day trip and literally have a different dinner every single night, and they're all pretty good. Now, most freeze-dried meals come in oversized packaging, and it can really take up a lot of room in your pack when you are packing to go for 9 or 10 days like I often do. So to save even more space in my pack, another option is to consider repackaging them into Ziploc bags before your trip. It makes the freeze-dried or the dehydrated meals easier to store, it takes up less room in your pack, and this small step just goes a long way towards creating an organized, lightweight setup, and it significantly reduces the bulk as well as a little weight. And you might be saying, well, now you've taken them out of that nice foil pouch that they're designed to be reconstituted in, then how do you reconstitute them, Mauser? Well, thanks for asking. Very good question. I use a Hyperlight repack pouch to rehydrate my meals in, but there are other options. You don't have to rehydrate inside the Snaplock bag if you don't want to. You could take just one foil pouch and reuse it, or you could reconstitute it in a small cooking pot, something like that. They're all options, but it just helps reduce that packaging size and bulk. And then those last minute just in case snacks might sound tempting, but they're usually the culprit behind an overstuffed pack. I am renowned for throwing in non-rationed treats at the last minute. So try and resist tossing in that full-size chip bag or extra chocolate bars or that last-minute snack. You will be thankful for the extra space and reduced weight when you're out in the trail. And when you finish the walk and you've still got a kilo's worth of food left, you'll be like, why did I pack that stuff at the start? Been there, done that quite often. And then another way to reduce just the bulk and the weight of it all is to use the meal planner that I mentioned previously. It is a simple tool to calculate your daily caloric needs and food requirements based on your trip length. And by packing exactly what you need, you will save both weight and space. With these simple steps, your pack will be lighter, better organized, and set with exactly what you need to fuel your adventure. So now that you have optimized for space, let's talk about how to keep all that food safe and fresh for the journey ahead. The hygiene hiccup. Now, nothing can ruin a trip faster than a stomach issue from poor food hygiene. Imagine being miles from help and suddenly realizing that the quick snack wasn't so safe. Now, fortunately, I have never in my 30 years of hiking suffered from illness on the trail, but I have seen it happen to others and it is not pleasant at all. And I certainly don't put my lack of illness down to luck. I put it down to one thing: good hygiene. Hiking without proper food hygiene is a ticking time bomb just waiting to go off. And when it does, it doesn't just ruin your hike, it can put you in serious danger as well. So here's what I do to avoid it. I always carry a small bottle of hand sanitizer and I make it a habit to use it before eating and, of course, after nature calls. I also keep any perishables just for the first day. Then I switch to durable options like beef jerky, nuts, that type of thing that isn't going to degrade over time while I'm out in the trail. For an extra layer of cleanliness, I make sure any cutting or prep is done on a clean surface wherever possible. And when it comes to water, even though we're lucky here in Tasmania with very clean water sources, I always consider potential contamination, and if ever in doubt, filter or treat water beforehand. So with these hacks, these 5 hacks that I've given you today, you are set to eat better, stay energized, and avoid the most common food mistakes on the trail.
And today we're talking about food. We're talking variety, we're talking good nutrition, and of course, we're talking great taste. So let's dive in, let's get ready, come into the kitchen, come and check out what I'm taking and see how I'm gonna pack it, and let's see what's on the menu. Let's go. So welcome to the kitchen. We're about to run through all the food I'm taking and sort of show you how I package it. Let's get straight into it. So what I tend to do, I like to get all my food out, and what I've just done prior to this video is to spread everything out, sort of get an idea of what I've got and package it into groups. So I've packaged it into snacks, into drinks, into lunches, into dinners and breakfasts. So I'm already semi-organized, and I have it in a bit of a format, so it'll make this process a bit quicker. So I tend to do that a couple of weeks out. I've gone to the supermarket, I've bought all my food, I've gone to the hiking store, bought my freeze-dried meals, that sort of thing, and then I've sort of compiled it together into piles, put it into bags like this, and now we're just going to run through, see what we've got for the trip. And what I've also got here, I've got a computer here with my hiking meal plan in it, so I can sort of refer to that as we go through this process, and you can download your free copy of that hiking meal plan below. The instructions how to use it are in the previous video, but there's also a link to instructions within the hiking meal planner as well, which is just a basic spreadsheet. Feel free to use it. I take no responsibility for how it goes with your trip planning, but it's something I find useful, and if you want to use it, feel free to download it. So first up, let's look at breakfasts. Now, according to my hiking meal planner here, I have got a requirement for this trip for 8, potentially 10 breakfasts. What I tend to do though, we think we will finish in 9 days, so I will pack 8 breakfasts. Then for the last day, I'll just have some muesli bars and stuff. If for some reason we got stuck out there for an extra day, I've got some backup food if I need it for that day. So what are we taking for breakfast? Well, first off, I should explain, with all this stuff, it's a lot of freeze-dried stuff, and it comes in these big packets. And what I do is I pack it down into small plastic snap lock bags for use with my Hyperlight Repack Reconstitutional Meal pouch. That's what we'll call it. So what that does for me, maybe it saves a little bit of weight in packaging, but I just like the fact that it reduces the size of all this stuff which will take up a lot of room in a bag. That's a lot of space. I will see that get reduced down to a quarter of the size, and it'll take up less room in my pack, and I do that with all the freeze-dried meals that come in packets like this. I'll flash some images up on the screen of what it looks like when it's packed down, but I do that to save on space more than anything, and I generally won't do that until the days leading up to the walk. I leave in a couple of weeks, so I'm going to leave that until a couple of days before, but I will show you on the screen what they do pack down to. Now, some people have said that potentially microplastics can seep into the meal if you are pouring boiling hot water into a snap lock bag using a Hyperlight Repack. That's probably something to think about. I am not personally too concerned with that. What you can also do is just take one of these packs and then reuse it throughout the trip, rinse it out. A lot of people do that as an option as well. What I also do is I carry a small Evernew pot, and I can reconstitute it in that as well. So I'll have a think about that and let you know out on the trip what I end up doing. But I will definitely be putting these into small Ziploc, snap lock bags, so they're taking up less room in the pack, and we'll be doing that. So for this trip, we have got a few of the Radix meals, which I have used before. They are quite tasty, I quite enjoy them. They're readily available here in Australia. They also have some of the ultra range meals. So these ones, basically twice the weight and twice the calories. I am aiming on this trip for around 3,000 to 4,000 calories a day. And that is why I use my hiking meal planner. It helps me calculate the nutritional needs per day, so I can really get a good idea, can really dial in how much energy all this food's going to provide me, and that I'm getting enough. Because in the past, on past trips where I haven't used something like this, I find that I go hungry some days. I find I'm probably not getting enough calories in for really big days of hiking. So I've developed that to sort of assist me in that process. So we're going with a few of these here. We've got the Radix Strawberry in the Ultra. That's a 800 one. We've got the Apple Cinnamon Breakfast in a 400 calorie range. That weighs 88 grams or 3.1 ounces, whereas the Ultra Meals weigh 163 grams and 5.8 ounces. We're going a Mango Breakfast. We're going the Mixed Berry Breakfast. And we're going for the Chocolate Breakfast. as well as the blueberry. So we've got 6 Radix breakfasts there. I'm just going with them, that brand this time, for something different. I have used it before, but not tried all the flavors, so I wanted to try them all. I'm gonna try them on this trip. Hopefully they taste good. Leave a comment below if you think they're no good. It'll be too late by then anyway, by the time you're watching this, but we'll give them a go. And for something new on this trip, I've given myself a couple of the backcountry cuisine cooked breakfasts. These are a new one for me. We'll see how they go. They should be nice. I don't know what's in them. They just sounded like a good idea. They got potato, hash brown, all sorts of different things by the look of it. Egg, milk, power, beef seasoning. I mean, who knows what they're gonna be like, but they will give me some good energy on some of those breakfasts for some of those days. I guess I'm saying, what am I saying? Anyway, 470 calories, that's 970 kilojoules in a serving, and that is a 90 gram small size in those. It reconstitutes to 340 grams. We will see how they go, see what they're like. Hopefully they're a good one for breakfast. Next up, we are looking at lunches, and on this trip, got a few different things that we're taking. So again, for the lunches, I've got them sort of pre-organised into a bag like this. These bags are just the Dyneema bag. I find them really good for food. Bigger one there, but I get them from a mob in Australia called Ultralight Hiker, but you can buy these from all sorts of companies around the place. Just search Dyneema food bag, you'll be able to find something. Really like them, they're really light. But into lunch. So generally what I'm doing these days for lunches is most of the time going with a wrap. So this is just a pita bread wrap sort of thing, you know, like a mountain bread, that sort of thing. On this trip, I'm gonna use a wrap each day with some cheese, and I'm just using the cheap, nasty room temperature cheese. Sometimes I'll take a hard cheese, but on this trip, I'm just going with that. It's easy, I can keep it out of the fridge, and I just cut off what I need each day. I'm gonna be putting that in a wrap, often with, you know, it may not sound like the best tasty thing, but I may give it some of the Rome nut butter, which I'm becoming a bit of a fan of. I've got coconut and chocolate, so we're gonna put them in the odd wrap. We'll also some days be having Vita Wheats biscuits, just dry biscuits with a bit of that nut butter on it. We'll be doing that as well some days. And you can go below, link will be below for my full meal plan for this trip. So you can have a look at that, see what I actually take and see what it constitutes. So that's what I'm having most days. Then also in conjunction with those during the day, we were taking a mixture of these freeze-dried meals from a Tasmanian company here in Australia called Campers Pantry. And we've got a selection of their stuff. We've got the tuna beans and tuna salsa and the tuna spread. So generally I will have half a packet of this per lunch. Just got a good source of energy. These have got 856 kilojoules in a serving. There's 2 servings in a pack. So the pack weighs 100 grams, so 50 grams I will be reconstituting. Again, that comes out of the packet, goes into a Ziploc bag, and I will reconstitute that out on the track with cold water. And then I will put that in my wrap with a bit of the cheese. Then I might have a biscuit with some of the nut butter. That will pretty much constitute my entire lunch each day. There will be a couple of days where I am going with a hot lunch, and this just sort of allows me, if it's not a nice day, I can whip out the stove quickly, cook some of these mee goreng noodles. Very easy and quick to make. So I've got that as an option as well. I may take actually 3 packs of them. I've got 2 here for 2 lunches. But I think I might take 3 just as a backup option as well, because they're very light, they're a good backup meal, and they're very easy to make. You literally just put them into some hot water, add the flavour sachet, and away you go, and you've got a very quick lunch. So I know I can use them if it's really raining, bad weather. I can quickly get the stove on. It won't take long to make it. When you're trying to make up things like this in the pouring rain, in the wind, it's not much fun and it doesn't really work. Past trips I've tried that and I end up just stuffing it in my face. Don't have a very good meal. I know with that noodles that it should be okay.
Oh, just sorry to interrupt there in the kitchen, but I'll just sort of pop back in here and just let you know, if you're liking the video, if you're enjoying the video, then please like, please subscribe, and please hit that little bell icon down here somewhere, and you will be notified of when the next video is on. Also sign up for the newsletter. You can stay up to date with what I'm up to. You'll also get a trip report when I finish this adventure, and you'll get to hear all about it. But in the meantime, let's get back to the kitchen.
Next up, we've got the most important meal of my day when I'm hiking, and that is dinner. So keeping in with the theme of trying to get a bit of variety in this trip, not eating the same exact thing every day. While a lot of it is prepared the same way, I'm trying to have a bit of variety, and I've given myself a different dinner, different dinner for every single night of the trip. And I'm trying a few brands that I haven't tried before. Again, I'm just mixing it up. I've always generally stuck with the Campers Pantry in the past few years and always had their meals. So we're gonna have a look at these. Now, on my menu plan, I'll sort of specify what I'm having each day of the trip. Look, I don't stick to that religiously. I will just pull a meal and go, I feel like that tonight, have it out in the track. But for the first night, I'm giving myself, maybe the second or third night, there's gonna be a couple of big days at the start. I'm giving myself a little treat, weighs a bit more than the other meals, but on the first night, we're going to go with a bit of gourmet. We're going with the On Track Meals, Queensland Australian-based company, and they've got this slow-cooked Australian steak meal, which I had recently on another walk, on an overnight walk, and it was delicious. And I have that with a bit of dehydrated instant mashed potato. I'll have it with half a packet of that. So that's about 50 grams for the mashed potato. I'll also mix in a bit of peas with the mashed potato. Right before the trip, I will tip these into a Ziploc bag and just pack them up that way. And then I'll have all that together with the steak out on the track, and I think it will be superb. So that will be in the first couple of days, one of the meals. Next up, we are going the Radix meals again, and for this trip, I am taking 3 Radix meals, and they're all in the ultra range. They give you 800 calories. They are 156 grams each, which is 5.5 ounces, and they will just be on those really big days, the really big days. I will be having these because they're just going to give me that punch of energy and power that I need to keep me going. So I've got 3 of those for 3 quite big days we're going to experience out there. And for this trip, we're going with the Peri Peri meal. And these are all vegetarian as well, I believed. Gluten-free, all-natural, plant-based, GMO-free prebiotics. So they are a good option. Peri Peri for the first one. We've got a basil pesto. These are quite tasty. I have had that before. Turkish falafel, I've had that before as well. So that is another 3 meals for this trip. Then we are trying something, I think the last time I probably tried backcountry cuisine. You saw the breakfast, but I think the last time I tried any of their meals was back in the late 90s. They've been around that long. Pretty sure they have, because I can remember this packet in the late 90s. So I'm going with one of theirs, gonna give it a go. I just picked it because it sounded okay, and it is a lamb fettuccine. So that is a 175 gram regular size meal, they call it. Makes up to 550 grams, and it gives 3,050 kilojoules of energy, 728 calories of energy. So similar to the Radix, and hopefully that tastes nice. Same principle, you fill it up with a bit of water. Then we're back to the good old Campers Pantry. Really good food. These guys make lovely meals. Been eating them for years, and they're made here in Tasmania. So quite proud to eat those for dinner. And on this trip, we're going with a Moroccan pork. Taking that because I had it in my food box for where all my food goes for hiking. So we're taking that one, and we are taking the lamb casserole. They should be good too. Had them before, know what I'm in for. Then for my last meal, and also this will act as a backup meal, we are going to go with another brand. I don't know if I've ever tried the Outdoor Gourmet Company. Basically the same company as Backcountry Cuisine. I think they're the exact same company, just a different packaging. And this is a beef bourguignon. I don't know how to say it. I'm sure people will leave comments below on how to pronounce this thing. They like to let me know where I slip up, but beef bourguignon, French dish. Anyway, that's a 2 servings pack. So what I'll be doing with that is basically I'll put that in the Ziploc bag. Then on the 9th day, if we know we're going to be out for another day, I will halve it and save it for the next day as a backup meal. But if I don't, I know I'm getting out the next day, because we will know by then if we're getting out the next day. I'm going to just pig out, and I'm going to have this big double serve on the last night. Looking forward to that one. So that is my backup meal as well. And with that one, it weighs 190 grams, and it's got 387 calories per serving. So it's got 774 calories in it, and it's got 1,620 kilojoules, or 30 to 40 kilojoules in it. So pretty high energy meal, like all the others basically. And that is dinners. They are very simple. And what I like about the dinners, these freeze-dried dinners, it just packs down to nothing. And it's simple to prepare. We have 12 to 14 hour days sometimes on the track, and I need something that's easy to prepare. So that is it, that is a dinner, 1 meal, and it weighs 190 grams for a big one, or it weighs 100 grams for a smaller one. So it's just a good option for me when I'm out on those big days. And another thing I have pre-dinner, it's more of a snack more than anything, but I really love these things when I get into camp. I can just put the water on the stove, heat it up, and make myself a very quick drink of miso soup. And I just love these freeze-dried ones. They're very straightforward. You just fill up your cup with a bit of hot water and you put one of these in. They weigh nothing. That packet there has got 2 6-gram sachets, 6 grams, and it's just a tasty bit of a soup at the end of the day. Really enjoy it. I took them last year on my big trip, and I said after that I'm going to make sure I have one for every single night of the next trip, which I am. So I'm going to have one of them every single night, and I just know I've got that to look forward to. The moment I hit camp, I can have some water boiled very quickly and get that on the go. Okay, so we've got our main meals out of the way. Looking pretty good here. And I will flash the current weight of what food is packed there. With all that, the current weight is that much, pretty good, which accounts for how many calories per day? Not bad. Right, so that brings us to the last few bits and pieces that we take on a trip and what I take on a trip, and that is the snacks and the drinks. Now, my snacks each day, I try and stick with something pretty simple. And what I will do is package it up. This trip, I'm going to package it per day, I think, just so I've got a good idea of what I've got left. If I package it all into one bag, I can sort of take 3 or 4 things out a day. Don't know yet. Stay tuned for the gear video and I'll figure that out. But we're generally going, I'm a sort of a 3 energy bar a day sort of guy. So if we look at one of my daily snack bags here, I have got 3 bars. I've got a Cliff bar, a protein muesli bar, and the NARC Ultra Energy bars. A standard sort of day for me, like not too strenuous, maybe 8 hours walking. That'll be my snacks. And in addition to this, most days I'll also have a mix. And the trail mix will have a mixture of nuts, dried fruit, so I've got and some banana chips, I like them. And it will also have a stack of macadamia nuts. And I'll probably carry a 100 to 150 gram per day bag of that. I probably won't take it for every single day. I'll probably pack 5 days of trail mix and probably do 150 grams for those 5 days because I don't need it every day. I know my sort of food needs. Once you're hiking a bit, you will start to know your sort of dietary requirements, how much food you need per day. And yeah, like I said, I'm generally a 3 snack bar guy. And I've added in these Stroop waffles as well as an extra treat. So that's what we'll be going with per day. And I'll put a bit of stuff up on the screen of all the other things I'm taking as well. Some days I've just got these little weaker bites as well. They're not a bad one. They look okay. They're meant to be nice. A friend told me they're nice. And then pretty much every other day is the same. Lots of Cliff bars, lots of those NARC bars, and lots of those protein muesli bar scenarios. And the thing with my snacks is what I will do there is for this trip, which is potentially a 10-day trip, I will pack 10 days worth of bars. So I've got a bit of a buffer there. So 3 bars a day. While I say I'm a 3 bar a day guy, some days I want 4 or 5, and I will pack 4 in a couple of days, but I'll pack that 10th day, that extra day's bars, just so I've got some buffer at the end. Generally, I might come home with maybe 2 or 3 bars sometimes, but just gives me that extra bit of food if I really need it. If I am struggling a bit, I know I've got enough food. And in terms of other snacks, as I said before on my luxury items video, which you can check out right there somewhere, I like to take a bit of non-rationed. I was saying in that video, maybe I'm not going to take non-ration on the next trip, but I am, it's coming. And because I'll probably be out on the track by the time you see this, I can reveal today my non-ration items for this trip. And we've got a bit of freeze-dried ice cream from the Campers Pantry, who made the dinners. Campers Pantry, Tasmanian company, Tasmanian ice cream. I'm looking forward to them. Had them before, and I'm going to whip these out one day for the guys, you know, on the track. I'm going to say, here's a bit of ice cream, guys. We're also going to take some Malteser biscuits, which I found. We're also going to take some Mars Secret Centre biscuits and a block of Kit Kat, which I always love. So that constitutes my non-ration component for this trip. This is stuff I'll share around with the group, bring it out when they least expect it, and, you know, get a smile on everyone's face when we're really struggling. So that is the non-ration. I'm taking about 500 or 600 grams of non-ration at the moment, and see how we go. That is coming as well. And then I've also got just some dark chocolate, a couple of blocks of that, just to pull out when I really need it. So that is just a 70% cocoa dark chocolate with almonds in it, bit of extra energy. I think that's pretty much it. Drinks. So in terms of drinks, well, I like to have a hot chocolate every day, so that's a bit of a luxury for me. I'm just tossing up whether or not I take plain old hot chocolate in a Ziploc bag that I spoon from. I probably will do that, but I normally do take these Jarrah hot chocolate things that are just easy just to tear the top off, pour in your cup and drink. But just deciding on what I do there. Again, this will all be in my list below. You can click on the link to that and see exactly what I ended up taking. Then I've got some instant coffee, cappuccino things. Again, I'll probably just take some freeze-dried coffee in addition to a couple of these. So I've got a bit of variety there with my drinks, but generally I take a hot chocolate and a coffee for every day. They come, and I've got 4 tea bags in case I feel like a cup of tea as well. I'm not a big tea drinker, but they come as well if I want an extra hot drink one day. And then I also take, for every day of the walk, I take 1 or 2, I'll probably take 1 for each day, and then 2 for 3 days of the walk. And that is Element. You may have heard of it. It's electrolyte replacement drink mix. I like the raspberry salt and the orange salt. They're a very small sachet, 6-gram sachet, and you put them into around 700 mils of water, mix it up and drink it on the trail. And I just find them good for when I'm feeling a bit dehydrated, for electrolyte replacement when I'm out in the track. I've also tried out the mango chili flavour. Don't know what to make of that one, but we will be taking 1 of those for each day as well. Probably take around 12 in total of the Element sachets, and that is about it. That is the food mix for this trip. It'll probably change. I've still got a couple of weeks before I go. It will probably change. I had to record it now so we could get organised.
Rest isn't just about sleeping. It's your secret weapon to tackle tomorrow's challenges with vigour. So in this video, you'll unlock rest as your secret weapon, ensuring that you stay fresh and energised, whether it's your first hike or your 50th. So if you're ready to just transform your whole hiking experience, let's dive straight in. Prioritise quality sleep. Sleep is the ultimate recovery tool. It's like plugging your body into a power bank overnight. Without it, you are just running on empty. Let's make this even clearer. Here is your energy. I've got recovery on there, but just imagine it's your energy levels at the end of a long day. Pretty empty. Each night, your sleep fills this glass. A solid, restful sleep, that's a good sleep. A full tank of energy right there. But if you toss and turn all night or wake up cold, you might wake up feeling like this, half full and half as ready for the day. The right gear makes all the difference. Good sleep on the trail starts with the right gear. Think of it like building your dream bed, only it's portable. The sleeping pad. Your sleeping pad isn't just about comfort, it's your insulation as well. The ground beneath you is like a giant heat thief, constantly pulling warmth away. A well-insulated pad keeps that heat where it belongs, with you. Now, when I started out hiking for many, many years, I just used one of those blue foam pads. You know the ones I mean, those ones that just roll out, just a thin piece of foam, bit like this, that thick, even thinner. And these, while they offer some insulation, they offer basically no warmth at all, no comfort, and it was probably my youth and vigour back then that kept me energised. These days, if I get a bad sleep while I'm out on the trail, I really feel it. Think of it as the difference between sleeping on a cloud, say, or on just a plank of wood. Something like this, well, there's no comparison with a foam pad to something like this. I mean, the comfort level is just unmatched. And when it comes to sleeping pads, the R value, the sleeping pad's R value, is your sleeping pad's superpower. It measures how well it keeps you insulated from the cold ground and is generally indicated on the product packaging or on the website, or even the guys in the store could tell you what the R value is. For cold weather here in Australia, I tend to look for an R value of 3 or 4 or higher for year-round hiking, but the higher the better. I'm normally going for around a 4.5 mattress these days, I find. Anything less, and it's like sleeping on, a cold, icy bed. If you just hike in the summer or sleep in huts, then you can probably get away with something around the 3 rating, maybe even a 2, but I'd probably go for something around the 3 to 4 still. Think of it like this. A higher R value is the difference between being snug under a doona or shivering through the night. And if you're unsure, always go for a higher R value. You'll thank yourself when the temperature drops. And I know that these days, when I am trying different pads out, I definitely notice the difference in R values. That one there I just showed you, that's I think around a 4.3. I just find that sleep's a bit cold when things get cold in the shoulder season. So that's why I'm going for a 4.5 to 4.7 sort of rating these days. The quilt or sleeping bag. The quilt or sleeping bag is your cocoon. The right quilt or bag isn't just cozy, it's life-saving. Now these different bags and quilts are rated for specific temperatures, so choose one designed for the conditions you'll face. Your sleeping insulation is your ultimate cocoon, but it's only as good as the temperature rating. These bags and quilts come with a comfort rating. A quilt or bag with a -7 degree comfort rating is designed to keep you warm and snug even on those frosty nights. On the flip side, a sleeping bag or quilt with a rating of say 10 degrees Celsius, 10 degrees above freezing here in Australia, might feel fine on a balmy evening, but in cold weather, it's about as useful as bringing a beach towel to a snowstorm. Always match your sleeping bag to the conditions you'll face, or better yet, I always tend to go for a slightly warmer rating than the expected temperatures, so I've just got that bit of added warmth. Camp setup, the first step to a great sleep. Now, before we even talk about sleeping, let's talk about where you're sleeping. The best recovery starts with a smart camp setup. So pick your spot wisely. Choose a flat, firm surface, free of rocks or roots. Use your hands, or let's even lie down on the ground to test the ground before setting up your tent. Avoid pitching too close to water. Unless you enjoy the sound of frogs serenading you all night or waking up in a puddle of condensation, then it's best to sort of be a bit away from the water. Pre-sleep rituals. Calm your mind. Now, once your tent is set up and your gear is ready, it's time to prepare yourself for rest. Sleep isn't just physical, it is mental too. Stretch it out. After a long day of hiking, your muscles are tight and tired. Stretching before bed, well, it's a bit like hitting a refresh button. This isn't just for flexibility, it helps you wake up feeling less stiff and more energized. Well, I find it does anyway. It feels quite good. Breathe deep. Now, just prior to bunkering in for the night, I also like to take a few moments to just focus on my breathing. This is right when I'm snuggled up in my sleep system, about to nod off to sleep. So here is what I do. I inhale for 4 seconds, just counting, hold for 4 seconds, and then I exhale for 4 seconds. I repeat this a few times to calm the nervous system and to signal my body that it's time to sleep. I read about this somewhere. I think it's something they do similar in the military or something like that, but it seems to work anyway. All right, now we've set up a cozy, efficient sleep system and you've recharged your battery overnight with your very nice sleep and that full glass of water. Let's talk about the fuel you'll need to keep that energy flowing all day long, because even the best sleep can't help you if you run out of fuel halfway through your hike. Fuel your recovery. After a tough day on the trail, your body needs fuel to recover. Skip this and it's like ignoring your car's fuel gauge after a long road trip. It'll really catch up with you the next day. Now, this is by no means extensive nutritional advice. There are heaps of other videos out there that go into detail on all this sort of stuff, what you should be getting in the way of carbs and protein and fat and electrolytes, all that stuff. This is just a very rough overview. I'll try and find a link and leave it down below to a more extensive video that goes into this stuff a bit deeper by someone who really knows their stuff. I'm not a nutritionist. I'm a pharmacist, but I'm not a nutritionist. So I'll find a link to a video to leave below if you really want to dive deep into this a bit further. What your body needs. Complex carbs. Restore your energy reserves with things like rice, pasta, or lentils. Protein. Repair and rebuild your muscles with things like any meat like jerky, nuts, or powdered milk, stuff like that that is high in protein. And what I tend to do is I aim to eat some protein within about 30 minutes of stopping for the day. If I've just stopped, I'll try and get some jerky or something like that into me, or some nuts into me straight away. Fats. Fats are your endurance fuel, especially for hikers. Up to 70% of the energy you burn on the trail comes from fat. That's why calorie-dense, high-fat foods are essential for long-distance treks. Electrolytes. You also want to balance your hydration and keep your body running smoothly. Sodium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium are essential for replacing what's lost when you sweat. Now imagine each of these is your fat, your electrolyte, your protein, and your carb. On their own, each of these is important. But when you combine all these together, they fuel your recovery tank. Beautiful. If you skimp on one of these, then your recovery is not really complete. So where do you start? Well, recovery begins with hydration. But first, let's just get rid of this stuff. So hydrate first with fluids and electrolytes. Hydration is key to staying healthy and strong on the trail, but it's a delicate balance. Too little water can lead to dehydration, which can impair your muscles, your heart, and even your brain. But too much water without electrolytes can cause overhydration, diluting sodium levels and leading to fatigue, or even worse, hyponatremia. Here is a very simple way to check your hydration. Just check your urine colour. If it's light yellow, that's where you want to be at. If it's bright clear, then you need to ease off on the liquids a bit. If it's really dark, then you probably need to drink a bit more. Sip regularly rather than chugging your water all at once, and balance it with electrolytes. Add supplements like electrolyte powders or tablets to replace the sodium, potassium and the other minerals that you can lose in sweat. When I finish a hike, I always start by rehydrating and replacing electrolytes because I sweat quite a bit. Usually I mix up an electrolyte drink with water, focusing on a blend with sodium, potassium, magnesium and calcium to replenish what I've lost. And there's heaps of different brands out there. I prefer Element myself, but do your own research and check all the different ones out. If I'm not in the mood for a standard electrolyte drink, I'll sometimes opt for a powdered sort of smoothie mix that you can get these days. And this is a pretty versatile option that combines hydration with a few carbs and even some protein for extra recovery benefits. So they're a good option as well. Starting your hike well hydrated can also set you up for success. A salty pre-hike meal or drink can enhance your endurance and help delay fatigue. Follow up with a balanced meal. Now, once you're rehydrated, it's time for a proper meal. This is where you can fully replenish your glycogen stores, repair your muscles, and provide your body with sustained energy for the next day. Your meal should include things like healthy fats, things like olive oil. I always take a little bottle of olive oil to add to my meals. I find that is a good one. You could take an avocado for the first day or two if you wanted to put in a wrap or in a sandwich. Nuts, seeds, and cheeses are also a good source of these. So I sort of mix it up with a bit of each of them. Complex carbohydrates like rice or quinoa or pasta, they can be used to refuel your energy as well. And for protein, I'm taking things like lentils or beef jerky, or tuna is a good one to repair muscles. My go-to meals these days are generally either freeze-dried or dehydrated meals, and then just by adding boiling water, I can make up a meal pretty quickly and it packs in the carbs and the protein I need. If you prefer plant-based options, I do like the Radix meals that you can get here in Australia. They're made in New Zealand, I think, but they're not a bad option for vegetarians, and they make some high calorie dense sort of meals as well. When you're too tired to eat, sometimes exhaustion sets in and cooking a meal feels completely impossible. In these cases, I tend to prioritize a bit of hydration with a quick snack. Even something like a protein shake or a bit of trail mix can make a world of difference. I've been on many hikes where people that I've been hiking with have been so drained they just couldn't bring themselves to prepare food to eat. In these cases, I've made them up a quick meal or a snack, and the transformation was incredible. Even a bit of soup. It's just like flipping a switch on their energy levels. Within half an hour or so, they're back up and about and they're keen to make a meal. Now, with your tank topped up, how do you keep it from running dry throughout the day? Well, that's where micro breaks come in. Master micro breaks. Now, hiking isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. Micro breaks are like pit stops in a race. Quick, efficient, and essential for staying on the track. For every kilometre you walk or mile, your energy drops. If you wait too long to take a break, you're left running on fumes. But if you take very short regular breaks, you'll maintain steady energy throughout the day. It's not just about resting your muscles, it is a chance to refuel, hydrate, and reset. Even a 5-minute pause to take a sip of water, eat a quick snack, or stretch out to get those tight calves sort of stretched out a bit, it can make a world of difference. And just remember that hiking is a marathon, it's not a sprint, and pacing yourself with breaks is key to enjoying the journey as much as the destination. Keeping your energy levels steady doesn't just rely on breaks, it also depends on smart food choices. And these days, I love sharing my experience with you, especially when it comes to balancing fitness with the real world. Because let's be honest, with kids and with a busy life, we don't always have time for intense gym sessions. But what if I told you that walking itself could be enough to keep you in top shape for hiking?
That's interesting.
That is what we are diving into today. So in this video, I'm going to show you why walking is your secret weapon for hiking fitness, how to maximize your walking for hiking endurance, how I do strength training without going to the gym, my basic training regime, how to know your limits and avoid injury, and the importance of recovery and flexibility. So first up, why is walking a solid foundation? Walking is an underrated but powerful tool for getting into hiking shape. It builds the endurance and stamina you need without adding stress to your joints like running or intense weight training can do. But here is the catch. Walking can transform your endurance, but if you're not adding this one element, you're missing out on the real benefits. And what's that element? Consistency. Regular walking, not just sporadic bursts, makes the difference. So start by setting yourself a daily goal. Now, I am normally aiming for at least my 10,000 steps per day. This isn't just a random number. There's been several studies showing that walking this amount can dramatically improve your cardiovascular health. It increases your leg strength, and it can even enhance your mental endurance. And this is all key for hiking success. Even 7,500 steps a day can significantly reduce your risk of heart disease and improve your overall fitness. But the real question is, how do we apply this to hiking where endurance and strength is key? Now, if you're walking 10,000 steps a day, you're already halfway there to being trail ready. And one common problem a lot of people say they have, and I used to tell myself this all the time also, is that after work, after life, you just don't have time to get in 10,000 steps a day. I do know how hard this can be. But the way I have circumvented this excuse over the last couple of years is to ensure I am walking twice a day. So in the morning, after I drop my kids at school, I will park my car somewhere and then walk the 30 or 40 minutes to work and then the 30 or 40 minutes back to the car every single weekday, rain, hail, or shine. And I have found this to be an absolute game changer. Sure, I've had to slightly change a few aspects of life, but I've been doing this for nearly 2 years and I'm pretty much always ready to head out on a hike, even with very little training. Most days now, I find I'm doing sort of 12 to 15,000 steps, if not more, simply because I'm doing that morning and afternoon walk. And I find that now I need to do this every day. And I am always looking for an excuse to walk anywhere and everywhere. Be it to go out for dinner, let's walk. Go to the pub to meet a mate, walk. Go to the movies, let's walk. And the best thing, my whole family are doing it too. We'll sometimes even drive to town, park a bit of the way out of the city, and then walk the rest of the way. It's been an awesome life change for us, and we're all feeling pretty fit for it. But let's break it down further. A key part of hiking is the ability to keep moving for hours, and walking long distances regularly builds the stamina you'll need on those steeper trails. But is walking enough for those steep hikes? Well, yes, with the right tweaks, and I will get to those in just a sec. Building endurance with everyday walks. Now, think of our daily walks as mini training sessions. If this is new to you, start with a smaller goal, 5,000 steps, 7,000 steps, and gradually increase over time. To simulate hiking, walk on different terrains. Instead of walking on the path through the city park that you're going to, walk across the grass. Find gravel or walking tracks or trails in your area and use those routes on your daily walks. If you live in a flat area, don't worry. Using stairs or inclines can mimic the uneven terrain of a trail. Here's a little trick that I use, and you've probably heard of it before, and that is hill repeats. Now, find a hill in your neighborhood, could even be stairs or a set of stairs, so you can walk up or even jog up if you're feeling energetic, then walk back down. And you want to repeat this 5 to 10 times once per week. And if you do this just once a week, you will notice how quick your endurance improves for those uphill hikes. It's not just about walking more, it's about walking smarter. Now, I remember quite a few years ago, due to the heavy workloads and newborn kids, that I had been out of the hiking game for around a year or two. And we were heading out on a massive undertaking, a 13-day epic hike through Tasmania's Arthur Ranges, and I was really out of fitness. So to prepare for this walk, I was walking up and down the stairs in our house hundreds of times a day with a backpack on. So find your staircase and get onto it. These days, I have a steep staircase on my daily commute that I make myself go up at least once or twice a week, and it is great for my training. These quick bursts of effort mimic the demands of hiking uphill and give your legs the strength they need to power through any trail. And also remember, it's not just about walking longer, but walking smarter. Another method I love is to add intervals to your walk. I know that from my running training that this makes a huge difference to my running fitness. So these days I will try to incorporate it into my walking training also. So here's how I do it. So I'll try walking at a brisk pace for 5 minutes. Pretty brisk, not running, but then I will slow it down for 2 minutes and then repeat that 3 or 4 times. And I do find that these quick bursts of effort really help improve my fitness. And here is a bonus. If you want to take your walking to another level, add some walking poles. They'll not only improve your balance, but they'll also work your arms, your shoulders, and your back, prepping your entire body for your next hike. So now that you're building endurance, what about strength? We'll dive into that next because without strong legs and a solid core, even the fittest hikers will struggle on rough trails. So let's look at strength training without the gym. So to be fully prepared for hikes, walking alone isn't enough. You need some strength as well. But don't worry, you don't necessarily need to hit the gym. You can integrate strength building into your walks by carrying a weighted backpack. This not only strengthens your legs, but it also prepares your body for carrying gear during multi-day hikes. So you just want to start light, maybe 5 kilograms. If you're doing a bit of hiking, you can start with 10 and just gradually increase it from there. But how do you add weight to a backpack? Well, for me, I have a cupboard full of rice and pasta bags that I use to gradually increase the weight of my backpack. Most days I'm probably carrying around 5 kilos as it is anyway, but in the lead up to a walk, I will be gradually increasing that week by week to a final weight of say 15 to 20 kilograms, if not more, for a big expedition. And when I am doing this, I am generally using a good day pack with a hip belt or my actual hiking pack as the weights get heavier, so that I am simulating the conditions I'll be walking in as best I can. Now, I've only been using this strategy for a couple of years, but man, it makes a huge difference to my fitness before a hike. Prior to my hike earlier this year, I was doing it for around 2 to 3 months before the walk, and I was up to about 20 kilograms before the walk using my normal backpack. Just walking around town with my normal backpack with bags of rice and pasta in it, it made such a huge difference to my preparedness, when I was hitting the trail. And for those steeper hikes, I'll also focus on a few leg exercises like lunges and squats as well. A couple of times a week, throw in some body weight exercises, 10 to 15 squats. You might go up to 20 squats. Throw in a few lunges and even a few planks along the way as well. And I just do this stuff when I've got 5 to 10 minutes to spare. I'll go and do some squats. I'll do a few lunges, that sort of thing. While I'm watching TV at night, sometimes I might sit there and do a bit of a plank if I'm in the mood. You know, just sitting around, you feel like I might do some planking. And if you're sitting at a desk all day, trying to stand up every hour for a quick set of lunges isn't a bad idea either. Might look a bit funny to your co-workers, but hey, it makes a difference. Now, over the years, I have also suffered with calf soreness, especially during trail runs. And one of the exercises I will do here is calf raises morning and night. I'll do these when I have a spare moment, even when I'm brushing my teeth, anything like that. I'll do a few calf raises just to get the calves working as well. So how do we pull this together into a bit of a weekly routine? Well, I've put all of this into a simple training plan, which you can download in the description below. Click on the link, put in your email, and you'll get a free basic hiking training plan. The training plan gives a very basic overview of some of the exercises you can do to train for your next hike, and it gives you a few links to some other training plans or exercises as well. But in addition to the training plan, do try to mix in shorter walks throughout your week to hit that 10,000 step goal or whatever goal you have set yourself. Gradually build up your intensity and you'll be trail ready in no time at all. But wait, how do you know if you're pushing too hard or not hard enough? Well, that's all about knowing your limits and progressing safely. One of the biggest mistakes people make is jumping into intense hikes without building up gradually. You need to pay attention to your body. Muscle soreness is okay, but sharp pain is an absolute red flag. If you're increasing your walking or hiking time, do it by about 10% each week to avoid injury. But now that you know how to train, let's talk recovery. That is just as important. So let's talk recovery and flexibility. So flexibility is crucial for hiking. Your hips, your knees, and back take a beating on rough terrain. I do try to employ a bit of a stretching routine, and if you're into it, you can do a bit of yoga a couple of times a week. But for me, basic stretches work well. But if you're into something like yoga, that can work wonders too. And don't forget recovery days. If you are sore after a long walk or a hike, give yourself a rest day to let yourself and your muscles recover properly. This is very important, and I find it does help me a lot, especially after some big long hikes. So now that you know how to transform your daily walks into a hiking workout, you're one step closer to hitting that trail in peak condition. Now, let's talk about something that can keep you safe on any trail: navigation and tech tools. A good navigation setup can be the difference between a smooth adventure and getting dangerously lost. In this section, we'll cover the best hiking apps, GPS watches, and satellite communicators, plus how to actually use them so you can stay on track and hike with confidence.
Now, if you're like me and you're always on the lookout for the next trail to tackle, the next hike to go on, you know the importance of a reliable and functional GPS app. Now, I have tried a few over the years, from Avenza Maps to Garmin Connect to GPX.studio. I've used all of these to plan my trips over the years. Even that old Sunto one that they stopped making. That, anyway, another story. But more recently, one app has really stood out, and I have been using it almost daily to not just plan my hikes, but use when I'm around the city as well. And that app is Gaia GPS. So I discovered Gaia GPS a few months ago, and I've been using it a lot ever since. And I've gone through it all. I've used it on a recent 9-day trip. And today we're just going to go through the features. This is not a full instructional video. It is just what I like about the app, how I use it, and how I plan my trips with it. And before we jump in, let me be clear, I am not sponsored by Gaia at the point in time of making this video. I don't know anything about the company really at all, but I have really enjoyed using this app. It is one of the better ones I have used, and it's something I'll be using for the foreseeable future. So without any further ado, let's dive in. Let's check out Gaia GPS. Gaia GPS, it's not just another mapping app. It's something I've found exceedingly useful when compared to apps that I've used in the past. In the past, I have generally used apps to plan a route, which I will load into my watch. But with this app, I find I use it more and more out on the track than I would have normally with something like my Avenza apps. And a lot of these other tools I have used for route planning over the years, things like Garmin Connect, things like GPX.studio, things like Sunto, whatever it was called, I would plan my route on them, download my GPX file, the file that uploads to my watch and to my GPS device when I had one, and then that was all I'd use the app for. Once I was out on the track, that was it. With the features of Gaia, I am now using that on the track all the time. It's got an intuitive design. It's got extensive map layers, that is layers of topography, images, that sort of stuff that you can have on your phone while you're out of range, out in the backcountry. So its offline capabilities make it a powerhouse for hikers. And it even has things like detailed topographic maps. And if you're in the States, in the United States, it's got weather overlays, fire overlays, all sorts of crazy overlays. But even here in Australia, I find it really, really useful. It even has stuff like public land boundaries and that sort of thing as well, national parks, all that sort of stuff. So getting into it, there is a free form of the app which gives you the basic sort of package. That includes things like basic maps. It allows you to record an activity, and it allows you to create a route. So if you just want to use this for route planning, then that is available in the free version. And rightly so, because there are other great apps out there like GPX.studio, which I've talked about on that video. And that is a great app as well for planning routes. Both use OpenStreetMap for a lot of their source data for things like tracks and things, I believe, but the free version gives you that functionality. In terms of pricing, well, in the United States, when you look at the website, it for the premium version I've got, it's $4.99 a month, $4.99 per month, which you pay annually, and you get a discount off that amount at the checkout. There is also, it's obviously owned by Outside Magazine, or it's called an Outside Plus subscription for the Gaia GPS Premium with Outside Plus. That just gives you access to the publications by Outside, the Outside Network, TV shows, that sort of thing. I didn't need that. So I've got Gaia GPS Premium without Outside Plus. That quote in Australia, that's cheap, I think. That's what it costs per year here in Australia. If you got the Outside Plus subscription in America, it would be $65.90. Still pretty cheap, I think, for what you get. And what do I get? Well, I get over 300 plus maps. That's the overlays, that sort of thing. I can use it offline. If you get the basic subscription, you can't use the app offline. I get weather and terrain features as well. So when I'm out on the track, or if I'm planning a route somewhere, it will show me the weather data for that area at the, for the next few days. And what I really love about this app is that I can plan my routes on my computer at home, and then when I go to my phone, to the app on my phone, the routes and everything I've created are instantly there. So in terms of features, well, what has it got? Now remember, I have got the premium subscription, so we're looking at that today, that version, but it's basically the same. You just don't get some of the same overlays, which I will be showing you. Let's have a look at it now. So going into Gaia GPS, and as you can see, we can go in and check everything out. You've got default sharing options, things like private, public. Mine is set to private because I create routes in off-track areas. I don't want people necessarily to see that stuff. So that's your basic settings there. Then you can go into your units. You can choose your coordinates type. I'm just using decimal degrees. That's what I'm used to. In terms of units, I'm a metric guy, of course. other settings. You can go through and just really customize this down to everything. I can change the colors of the app. I can change the app icon to whatever I want. You can go into things like the layout of the map, how you want it to appear, the map controls, the stats bar there, which you could turn on and off. That is the thing that appears at the top of the screen with the sunset elevation course there. We'll talk about that in a minute. But it is just a greatly customizable app. You can just go through here, map downloads, all that stuff. This is just a quick run over of all the features, and you can really customize it to how you prefer it and how you like it, which is what I love. But looking here at the map itself, so first up, we're going to have a look here and bring up the map on my phone, and I can select overlays. No, I can go down here and select the maps that I have got here, and my favorite is the Gaia Topo meters, but you can see the detail here with the contours, and it is really good. When I'm out hiking, this is extremely accurate, and that's the general layer I use. There is a way to upload a map that I've bought, my local digital map for Tasmania. I can upload that to this app. That's a pretty complex process to do, and I have found that I just don't need to do that now because the map here, the Gaia map, Topo map, is so detailed. So I really like that. And you can see in there, I've got a couple of routes in there. One's purple, one's blue. But if I wanted to, I could even just go in as I sit here now and start planning a route if I wanted to on my phone. But I prefer to do it on my computer. But you can see here, I can move that dot here. So we can start planning a route. I'd redirect it onto that track there, and it follows the track automatically for me. And I can keep doing that, and it will follow the contours of the track. It gives me the details down the bottom of the screen. It gives me the elevation profile, and at that point there, and I haven't used this a lot, I can pick if it's a hiking, cycling, driving. What else can I do here? Not as much as I could on the computer, I don't think, but that is a very quick overview of the use of it on the phone. If I cancel out of that, at the top of the screen, you can see the stats bar, and I can actually change what appears in that stats bar. So at the moment, I've got the sunset, elevation, and course, but if I wanted to change that over there to sunrise, say, I can put that on there. I can record an activity if I wanted to. I tend to use my watch for that, so I tend to not record activities on here. But when I'm out on a hike, I will also mark a waypoint, which I could just do here. I could do a waypoint, which is a little icon here, and you can see there that red little waypoint. I can change that if I want to campsite. So that's where I camped. So when I'm out on the trip now, I use this app. I mark the waypoint on the app to my campsite, so I've got a record of them, and I will leave it there, save it, and now that is in there like that. You can see there, just a cool little app to use. And when you're recording data, it records all your info there in the record section. You can even search for walks nearby within the app. So I can look at all these walks that are around me, or I could type in a walk if I wanted to as well. Very cool feature that is as well. Also in the app, I can look at information. There's a legend there, that little eye icon is down there as well. So yeah, the phone app is very good. It's got a couple of different navigation modes when you are using the app. When you are out and about, there is off mode, so it's not really doing anything at all. There is compass mode. So basically that means when you're in compass mode, you hold your phone, and wherever you're pointing your phone at, it will orientate the arrow on the screen at what you are pointing it at. So that's really useful when you're trying to identify landmarks and features. Now, some of the other things I love about the app, I used this a lot in my recent hike, was that when I was out on the track, I could tap on the screen anywhere basically, and I could just go in and tap anywhere on the screen and get a point would show up on the screen where I tap, and it will show me the distance to that location, the elevation of that location, even show me if I've got phone reception. It will give me the weather conditions at that location. That is a really cool feature, and it was great when we were out on the track and we wanted a rough idea of how far it was to the next campsite or how far we had to go. I could tap at that point and get a rough idea and give me, as the crow flies, distance to where I had to get to, and we could then make an estimation on sort of how much walking time we had left to go. So that is a great feature, and it also gives you the latitude and longitude as well at that location. You can even search, if you've got phone reception, you can search for features in that area if there's any tracks nearby, that sort of thing as well. And another thing on that feature, with the map controls or the map layout, you can actually go into map controls, and you can turn on public tracks, and what that will do is show you any sort of potential routes here. So when I tap on an area on the screen, it will show me a track, Gaia public tracks, and it will come up there and show me sort of tracks in the region. So when I zoom out, there's tracks everywhere, and I can see there's quite a big one that someone has done, which actually looks pretty cool. So that is a feature as well, the public maps. The other features I love, and it's a common feature of a lot of these map and navigation apps these days, when I'm using it on my computer to plan routes, it will automatically follow a track or a path for me, so I don't have to manually keep clicking and clicking and clicking. That is a standard feature these days, but it's good that it has it. Also, once you are planning a route, you can sort of, if you're doing an out and back route, for example, you're going to one point and then coming back along the same way, I can plot the route out to that point, then just hit O on the keyboard, and it will automatically trace it straight back along the same path to where I started. Or if I'm doing a bit of a loop walk, I can I can plan most of the walk out and then hit B, and it will do the quickest route back to the start of the walk for me and just finish the route for me that way. As you are planning the route, you get an elevation profile as you're going. So the elevation profile is progressing as you build the route. You can share the route publicly or keep it private. That's up to you. You can also download the various file types for that route you have created. I normally download the GPX file to upload into my watch, so then I can navigate off the route that I've created when I'm out on the trail. And what I really love about the route planning feature when I'm on my computer using it is the different layers I can put on there. Like I said, I'm mainly using the Gaia GPS Topo in meters overlay, but in combination with that, I will also use the worldwide imagery, specifically the ESRI imagery overlay. And basically what the ESRI imagery is, it's highly detailed satellite photography all stitched together to show you an overlay of the Earth's surface, but it is really useful when you're going to do off-track and pretty rough areas like I do, and we use that in planning our recent walk. We sat down with the overlay of both that and the Gaia Topo map, sort of with the opacity changed slightly, so we could really nail into the detail and plan our route through the rubble and the rocks and the scrub where we were going to get quite a good route. And when we were out on the track, it was actually the route we planned. We spent an hour or two planning it. It was quite good and avoided the worst of the scrub, especially on a very large rocky section of the walk. Another thing you can do is, once you have planned a route, you can look at it in 3D mode by clicking at the bottom of the screen and clicking on 3D. I have tried to have a bit of a look at that. It's good when I use that ESRI overlay, but I found with the maps it's not as good. But with ESRI, it is actually really cool. You can see when I'm looking on the screen here, it is very detailed. This is amazing, actually. I hadn't looked at this as much. That is incredible. That is a really cool feature. Check that out. Did you know about that? I hadn't looked at that. I've just been having the map overlay, and man, that is crazy. Oh no, it's working now. It's working. Okay, so it's working. Yeah, check it out. That is awesome. That is a really cool feature, the 3D thing. It's a bit of fun. It gives you an idea of the terrain you're going to be going over, and I'm going to have a very good play around with that now because that is awesome. It's working now. I couldn't get it to work before, but it is now. The other great thing is this is not a separate app you download. It is a web app. You're using it in a browser. That's all apps should be like that these days. You can also import GPX files into it. So if you've got a route someone else has given you, or you wanted to put one in that you've done previously, you can easily import it into the app. Very, very easy. Again, I do that on the computer. So from the route planning perspective, I found this really, really useful for this trip. I'm going to be using it for most of my route planning now. There are other free ones, like I've said before, gpx.studio. That is still a good app, but just the overlays, the stuff this app has for the paid version, it is worth its weight in gold, I think. And that 3D thing, I'm going to be on this for hours later, playing around with that, looking at trips I've done and trips I'm going on. Offline use, one thing I did use it for this trip was I downloaded the ESRI imagery for the area I was going to. So you select an area on the map and download the maps for that area. I downloaded the ESRI imagery and the Gaia Topo in meters maps and really found them useful on the track. I did not need the local map for the area. I had it on there on my phone still, but I just didn't use it. I used these. It was fine, and we were on a 9-day off-track expedition, and I did not have any troubles with this. An important thing if you're doing that is to ensure that you have downloaded the maps before you go. So put your phone in airplane mode and ensure that it has downloaded the maps correctly. But apart from that, it's a great app. If you'd like me to go into more detail in the future, I can for sure. Maybe attached after this. I might do a little tutorial on how I create a route. That will be a coming video. I think I'll do that very quick video coming soon. And sort of other quick features. Well, there's a lot of people using this app. It's a big app. So there's a community of users sharing their favorite trails, which you can use, you know, when you've got that public tracks and trails on feature on, you can sort of come up with ideas on where to go hiking. So yeah, that is a very quick overlay of Gaia GPS apps.
I've been hiking here in Tasmania, Australia for over 30 years in all sorts of crazy conditions. And one app I've been using out on the trail for the last 12 months is one called Gaia GPS. And I absolutely love this thing. Whether or not you're planning a quick morning hike or trail run or a multi-day expedition, understanding how to use Gaia properly can be a complete game changer. So we're going to go through a few things today. We're going to do an overview of the app itself, the bits and pieces of it and how it functions. We're going to have a look at the map layers and the specific map layers I prefer to use. We're going to have a look at how to make waypoints. We're going to have a look at how to make routes on tracks. We're going to look at how to access publicly available tracks and save them to your device. And we're also going to look at how to save maps for offline use when you are out of range with your phone. So without further ado, let's get straight into the video and let's have a look at Gaia GPS. Let's Gaia GPS. So in terms of the types of membership plans and subscriptions that are available on Gaia GPS, well, there is basically two main plans. There is a third one, that is the Outside Plus one, which gives you access to the Trail Forks app for mountain biking, that sort of thing. I won't go into that, but you can see on the screen here now the different plans that are available. With the free subscription, you basically don't have access to all the map layers. You also are unable to use it offline. If you're doing a bit of hiking and you are using the app a bit and you're going out a bit, I would highly recommend the premium subscription. I think these rates on the screen here are in US dollars. I will also flash up on the screen the Australian amounts for you as well, but it's $59.90 US per year. I think that's US, pretty sure, I have to check. I will put it on the screen. But great value for just the functionality you get with this app. I use it all the time. I'm always playing around with it, planning upcoming walks, that sort of thing. And once you get to know how to use the app, it is really worthwhile having. So without further ado, let's get straight into it and have a look. So whenever you go to the Gaia website, you are brought to this screen. This is just like your home screen. So you can zoom right out with your mouse. You can have a good look, or you can use the little arrows down here, the plus and minus icons down there to zoom in and out. The mapping all over the world is amazing. I've used it overseas as well in the last 12 months and it's great. But we're going to have a look into Tasmania here today. We'll get into there. So that is the terrain we're using. And we're just going to go through here each of the features on the screen to start off. So up in the top right here is my profile. I can use this area here. We'll also look at the tracks and routes a bit later on and show you how they work. If you take any photos with the app while you're using it to record an activity, it will store them here. It's got your map sources, maps that is in a format that is different to the one I'll show you in a sec, but that's just all your basic sort of settings. If you want to go in your profile, your subscriptions, the settings, that sort of thing, that's all there. You can create a team so you can collaborate on maps as well. So if you wanted to, plan maps together, you could do this. $40 per user per year. That is something, if you were doing lots of this sort of thing, or if you're in a professional setting, you might want to use it for. Really good for that sort of thing when you're collaborating. We have used that before, but we get together and plan it in the one account, so you can do that as well. So that is your basic sort of profile setup there. Then we will start over here on the left hand side of the screen, and you'll see here the first option we've got is overlays. Now the overlays are each of the bits of data that you want to have on the screen while you are looking at it. So we'll just zoom in so you can get a better idea. Here we'll go into Cradle Mountain where I'm going next month. So you can reveal waypoints. Any waypoints you have saved yourself will show up here. So if I turn that on, you can see a bunch of waypoints that I saved earlier in the year are there. I will turn that off for now, so they're not revealed. Waypoint labels, so that just shows when they're on. It's got the names of each waypoint labeled there. You can see when I turn it on and off. We'll just turn them off for now so they're not distracting us. You also have the ability to show routes and tracks, and I always confuse myself between the difference between routes and tracks. Tracks are things, activities you've recorded or other people have recorded. You can also display public tracks there below, so you can see there when I turn on public tracks These are all walks that people have done and saved and made available to the public. So I can click on a spot on the map and I can see there public tracks will sort of highlight as you go around. I will turn them off for now because they're a bit of a distraction. Also saved trails. They are ones that I have saved onto my map. So publicly available tracks and routes that I have saved. You can do a grid overlay. That is where you can have the latitude and longitude displaying on the screen, so you get the grid showing up. That is pretty handy when you're planning, especially with off-track scenarios. But I tend to keep that off for the most of the time. And that is your different overlays. But yeah, the main one to pick up there is the difference between routes and tracks. A route is something when you're creating it manually on the map here, whereas a track is something that has been recorded. But that is that bit. Then you come down to the most important sort of feature of the app, I think, and that is the layers. So you can see here, I've got a few layers displayed. I've got the one, my favorite one, I think these days, is the Gaia Overland in meters. I prefer meters here. If you're in Northern America, you might want feet. There is a feet option as well. I did used to use the Gaia Topo meters, not the Gaia Classic. I'll get rid of that. So depending on what layers you want to display here on the map, they will be ticked here to show that they are displaying. If you don't want it shown on the map, then you simply untick it. So the Gaia Classic meters, I don't want that there. I just want the Overland. And then I've got a Tasmania topographic base map for here in Tasmania where I am. That's just based on government data from here. If I wanted to see what that's like, I can increase the opacity by using these sliders, decrease it on the Overland one there. And when I zoom in, you'll see this is the Tasmania topographic map. It's okay, but it's not fantastic. There is an option to upload my own map into this. It is a very complicated process. If you wanted to see how to do that, let me know in the comments and I could do a separate video on that, but that is not an easy task. I thought that was a big downer when I first started using this app, but it really isn't. I uploaded some maps into this for a recent walk and I didn't end up using them because the Overland and the Gaia Topo are as good, if not better, than the government curated maps here in Tasmania. So just take that for what you will. But I tend to not use this topographic base map for Tasmania. I prefer the Gaia Overland. So that's, when zoom right out, that's the basic Gaia Topo meters map we're looking at there, but I use the Overland. So when I increase the opacity, just gives me a few more details. And what I really like about the Overland one is the roads. It shows you all the roads really well. So when I turn it off, they're not as detailed, but when I do that, I can go in and look at these roads here. And if I want to see what type of road it is or the details, I can click on here and there's a couple of ways of doing this, but here is the legend for the map that will open in a separate window. Shows me what all these types of roads are. So unmaintained road was what I was looking at there. So it gives you sort of the details on these roads. But yeah, that just displays all the roads in the area as well. So I think they made that for sort of people who overland a lot, do a lot of driving and stuff. This also has all the boundaries of the areas here. You can see there, you can zoom in and look at the area. You know, that's a conservation area. I can see this greyed out area here is National Park as well. So you can get all the boundaries of the national parks and stuff as well, even here, well, anywhere in the world, it will work with that. The other layer I do like to have a play around with because I do a lot of off-track walking, and when I'm planning, I like to be able to look at the Earth's surface and where I'm going to be walking and try and navigate through it. We try and pre-plan that, so we can up the ESRI imagery here. That's high definition imagery. So when I decrease the opacity of that, I can sort of zoom in here. I can see the track there. I'll just increase that slightly. So you can then see the track and you can kind of see the imagery. If I want to have a quick look at what it looks like there, I can zoom right in and get some good detail. Now it is also important how you overlay the maps here and how you stack them. So you can see here I've got Overland at the top, because if I put the ESRI at the top and drag it up there and put it at the top, then the Overland layer just doesn't really come through as well, I don't think. So I prefer to have the imagery one on the bottom and then have that one on the top. And like I said, I don't really use that Tasmania topographic, so that can go. They're the main two I use here in Australia. There is a lot, if you're in the United States or somewhere, in North America, it will give you a lot more overlays. If I wanted to have a look at the map layers available to me, I can go in here to, I'll just go back so you can see that again. I can go down here to add map layers, and you will see here I can filter it by hiking. There's all those there. I could exit that. Overlanding, so if I'm driving around, some useful ones there. In North America, you can get rain forecasts, you can get, that's another good one there, the trail forks, that works everywhere. If I were to add the trail forks one in, for example, so then I go back and you can see trail forks is now enabled, and if I zoom out, and I'll just decrease that overland a bit, and I'll decrease the SRI right down, you will see some tracks here for mountain biking that are highlighted now. So you can see all these different mountain biking trail networks. If I decrease that, they go, but if I'm going mountain biking, which I do occasionally with the family, you can see all the different mountain biking networks around here. If you zoom right out, you'll lose them, but this is basically mountain biking trails people have ridden on. Some pretty crazy ones up there. If you're riding up the west coast of Tassie, well done, that is crazy. But that is just another good one as well. If you were into mountain biking, I don't use it that much, but it is there. I know plenty of people who would use that a lot. If I wanted to have a look at any other layers, satellite with labels, there's another one that you can use. So that is that sort of map there. That could be useful. I do find it gets a bit too busy when you're trying to zoom in and there's, you know, there's labels everywhere, but that's pretty cool. Anyway, what else have we got here? So yeah, that is your map layers. If I wanted to get back out of that, I'd look at specific weather ones. There is fire map layers if you're in Canada or North America. That would be pretty handy, but we don't have that here in Australia. Also, I can look at specific layers for the region I'm in for Australia. There's a few different topographic maps, but like I said, the Gaia maps are really good. I definitely prefer them. They're just what I tend to use. I find they're quite accurate. So if I go back into there, I'll just up that, and that's what I use most of the time. The only other one I would use would be the Gaia Topo meters, that one there. So why would I use that? You say, well, it's just a bit less going on in that one compared to the overland. So if I'm just purely focused on trip planning, I'd probably prefer that, although much of a muchness. So I tend not to have that turned on too much. So that is layers. Try and stack them correctly to the way you like it and play around with that opacity so you can get it looking the way you want. Up here, you can see that tick box layered maps. If you don't want to layer them like that, then it won't layer them. You'll have to look at each one individually, but I keep that turned on all the time. I never don't have it turned on. Next down on the list there, you've got saved items. This is all the tracks, the routes I've created, the areas I've created, which we'll talk about, and the tracks I've saved, waypoints I've saved. And what I do is categorize them into folders here. We'll do a quick overview of that as well, but each time I create something in here, I put it into a folder so it's fairly well organized. If you don't do that, every individual item is going to show up individually here and it can get quite messy. So it is pretty easy to clean it up. We'll have a look at that too. Down here, preferences, metric, imperial. I'm in metric guy. Decimal degrees, your coordinates formats, what I use. And these down here are your create options. Another thing you can do, so if say I activated my waypoints, my waypoint labels, my bits and pieces here, and I zoomed into that area and I said, right, I want to make a map of that, or I want to print one off. I can go to print map here, down there. I can export it as a PDF. I can also print that out and take it with me. That's a pretty cool feature. You can zoom right in. I mean, you could print it on a massive bit of paper. You could save it to a PDF, then go get it printed professionally somewhere if you want to make a big map. It's a pretty awesome feature. So there is that as well, which is good. And you can just do that for places around the city as well if you want to print off a little info thing for someone. I find that quite useful. Down here on the right hand side, when I've got my layers there selected, I can go down here and click map legend. So this will highlight each of these types of roads and things. So things that are on the map currently generally will show up. So you can see as I zoom out, it should increase or decrease in number, the number of symbols and available there. And that is very cool as well. If I want to see, you know, I'm going into a remote track and I want to try and find a road that's going to get me closest there, it's quite good to be able to look at that and say, okay, that's how I could get in there. Very cool, non-motorized trail, protected areas, national parks. Very, very cool sort of functionality that is. And I haven't used that much, but I should be using it more because it's very cool. Peaks, just awesome, all that sort of stuff. You can view the layer details there, and that will take you back to that overview of the layer that you're looking in. I can also do 3D, so I can click on that and then it will toggle, and what I can do there is then zoom in with my mouse, and you can sort of toggle and get a view like that in 3D of where you're going. I think you can also use Control or Option to, on a Mac, you can use that to zoom in and out. I really love this feature, it's so cool. So I can sort of put myself on the track here and sort of have a look around at the area that I'm going to. But that's just something you play around with. I haven't used that a lot, but it's just a fun thing to use to sort of map out if I'm just following this green route here on the screen. That is a pretty cool thing to be following, and just checking out the walk that I might be going on. And when I use the Control key, I can sort of pan around like this. This is a walk I'm doing very shortly, so one I've done a lot, and this is just a cool way to see it because it looks exactly like it when you're on the ground. It's just awesome. Anyway, that is the 3D. If I want to go back to 2D, I click 2D. The other thing you have there is Find My Location. If I click on that, it will pinpoint exactly to where I am right now on my computer. So that's what that would do. And then you've got the toggles to manually zoom in and out, but you can do that with your mouse, as you are probably familiar with. You can zoom in and out on a screen on a map like this. Okay, so next up, we're just going to have a look at a couple of these different features. So I'm just going to turn off public tracks and saved trails. Actually, I'll leave them on. Now, what I can do here, I'm interested in going for a walk somewhere, and say I want to do the Cradle Mountain walk. There's a few different ways I can look for a route to do it. I can click on the search box up in here on the top left, and I can say Cradle Mountain. This is one way you can do it, and you can see here in that region it'll bring them all up. I could zoom right out and still have a look around. Oh, there it is there. So I can go in. So right, Cradle Mountain is that mountain there. So I can click on that, and I can see here that that is the peak. Click on See All Nearby, and then I can see any potential tracks that have been created to go and do that. Crater Falls via the Overland Track, Waterfall Valley via the Overland Track. Let's have a look at that, because it looks like, yes, it goes to the summit of Cradle Mountain. So that is something I can have a look at there. And that is, you can see it's the highlighted green bit there. That is a bit of a walk, which includes the track up to Cradle Mountain. I can come down here and have a look. I can save the trail. So I'm going to click Save the Trail. So that's now saved. I can also share it if I wanted to, and copy a link to share it with someone to say, hey, look at this trail. It gives you all the data here for the walk as well. Distance 14.1 kilometers, ascent, total time taken for the person that created this to do the walk. I can also see here the elevation profile of the walk, the climbing, the distance, that sort of thing. If I want to center it on the map, I can do that as well. Learn more. If you do that, it just takes you to a bit of more information about the track itself. You can see that Jeff made it a year and 9 months ago. Gives a few photos that were taken with it, the difficulty level, elevation profile, seasonal popularity when people are doing it. All that sort of information is there, and then it gives you a few other walks nearby as well. That's just good. That opened that in a separate window. Good information. If you haven't been to the area, that is very useful. The next thing you can actually do to find a trail, if I wanted to find that trail to Cradle Mountain, I can just click on a point on the map around there. Then if I go to overlays, put on public tracks, do that, put on everything. And what I can do, where I've clicked on that point, then you see all this stuff here popping up. So that will show me what's around the area just from that near that point that I've clicked. So you can also see here, Cradle Mountain there is a public track now that I've got the public tracks turned on. So I can have a look at that and see all this information on a walk that someone has done. You can see the route there in blue. You can put the directional arrows on that track. So they have walked in a clockwise direction around the lake there. They've gone up Cradle Mountain, then gone back that way. And I can see here from all the data on the left here, the distance, how long it took them to do it, 5 hours and 55 minutes at an average speed of 2 kilometers per hour. Nikolai, the great goat Sherpa, made that one. And So then what I can do also is a couple of options here. If I wanted to save that track into my own files, I can duplicate it. And this is what I would do. Duplicate it. I would call it Cradle Mountain Walk for next week. I could put some notes there if I wanted. If I wanted public sharing off or on, so if I left it on, it would share it, anyone would be able to see it, like I've been able to see Nikolai the Goat Sherpa's one. So yeah, there is that way where you can use these tracks other people have created, but there's a few pitfalls to doing that, I think. One is that you can't easily convert it to a route that you can edit. There is a way where if we open up the app on my phone now, we can convert it to a route, but I find that using the editor on the phone app is pretty cumbersome. I prefer to do it on a computer before I go. If I had to use it while I was out on the track, I would use it, but in this instance, I just don't think it's that great. Right, so we're going to find a public track here. So just to show you how we could convert it to a route, we're going to find a public track here. I'm just going to have a look here. We've got the overland track, and I'm just going to see all nearby. Make sure you have public tracks turned on so you can see them all. I want to find something someone has created that I want to use. So here's some public tracks. So let's have a look at that one. No, let's look at Cradle Mountain. That one created in the 2nd of March. So that is one created. So then what we've got to do, we need to go then to the mobile app, open that up, and I've got to find that Cradle Mountain Summit one. So I can tap around on here. Now, first thing you do need to make sure you do is tap on the map layers, go to overlays, and just make sure public tracks is enabled so I can find it, because that is a public track. Then I exit out of that, and I'm just going to tap here somewhere, and I can see there's an awful lot. Cradle Mountain 3rd of the 2nd 24 is the one I was looking at, so there it is there. Then what I can do is tap on save. So that has saved that item. You can't do this with the Gaia made routes. It's got to be one that someone else has created. It's a pretty frustrating part of the software, but I do normally prefer to make my own route, which we'll look at in a sec. So then I can look at saved items, and what it does, sort these by chronological order. Now, because that track was made back in March, probably going to be down here somewhere. There it is there. So it puts it in chronological order. I think you can sort it other ways, sort by date or title. You can do that. Then I can actually go into that, and what I can do here is edit it, and I can convert it to a route. So convert that to a route. Then what I can do is go in and edit the route on my phone. So I could play around with it. Like I said, it's really cumbersome editing routes. If you've got too much going on here, then I would just go here to overlays again and get rid of public tracks, and that will hide all that. And you can see that the red route is the one I've got. Then I can just see when you try to edit these, I find it really quite frustrating. So I can move that dot around. I can move that dot there, but then it's not that great because you've got to do it all on the app here, and I find that a bit cumbersome. If I go back to the computer, it should now show up in my saved items if this is playing ball. So if I go to saved items, Cradle Mountain, there it is there. But when you go to edit it here, you can see here it doesn't have any ascent or descent. I don't know why it loses all that when you convert it to a route. And if I go edit route, imported routes cannot be edited. So it doesn't let me edit it on a PC. I've seen other videos saying that you can edit it on a PC, but I cannot figure out how to edit a saved route from someone else on a PC. So that is why I tend to use gpx.studio a bit for creating routes, because it is a lot easier and brings it in, but using the manual way of creating routes in here yourself is just as easy. So we're going to look at that now. You can check out the gpx.studio video that I made about a year ago down below, also up here. But what we'll look at now is how would I create my own route from scratch in the app, which is definitely what I prefer to do. Unless I was going to use someone else's route and not change it at all, this is what I would do. So we're just going to exit out of this on the screen now. We're going to go to overlays. I'm going to get rid of public tracks because I'm not interested at the moment. So if I want to create a route, I would go over here to the left-hand side of the screen. I definitely recommend doing this on a computer and not on your phone. Some of my friends prefer to do this sort of thing on their phone. I can't understand that, but anyway. So we're going to do a bit of day walk. So I'm going to show you here. We're going to start on the very famous overland track here. We're going to do the pointer there. And what I can do here is you see when I move the cursor, it will find the trail and snap to the trail. It's called snapping, but I want to go up this way. So I don't even need to really do it bit by bit. I could just go, right, here is my end goal, Cradle Mountain, and see what that does for me. And it's auto-calculated a route, and I know that that is the best route because I know the area. If I didn't know, then I could change it. I could undo by tipping this arrow down there, so then it undoes it. If I want to do it bit by bit, I can go here. If there's lots of trails around the area, then I would probably do it bit by bit so it doesn't take me down the wrong way. And then you can see it's just sort of snapping to the trail as I go. And at this point, I've done that. It's giving me the elevations down the bottom here, the profile of the walk as I go. Now, I've done that route out to there, out to the top of the mountain. Now, what I can do here is to make it easy, if it's just an out and back walk where I'm going out to a point and back the same way, I can go down here and hover over these, and you've got out and back. So I could tap on that, and you can see there then it's calculating the route, and you'll see also on the trail, it's got inward and outward arrows. So that is an out and back route, and you can see there it's created this profile, highest point of the peak, and back the same way. If I didn't want to do that, I can click undo, and then I say I want to make a loop of it. Well, I could just maybe click here somewhere, and I might just go a bit further along here. And what it does, so what if I said back to start? Let's just see what it does here when I do that from that point. It would normally pick the quickest way, and there you go. So it has calculated a pretty good route to get back to the start of the walk, and created quite a nice walk for me actually. Like, that'd be a really good walk to do if you're in Cradle Mountain for the day. In summer especially, that'd be a fantastic walk. So I think I like that, so I'm going to save it. I'm going to edit the name. I'm going to call it Cradle Mountain Day Trip. This is a great walk. I could add whatever notes I wanted here. I generally just save them for personal use. I'll click save. If it's a walk, you'd click over here, hiking, backpacking, trail running. Say I'm doing this as a trail run, I could save it as a trail run. Then I could click save. Another quick note, you'll see as you go along the elevation profile down here, it's giving the distance, it's giving the elevation, the grade. So the steeper grades are red, the flat sections are green, and so on. And then I'll just save that. And there you go, that's saved the route there. You can see all these profiles. And the other thing I could do, if there's a point along the way I want to have a look at, or if I'm on the track while I'm out there, well, there's a couple of things I can do. So there's a lookout here I might want to have a look at. So I can drop a waypoint there. So it lands on the screen, I can drop the waypoint, and over here I can change the icon, which I like to do. So you can look for different ones here. Say I wanted to have a lookout. I like to use these if I'm doing that. And I'll call that Marion's Lookout for lunch. So I can change the color if I want. I can click some notes there. I can copy the coordinates, see the elevation. Then I can save that. So I've got a waypoint there now. And I tend to do that on the track if I was to do that on my phone on the app. So I'll just bring that up quickly again here. And I do find you need to reopen it sometimes for it to update. Saved items. And you can see there on the screen on my phone now that it is there. So you can see there on the phone app, that waypoint is there as well. Updates fairly quickly. My internet is really slow here today, so apologies. If I wanted to create a waypoint while I'm out on the track, then that isn't a problem either. So say I wanted to zoom in here somewhere and there's a waypoint I want to put on the screen. Well, I can go plus, that little thing there, bottom right, and I can move this waypoint around to there. I can tap on the icon, so that might be a good spot to camp. I'm not going to camp there, don't worry. And then I can change the color of it again. Then I can say, nice tarn, give it a title. I can put it in a folder, you know, if I want to put it in the overland track area walks where I'm going, I can put it there, and then that will, nice yarn, that'll do. Save that there, then you can see that is saved on the map now as a waypoint. So that there is done. Then if I come back to the computer, it will show up there too. So I'm just going to refresh the screen and see if it's there, and there it is. So it's popped back onto the screen there. So that is populated straight across to there. Next up, we're going to look at how to save maps on your phone, on your device for offline use when you are out of phone range and you're out in the trail. First up, to do that, we need to create what is called an area on the map. I prefer to do it on the computer. Again, we'll do it on the computer, but we'll also look at it on the phone and then show you how to download it. So we're going to be back in the app here, and basically what we want to do is, we're on the screen here where we have been looking at throughout this video. I'm just going to select a small area so it's a quicker process, but basically what I want to do is go over here and do create an area. Now I mainly use creating an area for downloading maps, but there's a couple of reasons you could do it. First, I'm going to give it a title. I'm going to call it Cradle Area Map, just so I know in my head what I'm talking about when I see it on my phone later on. Then I will go around here, and you're just clicking along as you go the area you sort of want to save. You could just do one big area, but I'm going to get in a bit of detail and just do. And when you finish, you double click, and that now has saved that area. I can change it if I want. I can make it a different color. I can make it orange if I wanted, just so I can differentiate. Now I can see there that the perimeter is 37 kilometers. It's 69 square kilometers. I could call this map of the cradle area or something. Save that, and then I can put it in a folder. Now I've created that folder earlier, so I'm going to save it to the overland track area walks by clicking on change folder. Now that is in there. Now that has disappeared because at the moment in my overlays, it should be there anyway. Oh no, that's why. It's in saved items. I've got that disabled. So in my saved items, I've had it turned off, but now I reveal it and you can see all the items I've created for this map area that are in that folder showing up. I could go into the folder further and go to items and hide specific bits of them. That's another map I made earlier. I could hide that map. I'm going to hide that one for now and that one. And we've just got that area. Now we're going to go into the phone. I'm going to go to the app and I'm just going to update this. I do find sometimes you have to close the app, go back into it for it to update. Saved items. Now I'm going to go down to folders there. Now you can see it there that cradle area map is in there, so I can go into that, and then you can go up to there to more, and you can download maps for this area. So that's what I want to do. And here I'm going to select the maps that I want to download. Normally I would download the Gaia Overland, Gaia Topo meters sometimes maybe instead of the Overland. I think I'll do the Overland, and I'll do the satellite Topo. That is another good layer that you can look at. Gives you the topographic lines for the region. So when you're sort of looking at a satellite imagery map, it puts the topographic lines over the top, which is pretty cool. I do normally, if I'm going to an off-track area, I download the world imagery, so I've got fine detail when I'm in off-track region. I can really zoom in and navigate better based on the terrain that I'm going through. If I use that world imagery, it just allows me to sort of pick a line through particularly scrubby and bushy regions quite easily if I have this on the phone while I'm out there. But for ease of use today, I think we'll download that. So you can see down the bottom, you've got 1293 tiles. That's how the map is divided up. You've got 39.1 megabytes, which doesn't seem like much, but it does take a while to download. At the top, you can pick the resolution. I always go with high. Unless I am downloading a big area of map, then I'd decrease the resolution. I just try to keep it as high as possible. And you also have up there, include data to create and navigate routes offline. I always keep that ticked because then when I'm out on the trail, if I wanted to navigate and create a route while I'm out there of an unplanned side trip or something like that, I have the ability to do that. I'm not limited. So then I just go next. I give it a name. I'm just going to call this Maps Download for Cradle. I always put download in there so I know it's what I'm downloading. Do that. Then we click a folder to add it to. I'm going to add it to my Overland Tracks folder. That's the one I've saved it to. Save. Done. And you can see here on the screen now it is downloading. And even though I've just upped the speed on my internet connection, it does take a little while. So we'll just wait for that to happen and we'll come right back. So yeah, once that's all downloaded, you'll see success. Then we can go in and have a look and check it out. The world imagery is taking a long time, but the maps for download for Cradle are done. So let's have a look on the phone now, how to have a look at those maps when they are downloaded. So you'll see on the screen here, that's at 55% because that world imagery is taking forever to download. That's why I don't tend to not download it a lot. But anyway, let's have a look at this area. I'm going to put my phone into airplane mode, turn off the Wi-Fi. I'm going to turn off Bluetooth. So anyway, I've turned off Wi-Fi and it's in airplane mode. I've turned off cell signal. So you can see here, I'm just going to change these layers. So overlays, get rid of areas. So then I can zoom in on this area. So I've got no phone reception at the moment. You can see when I zoom in, that detail is there. If I go to an area that's not on the map that I've downloaded, when I zoom in, there is no detail, hasn't got it. But then I go over to an area that I have saved, and I can get that detail here. And the moment I go off the map where I haven't saved, there is nowhere near the level of detail. If I were to bring that up and that down, you can see, because I haven't downloaded that map, the world imagery map, there's no imagery because it hasn't downloaded. So that's a good way to test it. Overland is there, very good feature, just to download specific areas of the map. So I've got that there. Look at the detail there, that's great. That's how I check it before I go out. Put my phone into airplane mode and do that. The only other things I did want to show, get out the phone, we go back and say we've got this route that we want to export into your watch or similar, then we can go back to our saved items. And we did that Cradle Mountain day trip route before, which was pretty cool. That is one that I made. I could even edit it if I wanted. I can edit that because I created it. And I'm just going to do a quick edit on it. I'm going to drag that over there. I want to go around the lake a bit. Let's give that a second. Now it's put me around the lake. So that's a nice route, I like that. And I want to put it in my watch. So what I have to do there, and this will vary obviously depending on the type of watch you have, but if you have a Garmin, this will work. But I'll go to my saved items, I'll go to my Cradle Mountain day trip, and I will go to export as a GPX. You could do it as KML if you wanted to put it into Google Earth or somewhere like that. GPX, download. Now it's downloaded it. Then I can call up on Garmin Connect. I'd go to training, courses, and right, so I've got the file I've downloaded. I'm going to drop it into here and get started. Use OpenStreetMap. I'll select that. It is hiking, and you can see it's brought it into Garmin Connect for me. There's routing options in there. I can play around with them if I want. I don't want turn notifications. That is so annoying when you're hiking. Follow popular routes. I don't need to worry about that because I've already made it. It's saved. So click save. I'm just going to call that a private one. Was it? Don't know. Then I can do that, and then I can send it to my watch once that's connected. So that is how you would do that. You can see why I don't use the Garmin app for route planning. It's terrible. Look at the screen there. It's just awful. So that is why I use this. If we go back to Gaia, we're back here, and all right, so then we go back to Gaia. Now we've done that. The only other thing I wanted to show you was these other ways of looking at things here. You can look at routes in this folder. It's just a nicer way to look at it as opposed to going to that other option. You can go look at your waypoints that you've got saved. You can go look at your map sources there, the ones you use. That is a map I have uploaded. So yeah, that's just a quick sort of how I plan my routes, how I save my maps offline with Gaia GPS. Imagine being deep in the wilderness, navigating your way, and your watch suddenly dies. Pretty frustrating, right? Well, those days could be over thanks to this thing, the Coros Apex 2 Pro. Say goodbye to unreliable tech with its unparalleled battery life and advanced navigation. Plus, it has a few mind-blowing features you didn't even know you needed, like controlling your action camera right from your wrist. Stick around to discover why this watch is an essential companion for every outdoor enthusiast, promising to transform your adventures. Hi everyone, I'm Mauser, and with over 30 years of hiking and 13 years of using wrist tech, I've navigated countless trails with nearly every major watch brand, except one, Coros. So when Coros kindly offered to send me their Apex 2 Pro to try out, I was eager to jump on board. Now just to be clear, no money changed hands, but Coros did send the watch over to me free of charge. But as always, I'll be sharing my honest thoughts based on my personal experience with the watch after 3 weeks of testing. Now, when I first started wearing a device all those years ago, I bought it primarily for running. And since then, I have come to rely heavily on a watch for hiking and off-track navigation. Now, I have pretty much tried every major brand of watch out there, except one, Coros. It is a brand that I've been keen to test for quite a little while. So, in this video, I'm going to tell you about the features that matter most when you're out on the trail. From enhanced tracking during runs, to offline navigation when you're miles from civilization, and even some advanced tools for group safety and personal training. There is a lot to cover. So stick around because you might discover features you didn't know existed in the Coros Apex 2 Pro. So let's start by addressing a common dilemma, choosing the right watch for endurance activities. Now, when you visit the Coros website, you will see that you have the option between two different Apex watches, the Apex 2 and the Apex 2 Pro, this one that I'm wearing today. When deciding between the Coros Apex 2 and the Apex 2 Pro, The choice can hinge on features that matter most during longer, tougher adventures. And while both models are packed with excellent features, the Pro takes it further with a bigger screen, longer battery life, and dual frequency GPS. For example, the Pro provides up to 66 hours of full GPS tracking compared to the Apex 2's, the non-Pro's, 40 hours. So if you are into multi-day hikes or ultra marathons, that type of thing, this extended battery life and GPS accuracy are invaluable. It ensures that you stay on track in more challenging environments, making it a go-to for serious adventurers. Now, the dual frequency GPS deserves attention too, as it significantly improves accuracy in complex terrains like dense forests and some city environments where signals can bounce or weaken. And don't forget the enhanced battery life, which can be a game changer when you are out for days at a time without a chance to recharge or if you're relying on a battery pack. So who benefits most? Well, if you are planning a multi-day trek, an ultra marathon or adventure in remote areas where battery life and GPS precision are crucial, the Apex 2 Pro is clearly the right choice. And as a bonus, it offers a better experience for athletes and explorers who need the extra robustness that the Pro model provides. Size and comfort. One standout feature of the Apex 2 Pro is its size. At 46.1 by 46.5 millimeters with a 14 millimeter thickness, compared to something like my previous watch, the Garmin Fenix 7X Sapphire Solar, at 51 by 51 by 14.9 millimeters, it is a bit smaller. It might seem minor, but on the wrist, it makes a massive difference to me. I've noticed that it feels lighter and more comfortable for daily wear and during workouts. I really noticed this when I first put it on. It just is not as bulky and it feels actually lighter and not as noticeable on my wrist, and I really like that. It's also got a nylon quick fit band, and that also adds comfort too. I wasn't initially sold on this type of band, but its breathability and just the comfort won me over, especially when compared to the regular silicone bands, which tend to cause sweat when I've worn them in the past, and that's what I've been wearing for quite a few years. Another nice touch that I like is the always-on sapphire display. Now, this is pretty common in a lot of these watches these days, but this one, it just seems to have a better clarity to me than other watches I've used, and it's got a bit better color on the screen as well, and I think that's probably due to the brightness and the pixels. Is that what you say? I don't know. I'm not a technical guy. It also has a 3-button interface, one acting as a bezel, the one in the middle, and that makes navigating through the screens pretty good. I haven't had any trouble with that. I have heard of some people finding that a bit slow, but I find it fine, perfectly fine, works well, and I really actually like the 3-button sort of setup of the watch. But let's be honest, size and comfort don't matter much if the battery life doesn't deliver. So let's talk about why this watch can keep up with you on even your longest adventures. Battery life and charging. So imagine being days into a hike and not having to worry about your battery dying on your watch. Probably sounds too good to be true. The Apex 2 Pro boasts an incredible 45 hours in full GPS mode. But with the Ultramax GPX that they have, you get even more life. Think of it as the ultimate endurance athlete, running longer while using smart strategies to conserve energy. And I think that for me, on multi-day hikes, Ultramax will be a game changer. And I haven't had a chance to try it out on one of my extended sort of week-long hikes as yet, but I'm really excited to. Hopefully over this coming summer, we can do a more extensive review and dive into it a bit more. But it gets this extended battery life from this Ultramax GPS. So this Ultramax GPS works by using a combination of GPS and motion sensors to conserve power, and it doesn't sacrifice accuracy either. It does this by switching on the GPS for 30 seconds every 2 minutes. So for the 90 seconds the GPS is not turned on, the watch is relying on Corus's intelligent stride algorithm and motion sensors to maintain accuracy. So what that means is that there is no more worrying about running out of juice halfway through a trek. Activating the Ultramax feature is straightforward. You simply start your activity, hold the back button, the bottom, or for me it's the bottom right-hand button, scroll to Ultramax, and you're set to extend your adventure without worrying about power. It's that easy. And certainly to date, just wearing this watch in my daily life for the last 3 weeks and during runs, I have found the battery to be amazing. I put this watch on straight out of the box without charging it at all, and I've only had to charge it twice in the last 3 weeks. And it wasn't even flat on those occasions, it was down to about 20%. So I have generally been using the watch for activity tracking on average around 60 minutes or more every day. And when I compare it to other watches I've been using in the past, I find the battery life on this thing very impressive. Like a camel on a desert trek, one might say. Enduring, unbothered by long stretches without a recharge. That's a saying I heard somewhere. So now that your battery's sorted, what if you're trekking off the beaten path with no phone service? Navigation and offline maps. Another must-have feature in a watch is offline navigation. And if you're like me and often find yourself in remote areas with no phone signal, the offline maps on this watch are essential. And it is in fact probably the main reason I use a watch like this. The Apex 2 Pro syncs routes from the Coros app or other apps like Strava or Komoot via GPX files. Now, while I've used third-party tools like Gaia GPS before, where Coros stands out is with its fairly easy route creation right within the app itself. It has a really good topographic map overlay, but more on that in a sec. You also still do have the option to import GPX files directly into the app if you have created them elsewhere, like I often do, or if a friend has given you a file to upload. Now, this process is a little counterintuitive in that you need to go to the GPX file on your device and select it, then open it with the Coros app. But once you know how to do it, it is very straightforward to import routes created manually in other third-party apps. Once you have created a route or uploaded it via the app, it is saved for offline use. And these offline maps ensure that even when your phone has no service, your watch can keep you on track. To get your routes set up, just head to the Explore page in the Coros app, create or import your desired route and sync it with your watch. It's incredibly easy to use, and so far I have not encountered any issues with it. And the Coros app, on that note, is certainly the best watch app I have seen for in-app route creation. That is where you are using your phone, the app within the phone, to create a route. And for example, if I go into the app here and go to somewhere that I know extremely well and create a route, you can see that the level of detail is quite good on the map, and it's very easy to create a route on known sort of tracks. I can also switch to manual mode if I want and go off track very easily, a lot like a lot of the other apps that are out there. So from that perspective, it is very good. You can also download landscape or topographic maps from the app onto the watch. So that's ensuring you always have the necessary maps, even when you're out of phone service. So it will then be on the app and on your watch. And this is perfect for planning routes ahead of time for remote hikes like I often do. But what if you're not alone? How can the Coros app help you keep your hiking group connected? Is there such a thing? Can you keep a hiking group connected with a watch? Group tracking and safety alerts. Well, as a matter of fact, you can. If you're hiking with friends and suddenly someone falls behind, what do? The Apex 2 Pro includes group tracking, allowing you to monitor the location, pace, and distance of others in real time. It is like having a safety tether, so you can track each other's location in real time, monitor them, and send safety alerts if you need to. Now, as this is a feature of the app and the Coros ecosystem, you do all need to be wearing a Coros device. So as yet, I have been unable to test it, but to set it up, you would go into the app to group tracking, create a team, invite your friends, and you'd be able to follow each other in real time. Then for safety alerts, you would just hold down the bezel, the center dial, for 7 seconds, and that would alert the group that you need some help. So it's something I would like to test out in the future, as knowing where your group is would just add that extra layer of security and keep you connected even when nature feels most vast. Controlling your camera. So here's something that I didn't expect when I first opened the watch, and you probably wouldn't either, is that you can control devices like a GoPro or an Insta360 camera directly from your Coros Apex 2 Pro. Now, as someone who documents a lot of my hikes, this is going to be a very useful feature. I can start or stop recording without reaching for my camera, keeping my focus on the trail, and it's going to be good when I'm setting up the camera somewhere and I don't want to start it straight away. I can set it up over there and I can walk back over here and hit record when I'm ready to go. And to set it up, it's very straightforward. You just go to your watch settings, you pair the camera, and you're good to go. If you're creating content like me while you're adventuring, this is a seriously cool addition, and one I didn't know about until I first started using the watch. And I'm pretty sure it's a feature I'm going to be using all the time when I'm out on the track. Virtual pacer and running efficiency. Now, let's just change gears a bit and talk about running, because it is something that I use my watches for as well. So whether you're a casual runner or you're training for a marathon, this thing has something called the virtual pacer feature, which will help keep you on track. So you can set yourself a goal for a 5 kilometer, a half marathon, or even a full marathon, and the watch will give you real-time updates on your pace and your estimated finish time. I have used similar features like this on other watches, and I find this type of thing really useful, especially when I'm in a race. So I am looking forward to testing that feature out in future events when I have them coming up. To use that feature, you just need to be in run mode, set your target time and distance, and the virtual pacer will do the rest for you. And what I've found in the past when I've used features like this is it just keeps you motivated and helps you know where you're at in your race time. Extender for bigger screen visibility. Next little feature is for those of you who like seeing your metrics on a bigger screen. The extender feature allows you to sync your watch's live data to your phone, and it's particularly handy during indoor training, like when you're on a treadmill or you're on a trainer for your bike. Custom training plans and marathon prep. Another thing that I love is the ability to create custom training plans, and it's something that I look for in any watch that I'm going to use. It's a feature that I've used a lot over the years in other watches, and with Coros, they have the Coros personalized marathon plans, which analyze your data and help you structure your training based on your goals. You can also access pre-made plans from professional athletes and coaches, and with the Coros Training Hub, you can take it to the next level. This is a web portal that gives you or your coach access to all your training data, enabling analysis and seamless plan creation with its drag and drop sort of features, where you can just drop in a plan, you can copy today's run, paste it to next week's run. Quite a handy feature. You can also engage with teams or coaches for real-time feedback, motivation, accountability, all that great stuff. And when you combine it with the watch's training load and intensity trend, you can balance your easy runs, intervals, and strength training to avoid overtraining. All-day sleep tracking and fitness insights. And one more thing that has caught my attention with this watch is the all-day sleep tracking feature. So what this does is it provides detailed sleep metrics, including things like heart rate variability, to help gauge your recovery. And when you pair this with the recovery timer within the app, you'll know exactly when you're ready for your next workout. I also have the Evo Lab Training Hub, which also offers insights into your VO2 max, your running economy, and even the personalized fitness plans. And it makes this watch, I guess, a complete package for both athletes and hikers looking to optimize their performance. Everyday functionality. Now, I know some people want their smartwatches to control everything from music to payments to notifications, but for me, that's not what I'm after. The Coros Apex 2 Pro is focused on what matters to me, which is tracking my physical activities, navigating my adventures, and syncing my data with Strava. It doesn't have payment functionality like some of the competitors out there, but it is not something I miss at all. It's never been a feature that I've used on other watches, as I always tend to have my phone with me when I'm in those situations. And as for notifications, well, sure, you can get them on the Coros, and like on most other watches that I've used, you can't reply. But honestly, that is fine with me. I almost prefer not to get notifications at all on my phone, on my watch. I get them on my phone instead of my watch. I would prefer not to have notifications on my watch. It's just another distraction. It's something I don't like. It's something I've never liked, and I often just turn them off altogether. I definitely prefer my phone for handling calls and messages. I want my watch to be primarily a watch first and a navigation and fitness device second and third. I just don't want it to be a phone. So if you're looking for a watch that prioritizes these essentials, things like battery life, navigation, group safety, and advanced tracking, then this is definitely a great option. And it comes in at what I think is a very reasonable price when comparing it to the other options and competitors out there.
Are you thinking about upgrading your hiking tech? Or maybe you don't have any hiking tech and you want some hiking tech, and you're thinking, I need to get a hiking bit of tech, like a messenger device, so I can communicate with my loved ones when I'm away, or so I can contact the emergency services if I get into trouble. Well, today we are looking at these two devices. I've made the switch. Should you make the switch? Keep watching and let's get straight into it. Hi everyone, Mauser here and welcome back to the channel. And on this channel, we look at everything from hiking, tech and travel. And today we are putting two satellite messages head to head. The good old trusty Garmin InReach Explorer Plus, which I've had since about 2017, and the Garmin InReach Mini 2, which I have just started using. So let's get straight into it today. So today we're going to look at a few features, mainly of the Garmin InReach Mini 2 and how it compares to the old InReach Explorer Plus. We're going to look at probably 7 main points. Number 1, the design and build. Number 2, the display. Number 3, battery life. Number 4, connectivity, messaging and integration with other devices. Number 5, navigation. Number 6, emergency features. And number 7, any gripes, any problems that I've got with this device. And we'll also, a bit of bonus content at the end, we'll do a quick run through of how I made the switch. Was it easy? Was it hard? And what I had to do in order to switch from this to this, and was that a hard process? Now, first up, a quick overview of these two pretty awesome devices. Now, the Garmin InReach Explorer Plus and the InReach Mini 2 serve as two-way satellite communication devices. They're both capable of sending messages to loved ones when you're out on the track, when you're out on a hike, and you can receive messages back from anyone who has a mobile device, a computer, whatever it is. In addition to that, you can contact emergency servers when needed by hitting the good old SOS button. Now, the InReach Mini 2, the successor to the InReach Mini 1, which I didn't know, was released in February 2022, and it received a substantial upgrade over its predecessor. There was a lot of new features, things such as extended battery life, became more user-friendly than the previous model, along with a few other bits and pieces. In regards to the InReach Explorer Plus, I've had that since it first came out back in 2017, and I've taken it on every single walk that I've been on since I had it. Every day walk, every extended walk, this thing has come with me. Now, over the years, I've had all sorts of communication devices. I had a spot tracker way back in the day when they first came out, maybe 13, 14, 15 years ago. I then had a sat phone for a little while, so I could both make calls and send messages. Messages, not messengers. That's a messenger. I was sending messages with a messenger. But by far the best bang for buck has been the InReach by a long shot, and it has been the most functional for me. The thing I initially loved about the InReach was that it was cost effective. The spot tracker had quite a big annual fee back when I had it. The satellite phone, you would have to prepay credit, which would then expire, and it was quite expensive. But with the InReach, you can fluctuate with your plan. You can change the plan whenever you like, once a month. There is a smaller annual fee, which is fine. And you can suspend the service when you're not using it. You still pay the annual fee, but you can just put it on a $0 a month suspension plan thingy. And then when you're not using it for a few months, it's not costing you anything. So it is a great option, very cost effective. So I love this InReach so much. You're saying, why are you making the switch, Mouser? Why did you get the Mini 2? Why are you doing that now when you've got the lovely InReach Explorer Plus? Well, to sum it up, the main reasons that I have switched from this to this has faster satellite acquisition properties. It's got a much longer battery life. It syncs with the same app as my watch. And finally, well, I think the answer is obvious. It is smaller and as a result, lighter. And that was a bit of a concern for me. I thought, how could a smaller device be better than this? This is a big chunker. This is going to work better because it's big, but I was wrong. So let's get into the nitty-gritty, the main differences between these two devices. First up, the design and build. Now, one good thing about the Explorer Plus, obviously it's a bit bigger, it's easier to hold the hand, it's almost like holding a cell phone, a mobile phone. It just sort of sits there, nice rubberized grips all the way around, very easy to hold. And if you're needing to use the device to communicate with messages, it's got the buttons and the doesn't have the side buttons. It's got the side SOS, but all the buttons are there for you to manipulate with your thumbs like you would on an old school mobile phone. As a result, it's also got a bigger screen. The Mini 2, on the other hand, it's compact, it's small, it's lightweight. And that was actually when I first received this, I was blown away at how small and lightweight it was. I could not get over it. And this is in fact 114 grams compared to the 251 gram weight of this thing. So more than half the weight. That's a great weight saving right there, I think. I think probably the biggest trouble I may have with this is misplacing it because it is so small and tiny. It does have also the carabiner on the back like the old one. The carabiner on the old one would slide off. This one is attached with a hex bolt, I guess that's what they're called, isn't it? The hex bolt thing. So that's not really going anywhere. I did read one review where it said that the carabiner could easily slip off, and I'd have to agree with that because of the way it is hooked on here. If it came dislodged the carabiner, it would slip out very easily, but tends to not worry me. I have said before, I keep this secured inside my pack. I don't attach it to shoulder straps or anything like this. When I'm out in the scrub, when I'm out in the bush, I don't want this here and potentially coming off. It stays in my pack. I am still able to communicate via my phone with this device, even when it's tucked in my pack, in a little satchel, in the top of my pack. So I never attach mine to the outside. I know a lot of people do. I'm not a fan of that sort of method. One thing that could work is if you could somehow attach this to a little pocket on your shoulder where it's tethered firmly to the pocket. It works fine from in my pack. Haven't had any troubles with that. As I did with this in the past, that always would be in my pack and I would still be able to send messages and the like. Next up, the display. Now, quite obviously, the displays on these are slightly different sizes. A little mini display on the Mini 2, the Explorer, bigger display. Now, some people purely just rely on using all the functionality of the devices on the device. They don't pair it with a phone. I've always used mine in conjunction with my phone. I just find it easier to have this in my pack and then I have this out in my pocket at easy access. And generally when I am using the device to send messages, I'm doing it at camp. I'm not really doing it on the track. I'm doing it when I'm set up at camp from my phone when I'm in a comfortable position to do so. So I don't really need to be doing it on the track. I also, if I'm doing tracking with the device, I start it and stop it from the phone as well. That has never been an issue for me. Having said that, the functionality of this device and using the menus and the buttons on it is very easy, very straightforward. It's got the OK button on one side and the backwards button, so you hit them to enter and go back. And then it's got the ups and downs button before you go. Very straightforward to use, so you can go into the menus. Very fine to do. You can send a message there and you can put in a contact. You can go to Facebook, you can go to Map Share. It's all there. Very straightforward, but like I said, I prefer my phone. And I will leave a link below to a Garmin video by one of the product developers. He goes through a tutorial all about how to use the device, how to use the InReach Mini, and all the functionality of it. Great video to watch if you have one of these or if you're thinking of getting one. Next up, battery life. Now, despite its smaller size, this thing really packs a punch in terms of battery life, and it certainly hasn't let me down yet. Now, they say that the InReach Mini 2 has about 3 times more battery life than the Explorer Plus. Why is that, do you ask? Why does this tiny thing have better battery life than this? Well, there's a couple of reasons. I assume, A, that batteries are getting better. That tends to be happening. But the main reason is a new chipset. That's a technical term for the stuff that's inside that makes this whole thing function. The chips, you know, things that make computers work, those things. But this chipset uses a whole lot less power than the one in the Explorer Plus. So it makes the device a lot more efficient with energy and power. As a result, you don't need to charge this as often, even when you're doing things which are pretty power intensive, like the 10-minute tracking. I tend to track every 10 minutes if I'm using this for tracking. You can set it out to 30 minutes, but that does chew through the battery. Now, while Garmin says that this can get sort of 5 days battery life when you've got full clear view of the sky that whole time, I probably wouldn't guarantee it, but even if it's half that, 2.5 to 3 days, that is pretty good, I think. With this old one, I would normally get a couple of days out of it before I'd have to give it a quick charge, and it didn't require much backup battery pack power when I'm out on the track to charge this thing. This is even better. It charges very quickly. To give you an idea, on a recent trip I did, I took this overnight, an overnight trip. I had it on for 24 hours. I was tracking for about 6 hours of that, at 10-minute intervals in quite heavy forest for most of the walking, and I had it switched on all night. I was sending text messages with it to my wife at home, and she was sending them back. We used 23% of the battery in that trip in 24 hours. And it was having some pretty intensive use. I thought that was fairly good. So in total on that trip, I sent 12 text messages and was walking for 6 hours. And remember that when you were in forest, when you've got increased tree cover, it's working harder to get a message to the satellites. So that chews through the battery more, and I was in forest pretty much the whole time. And another thing, which I'll talk about in a sec, is it has access to more satellites, so it doesn't have to search for as long when it's looking for a satellite to ping. So it doesn't use as much battery as a result of that. Another thing with the new Mini compared to the older Mini 1 and the Explorer Plus, whereas these things use the old USB Mini, I think that's called, these guys use the USB-C plug as opposed to the old USB Mini. As a result, it charges faster and better, and hopefully we're getting to a point where we just need one cord. Now that the iPhones have switched, you're not using an iPhone, fine, no worries. But the iPhones have switched USB-C too. These are USB-C. A lot of head torches are USB-C now. So it's all a happy thing, isn't it? Moving on. As a result, hopefully we'll just need to carry one charging cord someday. Won't that be nice? Now, just quickly, guys, if you are liking the video, please don't forget to hit that like button down below. It's down here somewhere. And also hit the subscribe button if you're enjoying the video. If you're not subbed up, if you're not subscribed, subscribe. We've got video every week. We're going to have a few more videos coming in coming weeks because we do one every week. And I might even throw a little bonus video or two in there as well. Got a couple of hike videos coming up. Haven't put one out for a while, but we've got some adventures coming up too. There'll be videos of them. Just hit the like, hit the subscribe, and it will be great to welcome you on board. Next up, navigation. Now, the old Explorer Plus comes with a built-in topographic maps you download for each region using Garmin Explore website to the device when it's attached to your computer. This Mini has advanced GPS and GLONASS support. GLONASS support. How about that, eh? That means it gets more accurate and faster tracking and location data than this one possibly did, although this was pretty good. Another thing, like I said earlier with the satellites, is that this has access to 4 satellite networks. This had access to 1. So for that reason, this thing will work a lot better. It'll locate you quicker. It'll send messages quicker. It'll do everything quicker and more accurately. Why don't they just use the same satellite networks? Or can't that one use the 4? Don't know. Maybe it's that chipset or the GLONASS, something to do with that, I reckon. And I've definitely noticed the messaging difference in these two devices. This thing could take up to 15 minutes sometimes to send a message. It'd be quite slow. You'd hear it shoot it off once it sent it, but that could be up to 15 minutes after you had sent the message from your phone or from the device. This thing is almost instantaneous when I used it. Had no troubles at all. Like I said, I was in forest and I was sending messages and it was almost instant. Certainly no longer than sort of a minute or minute and a half for a couple of the messages, but most of them sent almost straight away. The Mini 2, when comparing to the Mini 1, has an automatic trackback capability. So if you haven't used trackback before, that is where the device is tracking you as you walk. And if you need to get back to where you started because you actually aren't sure where you started or what direction you started from, you can hit the trackback feature and it will get you back there, help you navigate back there. And it turns on automatically when you start a walk with this thing. It's not something you have to activate. It's just in there. You can deactivate that functionality if you wanted to within the app or within the device, but that is just an automatic sort of feature that is pretty handy. It's not something I use a lot because I tend to use my watch to navigate. I generally don't use this as a navigation device. It is there for messaging capabilities. It is there for giving me an exact location if I need it, and as also as the backup SOS functionality. But I tend to use my watch via my phone for navigation through the app that this now actually connects to. But it is an extra backup. It's a handy thing to have, and I certainly like the comfort of knowing that it is there and I can use it if I need to. If my watch dies, if something happens to my watch, I can use this as well. And that is actually a pretty cool feature, trackback. It's not really adding any drain to the battery. It's just there. It's in the device. Pretty cool. Now, the next item, connectivity, messaging, and integration with other devices. That's a mouthful. So, like I said, the Explorer Plus, good messaging device. It does take a little while to send messages sometimes, and I would tend to send these via my phone with the app that integrates with the device. Now, with this device, you use what is called the Garmin EarthMate app, and you would also do your mapping functionality when you're looking at where you are on a map. When you're using the device, you would use EarthMate for that. With the new InReach Mini, you move over to the Garmin Explore app. It's a newer app. It's the one that they seem to be supporting now. So I would not be surprised if Garmin EarthMate dies a slow death and they don't support it anymore, which will result in you needing to upgrade your device anyway. I think it's probably heading that way. EarthMate has been a little clunky for a year or two, I would have to think. Just hasn't worked as well. In addition to that, when you were trying to sync this device, I have often had trouble syncing this device because it had to be plugged into my computer. I had to find a specific cable, like USB Mini. I'd have to try different cables and eventually one would work to sync the device. Don't know if anyone else had that trouble, but I had that trouble quite a bit. So I would say that the EarthMate app is heading out. That's my guess. And I've got to say that is a pretty frustrating thing when you buy a product that requires an app and then the company no longer supports that app. You've sort of just waiting for it to die and then you're going to have to upgrade. Even though the device may still work, it can be a bit frustrating, but it's the world we live in, I guess. Now with the Mini, like I said, you use the Garmin Explore app, and in addition to that, when you're sending a message from your phone, you go to Messages on the Explore app. It takes you to another app called Messages, Garmin Messenger. Messages, something like that. Let me check. Garmin Messenger. It takes you to that app from the other app, and you send the messages in there. I don't know why you need two apps. Why couldn't they integrate that into the one app? Google that. I'll find out, I guess. You also get your weather updates from that app, from the Messengers app. Makes no sense. And you can change your plans and stuff within the app too, which is actually cool, because with the old device you had to go to the website to change your plan depending what you're on, and I can do that all now from the app, from my phone. It's a lot more functional, a lot easier. I start the tracking from the Messengers app. That confused me a bit when I was out on the track. That was a bit confusing because I thought I was looking for it in the Explore app. It's not in the Explore app. It was in the Messengers app. You can eventually find it after you play around with it a bit. The interface of the app is really good, really like that. The other good thing about the app is that it connects to my watch as well, so I can see both devices, and I can have courses or routes that I've got on this as well, and it all syncs seamlessly through the app. I don't need to plug this into the computer for it to sync, which I really like. So you can basically leave this thing in your pack like I do, and you've got full functionality of the device from your phone. So a good reason to switch is if you want all your Garmin devices in the one app, then it's a good reason to switch to this, I guess. If that's your thing, you could switch, and then this would be in the same app as your other devices like mine. And on that note, with phone functionality, I actually set this device up with my phone. I thought I would have to plug it into my computer. I actually left it sitting in the box for quite a few weeks because I didn't need it straight away. But when I did go to set it up, I thought it was going to be a long, lengthy process. I synced it to my phone, set it up from there, transferred the account from this device to this device, just using my phone. Very straightforward, very easy, and I was really impressed with that setup process. No need to even be near my computer when I set it up. And the other thing that I discovered just after I set it up was that I can use the InReach glance feature on my Phoenix watch. It's an app that when you connect the InReach Mini to your watch via Bluetooth, you just set that up through your watch. When the InReach is turned on, it automatically adds that app, the InReach app, to your watch, and you can go in then and send preset text messages from the watch. I can read the messages on my watch. It's really cool. I really like that feature. I can send a preset message, I can turn tracking on and off, and I can initiate an SOS. I can look at my messages. What a great little feature, and it works really well through the watch. So again, even if I don't have the phone, I've got my watch on, it's all in there. It's just fantastic. That is really cool, and I only discovered that when I was getting ready to make this video, I think just after I bought this. Yeah, that is a cool feature. We'll be using that a lot out in the track. You need to sync this to your watch first, but that is almost a selling point for me to switch. If I hadn't had this already and I knew that was a functionality, that would almost make me switch to this, I think. Croft, if you're watching, might be a good option. Next up, the emergency features. No huge differences. This has the SOS functionality. This has the SOS functionality. The only difference is this is going to send the message quicker and faster because you've got that bigger satellite network, so you're possibly going to get a quicker response than the other one, but it might be a matter of minutes, but that could mean the difference in certain situations. So that's just another advantage of this device. So I guess you'd say it has an increased level of safety due to that. There's plenty of videos online as well about what happens when you hit that SOS button. Generally, I know in a lot of places, you will get a message from the emergency services to the device saying what's going on, give us a message, and you can send it back. They don't get a response, they send out the search party anyway, but there's plenty of videos you can find about that. If I have a good link to one, I will leave it down below. In terms of any drawbacks, any problems, any issues I've got with this, I can't think of really of many. The only thing I don't like, and I didn't like it with the old one either, was the carabiner setup. If I put this on my pack, I'm going to lose it. I know that, that's why it doesn't go on. For external pack, there would be a good thing to have a little pocket for it, which hard tethers to the device. I think that'd be cool, that you could somehow remove while you're out on the track if you had to. That's my only sort of probably thing I would do, but I'm not gonna die in the ditch over it. The other thing is when you connect this to a charger, it powers on automatically. I don't really like stuff that does that. I would prefer to just turn it on and off manually. That annoys me a bit when I've got stuff that when you plug it in, it turns on and starts activating. I would just prefer if it stayed off like the old one did. If I plug that into a charger and it's not turned on, it stays off. But that is a minor gripe. Other than that, I really can't think of anything. These things are great. Like I said, I've had sat phones, I've had spot devices. This is by far the best thing. This was the best thing I had till this came along, and man, this is awesome. So small, like it's just crazy. It blows me away. It's pretty awesome. Don't know what to say. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. So would I switch? I mean, I made the switch, so obviously I would make the switch. Should you make the switch? Well, if you don't use it that often, I would stick with that. If you're not using, if you're a weekend warrior who goes out a couple of times a year, I would stick with that till that Earthmate app dies, till this isn't supported anymore. They're a good device. They still work well. There is no need to rush out and buy one. But if you like the latest and the greatest, and if you want to save some weight, if you're going on a massive big mission, you know, for a week or 2 or 3, probably would switch if it was me. If it was me, I would, and I did. But yeah, it's up to you guys. It's just I like this. I really do. I like it a lot more than that. I do. I love it. Anyway, yeah, I would probably make a switch. My friends have this old one, Walls of Croft, you know who you are. You've got one of these. I mean, it looks like those old Nokia phones from the 1990s and the early 2000s that we had, that we'd all walk around with, like going like this. You know, those ones that couldn't take photos, those phones. And then everyone got a little Nokia phone that could take photos, and it was sort of like that sort of upgrade, I feel. So, you know, people gradually progress. Don't rush out. Be sensible. If you don't need it, don't upgrade. But if you're using it all the time, it's probably a worthwhile upgrade for all that extra stuff. But there you go. That's my review of those 2 things. Love it. I've said it enough.
Now, speaking of safety, let's get into outdoor hazards and hiking tips. The outdoors can be unpredictable. Bad camp setup, navigation mistakes, or understanding the terrain. All of these can turn a great hike into a disaster. This next section dives into hidden dangers, hiking essentials, and navigation techniques to help you stay safe on every trip. So in this video, I'm going to cover some of the key essentials that many hikers overlook, which can lead to serious problems, how to prepare for unexpected situations on the trail, simple ways to stay safe even when things don't go as planned, and the most common mistakes that can ruin your hike if you're not aware. These are the dangers you can't afford to ignore, so let's dive straight in. First off, underestimating hydration needs. Let's start with hydration, because this one catches people out all the time, myself included. So hydration refers to the process of supplying the body with water to maintain its proper functioning. And whether you're on a short day hike or a multi-day adventure, your hydration needs are key to making sure you perform at your best and avoid unnecessary risks. So what is the vital role of hydration in your body? Well, just like a garden flourishes with the right amount of water, sunlight, and nutrients, the human body thrives when adequately hydrated. So what does being hydrated do for our body? Why is it so important? Well, let's talk about the multitasking marvel of water. Firstly, temperature regulation. Water acts as your body's built-in cooling system. When you're hot, you sweat, and as the sweat evaporates, it helps to cool you down, a process that requires adequate hydration. Next, joint lubrication. Another way to think of water is as the WD-40 for your joints. It helps cushion and lubricate your joints, allowing them smooth, pain-free movement. And of course, it is a bit more complicated than that, but water is at the foundation. Thirdly, nutrient transport. Water serves as a delivery service, carrying essential nutrients to cells throughout the body, and also waste removal. Hydration also assists with waste removal from your body by flushing out toxins and waste products. So when you hit the trails, your body's water needs kick into high gear. Here's why. Firstly, you have an increased metabolic rate. Hiking is like revving up your body's engine. You're burning fuel, which are the calories, at a much faster rate, and water plays a crucial role in this energy production process. And when you are hiking, your body is also experiencing enhanced cooling demands. So as you exert yourself, your body temperature rises, and to combat this, your body will sweat more, requiring increased water intake to maintain this natural cooling mechanism. Thirdly, the muscle function. Proper hydration is essential for optimal muscle performance and for preventing cramps. This is crucial when tackling challenging terrains, especially in warm weather. If you are at altitude, you also need to take into account altitude considerations. At higher altitudes, you can get an acceleration of fluid loss through increased breathing or respiration and quicker evaporation of sweat. One thing I do strongly remember when I have been at higher altitude is the increased water intake. By maintaining proper hydration during your hike, you're ensuring that your body continues to function efficiently. And this allows you to enjoy your journey and reach your destination feeling energized rather than completely depleted. Even in cooler weather, your body still loses water through sweat and breathing, just like steam from a kettle. If you don't replace that lost water, you can overheat. and you can start running into trouble. This is called dehydration, and dehydration is bad. Fatigue creeps in, muscles start cramping, and eventually, well, your concentration starts to fade. And these are all dangerous things when you are out on the trail. And like me, if you've been hiking a while, you've probably experienced one, if not all of these. So how do you tell if you're becoming dehydrated? Well, dehydration can be sneaky, like a slow leak in a car tyre. You might not notice it until things are already starting to go wrong. But here are some early warning signs. Firstly, thirst, which reminds me, a bit thirsty myself. It's all right. I digress. Where were we? Thirst. This is your body's emergency signal, like the warning light coming on in your car to say your engine is overheating. If you are thirsty, you're already behind on hydration. Another sign is dry mouth or lips. Your mouth and lips drying are early signs of dehydration also. Another sign is headaches. Think of this as when that car dashboard warning light starts to flash. It's your body telling you that something is off and you better attend to it. Another sign is fatigue and muscle cramps. Without enough water, your muscles seize up like rusty gears that have not been oiled correctly. And lastly, dark urine. This is a quick way to check your hydration. If your urine is pale yellow, you're generally in the clear. Dark yellow or amber means you need to drink up, and soon. So what can we do and how do we calculate our water needs? To stay properly hydrated on a hike, the general rule is to drink anywhere from around 0.5 litres or 500 mils per hour for moderate activity to 1 litre of water per hour for more vigorous activity. Now, this is a personal kind of thing depending on your size, etc. But I personally find I sit somewhere in between this. But on hot days, it can be much more. Think of your body like a sponge. Depending on the conditions, it can soak up and lose water at different rates. Factors to consider in regards to water intake include, firstly, the climate. So firstly, the hotter the conditions are, well, it's like running your car with the air conditioner blasting. It burns through the fuel faster and therefore you can dehydrate quicker. Altitude at higher elevations, your body is going to work harder, like a car going uphill, which makes it burn through water even quicker. Also, the intensity and duration of your hike. The harder you hike, the more your body sweats its liquid away. So you're going to need more of it. And also your body size. Larger hikers or those with higher metabolisms are like bigger engines. They need more fuel or water to keep going. And a good practice to stay hydrated that I use is to sip regularly. Not just when you feel thirsty, but just constantly making yourself have these little sips of water. I like to call them micro sips. It's the micro sipping technique. This is one of the reasons I personally prefer to carry a water bladder with a hose. I make sure that I am constantly taking steady sips on my hose so that I'm not getting dehydrated throughout the day. Now, a lot of people don't like a bladder option as it is harder to tell how much water you actually have left. But I guess over the years, I've just sort of figured out at my constant micro sipping rate how much water I am going through, and I find it works quite well for me. But do whatever works for you. Just make sure you are taking in regular sips of water. And just like topping off the fuel in your car before a long drive, it's better to stay ahead of the need rather than to catch up later after you're already running on fumes. So what are some effective tips for hydration on the trail? Well, in addition to the micro sipping, one is to pre-hydrate. So before you even start your hike, drink around 500 mils to 1 litre of water. Think of this as filling up the petrol tank before hitting the road. You don't want to start on an empty tank. Next is to carry enough water. Plan your water stops like a road trip. Make sure you are aware and that you know where you can refill or bring enough water with you that's going to last you long enough. For longer hikes, a water filter or purification tablets can be lifesavers, especially if water sources are few and far between, or you have potentially contaminated water. We are lucky in Tasmania that filtering water isn't always necessary, but you should know this before you go. You should know if you need to filter water and where you need to filter water. So another thing you can consider is electrolyte replacement. Now, drinking water is important, but it's only part of the story. Electrolytes like sodium and potassium are the spark plugs that keep your body's electrical system running. While I never used to, these days I do like to take electrolytes with me on most trips. There are heaps of different electrolytes around, and it is a matter of trial and error to find one which you prefer. I prefer something that's sugar-free, that is just a salt basically. but I do find myself craving an electrolyte drink at the end of a long day, and often I will carry a small flask of electrolyte with me on warmer days in addition to my water bladder, so I can just sip on it throughout the day as I need. The other thing you can do, like I said before, is to monitor urine colour. Just like back in the day when we used to have to monitor the oil levels in the car, keeping an eye on your urine colour will give you a good sense of how hydrated you are. You need to aim for pale yellow. Like I said, if it's getting darker, it's time to top up and get more fluid into you ASAP. And I do know people that have sped out from walks early and have left departed walks early because they were getting dark urine and they were really worried. So it is an important thing to consider. Hydration is the hidden key to hiking success. It's like keeping your car running smoothly on a long road trip. And if you ignore it, you'll feel the consequences. You'll feel tired legs, headaches, and potentially worse. But if you stay on top of it, along with your energy needs, you'll have the energy and the focus to enjoy the journey and take in the beautiful scenery. And that is where this next hidden danger comes in, overlooking proper food planning. So let's talk about food. When it comes to hiking, food isn't just a luxury, it's literally your fuel. Think of your body like a smartphone. If you don't keep it charged, it's going to run out of juice. And the last thing you want is to power off halfway through your hike. Just like your phone drains faster when you're using it intensely, your body burns through energy quicker when you are tackling tough terrain. So why does proper food planning matter? Well, imagine you are setting off on a long road trip. Would you leave with just enough fuel in the car to make it halfway and then figure out the rest from there? Of course not. The same logic applies to food on a hike. Your body is burning calories at a much faster rate than normal. Whether it's climbing, balancing, or just keeping your body temperature regulated, it is going through more fuel. Even on flat terrain, hiking for hours drains your energy reserves like a car constantly running in a low gear. Without enough fuel, your body starts to shut down in stages. First, you feel a bit tired. Then you start losing your focus. You might become a little bit unreasonable. And if you're not careful, you can hit a full-blown energy crash where even basic movements feel exhausting. I've been there, my friends have been there, and it is definitely something you want to avoid at all costs. And well, what causes this? Well, the biggest mistake is underpacking. One of the biggest errors I see and that I have done myself is underestimating how much food I'll actually need. And as a guide, I would often see hikers on Tasmania's overland track with all sorts of crazy food options for a 5 or 6 day trip. They were out there for 5 or 6 days. Once I literally saw a guy who on a 6-day trip with no more than a box of cookies. That's all he had for the whole trip. By day 3, he was having to obtain food from other hikers and beg and borrow from all the other walkers on the trail. So don't be that guy. When you're hiking, depending on your weight and your metabolism, you can burn anywhere from 300 to 600 calories per hour, depending on the intensity of the trail. And if you're not replacing those calories, you'll run out of energy quick, leading to poor decisions and increased risk of accidents. Now, I've been on hikes back in my early days where I could push on through without stopping for snacks, but what happened? Well, by the early afternoon, I'd be feeling sluggish, my mood would tank, and I'd be more prone to injuries like twisted ankles because my mind wasn't sharp anymore, and I was extremely unreasonable to deal with. When you're not taking in enough food, it's like trying to drive with a nearly empty tank in your car. You're more likely to break down when you least expect it. So, how do you pack smart with food? Well, to avoid this, I always plan out my food and calorific requirements in great detail, especially for those longer trips. And I'll normally give myself a little non-rationed food just in case I need something extra. For big trips, I'll be planning this well in advance using my meal planner, which you can download for free in the description down below. My meal planner ensures I'm getting enough calories in while not overweighing myself with copious amounts of unnecessary food. You want snacks that are calorie dense but lightweight, like nuts, dried fruit, energy bars, even a bit of chocolate. These are your hiking power banks. Small, but packed with energy to keep you going. And here's a very basic rule of thumb that I use for myself. I try to take anywhere from around 300 to 400 calories per hour that I will be hiking. And even that can be a little bit under sometimes. If we're up for a long day, this adds up and it's better to have extra than to run out. If you're doing a multi-day hike, make sure you pack full meals that are easy to prepare and high in carbohydrates and fats. Things like pasta, instant noodles, dehydrated or freeze-dried meals. Think of these like filling up the petrol tank at the end of the day, getting you ready for the next leg of your journey. And the non-ration snacks, well, it's also a smart move to have emergency snacks, or as we like to call them, non-rationed. just in case your hike takes longer than planned or you burn through your energy quicker than expected. I always pack a couple of high calorie bars or an extra freeze-dried meal or a double size freeze-dried meal that I can split in half and use the other half later if I need it, just in case. These act like a reserve fuel tank. You might not need them, but if you do, they can be a game changer. And if I don't use them, I just have a really big feast on the last night of the hike. You'll feel your energy come back almost instantly, giving you that little boost to finish strong. By keeping your energy levels high, you'll not only enjoy the hike more, but you'll also stay more alert and make smarter decisions, and you'll avoid those energy crashes that can derail your entire day, and you don't want that. But there is another thing that could completely derail your day, and that is ignoring the unpredictability of weather. When you're new to hiking, or even like me, if you've been hiking a while, it is easy to underestimate just how fast the weather can turn on you. You can start out in perfect sunshine, enjoying the views, and before you know it, dark clouds roll in, the wind picks up out of nowhere. It's like 1 minute you are in paradise and the next nature throws an absolute curveball at you that you did not see coming. And let me tell you from experience that when the weather turns, it doesn't just make things uncomfortable, it can make them downright dangerous. Especially here, the mountains here in Tasmania in particular are notorious for unpredictable weather. I've seen this firsthand, I don't know how many times. People start a hike in shorts and a t-shirt only to end up shivering when the wind picks up or the rain starts falling. This is why relying on the weather forecast alone is like betting on a coin flip. Forecasts give you an idea, but they can't predict those sudden shifts in the microclimate, especially here in the Tasmanian peaks or remote areas where the mountain ranges seem to have their own weather systems. So here's the thing, always ensure you have the right gear for the right area you'll be visiting. Keep a rain jacket in your pack, even if it's sunny when you leave, even for a short day walk. This is a rule, a golden rule that I have followed for years. And even today, when I am walking 5 to 10 kilometers a day around my hometown here, I always have a backpack with a raincoat in it. Over the years, I've come across many people completely unprepared for sudden changes in the weather, and often it leads to life-threatening situations. We see it all too often, and it could have been easily prevented by being aware of the weather conditions and forecasts, as well as packing the appropriate gear. And this isn't just about staying dry, it's about keeping your core temperature up. Once you get wet or cold, your body burns through energy just trying to keep warm. And if you're not prepared, you'll find yourself not just uncomfortable, but potentially in danger of hypothermia, even in what started as mild conditions. So think of your gear as your safety net. It doesn't matter if the sky's blue and the sun's shining. Nature loves to surprise you. Just like packing enough food and water, ensuring you have the right gear is one of those small steps that can make a huge difference when you're out there. And do you know what else can lead to problems if you're out in the middle of nowhere? Well, that is relying too much on trails and maps. And a very common error that I have seen many times over, and even by some very seasoned hikers, including myself on one occasion, is relying too much on a trail, a marked trail, and maps. Assuming that as long as there's a trail marker in sight, everything will be fine, is not the greatest strategy. But here's the reality. Even the best marked trails can lead you astray.
Where are we, man? I don't know, man.
It doesn't take much to miss a turn or get confused by a trail split, and suddenly you're off course.
Welcome back. Well, I don't know where we left you last time, but we've just been walking around in circles in the mist.
I can think just off the top of my head 3 or 4 particular trails in Tasmania where you get to a junction and there is a taped or a marked junction heading that way, and there is another one kind of heading that way. It looks like you meant to go that way, but that is the wrong way. That was the right way, and I've done this myself, headed the wrong way down that track. It can be very hard sometimes to discern which trail is the correct way. Think of it this way. Trails are like highways, and just like on a road trip, if you take a wrong exit, you might not realise you're lost until you're miles away from where you're supposed to be. Trails and tracks can wind, diverge, or even fade out in very tricky terrain, and it's easy to miss the subtle changes in the landscape, especially if you're not paying close attention. We see this often on trails where there can often seem like an obvious way to go, but more often than not, as we start to follow what appears to be a track, we quickly realise that we have been deceived by a false lead. And like I was just saying, this is a very common occurrence here in Tasmania. Many of our remote walks to places like the Arthur Ranges have this as a common problem, and many hikers over the years have become lost and needed rescuing as a result following false leads. I remember one time on a trip to Tasmania's Federation Peak, finding a group of walkers who on a very sketchy section had obviously gone down the wrong trail. After some shouting out and communication with them, we were able to get them back on the correct track, but it was a good lesson in not always necessarily relying on the trail ahead as being correct. You do need to have your wits about you and to always be paying attention. And these days, I do sort of get a sense. The moment I go down a false lead, I sort of stop for a second and just check. I just check and have a look around, go back, make sure that we're on the right track. And this is something we find ourselves doing often. But what if you are on a very clearly defined trail with regular markers and all the rest of it? Well, it can still happen there. Let's say the weather shifts, thick fog rolls in, and suddenly what seemed like a straightforward path and track becomes disorienting. And those familiar landmarks around you were counting on to guide you disappear. The trail markers blend into the surroundings, you can't see the next one, and you start second guessing every single turn. This is where things can go quickly wrong if you're relying solely on the visibility of the trail. It's like driving without headlights at night. Everything looks different and it's easy to get turned around. That's why having a backup navigation plan is essential. A lot of hikers, especially in today's digital world, depend heavily on GPS apps or phone maps. Sure, these tools are incredibly helpful. I use them all the time until they stop working. Maybe you lose signal or your battery dies or the app malfunctions in a remote area. It's like putting all your trust in a lifeline that could snap when you need it most. This is why you should always at least consider a physical map and a compass. It might seem old school, but these tools don't rely on batteries and they're relatively immune to technical glitches and they are a good backup. The key, however, is knowing how to use them. Simply having a map and a compass in your pack won't help if you've never practiced basic navigation. It's like carrying a fire extinguisher without knowing how to operate it. It is useless in a crisis. So having someone in your party that can use those is very important too. But the biggest piece of advice I can give you is to make it a habit to study your route in detail before you start a hike. No key landmarks, trail intersections, backup routes in case you get off track, emergency exit routes, and pay attention to your surroundings. Not just to the trail markers, but look at the terrain. Look at the mountains, the rivers, or the ridges around you and get an idea of where you are. They can serve as natural guides if you ever find yourself off the trail and wondering where you are. And if the weather turns or visibility drops, these landscape cues can become crucial for finding your way. I also like to make notes of these landmarks and features before I head out. I will create extensive notes for myself before any walk, even walks that I've been on before, and I will have those notes with me when I am on the trail. In short, don't let the trail lure you into a false sense of security. Keep your wits about you. It's certainly easy to get comfortable when the path is clear, but that can change in an instant. And with a little preparation and the right tools, you'll always have a way to find your bearings no matter what the trail throws your way. Have you ever had your tent collapse in the middle of a storm or woken up drenched in the middle of the night? These are nightmares that every camper dreads. But what if I told you there is a way to avoid these disasters? Well, in this video, I'm going to show you how to choose the right tent for size and comfort. I'm going to show you why testing your gear before you head out on a trip is critical. I'm going to walk you through picking the best campsite and prepping the ground to avoid discomfort and water issues. And I'm going to teach you how to secure your tent properly against the wind using stakes and guy lines. We'll also look at why proper ventilation and insulation will keep you dry and warm throughout the night. Choosing the wrong tent size. A two-person tent doesn't mean two people fit comfortably. It can be quite a tight squeeze quite often. And here in Tasmania, where you can often be tent bound for days, yes, days on end, having the correct tent in particular is very important. There is nothing worse than being stuck in a tent with multiple people with no room waiting for the weather to pass. Now, I have done many trips over the years with 3 people in a 3-person tent and a couple of them for 10 to 13 days at a time. And to say it is a squeeze is an understatement. You are literally packed in like sardines in a can. While extremely cozy, it's not necessarily all that comfortable. We'll be topping and tailing and stuffing gear everywhere, here, there, and everywhere, and generally coordinating any moving inside the tent requires a group decision. But there are some good memories anyway. So these days, when I'm choosing a tent, I always size up. So for a 2-man trip, we will take a 3-man tent. The level of increased comfort and space we have is a game changer, and believe me, you'll appreciate the extra space, especially for storing your gear on those windy, wet, and miserable days. Only earlier this year, we were tent bound for a day, and just being able to have some room to do some stretches and relax and to spread out well, it makes being stuck in a tent all day that much more comfy and enjoyable. So have a think about that next time you're purchasing a tent. Next up, and it's a common thing that I see very often when I'm out on the track, and that is not testing gear before heading out on a trip, especially new gear. You don't want to be wrestling with a new tent in the dark, especially when bad weather hits and you want to get it up in a hurry. This can be a recipe for disaster. Always check your gear at home before heading out so you know exactly what works and whether any pieces are missing. As a general rule, I check gear when I am putting it away after a trip, and I will do another check when I'm packing for the next trip. If there is an item I haven't used, like a tent or a sleeping pad, for a while, I will be checking that stuff before I go out to ensure that it's still functional and still working okay. A sleeping pad with a leak, if you don't test that before you go and you get out there and it's not staying inflated on the first night, that's not a very nice situation to be in. These days, with a sleeping pad, for example, I will always inflate it and leave it inflated for a day or so just to see if there are any leaks prior to every single trip. And with a tent, I will be checking that everything is there in the tent, that no tent pegs are missing, no tent stakes or pegs, whatever you want to call them. We call them pegs. Poles, are they all there? Is the fly sheet all intact still? Are all the zippers working? This step is crucial. And there is nothing worse than setting up camp only to find that you are missing poles, or you're even worse, missing your rain fly. Check your gear. Next up, when we're out on the track, it is a common error that all of us have made at some stage, and that is picking a bad campsite location. After a long day's hiking, when all you want to do is sit back and relax, it's extremely tempting to pick the first flat tent spot that you see when you arrive at a potential campsite or where you've decided to stop for the day. I recall a time I did this back in 2001. We had just walked a massive day in hot conditions. We crossed a creek, arriving at a small flat site, thinking immediately that this was the campsite. Perfect little size for one tent. All excited to have arrived at what we thought was an excellent campsite, we set up camp to relax. But within half an hour, the hot summer conditions produced an almighty thunderstorm and torrential rain. And before you knew it, our campsite was underwater and flooding. After riding out the storm, we found out the next day, when we moved on, that we had in fact set up about 5 minutes before the correct campsite. Big lesson learned that day. So what is the moral here? Well, avoid low-lying areas where water can pool. Always scout for high ground and check potential hazards like falling branches, that sort of thing, when you are setting up camp. Ever since that experience, I am always particularly careful when selecting a campsite. And if I am at a specified, like a designated campsite on the map where people normally camp, I ensure that I am actually at the campsite when I finish for the day. I actually check, is this the actual campsite that is on the map? Because like that time back then in those days, I thought I was at the campsite on the map when in fact I wasn't. And in addition to that, it always pays to spend 10 or 15 minutes just strolling around the area to ensure you have selected the best site to pitch your tent. And that's where the next factor comes in also, and that is another mistake that I have made many times, and that is ignoring the wind direction. Now, wind can really make or break your night when you're in a tent. You want to always position your tent so that the door faces away from the wind, unless you want to wake up in a flattened tent. Trust me, your tent poles will thank you. Again, I have been there. I've had some extremely windy nights and we've had some damages to tents as a result of it.
I'm a little bit anxious to get out and check the damage of the tent because it doesn't look too good. A few broken or bent poles out there, but I'm pretty keen to sort of get going and get off the range down to Lake Rona, because really it's not much fun hanging outside when it's just blowing and cold.
So as you saw on that particular occasion, we were extremely lucky to get away with a mostly intact tent, but it did need extensive repairs and a new rain fly. What did we learn from this? Well, maybe we should have spent a bit more time finding a more sheltered site. Where we were located in a fire burnt out area where there was no protection from plant life or scrub, it was extremely exposed. We probably should have tried to find shelter behind rocks and boulders, or we should have moved on to another campsite, as we certainly would have had time to that day. It just would have meant a couple of extra hours walking. So again, we learn our lesson there. Next up is forgetting ground insulation. Now, most people forget how cold the ground can get at night time. If you can, skip those thin foam pads if you can, and invest in a proper sleeping pad with proper insulation. Without this, your body heat will drain right into the ground, potentially leaving you a bit cold and potentially shivering. You want to look at things like the R values of sleep pads and find the one that best suits your needs. The higher the R value, the warmer the pad. Now, I started out back in the day with a foam pad for many years and I battled on okay. So if that's all you've got, that's fine. but it is something worth investing in. I personally like to have a pad with an R value of between 3.5 to 5 for the 3-season hiking that I do. Having a good sleep system will massively increase your comfort and warmth, and it is one of the main areas that can have a big impact on your comfort levels when investing in gear. Next, failing to secure your tent properly. Now, a loose tent is a recipe for disaster. Stakes at the wrong angle, expect it to potentially collapse once a big wind gets up. Always place your tent pegs or your tent stakes at a 45-degree angle, and also ensure you are making use of the guy lines for extra stability. Here in Tasmania, in Australia, where I do the majority of my hiking, we are often in very exposed areas. Ensuring that our tent is properly secure is absolutely critical. On that trip I spoke about a moment ago before with the high winds, well, it was so windy that it actually ripped the guy lines from the attachment points on the rainfly. The stakes did not budge and they were firmly secured. But I dare say that if we hadn't had it properly secure, then we may have lost the entire tent as opposed to repairable damage that we experienced on that trip. So that is definitely one to think about. The next one is leaving the tent doors unzipped. So this is one you can regret sometimes if you do it. If you don't do it, you wouldn't regret it. But staking your tent out before zipping the doors up. If you don't zip the doors up first, you'll never get the tension right and rain or bugs will find their way in. Now, this one is a bit of a bugbear for me. I find it particularly annoying when I go to set up a tent and all the zips are undone or not completely done up. Whenever I'm packing up my tent, after I've given it a bit of a shake out and a clean out, the first thing I do before going to pull out all the stakes and pegs is to ensure that all the zips are zippered up. That way, the tent is ready for efficient setup at the next campsite. It really does make a difference when you are setting up, especially if you want to get set up quickly. You're not having to go around and zip all the doors up. You are enabling yourself to get set up as quickly as possible at the next campsite without any unnecessary fiddling around. So that is a little pro tip from Mauser. Zip up your doors. Another thing that you really don't want to do is skip ground preparation. One of the most overlooked steps when setting up camp is preparing the ground before you set up your tent. Clear away any rocks, any sticks, or any sharp objects that could damage your tent or make for an uncomfortable night's sleep. Where I go, as we are often in untracked terrain, we will always take plenty of time to find the best site to set up a tent. We'll even lie out on the ground to get an idea of what the ground is like, of where we're planning on setting up the tent. So we'll just get on the ground, the raw ground as is, and just have a roll around there and see what it feels like. And when we're doing this, we are looking for things like, are there any hidden roots or rocks that make the ground uncomfortable? Are there any ants' nests lurking that will result in annoying ants all through the tent? Or is there like a hidden little puddle of water, which we often find? These are all things we are considering when we are looking at our site in these off-track areas. And only earlier this year, after a massive day, we found what we thought was a fantastic campsite, only to find, after a closer inspection, that there were ants' nests everywhere. So as a result, we moved a few hundred meters to a different location. This whole process only takes a short amount of time and can make a world of difference in comfort and happiness once you're at camp. Next little tip is overlooking proper ventilation. Now, one little mistake that's often overlooked can be tent ventilation or airflow. Without proper airflow, you could get condensation build up inside your tent, making everything damp, even on a dry night. Always keep your vents open when you can, even in cooler weather, to prevent waking up in a wet, clammy tent. A lot of 3-season tents these days, they integrate a lot of mesh to get around this airflow problem, but it is definitely something to consider, as there's nothing worse than waking up covered in condensation and dripping of the tent off onto your face. It's not nice. And this next little tip, well, forgetting weather prep. You need to always be expecting the weather to change. Don't forget your weather preparation. Even if it's sunny when you set up, stake down every part of your tent and double check your rainfly. Weather can change fast and you don't want to be scrambling in a storm, putting in extra pegs or guy lines. Like I've already discussed here today, I've been in these situations and it is not fun. Ensure your campsite is set up in the best way possible to cope with the worst that the weather can throw at it, no matter what the conditions are when you arrive at the camp.
Have you ever faced the daunting reality of getting blisters on your feet on a hike, and it's just turned your adventure into agony? I have. Today we're diving into not just treating, but preventing blisters. I want to transform your hiking experience from painful to pleasurable. Stay tuned as we uncover the secrets to keeping your feet blissfully blister-free. Hi everyone, welcome back, Mauser here. Now, having hiked for 30 years, I've had my fair share of blisters. Got a couple of blisters on each foot, which is not fun, considering we've got another 6 days out here too. So Welcome back, and today we are diving deep into the world of blisters. This is a common yet often misunderstood part of hiking. Those little niggly sores that develop on your feet and can often lead to ruining your walk. And in this video, we're not just going to talk about blisters, we're going to go into the science behind them. We're going to look at what causes them, we're going to look at how to prevent them, and very importantly, we're going to look at how to treat them. So without further ado, let's have a look at blisters. So first up, we're going to unveil the true cause of blisters. We're going to look at the science of skin shear. And just quickly, before we dive into this topic, a great channel to check out for all things blisters and blister prevention. On top of this video that I'm making for you today, go and check out the Blister Prevention YouTube channel. Link will be below. It's a great channel and it's made by a podiatrist here in Australia who goes into all parts of blister care, treatment and management in great detail across all of her videos. So first up, let's unveil the true cause of blisters. Let's get into the science of skin shear. Shear of skin, shearing, skin shearing. Now, if you were to go and ask someone what causes blisters, what do you think their answer would be? What causes blisters? Oi, what causes blisters? Rubbing. And if their answer is rubbing, well, they're kind of wrong. Rubbing. So just imagine for a moment the simple movement of your foot moving inside your boot or your shoe. The simple action of your foot sliding inside your shoe just isn't about surface friction. The real issue lies deeper, and it lies within the layers of your skin. Well, as you hike, your foot's movement inside your shoes or your boot creates a dynamic where the bone moves. So your heel bone, for example, is moving, but the skin doesn't follow immediately. So pretend this is the heel bone. It's going up, and this is the boot pressing on the skin. The bone is going up, but the skin is staying in the same position. It's not moving in the same direction as the bone. It will try to catch up and follow, but it doesn't follow immediately like the bone does. This lag causes the stretching or the shearing of the tissue between the external layer of the skin and the bone. So the skin cells tear inside there and gradually form a gap, which then fills with fluid to form a blister. And things like moisture and heat can lead to increased friction. So with blisters, there is a tendency to focus solely on external factors. The type of shoes you wear, the type of socks you choose, how much you sweat. While they're important, they're definitely important, they only touch the surface of preventing blisters. Recognizing that role of skin shear, the role it plays, helped provide a more comprehensive approach for better prevention methods. So let's have a look at some of the prevention strategies. You're heading out on a walk soon. You want to make sure you don't get any blisters. You've got a history of getting blisters. Let's have a look at some comprehensive prevention strategies. First up, footwear finesse. You need to ensure your hiking boots or shoes are the correct fit for you. Too tight, you increase friction on that part of the foot where you might get a blister. Too loose and your foot moves too much around the shoe, creating shear. Ideally, what you want to do when you're fitting a shoe is pull the sole out. A good way to do it, the way I do it now, is pull the sole out of the boot that you're trying on and ensure that you have like a thumb's width. When you put your foot on the sole, have a thumb's width at the end of your toes between that and the end of the sole. That is a kind of a good way to sort of determine if it's going to be the right fit. Now, I have had trouble for the last decade or so. After never having any trouble for years with blisters, I went through a period of about a decade of constantly getting blisters, and I put this down to incorrectly fitting boots. I was using the Scarpa brand of boots for a long time. I was a big fan of them. As my hiking guide days, I would always wear Scarpas, but I was sort of insisting, now I think about it, on a tighter fitting boot because I felt that would help prevent blisters. What I have moved to now is the lower, I don't know. But what I have done with these new boots is I have bought a wider fitting boot, so in the wide size, and I've also bought something that's just a little bit bigger than what I'm normally used to, and I'm not suffering from any blisters at all. It is an absolute dream. And for me, when I was trying on those new boots, I found it a bit strange. They felt a bit looser, but they still tighten up well, and they are really comfy boots. I don't necessarily put that down to the brand. I think I just went through a period where I was just not getting the right size for my foot. The boots that I was getting were the wrong size because I had this mentality in my head that the boot needed to be tight fitting and conforming completely to the foot. The other thing you want to do with any footwear that you're taking on a hike is make sure you break it in. Wear it around a fair bit before you go on a hike. Now, we're going to go into footwear on another video, but there's certain things you should be doing with your footwear. If you're not hiking that regularly, you should still be wearing that footwear. Try and wear it once a month, once every 2 months, because there's a couple of things that can happen. It will dry out, it will get hard, and you can get that blister causing thing happening again. You can also get soles degrading on boots and shoes if you're not wearing them fairly regularly. We'll go into that in another video. Second up in our prevention strategies is the savvy sock selection. Now, the correct socks act as your moisture management system. If socks get wet and the moisture sticks around the skin, that is going to increase friction and it's going to increase the chances of that skin shear occurring. So moving sweat away from the skin with moisture wicking socks will help prevent blisters. Materials matter. Synthetic fibers or wool are much superior to cotton. There is no place for cotton when you're hiking. Cotton retains moisture and causes friction, and it will make your feet cold as well. There are plenty of good brands of socks out there. I'm currently loving the Silverlight socks. I've gone to them on other videos before, on my socks video, which you can check out just there. Great socks. I wore them recently on a 9-day trip. I took 2 pairs of them for hiking in, and I found I basically only needed the 1 pair. They didn't get a smell. They stayed dry, and they were just an incredible sock for that trip. It's the longest trip I've taken them on, and they'll be coming on every trip for sure. They are made of a blend of synthetic stuff and wool and silver, and it just combines well to make this quick drying sock that doesn't get a smell about it because of the silver in it, and it's good for the feet. I found them really good, but there are lots of brands out there. Check them out. I'll leave links below for all the stuff I mentioned in this video also. Our next strategy, well, that involves using something like an insole, which I've also added into my routine lately, or you can also use a patch like one that the Blister Prevention YouTube channel recommends called Engo. I have ordered some of them just to have, but they look like a good option as well. But I currently use the Superfeet insoles in my boots that I wear, and I find these really good, very comfortable, and I've swapped my proprietary insoles that come with my boots for these, and I have not had any troubles at all. And what they do is just to help reduce sort of skin shear by adjusting the way the foot is sitting in the boot. It's definitely something you want to try before you head out and hike. Don't put them in your boot and then head out and hike with them in case they cause issues for you. But I gave them a good trial out around town before I used them. With the Engo patches, they reduce friction. They make the foot slide a bit more in the boot. They can be applied to high-risk areas inside your boot or shoe and act as a preventative barrier. Another thing that I have tried in the past, and I probably used more 20 years ago, was using 2 layers of socks, wearing 2 layers of socks at a time. I like to call this the dual sock defense. And what that does, that can distribute the friction between the layers of socks as opposed to between your skin layers on your foot and the boot. And sometimes instead of 2 pairs of socks, people do use liner socks as well. There's a few different brands of them out there as well. Next up, well, orthotics for optimal alignment. Now, for some people, foot structure and function can contribute to formation of blisters. So custom orthotics for these people can help solve the issue and can provide the necessary support to mitigate the risk of blisters forming. As for other preventative measures, there's things like strategic taping, there's antiperspirant you can get for feet if you're excessively sweating, and there are also the options of going to a podiatrist and getting that expert opinion to help you if you're getting constant blisters. I'd highly recommend going to see a podiatrist who really knows feet. So they're sort of your main prevention strategies. I personally think as long as you get your boots right and you get your socks right, you shouldn't have too many troubles. And I find that because I wear boots, I'm not a big shoe wearer. I wear shoes around town and running and for day walks, but for those longer hikes I wear boots. And I find just wearing them regularly once a month or every 2 months really keeps them in good condition and prevents any blisters occurring. Say you've tried a few prevention strategies, you're out on the track and all of a sudden, oh no, I've got a hot spot. Well, what is a hot spot, you say? A hot spot is that first sign that you can feel a blister forming. You've just got that little hot spot inside your shoe. You can feel something going on and you don't like the feeling of it at all. Now, as a guide, when I was hiking as a guide on Tasmania's overland track, I would always tell my guests, the moment you feel a hot spot, stop. The very moment you feel it, you got to stop, you got to treat it on the spot as soon as possible. That is the key to hotspot. It is prompt and effective action. Recognizing that early sign of friction on the foot and having the right tools at your disposal, such as lubricants and protective patches, can help prevent a hotspot from developing into a full-blown blister. Now, I am guilty of ignoring hotspots and leaving them too long, even leaving them 10 minutes too long, and all of a sudden you've got a full-blown blister. That is how quick it happened. I've had walks in the last 20 years where I've been an hour into a walk and said, I'll fix it in 5 minutes. And if I'd done it the moment I felt it, I probably could have prevented that blister, but I've left it 5 minutes too long and I've had a horrible next 4 or 5 days as a result of not getting onto it straight away. I've also seen it many times on walks where I've got guests who have left the hotspot, haven't mentioned it, and then we're looking at things like cutting boots apart to sort of help in treatment of the blister and pain.
We may cut the back of the boot out, worst case, but we'll keep you updated.
So what can you do for those hot spots? Well, you can get little blister prevention kits with some of those Engo patches. What I tend to do now is I'm going to have a kit with those Engo patches. I carry a little bit of lubricant, a little bit of Vaseline. There's a lubricant called Body Glide, which you can use as well, but I just prefer a bit of Vaseline, something like that in to help reduce any friction that's occurring on the foot and help stop that hot spot getting any further. It's a tough one, but the most important thing, the moment you feel a hot spot, you've got to stop and you've got to treat it as quickly as possible. But sometimes it doesn't happen. Like I said, they develop into full-blown blisters. Now, on our most recent trip, my friend Bowie, he develops some really, really bad blisters. The blisters were not pretty. Ugh. But there's a few different stages a blister will go through. So before you go treating the blister, you need to see what state it is in, what stage of the process is the blister in. So first up, you have your intact blisters. So these are the ones that have got that bubble on the skin. They're not leaking. That's a fully enclosed. It's got what's called a roof on the blister. So it's got the skin going over the top of the liquid inside the blister. Now, ideally with these, you're not going to be continuing hiking for much longer, because if you do, it's probably going to burst. With these types of blisters, you need to protect them with an island dressing. That is something like an adhesive tape that's got a patch in the middle that will not stick to the blister. You don't want to use anything that is going to stick to that roof of the blister, because what will happen is it'll stick and rip that roof straight off and then expose the blister. Now, there are ones called Primapore, there's Opsite, Post-Op. You just want something that's going to protect it and have that island of adhesive around the outside of the blister. It's not going to stick to the blister, but it's still going to keep it protected. And when you're doing this, friction reduction is crucial. So what you can also do, if you've still got a hike, to try and prevent that developing any further, that blister, you can use a bit of a lubricant as well. You can use some of those patches to reduce friction inside the boot, do all that other preventative stuff as well to try and increase the comfort of the blister. But if you're, 4 days into a 9-day hike, something like that, I often find that they quickly go from that intact blister stage to the broken blister stage. So in this instance, what you've got is the blister has burst, the liquid is seeped out, you've still got that roof, you've still got that flap of skin over the top, and you want to try and keep that there at all costs. You want that there so to help with the healing process. And you might just have a small tear in the blister where it's leaking the fluid. And in that instance, what you've got now, you've got an exposed wound because you've got a tear in the blister, and potentially you could get bacteria and stuff getting into the blister, which could cause infection. So when you're in this situation, generally you want to try and clean the blister if you can. Some people carry a bit of saline, normal saline, squirty bottle thing that you can squirt onto the blister and give it a bit of a clean, or just use a bit of antiseptic. I like betadine, so you can apply a bit of that, bit of antiseptic, and again, you're using one of those island dressings in this situation as well. And again, you can use a bit of a lubricant over the top of the dressing or on the sock, or a patch inside the boot to reduce friction and try and increase comfort as much as possible. Now, one thing I also sometimes recommend to people when you've developed a pretty bad blister pretty quickly is to pull the sole out of the boot. I know that doesn't increase comfort a great deal, but it does sort of reduce the way the foot is sitting in the boot, which may help reduce the friction, and it's certainly worth trying just for a short stint to see if it helps improve comfort. And I have found in the past myself and for some friends that it has greatly helped. Removing that sole out of the boot all of a sudden creates this magic sort of different scenario with the foot inside the boot where it isn't rubbing and you're not getting that skin shear and that friction occurring. But if you're still not been able to make that foot comfortable and reduce that friction, you can lead to the full-blown raw exposed blister. This is where the roof, the top of the blister has completely come off, and now what you have is exposed raw skin, and this can get pretty messy. And well, how do you treat this type of blister? Well, now that the blister is fully exposed, the roof's gone, there is a different type of dressing you can use, and these are called a hydrocolloid dressing. And these dressings really excel in those blisters where the top has been ripped off and you're just left with a raw wound. With wound management, I used to do this a lot as a pharmacist. With wound management, you want to promote a moist environment to allow for healing to occur a lot quicker. If you leave it to air dry, which I still hear people recommend today, that's not the practice you want to be doing. You want a moist environment for that wound to heal correctly and quickly. And what hydrocolloid dressings do is they promote a moist healing environment, which is essential for rapid and effective healing. You still want to be keeping an eye out for signs of infection, so before you go putting the dressing on, you can put a little bit of antiseptic on there, a bit of that betadine, something like that, and just keep an eye out for any signs of infection. Things like redness or swelling or pus. Where redness is expanding away from the wound, that is a sign that you probably need medical treatment. But the hydrocolloid dressings, they are fantastic. I've used them myself. We always carry a few with us on walks now, just in case. And there's quite a few brands of them out there now. We normally take the Band-Aid Advanced Healing ones. They're a good one we've used. There is the Compeed dressings. There's heaps of them. But what they do is you stick them over the red raw wound. They will also interact with the weepiness of the wound and create this moist environment that promotes healing. And they also provide a tiny bit of a cushion for the wound as well. Now, one thing with those is that especially if they're on the heel of the foot, they can sort of roll away at the edges and become stuck to the sock very easy, especially if it's a very weepy blister. So what we tend to do then, we will tape all around the edges of the hydrocolloid dressing with something like a Fix-A-Mole or strapping tape. We will tape all the edges around so it can stay on for as long as possible. With a hydrocolloid dressing, as long as there's no infection occurring, you want to have that on there for sort of anywhere from 3 to 5 days so it can really start to heal that wound and promote a moist environment for healing. Often hard to keep them on for that long when you're hiking, but you should be able to get at least a day or two out of them when you're on the track, which is why we also carry plenty of these dressings when we're on a longer hike, just in case they're coming off. Now, it is important to note that with these hydrocolloid dressings, these advanced blistered Band-Aid dressings that they're actually everywhere now. You can buy them at the supermarket, you can buy them at pharmacies, but there is a few things to know about them. So with these hydrocolloid dressings, do not use them for blister prevention. That's not what they're for. They're there to treat those red raw blisters where the skin has come off. They're not designed for prevention. Do not try and use them on a blister that still has the roof, still has the skin intact on top of the wound. If you put this hydrocolloid dressing on top of one of them, it's very sticky. It's going to rip the top off of that blister and you're going to be in a worse situation than what you started with. So don't use them on anything other than a red raw blister where the top has come off. And also don't take them off too soon. If it's healing well, if it's looking pretty good, if it's not weeping out the sides of the dressing, you can leave it on there for a few days. But if you use them right, they're a good dressing for when things get pretty dire, things get pretty bad. So that's your treatment strategies. But hopefully you don't have to go that far. Blisters don't have to be a regular part of your hiking repertoire. If you use these tips, apply some blister prevention know-how, your feet will thank you, trust me.
Let me share how I navigate the great unknown, often finding myself off the beaten track. Today, I'll arm you with practical navigation techniques and gear tips that'll keep you confidently on the track during your next adventure. So grab your map, grab your compass, and let's get into it. Plan and prepare. Thorough route research. Did you know that many hiking mishaps happen simply because people did not plan properly? A little research can be the difference between a seamless adventure and a stressful scramble. Imagine confidently setting out on a hike only to realize halfway up that gentle slope described online is actually a lung-busting climb, or finding yourself drenched as a surprise downpour sweeps in. Well, don't worry, with a bit of preparation, you can avoid these pitfalls. Start your preparation by delving into guidebooks and reliable trail websites. These resources offer crucial insights into the trail's distance, the elevation changes, expected terrain, and key landmarks. Pay special attention to trail difficulty ratings. Now, what seems moderate on paper could have sections that test your stamina or your technical skills. Many websites will often feature trip reports and recent comments from other hikers, which can alert you to the current trail conditions, closures, or potential obstacles. I'll never forget a mate of mine around 25 years ago who swore he had read somewhere about a shortcut. Well, that shortcut turned into a 2-hour bush bash through dense scrub, complete with a swim in the mud at the end. Lesson learned. Double check everything. Take note of natural markers like peaks, rivers, and trail junctions that can act as your reference points during your hike. Knowing these ahead of time helps you stay oriented and recognize your progress along the route as you go. Be mindful of the weather forecast too. Conditions can change very quickly, especially in mountainous areas. Checking the forecast not only helps you decide what gear to pack, but also prepares you mentally for any potential challenges along the way. Picture this. You are following a well-researched plan, moving steadily up a trail, and suddenly a hiker appears, clearly exhausted and disoriented. You chat and it turns out that they've been lost for the last 3 hours and they are very thankful to see you. They hadn't done their homework, but you did. This has happened to me more than once, where I've come across hikers stumbling out of the bush and they're obviously lost. I always like to be prepared and know where I am on the track. Lastly, always share your plan with someone you trust before you go. Let them know your route and your expected return time. This small step ensures that if something does go wrong, help can be alerted much more swiftly. Anyway, so before you lace up your boots, take a moment to browse trusted trail websites or guidebooks. Start with sites like Trail Hiking Australia if you're here in Australia. All Trails is another option, and many, many more for the latest reviews and insights. Check out the comment section of those hikes as well. Chat with local hiking stores, read books, and find out all the necessary details. Even for a day walk, I will do this as part of my research. Preparation isn't just a step in the process, it's your best companion when you're out on the trail. With thorough preparation, you are not just hiking, you're setting yourself up for a confident, enjoyable experience where unexpected surprises become part of the adventure, not a risk. Now, let's talk about preparation for just a moment. You've done the research, you've checked the reviews, you've even chatted with a few locals to get the best insights for your hike. But preparation doesn't stop there. It's also about having the right tools that can keep you safe when things don't go as planned. Here is a question. When's the last time you needed your car's spare tyre? Maybe you can't even remember, but I bet you'd be glad to have it if a flat happened in the middle of nowhere, right? We're usually happy relying on our regular tyres until one goes flat. Well, a map and compass are like your hiking spare tyre. You might not need them every time, but when you do, they can definitely save the day. For those remote off-track hikes, having a physical map and compass isn't just an afterthought. It's a cornerstone of smart hiking preparation. And while GPS devices and smartphone apps make navigation easier, they can sometimes have their limits. A dead battery, tech glitch, or lost signal can quickly turn your peaceful hike into a high-stress scramble. And that is where a physical map and compass come in handy, ensuring that you are not entirely at the mercy of tech. But here's the thing, having these tools isn't enough. You need to know how to use them before you hit the trail. So spend time practicing with a topographic map so you can read the landscape, spotting important features like ridges, valleys, and water sources. These skills don't just support your GPS use, they give you the confidence to adapt if your tech fails. Think a smartphone app is enough? Here's the real safety net. A layered approach that combines GPS with a map and compass. This way, even if tech lets you down, you are ready. So when the trail throws something unexpected your way, you've got everything you need to keep moving forward, safely and confidently. Now that you know why a layered approach to navigation is essential, let's get into the practical skills. And if you're new to maps, I've got a whole video dedicated to topographic map basics to get you started. Be sure to check that one out too. But for now, let's dive into some key techniques to help you make the most of your map and compass on the trail. Mastering map reading and compass use. Now, topographic maps might look intimidating with all their coloured lines and contours and symbols, but they're an essential tool once you know what to look for. Think of these maps as your guide to visualising the landscape around you. Start by interpreting the contour lines. The closer the lines, the steeper the terrain. The wider the spacing, the flatter the ground. Over time, these patterns help you visualise hills, valleys, and ridges even before you set foot on them. And here is a practical tip. As you hike, regularly glance at your map to keep track of your position on it. You can use prominent landmarks like rivers, peaks, and trail junctions as reference points. This habit not only helps with navigation, but it also makes it easier to spot when something seems off. Compass basics. A compass is one of the most important tools for navigation, especially if you are venturing off track. It helps you stay oriented and find your way, even when the trails disappear or visibility drops. If you're not confident using a compass yet, then don't worry. We'll be covering the basics, including how to align it with a map and navigate with it in a future video. So subscribe and hit the bell icon down below to be notified when that video goes live. And here is a pro tip. Always carry a compass as part of your gear, even if you're relying on GPS. It's a very lightweight safety tool that could make all the difference in a tricky situation. Catch lines and attack points to reduce navigational errors. So one thing you can do is use natural features as catch lines and attack points. These I think are orienteering terms, but they can be useful in hiking navigation too. A catch line, also known as a collecting feature, is a large recognizable feature, like a river, a trail, or a ridge that you can use to avoid overshooting your destination. So you'll say, right, if we get to this point, we've gone too far, or we don't want to go past this point, which will mean we've gone too far, if you know what I mean. Attack points are nearby landmarks. Think a large, obvious feature that helps guide you as you approach a specific location. By using these, you will always have a solid plan for reaching key points along the trail. Now, building these skills may take a bit of practice, but they will make a huge difference in your confidence and safety on the trail. The role of modern tools, GPS devices and their benefits. Imagine you are deep in the wilderness, your map and compass in hand, but with an added superpower, modern GPS technology. Combining these map and compass skills with modern GPS tools is like having a trusted hiking buddy who never loses their way, keeping you confidently on the track. Take the Coros Apex 2 Pro watch for example. Coros sent me this watch to try out, and while no money changed hands, after 3 months of testing it, I can honestly say it's just become a game changer on my hikes. Not only is it compact and comfortable on the wrist, but it's got dual frequency GPS. It's like having a set of eyes watching over you on your route. I find the GPS accuracy to be extremely accurate, even in sort of tricky terrain when I'm in forest and in little gullies and that sort of thing. And this is great where other GPS options like your phone, for example, might falter. For those who like venturing off track, the Apex 2 Pro is a dream to use. Setting up routes and tracks in them is an absolute breeze, whether you're creating a path in the Coros app or you're importing GPX files from other platforms like Strava or GPX Studio or whatever your route planning preference is. Once you're out there, it's like leaving a trail of breadcrumbs. It's tracking your every step in real time so you can retrace your route or review it once you get back home, which is what I love to do. Navigating off-track adventures can be daunting without the right tools and skills, but the Apex 2 Pro isn't just a tool, it is very reliable and it supports me in everything from recording the journey to ensuring I stay oriented where I am. With its super long lasting battery, it is an ally on those epic treks when reliability matters most. On my 10-day or week-long off-track adventures in Tasmania, I rely on a layered navigation system. Using the Apex 2 Pro alongside apps like Gaia GPS and a hard copy map gives me the full spectrum of confidence needed to navigate safely. Earlier this year, this layered system of navigation was our constant companion on our trip. We were planning our next day's route with our Gaia app alongside our hard copy map in the evening, then the next day following the set route on our watch during the hike and cross-referencing it with our hard copy map throughout the day as a check as well. It is a method that I use all the time and it has never let me down. Imagine having that same confidence while exploring off-trail, knowing you have the skills and tools to guide yourself back. It'd feel pretty empowering, wouldn't it? The key is building awareness and skills to complement your gear. Now, let's talk about how to develop those habits and become a seasoned navigator. Building awareness and skills. Constant observation. Developing a habit of constant observation is one of the simplest yet most effective ways to stay oriented on the trail. And it can make the difference between an enjoyable hike and a stressful situation. Pay attention to trail markers like poles with tags, cans, those little rocky piles, or signs, and watch for natural features such as rivers, mountains, or distinctive rock formations. These visual cues act as breadcrumbs to guide you forward and back. The sun's position is another powerful tool for orientation. In the southern hemisphere, the sun generally moves across the northern sky, so tracking its location can help you maintain your direction, even if the trail becomes unclear. In the northern hemisphere, the sun moves across the southern part of the sky during the day. And here is a trick that many overlook. Glance back. Look back periodically to memorize how your return route or the route you've come from looks. Landmarks appear different from the opposite direction, and recognizing them can save you from second guessing your path home. And here is a pro tip. Use your smartphone to snap some quick photos of key junctions, markers, or unusual natural features. These can later on act as visual references if you need to retrace your steps later, especially in dense or featureless terrain. And another reason that I do take photos is that if I find that I am maybe a little lost or I'm trying to figure out how far I've come, I will just go back and look at a photo and look at the time that it was taken, and then I can sort of gauge how far I've come since that photo if I've sort of lost track of time, which is easy to do. So that's another pro tip. Practice makes perfect. Navigation is a skill, and like learning to ride a bike, it takes practice to master. But here is the good news. It is easier than you think to get started. Think of well-marked trails as your training wheels. These routes close to home provide the perfect environment to practice reading maps, interpreting terrain features, and aligning your compass without the added pressure of remote or challenging conditions. Once you're steady and confident, it's time to take the training wheels off and tackle more rugged, less defined trails. These are like your first rides on a gravel path, challenging but manageable with the skills that you have built. Now on these outings, regularly cross-reference your map, your compass, and your GPS tools. By using all three, you'll start to understand how they complement each other and how to rely on them as a system. This gradual progression builds the confidence and competence needed for off-track or backcountry adventures. And here is another pro tip. Consider taking a navigation course for hands-on experience. Many outdoor clubs and online resources offer workshops that cover the essentials, from reading topographic maps to mastering compass navigation and route planning. A good source are orienteering clubs. They're all over the place and they do this thing all the time. A few weeks ago, I joined my first row gaining race, a mix of endurance hiking and navigation. It was like a test ride on a mountain bike. Exhilarating, challenging, and very rewarding. Not only was it a great way to push my skills, but it also introduced me to experienced navigators who shared some invaluable tips. Events like these are fantastic for building your skills in a practical, social, and supportive setting. And they are also a lot of fun. I cannot wait until the next event. By doing activities like these, with each step, you'll move closer to becoming a seasoned navigator, ready to explore even the most remote trails with confidence. What to do if you get lost? Even with careful planning, losing your way can happen to anyone. The key here is to stay calm and take deliberate steps to regain your bearings. Think of navigating as being like a game of chess. Sometimes you need to pause and reassess your next move to avoid getting cornered. Some years ago, I was in a group that became lost, and after following what we thought was a trail for an hour or two, we realized we were lost. Here's what we did. First, we stopped moving. Continuing in the wrong direction can make matters even worse. We assessed our surroundings and tried to identify landmarks or features we'd passed earlier. Then, we used our map and compass. We didn't have GPS back then. This is 30 years ago. So we used our map and compass to cross-check our location. We were then able to retrace our steps to our last known point where we found the correct route and we're back on the trail. If retracing your steps doesn't work and you're still off track or you're still lost, it is time to consider calling for help. Don't move, stay where you are. If you have mobile service, use your phone to call assistance and do not move any further. Always make sure someone knows your route and your expected return time before heading out, so rescuers have a starting point to search if necessary. You can use a whistle to signal your location, as the sound of the whistle will carry further than your voice. And here is another pro tip. Carry a PLB, a personal locator beacon, or a satellite messenger for emergencies in remote areas. I carry one with me every time. These can send an SOS signal even when you're out of phone range, giving you an added layer of security. And like I said, I carry one on every trip because peace of mind is priceless, especially for my family, especially when I am miles from help and with no communication. And that's really the heart of navigation. It's not just about gear, it's about preparation, observation, and confidence. Master these tips and every hike will feel safer and more rewarding. Remember, the real adventure isn't just about reaching the summit, but knowing you can always find your way back as well. Have you ever felt that sudden chill when you realize that you are off the track? 1 minute you're walking confidently, following the track, the next, something feels off. Now imagine if you could sense it before it even happens. Because here's the thing, getting lost often isn't a sudden event, it's a slow drift and it's avoidable. In my 34 years of hiking, I've had countless moments where something didn't feel right. Sometimes it's subtle, a sense that the land around me isn't quite matching what I expected. Other times it's more obvious, like realizing the terrain is becoming steeper or rougher than it should be. The difference between staying found and getting truly lost comes down to one thing: recognizing these signs before it's too late. I learned this lesson early. One of my first trips to Tasmania's Western Arthur Range was in whiteout conditions. Cold, wet, and with the visibility barely a few meters ahead. We were making good progress, through this rugged range when we reached what seemed like an obvious track junction. We took the turn thinking we were on course. A few minutes later, something just wasn't right. The terrain was getting steeper, the ground was rougher than expected. We stopped, retraced our steps, and sure enough, we had taken a false lead. Back at the junction, the actual trail was obvious once we had another look. That small mistake could have sent us deep into rough terrain, but we caught it quickly. Why? Because we were reading the terrain, and that is the key. Many people rely on maps, GPS, or trail markers to stay found, and these are certainly essential tools. In fact, I spend hours poring over maps, digital, physical, or both, before each trip. And on multi-day hikes, I review my route each evening before each day to keep it fresh in my mind. But the one skill that has kept me on track after 34 years of hiking, more than anything else, is the ability to read the land itself. It's something that I cover in my new book too, because once you master this, every other navigation tool becomes even more powerful. Confidently navigating any terrain without constantly checking your GPS is an incredible skill to have. It gives you a sense of freedom. You're not just following a line on a screen, you are actually understanding the land around you. And the best part, it's a skill that anyone can learn. In this video, we'll break down exactly how it works, why it's one of the most important navigation skills, and how you can develop it yourself no matter your experience level. So, how do you do it? It all comes down to reading the terrain. By using the natural features around you, the hills, valleys, ridges and rivers, you can confirm where you are and where you're going, even when the track isn't clear. Think of it like reading a story. The land is constantly telling you information, you just need to learn how to listen to it and to interpret it. Early on in my hiking days, as I was starting to venture into more remote and less visited regions, I relied way too much on tracks, track signs and maps. If the track was obvious, great. But the second it went faint or a marker was missing, I'd start second guessing myself. Now, after years of experience, I have learned that the real navigation happens with your eyes, not just your map alone. In a moment, I'll show you exactly how this works with a few real-world examples. But before we dive in, if you're watching and you're finding this helpful, consider subscribing. Most people who watch these videos aren't yet subscribed, and it really helps the channel grow if you can hit that subscribe button. Plus, you'll get more tips like this to make your hiking safer and more enjoyable. And while you're at it, go ahead and hit the like button. It tells YouTube that this is worth sharing with more hikers like you. Also, if you're new to hiking and want to build your confidence on the track, check out my new book in the description down below. It's packed with practical advice to help you navigate, plan, and hike smarter. All right, let's get into it. Example 1. You're following a trail and your map tells you that the trail or the track should run alongside a creek on your right. But as you hike, you realize that the creek is actually on your left. At first, it might not seem like a big deal. Maybe the track just crossed over it, but something feels off. You check the terrain around you and you notice that the land is sloping in the wrong direction compared to what you were expecting it to be. At this point, it's time to stop and reassess. Did you take an unnoticed sidetrack? Has the creek forked and you're following the wrong branch? By catching this small mismatch early, you can backtrack a short distance, find where you went wrong, and get back on the track before you are too far off course. Example 2. So in this instance, you are hiking towards a flat saddle between two peaks. According to the map, this section of the track should level out before descending down into the next valley. But as you continue walking, the track keeps climbing instead of flattening out. At first, you might assume the saddle is just a little further ahead, but then you notice that the terrain is steeper than expected and the surrounding landscape isn't matching what you saw on the map before. This is a moment to stop and reassess. If the saddle was supposed to be a clear low point between two peaks, but you're still gaining elevation, it's possible that you've missed a subtle turnoff or followed a false track leading up the wrong ridge. Instead of pushing forward and hoping for the best, take a moment to check your map and scan the terrain around you. Figure out where you are on the map by reading the terrain around you as well as what you have been walking up. Look for the lowest point in the landscape. Does the land dip somewhere nearby? That may be where the actual saddle is, what place you're trying to get to. That might be it over there. It might not be as well. By catching this mistake early, you save yourself from a tough climb up the wrong peak and get back on track before it turns into a really big problem. Example 3. Before you set out on the day's hike, you checked your map and you noted a key landmark. The track should cross a river before climbing uphill. But after walking for half an hour or so, you realise something's wrong. You still haven't crossed this river. At first you might assume,
maybe it's further than I expected. Maybe the river is just a little further ahead, maybe.
But then you start noticing other clues. The ground underfoot is starting to get steeper and the vegetation has changed. Maybe it's drier than expected for an area that should be near a water source. Something isn't adding up. This is a clear sign to stop and reassess. There are a few possible explanations. You may have missed the river crossing as a result of having gone off track without realising. There was a bend in the river, and as a result you've just completely missed it because you've gone off track. The river may be seasoned, not seasonal, not seasoned. It's not seasoned, it's seasonal. Anyway, the river may be seasonal and currently dry, but in that case, you should still see a clear depression where the water would normally flow. What do you do? Well, instead of continuing uphill and hoping for the best, it's time to check your surroundings. Does the land slope downward in a direction that could lead to a riverbed? Can you hear water running in the distance? If you're uncertain, backtracking a short way is the safest option. Return to the last point where you were sure of your location and scan the area again. If you're traveling with a smartwatch, something like this, that is tracking your route, then you can use this to help you backtrack to where you last were. By catching this mistake early, you prevent yourself from wandering too far off track and stay in control of your navigation. Each of these moments is a chance to catch a mistake before it becomes a problem. Why is this the most important skill in navigation? Now, that is a bold claim, but here's why reading the terrain is the foundation of all navigation. The skill that makes your map, your GPS and compass work for you rather than just being tools that you follow blindly. It's like reading body language, but for the land. Think of terrain reading like learning to read body language in a conversation. If you only listen to the words without noticing the tone, the facial expressions, or the gestures, you'll miss half the meaning. Navigation is the same. Your map, GPS and compass are the words. They tell you what should be happening, but the land itself is the body language. It gives you the subtle clues that either confirm or contradict what your tools are telling you. And if you learn to interpret those clues, you'll always stay one step ahead. Reading the terrain is proactive and prevents getting lost in the first place. Like myself in the early days, many hikers don't start truly navigating until they realise they might be lost or off track. They follow a GPS track, check their map occasionally, but assume they're on course, until something just doesn't look right. But if you're constantly checking the landscape and matching it to what you expect, you stay aware the whole time. Small mistakes tend to not turn into big ones if you catch them early enough. This is exactly how I hike now. If something feels even slightly off, we stop immediately and we reassess. 9 times out of 10, it's just a tiny course correction, but that's what keeps us from ever getting truly lost. If you want to test this yourself, then the next time you're hiking, make it a habit to check your surroundings every 10 minutes or so. Are the hills where you expected? Is the terrain sloping the right way? The more you practice, the faster the skill becomes second nature to you. It makes navigation tools more useful. A map, GPS or compass can tell you where you should be, but only if you can correctly interpret your surroundings. A GPS might show you your position on a map, but if you don't understand how the land around you matches what you are seeing on that screen, it's easy to misinterpret the data. A map and compass, on the other hand, give you bearings, but if you don't know how to read the terrain alongside them, you can still go wrong. Imagine you are following a compass bearing through thick bush. You're heading in the right direction, but you don't realise you veered onto a parallel ridge instead of the one that you had intended. The compass bearing says you're still on track, but unless you understand the land, you might not realise your mistake until you're kilometres off course. And track markers, well, they can disappear or fall over or just be gone altogether. Maps, they don't always show every single detail, but if you're reading the land itself that you are on, you can often tell where the track should be, even when there are no signs. This is why reading the terrain isn't about replacing traditional navigation, it's about making it far more effective. How to start practicing this skill. So, how can you apply this on your next hike? Well, here is a simple exercise. Before setting out, pick 3 landmarks on your map. A ridge, a valley, a creek, something that is fairly noticeable. As you hike, check whether those features match what you are seeing. Is that creek where it should be? Does the land slope in the expected direction? Does that mountain or hill look like it should do, as according to the map? If something doesn't match, stop and reassess. The sooner you catch small mismatches, the easier it is to fix them before they become real problems. It works anywhere, with or without a map or GPS. Have you ever been in dense bush or scrub where the track can just disappear altogether? Or you've had fog roll in, reducing visibility to just a few meters? In these situations, even the best navigation tools can become difficult to rely on. That's when reading the terrain becomes essential. I remember a particularly challenging day in Tasmania's remote Frankland Range. Thick cloud had settled in, reducing our visibility to almost nothing. Checking our map, we knew we needed to follow a route beside a series of 3 small hills to reach the ridge that would give us access to the main range. That morning in the tent, with the cloud rolled in and just completely engulfing us, we decided that we would have a go and try and navigate with the terrain to get to this ridge. Without clear views ahead, we relied on the land itself, identifying the subtle shapes of these hills in the mist and staying alongside them as we moved along. Step by step, we navigated through the whiteout, and when the terrain finally opened up and the cloud lifted, we had reached the ridge exactly where we needed it to be. And it was a moment of quiet pride for the three of us on that trip, and proof that even without perfect conditions, the land still gives you all the information that you need if you know how to read it. That's the power of terrain reading the terrain. It works anywhere, in any condition, whether you have a GPS, a map, or just your own instincts. It builds confidence. Hiking becomes more fun and less stressful. When you trust the landscape to guide you, hiking feels completely different. Instead of feeling on edge, worried about getting lost, you actually enjoy the track. Before I mastered this, I'd get uneasy anytime I wasn't 100% sure of the route. Now, well, even when a track disappears, I don't panic. I trust the land to show me the way. Think of it like having a compass in your brain. Imagine you have a built-in compass in your brain. Not one that points north, but one that constantly checks your surroundings and alerts you when things don't add up. Every time you scan the terrain, you're feeding your brain more data, making that internal compass all the more stronger. Over time, it becomes automatic, like an early warning system that kicks in before you get lost. Try it yourself. Easy ways to practice. If you want to get better at this, then next time you're hiking, try this. Firstly, check your map. Before setting off, pick a few key landmarks, like a ridge, a creek, or a valley. Secondly, look around closely and ask yourself, does what I see match what I was expecting? If not, then stop and reassess. Thirdly, trust small red flags. If something feels slightly wrong, don't ignore it. That's your internal warning system kicking in. Listen to it, stop, check your location. Start on familiar tracks and practice noticing the land. The more you do it, the faster it becomes second nature. And if you want more detailed step-by-step guidance on building navigation skills, then check out my new book. It's linked in the description down below. It's not about ignoring other skills like using a compass or GPS. Those are very useful tools. But this is the foundation. If you can't read the land, no tool will help you. Try it on your next hike or bushwalk and see how it changes your approach. I promise you'll feel more aware, more confident, and way less stressed. Ever dream of navigating the wilderness with the confidence of a seasoned explorer, turning every hike into an epic adventure? Forget second guessing or losing your way. You're about to discover the secret to becoming a true wilderness navigator, a navigator of the wilderness. It's not just about pinpointing your location, it's about avoiding the frustration of getting lost and transforming your hike into a seamless adventure. By mastering a topographic map, you'll turn any landscape into a veritable treasure map, uncovering hidden paths and safer routes with newfound ease and confidence. Well, that's kind of the hope anyway. Those squiggly little lines on a topographic map, I'll show you how simple it is to read them like a pro. Maybe you're planning a day hike, or maybe you're planning a multi-day trekking adventure. Well, imagine making your journey more informed, more secure, and maybe even a little bit more exciting. So grab a map, or maybe your favorite hiking app, and let's embark on a little adventure together. Today, we're talking topographic maps. So what makes a topographic map so unique? Well, unlike a regular road map, which is generally just flat and featureless, a topographic map brings the terrain to life by showcasing elevation changes and natural features as well. These maps were created specifically for navigating rugged terrain, giving hikers, climbers, and explorers a detailed view of the land. Here's what you'll want to know about them. Natural features. Hills, valleys, rivers, and forests are all marked so that you can see what's coming up on the map. Elevation. Contour lines give you an understanding of the slopes, ridges, and cliffs, the things that make a difference in how you approach a hike. Man-made features. Roads, trails, and other structures are usually marked as well, helping you distinguish between paths and the different access points on the map. Basically, topographic maps help you read the story of the land ahead and are crucial in planning any hike, enabling you to take the safest route to your destination. Imagine standing at the base of a mountain with just a flat map in your hands. You'd have no clue where the peaks and valleys are and no sense of how steep your path might be. And this was a reality back in the 1700s when explorers had no way at all to visualize the terrain beneath their feet. But that all changed in 1774 when a British mathematician named Charles Hutton surveyed the Scottish peak of, what's it called again? Shallion? I think it's Shallion. Anyway, he was mapping a peak and he came up with something revolutionary: contour lines. These lines made it possible to show the rise and fall of the land, or what we like to call elevation, on a flat map. And this gave explorers an entirely new way to read the land. It was a revolution. Contour lines are the backbone of a topographic map, revealing the shape of the land. But how do we read them? Well, there's a few things to understand when it comes to contour lines. And in case I didn't clarify, contour lines, those little squiggly lines around the peaks and the valleys and the hills on a map. Firstly, what you need to know about contour lines is the contour interval. Each contour line represents a specific height above sea level. The change in elevation from one contour to the next is called the contour interval, basically the difference in height between each contour line. Now, depending on the scale of the map, the contour interval may change, but it's always indicated in the map legend. That's the legend on the map. And the map legend also has heaps of other useful map reading information. Things like types of terrain you might encounter, types of road, boundaries, and all sorts of other stuff. But in addition to the map legend, you can also determine the contour interval by the index lines. And the index lines are the thicker contour lines that you'll normally see sort of every 5 contours, and they're usually marked with an elevation on them on the map. So these contour intervals, they serve as handy reference points, saving you from counting each line individually to figure out the heights of the terrain that you might encounter or that you're on. And speaking of the terrain, the main thing contour lines allow us to do is easily recognize landforms. Contour lines form different shapes based upon the terrain. Hills might appear as circles, ridges as narrow lines that fan out, and valleys as a V or a U-shaped sort of contour. Recognizing these shapes gives you a glimpse of the terrain ahead, and it helps you to plan your route more effectively. So contour lines really did change maps forever when old mate Charles Hutton invented them. And soon after contour lines were developed, in 1789, France took things a step further, producing the world's first full set of topographic maps, which allowed anyone to see every hill, every valley and cliff at a glance, as long as they had access to a map. Topographic map, I guess. I imagine it wasn't cheap to buy a map of the whole country, but anyway, I digress. Bottom line is, these topographic maps changed everything for explorers and adventurers, and it still shapes how we navigate today. Now, if you're interested in building your map reading skills a little bit further and want to learn more advanced navigation techniques, then do consider subscribing to the channel by hitting that little subscribe button down below. Give us a thumbs up while you're at it. I'll be covering more about navigation in future videos, so hit subscribe if you don't want to miss out. Today, everyone from hikers to urban planners rely on topographic maps, and if you are a hiker and you are new to map reading, then what you need to do is to think of a topographic map as the ultimate sort of storybook for your hike. It's more than just showing where the trails are. It reveals the hidden secrets along the way, of the elevation and of the terrain. Let's say you're planning a hike up what looks like a gentle hill on a regular map. With a topographic map, the contour lines would tell you the real story, that it's more of a mountain climb than an easy stroll. It's like having a little sneak peek into your adventure before you get there. It gives you insights to prepare for every twist and turn along the way. And what if you're setting out on what you think will be a very leisurely, easy hike, but once you're out there, you soon find yourself gasping for breath as the gentle hill you anticipated transforms into a grueling uphill climb. All you had to do was check your topographic map first. Those tightly packed contour lines would have warned you about the steep ascent you would have had ahead. Knowing this kind of thing ahead of time lets you prepare better, both physically and mentally, for the journey ahead. It's like having an adventure guide in your backpack. And once you're familiar with reading these features, you're ready to take it a step further. Planning your route with a topo map. So with the basic map reading skills in place, it's time to use a bit of this information to plan a hike a bit more efficiently. A well-planned route saves you energy and it may even keep you safer. So here's how to make the most of your topographic map when you're doing your planning. Evaluate elevation changes. First, look at how much climbing and descending you'll be doing. If the terrain looks steep with those closer contour lines, then it'll probably take you longer if you're going uphill. So plan for some more breaks. Some people also find that going downhill can take just as long as going uphill, so you need to personalise your estimations to your normal walking pace. Identify landmarks. Mark natural checkpoints like ridges, rivers, or distinct valleys. So I use these to sort of mark checkpoints for myself along the way, and these will give you confidence when checking your progress. If you're on a well-formed track with campsites and lookouts, use these as checkpoints as well. Just a point where you can stop, pull the map out and have a quick look and check that you're in the right location. Estimate distance and timing. Using the map's scale, calculate how far you'll hike each day. Remember to adjust for difficult terrain, as steep inclines can often take longer to cover than flat ground. This is one of the crucial things I use in all my walking time calculations when I am planning a trip. I am looking at the rises and the fall in the land each day, and I'm making calculations as well as on the distance covered according to the scale of the map in that map legend, how far and how long it's going to take me. In addition to this, I'll also often use my map to mark waypoints that serve as mental checkpoints throughout the day. Things like a river or a valley or a lookout or even a campsite I know I'll hit within a certain time frame. This way I'm less likely to miss turns or feel lost on long unfamiliar trails. This approach to planning is what turns a topographic map from a simple navigation tool into a guide that actively supports you on the trail. Alright, let's take a quick break to talk about the Coros Apex 2 Pro GPS watch that I'm currently testing. This thing right here. Coros sent it over to me to try out, and while there's no sponsorship here, it has been fantastic to put it through its paces when I've been running and hiking. Now, GPS watches like this one have completely changed how I navigate in the wilderness over the last 8 or 9 years or so. Probably longer actually, more like 10, 12 years I think. Now, I'm a huge fan of traditional maps. I've got a few over there, I've got them everywhere, but having digital navigation right on my wrist is an absolute game changer for me, especially for quick route tracking and decision making when I'm out in the trail, especially in bad weather. With the Coros app, I preload my route before heading out and it syncs offline. So even without a phone signal, I have a topographic map right on the watch face of my screen. This makes it really easy to check my position at a glance of my watch. If I want to avoid a ridge that I can see up ahead, or I need to cross a river, I can zoom in and I can see my options pretty clearly on the screen of the watch. And it has up to 66 hours of battery life in GPS mode, so it is perfect for long hikes without worrying about running out of power too. For anyone interested in setting up routes and syncing them to the watch, I'll drop a link to the description with all the details and my full review of the Coros Apex 2 Pro. But all in all, it is great for quick checks on the trail. But before you lace up your boots, start by diving into a topographic map. Now, whether it's a day walk or a 10-day mission, I always study the map of the area I'm heading into. It's become a habit and a fun one too. I absolutely love poring over a map before a trip, but understanding the map is only half the journey. Once you're out there, being able to recognize natural landmarks brings your navigation skills to life, and it's almost like a fun little game. Mastering natural navigation with key landmarks. So key landmarks on the trail, those big mountains, those peaks you can see, other sorts of things like that. These features become your guide, allowing you to stay on course with fewer map checks and making the hike itself a lot more immersive. So we're going to quickly dive into how mountain shapes, rivers, and other landmarks can help keep you oriented on the trail. Oriented? Oriented. Mountains and their distinct shapes. Mountains are some of the most prominent and dependable natural landmarks. They have distinct shapes and are often visible from very great distances. Here in Tasmania, we can see peaks from one end of the state to the other. I love sitting on mountains and just naming peaks and trying to figure out which is which. Gee, it's fun. And that's where the maps help you as well. Anyway. Digress. On a topographic map, mountains appear as clusters of concentric contour lines. So tighter contours indicate steeper slopes, while wider space contours suggest a gentler incline. Recognizing these patterns let you see the mountain's shape before you even reach it, helping you identify specific peaks or ridges that serve as navigation aids. For instance, spotting a prominent peak or a range on the map and matching it to your surroundings can help confirm your location and your direction. Ridges as natural pathways. Once you've identified these peaks, ridges become the natural pathways that connect them, and these can guide you through the terrain. On a map, ridges show up as elongated patterns of contour lines, marking continuous sort of high ground. Following a ridge on your hike not only provides a stable line of travel, but it often offers an elevated view of the surroundings, making it easier to orient yourself and spot other landmarks as you move forward. And ridge walking is some of my favourite walking to do. A couple of years ago during a 10-day hike, we had one particularly challenging day where we needed to ascend a very steep and off-track peak. We spent several days before this section poring over the map, carefully identifying the best ridgeline to follow. On the day when we arrived in the valley, the large valley below the peak, we already had a clear approach in mind. Knowing which ridge to climb saved us valuable time and energy that day, and we reached the summit in good time with only minor adjustments to our route along the way. That preparation made the difference between a long exhausting climb and a smooth ascent, and it highlights the power of understanding the landscape through natural navigation features like ridges and mountains. And just as ridges can guide you over high ground, rivers and streams can serve as dependable boundaries that keep you oriented in valleys and lower terrain. Rivers and streams are some of the most reliable landmarks in natural navigation as they flow predictably downhill. Keeping a river on one side of your path provides a clear boundary and it guides you through terrain changes without the need for frequent map checking. You can basically start at one end of a river and know, right, I'm going to follow it to this point, and then you can follow the river without having to check your map as often. On topographic maps, rivers are marked as continuous blue lines. Well, most of the time they are anyway. They are here in Australia. And tracing their course can help you avoid areas with difficult crossings. Rivers often lead to lower elevations, so following one can sometimes guide you towards settlements or safer paths. I find that rivers act as reliable boundaries, giving you a sense of direction without the need for constant map checking. But when you're further from rivers or in rocky terrain, cliffs and unique rock formations can serve as strong visual waypoints to keep you oriented as well. Distinct rock formations or cliffs are especially useful because they stand out and are often clearly marked on maps. They act as waypoints along your route, allowing you to measure progress as you pass each one. On a map, cliffs appear as very tightly packed contour lines, signaling very steep drops. And matching these type of map symbols with real cliffs and rock formations in the landscape confirms your position. That makes navigation easier and reduces the need for constant map checking again. Beyond just physical formations, the map also shows the varying types of landscapes you'll encounter, and it offers insights into vegetation, swamps, and open areas. Checking the map's legend again will reveal indicators for forests, scrubland, and even regions with minimal vegetation, which is particularly important for planning, especially when you are off track. Specific plants and trees thrive at certain altitudes, and understanding where they grow and where they don't grow can be extremely helpful in helping with navigation. Here in Tasmania, for instance, seasoned hikers quickly learn that certain vegetation types are more common at specific elevations, and this knowledge becomes invaluable when planning routes, as the map's legend will often indicate the areas of dense forest, of scrub, or even swampy ground. And for off-track hikers, avoiding thick scrub is crucial, as it's time-consuming and exhausting to navigate through. On a topographic map, you'll often see these vegetation zones marked. You'll see tree lines where dense forest gives way to sparse or stunted vegetation, and these often align with the contour intervals on the map as well. So using these vegetation clues allows you to visualize your route better and improves your ability to avoid challenging terrain and select paths and routes to keep your hike as efficient and enjoyable as possible. And when you combine that with some of the digital topographic maps today that allow you to overlay satellite imagery, it makes it better yet again. With these tools, you're not just reading a map, you are gaining a deeper understanding of the land itself. But to make the most of this knowledge, it is essential to choose the right type of map for your adventure. Not all topographic maps are created equal. So here is a quick rundown on which map or maps to consider based on your hike. Firstly, paper maps. These are reliable and always available, even when digital fails. They're ideal for extensive planning and offer a broad perspective on your hike. There really is something about planning with a hard copy map. I literally have hundreds of hard copy maps and often spend hours poring over them, planning the next walk or walks years in advance. I do always like to have a hard copy map with me on pretty much every walk, as both a backup in case digital options fail, but also just because I love just sitting at camp looking at a map, having a map out and having a look at it and planning, and even a map I've been looking at for 30 years, on a walk I've been doing for 30 years. There's just something about poring over the map. And here is a pro tip: if you look like a hard copy guy like me, well, it is to laminate your hard copy map. It makes them basically indestructible on the trail, and they will last for years. Just there, I've got maps I've had for 30 years, laminated myself, and they're still going strong. Next, you have digital maps and apps. Apps like Gaia GPS or All Trails or Avenza Maps, they provide zooming capabilities so you can get more detail, you can track yourself in real time, you can even share your route with others. But you need to remember to download the maps for offline use before you head out into the wilderness in case there is no phone reception. Now, I generally recommend carrying both if you're heading into unfamiliar or remote areas. That way, if your battery dies or your signal drops, you've still got a reliable map on hand. Using a digital map is fantastic, but I always keep a paper backup for extended trips. Nothing beats it for safety. If you're on a popular trail where there are plenty of people about, you can probably get away with just the digital version, but like I said, there's just something reassuring and nice about having a hard copy map. It's a tangible backup that won't let you down. Putting it all together on your hike. Before setting out, take some time to study your map and visualize the key landmarks, mountains, ridges, rivers, and rock formations along your planned route. Imagine what these features will look like in the landscape when you get there, so then they're easier to spot as you go. Practicing with smaller, distinct features helps build your confidence in natural navigation, letting you develop a keen eye for cues that keep you oriented. It's a funny word, it doesn't sound right. By using these natural landmarks, you reduce the need to check your map constantly, allowing for a more seamless hiking experience. With a bit of practice, reading the land becomes intuitive, I think, and your hike turns into a journey of discovery where every mountain, river, and ridge is a chapter in your own adventure story. That's something someone said, isn't it? I think. Finally, let's take a look at one of the best hiking destinations, Tasmania, my home state, one of the world's best kept hiking secrets. Tasmania is a paradise for hikers, whether you're planning a multi-day trek or looking for just some little hidden gems, short day walks, that type of thing. This section covers why Tassie should be on your hiking list and the tips you need to make the most of your trip. Hiking in Tasmania is breathtaking, and not just because of the views. One minute you are walking through an ancient rainforest feeling like you've just stepped into Jurassic Park. The next, you are knee-deep in mud, getting hammered by horizontal rain and wondering if the track even exists, or if you're just following a particularly determined wombat. And while every place certainly has its own challenges, Tasmania is in a league of its own. The mountains here aren't that high, but they create their own brutal weather systems, trapping even the most experienced hikers for days in storms that roll in and out of nowhere. Every year we see hikers, many described as highly experienced, getting lost, injured, or even worse. I've spent trips of 2 weeks in the Western Arthurs in the middle of summer, completely engulfed in cloud, rain, and snow, while the rest of the state was in sunshine. I genuinely believe this little island off the bottom of Australia has some of the best hiking on the planet. The landscapes are wild, remote, and completely untouched, but it can also be one of the most unforgiving places to hike. The weather turns fast, the tracks are rough, and every year, highly experienced hikers from interstate and overseas find themselves in serious trouble. If you are coming here for the first time, especially if you are hiking solo, you need to take the right precautions, because out here, help can be a long way away. So if you're planning to hike here, or you just want to know what makes it so different, here's what you need to know. The weather has a mind of its own. Tasmania sits right in the path of the roaring 40s, the powerful westerly winds that whip around the bottom of the planet, bringing in fast-moving weather systems straight off the Southern Ocean. That means even on a day that starts out nice and clear, you can get hit with freezing winds, torrential rain, and even snow. Sometimes all in the same afternoon. You literally can all in the same afternoon get all that type of weather. I was in Tasmania's southern ranges on a trip a few years ago. We had stunning weather for the first few days. It was absolutely postcard perfect hot summer days, and when we departed it was meant to stay that way. But towards the end of the trip, an almighty storm rolled in out of nowhere. We had no choice but to spend a long, grueling day walking out to escape the worst of the weather. Like, you simply just couldn't set up a tent or anything. Like, we had to get out of there. It's a long day. That's just how Tasmania, or Tassie as we call it, works. Things can change fast, and if you're not prepared, you can get caught in some serious conditions. As a hiking guide, I used to see this all the time. On the overland track in summer, it was common to get sudden dumps of snow, even when conditions had been warm and clear the day before. I even remember back in 2002, 2003, it snowed so much around Christmas time, start of summer here, middle of summer even, we were wading through waist deep snow in the middle of summer. I've said that a few times, but it was kind of the middle of summer. It was started, but it was snowing, it was meant to be summer, you know what I mean? And right now, as I am making this video, Tasmania's west coast and the overland track area are on fire. but at the same time, there is snow falling in the exact same area. That's Tasmania's weather for you. Completely unpredictable and something every hiker needs to take seriously when they're coming here. If you're hiking here, you don't pack for the conditions you think you'll get, you pack for every possible outcome. The trails are tougher than they look. On a map, Tassie's trails don't always seem that intimidating. The mountains aren't that high, the distances aren't that huge. But what those maps don't show you is just how brutal the terrain can be. The tracks can be very rough, sometimes just muddy footpads winding through dense bush. Scrambling is common, and in some places you're not so much walking as climbing, sliding, or hauling yourself up tree roots. And then there's the infamous Tasmanian mud. If you're hiking in the southwest, just accept that at some point you'll sink knee deep into it. Now, there are definitely some very well formed and very well maintained tracks here. Ones like the Overland Track, Freycinet, Mount Field, and other popular areas have great tracks that are easier to follow. When the weather is fine, that is. If the weather's bad, then they're not very easy to follow at all. But the steep climbs, exposed ridgelines, and unpredictable weather can turn even these well-formed trails into a serious challenge. And then there are the more remote and arduous walks. These tracks are harder to maintain, and as a result, more difficult to follow. And many times we see people arrive here thinking it'll be relatively easy. They head out on a day hike without doing a lot of research. Just, I happen to be driving past and think, I might go and do that little day walk. And then sometimes they can get lost and need search parties to find them. It tends to happen every year. What seems like a straightforward walk on paper can quickly turn into an exhausting all-day ordeal, especially if bad weather rolls in. Self-sufficiency is essential. Another thing to consider is that once you leave a major population centre, that's often your last real chance to get supplies. Sure, there may be small towns along the way, but once you step onto the track, you are completely on your own. In some parts of the world, hikers are used to well-established hut systems, especially in places like Europe, where you can walk all day and arrive at a hut with a warm meal and a bed waiting for you. You might even have had your pack transported to that hut for you. It's a very nice system. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist here. While Tasmania does have some huts, they are basic shelters, often just 4 walls and a platform to sleep on. They're not stocked with food, they don't have wardens generally. Some of the Overland Track ones do, and they even have a bit of heating and lighting now. That's nice. If you're on the Overland Track, it's getting more modern all the time. But generally, there's no one to help you if you run out of supplies when you're out in these remote areas. There are also no resupply points on most Tasmanian tracks and trails. Once you're out there, you need to carry everything you'll need for the entire trip. Food, fuel, emergency gear, because you cannot live off the land out there. There are no wild food sources to rely on, and even if there were, you can't use them anyway. It's against the law. But if you run out of food or break essential gear, you're in serious trouble. Tasmania is one place where self-sufficiency isn't optional, it's essential. Even a short hike in Tasmania can turn into a long, exhausting mission. That's why time, not distance, is the best way to judge a hike here. In some places, a 10-kilometre hike on a well-formed trail might be a comfortable half-day walk. But often in Tasmania, that same distance can take all day and sometimes even longer. Take Tasmania's South Coast Track, for example. It's where I'll be heading in a few weeks. This track can take people anywhere from 7 to 10 days, and unless they're running it, and then they do it pretty quick, but 7 to 10 days, depending upon the conditions. Yeah, it can take 7 to 10 days. One section, the notorious Ironbound Range, is just 12 kilometres with around 1,000 metres of ascent. On paper, that doesn't sound too bad. If you're doing a lot of hiking, many hikers will look at the map and say,
oh, that might take me 6 hours or so, I think, maybe. Might take me 6 hours.
But in reality, this section, for most hikers, it can take anywhere from 8 to 10 to 14 hours. Sure, some people might move faster, but I see this section underestimated all the time. It's long, it's relentless, and if the weather turns bad, well, good luck. It is awful. High winds, driving rain, and deep mud can turn an already tough climb into a serious survival situation. Tasmania isn't a place where you judge a hike by distance alone. Factor in terrain, conditions, and sheer effort required. It always takes longer than you'd expect. The wildlife is watching you. Now, you don't have to worry about venomous snakes as much here compared to mainland Australia, because there's just venomous snakes everywhere there. But that doesn't mean Tasmania's wildlife won't mess with you. Snakes. Now, Tasmania only has 3 species of snakes: the tiger snake, the lowland copperhead snake, and the white-lipped snake, or some people call it the white-lipped whip snake. And they're all venomous. The good news is they're generally very timid and will usually be gone before you even see them. While snakes are most active in spring and summer, you can still spot them year round on warmer days. If you do come across one, give it space and wait for it to slither away. It's also important to note about how to treat a snake bite. You need to apply a pressure immobilization bandage, stay as still as possible and get help immediately. Don't move, that's the most important thing. And look, in summer, you may see snakes quite often, but then again, you might not see them at all. But just be aware that they're out there and they're pretty scared of you. They will try to stay away from people as a general rule, which is why you will not see them that often, but they are about. Possums and wombats, the real camp raiders. Now, wombats might look like walking teddy bears, but they're absolute bulldozers when they decide they want something. If you leave food out, they'll happily tear through your camp to get it, so don't leave food out. Possums, on the other hand, they have zero shame. They will rip through your pack, they will chew into your tent and make off with anything remotely edible. The worst thing you can do is to store food near the sides of your tent when you're camping. I've seen possums eat straight through the fabric to get to a muesli bar. After years of hiking, I've learned that the best way here in Tassie to avoid possum raids is to keep your food in the dead centre of your tent, and I haven't had an issue or an incursion in over 15 years using this method. Now that is when I've got two people in the tent, so it's in the middle between us. If I'm in a one-man tent, I will try and keep it away from the edges or even hang it from a tree in a bag, something like that, because the possums will come for the food. Currawongs and ravens, the feathered thieves. Now it's not just our furry friends you need to watch out for. Currawongs and forest ravens, those black birds you see here in Tasmania, have become expert food and gear thieves. These black crow-like looking birds are incredibly smart and have figured out how to unzip packs, open buckles and steal food and small gear when hikers leave their packs unattended. I've learned to always lay my pack face down with the zips and buckles against the ground whenever I drop it for a side trip. It's a simple trick that keeps them from getting into my gear. If you leave your pack open or unattended, don't be surprised if you come back to find it picked apart. And I have seen this again on the Tasmania's Overland track where people have left their bag at a track junction. I've seen them come back and I've come back to see birds just ripping into people's packs. So it's a good tip if you're coming here to Tasmania, especially to do the overland track. Just hide those buckles, hide those zips, get them on the ground. Leeches. Now, if you're walking through wet forest, sooner or later, you're going to get leeches. They latch onto your skin and start feeding, and while they're harmless, they're definitely not that pleasant. The key is not to panic. If they're moving, you can just flick them off if you like. But if they're stubborn and latched on, anything that stings your eyes will get rid of them. Sunscreen, hand sanitizer, antiseptic cream, bug repellent. Put a bit of that on there and they'll drop off within a few seconds. Leeches are not something to be worried about. They are generally fine. You might find if they have latched on, you're going to bleed a bit because they put a bit of anticoagulant in there. You will start to bleed a bit, and after the wound heals over and scabs over, it might be a bit itchy, but generally leeches aren't too much of a problem. Tasmania's wildlife isn't out to get you, but if you're not prepared, it will make your hike a whole lot, well, different. Really. Keep your food secure, flip your pack upside down when you're at a track junction, give the snakes some pace, give the snakes some space, not pace. You could give them pace to get away from them, I guess. And if you've got a little wombat heading your way, step aside.
Are you ready to explore the untamed wilderness of Tasmania? From rugged peaks to serene beaches, Tasmania offers some of the most diverse and breathtaking landscapes in the world. In this video, I'm taking you through the ultimate guide to hiking in Tasmania. We'll be revealing tips, trails, and more to make your next hiking trip to Tasmania unforgettable. Tasmania is Australia's island state. It is not only an outdoor lover's paradise, it is also a hiker's paradise with a diverse range of unique wilderness and landscapes. In this video, I'm going to be sharing my expertise and insider knowledge to help you make the most of your Tasmanian hiking adventure and to give you an overview of what is available in the state. So let's get straight into it. Let's have a look at hiking in Tasmania. Understanding Tasmania's wilderness. So first up, a quick overview to give you an understanding of Tasmania's wilderness. Tasmania is an island located off the southern tip of mainland Australia. It is in fact the 26th largest island in the world and is similar in size to a country like Sri Lanka. Tasmania's landscape is remarkably diverse, encompassing a rich tapestry of geographical features that make it a unique and compelling destination for nature enthusiasts and adventurers alike. The island boasts an exceptional collection of national parks and reserves, with nearly half the state encompassed within 3 World Heritage areas, which makes it one of the largest conservation areas within all of Australia. In all, there are 19 national parks and over 800 reserves in Tasmania. This incredible network offers an array of experiences, and most of them are all within easy reach of Tasmania's urban centres. These protected areas are not only gateways to majestic mountains, unspoiled coastal stretches and alpine regions, but they are also vital in preserving Tasmania's natural and cultural legacy. For bushwalkers or hikers, the region is perhaps most famed for its dramatic mountain ranges. These highlands include rugged mountains and serene peaks like Mount Ossa, Tasmania's highest peak at 1,617 metres. And these mountains offer challenging hikes and spectacular views. And don't let that relatively low elevation of Tasmania's highest peak fool you. What the mountains here lack in height, they make up for in sheer drop and just rugged mountain ranges. But the diversity expands to more than just mountain peaks. The terrain can vary from dense eucalypt forest to alpine plateaus dotted with glacial lakes and tarns. Beyond the highlands, Tasmania's landscape includes expansive wild rivers and waterfalls, adding to the dramatic scenery and providing habitats for a wide range of flora and fauna. The Franklin River, for example, is one of the world's last great wild rivers, and it's famous for its challenging rapids and pristine wilderness. Tasmania also has a rugged coastline with picturesque beaches, cliffs and secluded bays. The east coast with its white sandy beaches, like Wineglass Bay, contrasts sharply with the remote west coast, known for its mining towns and a history of hardship. The island's diverse climate ranges from mild maritime conditions of the coast to the cooler, wetter conditions of the highlands, supporting a variety of ecosystems. This climatic diversity allows for rich agricultural areas, producing famous Tasmanian produce like apple, hops, cool climate wines, cheeses, you name it. Tasmania's unique topography, climate and biodiversity set it apart from other hiking destinations. Be prepared for rapidly changing weather conditions and understand the importance of respecting the environment and following the leave no trace principles. So this is all great, but what does this mean for a hiker, a bushwalker visiting for the first time? Are there any tips? Are there any secrets? And if this is your first trip to Tasmania, what walk or walks should you be doing? When considering hiking in Tasmania, which is often affectionately known as Tassie, the first and most crucial tip I give everyone is to be prepared for unpredictable weather. Tasmania is renowned for its dynamic climate. Laying in the infamous roaring 40s, conditions can change rapidly, and the weather can often be described as experiencing 4 seasons in one day. So let's have a quick chat about weather preparedness. In Tasmania, it is not uncommon to start a hike along the coastline under clear sunny skies, only to find yourself a few hours later grappling with sudden icy blasts of wind and rain that have just blown straight up from the south directly from Antarctica. I mean, a good example, look at this hike on Tasmania's southern ranges just a few years ago. We went from this, and within a matter of hours we were in this. Such swift changes can catch even the most experienced hikers off guard. And when you are in a remote area, a few days from the nearest road, the nearest civilization, it can be quite scary, even with all the right equipment. So, carrying the right equipment is essential. Even if you are planning just a short day hike, make sure to pack things like a waterproof raincoat, multiple warm layers, gloves and a beanie at a minimum. Now, I go into all that sort of stuff on other videos, links to that will be below. But in terms of safety and planning, if you're coming to hike in Tasmania, the Tasmanian trails, while beautiful, can present some challenges. Rescues are more common than you might think, and even the well-prepared hiker sometimes needs assistance. However, all too often we see rescues involving hikers who were either ill-prepared or overestimated their abilities. Always respect the wilderness and understand the demands of your chosen trail. For longer treks, preparation becomes even more critical. Make sure to review detailed guides and hiking tips. There is a massive amount of information out there. There's websites, there's blogs, there's books. And do have a look at my other videos for insights on how to prepare for longer expeditions in Tasmania. Choosing the right trail. For those new to hiking in Tasmania, choosing the right trail can really enhance your experience. On the other hand, selecting the wrong trail can completely ruin your entire trip. By being well prepared and selecting an appropriate trail for your ability, you'll ensure a safe and enjoyable Tasmanian hiking experience. So without further ado, let's look at some of my favourite trails, some of my favourite walks around Tasmania. Top trails to explore. Now, your choice of trail in Tasmania will largely depend on your experience level and the amount of time you have in the state. Tasmania is rich with diverse hiking trails, and everyone you ask will likely have their own list of their favourite and the best hikes to do, and you've got to do this one, you've got to do that one. Expect a plethora of options. But today we're sharing some of my favourites, having hiked here for well over 30 years. We'll map out a little mini tour across Tasmania, and I'm also going to highlight a few options. We'll look at some day walks, but we're also going to highlight a few longer options for those who may be interested in coming here for some extended hikes. Now, a word of caution, these aren't intended as a detailed guide on each walk. This is a brief overview of the walks that I recommend doing if you're coming here. They are not a guide for the walk itself, but we will gradually over time be releasing some guides for some specific walks throughout the state. So keep an eye out for those future videos, and the best way to do that is to sign up for the newsletter down below, as well as liking this video and subscribing to the channel. That way you'll stay in the loop. Whenever there's a new post, whenever there's a new video, you'll get notified. And you can also sign up to the newsletter by hitting that little QR code that's just there, right there. Scan that with your phone, and we'll leave that on the screen for a few seconds, and you can sign up to the newsletter right there. And a quick note before we look at the walks, a lot of these walks located around the state are in the state's national parks. To visit national parks in Tasmania, you need a parks pass. These are available online, and links to all this stuff is below. So to start our little tour of Tasmania, we're going to start somewhere pretty close to my heart, and that is Cradle Mountain, Lake St Clair National Park. For most people visiting Tasmania for the first time, this is probably the crown jewel in the hiking crown of hiking in Tasmania. Cradle Mountain itself is one of Tasmania's most iconic natural landmarks. And this rugged mountain, it is situated at the northern end of this national park. And the mountain, with its distinctive craggy peaks, forms part of the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area and is one of the most visited places in the state. Recreational activities are plentiful in the Cradle Mountain area. There's heaps of options. There's canyoning you can do in the canyons and rivers around the area. You can do a leisurely walk around Dove Lake, or you can do some more challenging hikes. You can head up to Marian's Lookout. You can do Cradle Mountain itself. The area itself is also equipped with the various visitor facilities, including boardwalks, viewing platforms, and a visitor centre, making it accessible and enjoyable to visitors of all ages and fitness levels. Overall, Cradle Mountain isn't just a hiking paradise, it is a testament to the natural beauty and ecological importance of the whole region. Now, generally, if I have visitors staying with me who have limited time, we will generally make a day trip to Cradle Mountain from Launceston. But if you do have time, I recommend spending at least 2 days in the area. That way you can take in a few day walks, account for weather, that sort of thing. And it's definitely not something you want to do in a day from Hobart. You can do it in a day from Launceston, but that is about the limit. Day walks. In terms of day walks, there is a vast array of day walks in the area. Now, if you're in the area, the guys at the visitor centre can help you out and recommend walks to do. But generally, my go-to itinerary for a short day walk with my young family, with all my kids, and a couple of overseas guests, would include us starting at the visitor centre, catching one of the regular shuttle buses to a place called Ronnie Creek. Then we'll head on a nice leisurely hike on the boardwalk and on the well-formed track up to a place called Crater Lake. We'll then follow the trail further up and ascend Marian's Lookout. Bit of a steeper climb up there. Some chains are there for you to hold as you climb up. We'll then have a bit of lunch on Marian's Lookout before continuing back down where we've come from and following an alternate path down to Dove Lake. And then once we arrive at Dove Lake, we get to the viewing platform there where the shuttle bus can pick us up and return us to the visitors centre. And this is a great all-around choice, even if you're hiking with kids. My kids have done this walk since about the age of 5 or 6. The route features a mix of short, steep sections along with some easier walking, and it provides some breathtaking views. If you're not up for steep walking for a few sections, then I recommend just a short walk around Lake Dove. There's a track all the way around, very easy walk, and still gets those spectacular views. But that is just one of many options. If you're really up for a challenge, if you've got a bit of experience, then you can go and do Cradle Mountain as a day walk as well. But all in all, I recommend spending a couple of days in the Cradle Mountain area and just absorbing it, taking it all in. Multi-day walks. Now, if you have plenty of time and plenty of experience, or maybe you have come to Tasmania specifically for this walk, then it's time to head out onto the overland track. As a guide, I took hundreds of people down the overland track over 6 days per trip on nearly 50 walks off the track itself. And I am yet to grow tired of the journey down the overland track. If you want variety and diversity, then I definitely recommend this as Tasmania's best tracked multi-day walk. It is an absolute stunner. But it is estimated that over 8,000 people are now doing the Overland Track each year. The track has a booking system in place from November to April, and this allows up to 34 independent walkers per day at the time of this video to depart on the track each day. And during this time, you not only need to book to do the Overland Track, you also need to pay a fee, ranges depending on your status or your circumstances, from $200 to $300, and that includes park entry, parks pass for the duration of your walk. There is also a registration for booking the track during the winter months, but that same fee doesn't apply. Now, these fees give you access to all the public huts along the track, and now most of these are relatively new huts. A couple of them are only 1 or 2 years old, and they're all quite large now. You are expected to carry all of your own equipment and food, so be prepared. The huts are a shelter only, with some heating if it gets cold. If you want to do things a bit nicely, if you want to do a bit more luxurious, there are private companies that guide people down the track, like the ones that I used to work for, with their own private huts. But whatever way you can do it, it is well worth heading down the Overland Track once you've built up the experience to head on such a trek. The Overland Track itself is an iconic Tasmanian hike, and for anyone who enjoys hiking in Tasmania, completing the Overland Track has become a bit of a rite of passage, and it won't be long before I'm taking all my kids down there in a summer very soon. Timing wise, if it's your first trip, I normally would recommend undertaking this trip in January or February during the summer months when it's a bit warmer, and I would allow sort of 5 nights normally to allow you to fully immerse yourself in the whole experience, as well as providing a bit of time to do a few of the side trips along the way. Now, we'll be going into detail on the Overland Track in another video down the track, Overland Track, you know what I mean. So again, subscribe if you want to see that when it comes out sometime in the future. So if you've only got time to do one extended walk in Tassie, then the Overland Track is my recommendation. It's Mouse's choice. So that's Cradle Mountain area. Any quick tips to finish off this section of the video? Well, like I said, you're best to spend a couple of days there. If you've got a limited time in the state, try and have 2 days in Cradle Mountain. Getting into the park itself, you really should be getting the shuttle bus. It's not open to public vehicles hardly any of the time. There is a fee for the shuttle bus. You do all that at the visitor centre at the entrance to the park. It is a very busy area, especially in summer. There are thousands of people going into the day walk area every day. So I normally would get up there quite early, start my day as early as possible, so I can beat the crowd. Right, so that's a quick overview of Cradle Mountain. Now let's have a look at its southern neighbour, the southern end of the park, the Lake St Clair region. Lake St Clair. So next up, Lake St Clair. This is at the southern end of the Cradle Mountain Lake St Clair National Park. It's a premier destination nestled in the heart of Tasmania, and it's home to the deepest freshwater lake in Australia, Lake St Clair. It's renowned for its pristine waters and being surrounded by ancient forests. The area offers a serene retreat and offers some great little day walks that cater to all levels of hikers and walkers, bushwalkers, hikers, same thing. The area is great for young families, and it's a place that I do visit quite often. Now, the day walks here are generally much shorter if you're just doing the very short ones within close proximity to the lake. And these little ones, like the Watersmeet Walk, the Platypus Bay Walk, you can generally do them within an hour or two with a couple of very small kids. Very easy to walk, very flat, very level ground, just around the edges of the lake. The Watersmeet Walk, well, that's maybe about 3 kilometres return, maybe 1 to 1.5 hours with kids. The Platypus Bay Walk, similar length, maybe 4 or 5 kilometres, and allowing sort of a couple of hours at least to do that walk. And the great thing with these walks is that you can do them at any time of year. You do get a bit of snow occasionally, but generally not down to this level too often. And even when it's cold, these are a nice walk to do with the family. If you're looking for something a bit more challenging, there are walks like the Shadow Lake Circuit or the Mount Rufus Track. These are much more serious undertakings, with Shadow Lake taking around at least normally 5 hours, and the Mount Rufus Track taking at least sort of 7 to 9 hours for most parties, if not longer. Lake St Clair is also where the Overland Track finishes. This is where you finish when you finish the Overland Track. So if you're sort of looking for a bit of extra time to spend, you don't want to get off the track straight away, you can stay at Lake St Clair, you can camp, you can use your accommodation, and then you can spend another day there afterwards just exploring the area around Lake St Clair. Any tips for visiting Lake St Clair? Thanks for asking. Well, again, prepare for the weather. The area can experience these sudden changes in the weather that we see here in Tasmania, so waterproof gear and multiple layers are highly recommended. This area sits a bit higher than at Cradle Mountain. It just generally feels a bit colder to me when you're in this area for a few days in the Lake St Clair area. I generally feel a bit colder than if I was north at the Cradle Mountain region. The area is also rich in wildlife. You see all manner of the native animals here at Lake St Clair. I've seen platypus, wombats, wallabies, quolls, you name it. I've seen them all down around this area, around the lake. When it's a bit quiet, you sit there for a while of an evening, you might get lucky, you might see a platypus in the lake. Again, there is a visitor centre there. They've got heaps of information and you can't miss it. It's there when you arrive at the lake, and have a good look through that. The lake itself is over 20 kilometres long, and there is a boat that can ferry you to the northern point if you want to do a day trip up there to where the overland track finishes, where most people finish, and that is worth doing if you've got a couple of days. But to sum up, Lake St Clair is not just a hiking destination, it's a showcase of Tasmania's untouched wilderness, and it's a testament to the natural beauty and ecological importance of the region. Now, whether you're just a casual walker or an avid trekker, spending a day exploring the trails around Lake St Clair should be pretty high on the list. But we move on our tour around the state. Frenchman's Cap. So I'm throwing this extended walk in there just as a bit of a reference, as it is one of my favourite walks to do in Tasmania. Frenchman's Cap is a striking quartzite peak located in the Franklin-Gordon Wild Rivers National Park. It is known for its challenging terrain and stunning vistas. The Frenchman's Cap walk is a true adventure for avid hikers seeking to immerse themselves in Tasmania's rugged wilderness. Now, I have been walking into Frenchman's Cap since the early 1990s. Yes, some 30 years ago. The trail to Frenchman's Cap is a 50-kilometre return walk, and it is quite demanding. And it typically takes most people around 3 to 5 days to complete the walk. It starts from the Lyle Highway and traverses diverse landscapes, including rainforests, buttongrass moorlands, and alpine ridgelines. The final ascent offers breathtaking views of the iconic white quartzite dome of Frenchman's Cap against a wild Tasmanian backdrop. I myself, having been there 8 or 9 times, have once had a view. Every other time it is whiteout conditions on top, so be prepared for that. In terms of where you stay along the way, there are 2 public huts, Lake Vera and Lake Tahoon, and these are the 2 huts where you can camp in your tent or in the hut itself and seek some shelter. Both of these huts are equipped with basic amenities and offer a place to sleep and cook. And both huts are strategically placed to break up the journey into manageable sections of walking. Lake Vera is around 15 kilometres from the start of the walk, and Lake Tahoon's about another 11 kilometres or so along. And that is normally a short walk to the summit from Lake Tahoon. Normally takes me around an hour, but allows sort of 2 to 3 hours each way. Now, like I said, Frenchman's Cap used to be a boggy mud. Just the first day was called the Sodden Lons. It was a terrible experience, but I am proud to have experienced. Then a guy, a very wealthy Australian entrepreneur by the name of Dick Smith, came along a few years ago, donated a bunch of money to fix the track up, to improve it. He'd walked the track a lot, he loved the track and wanted to see it improve. So thank you, Dick Smith, if you're watching. Thanks for fixing up Frenchman's Cap. Thanks for getting a hut built up at Lake Tahoon that was a bit better than the previous one. Thanks very much. In terms of key sites and experiences along Frenchman's Cap, well, you've got the Barron Pass, and this is where you get your first really good view of Frenchman's Cap. It's a few hours from Lake Vera, and you arrive at this pass with a view straight across to Frenchman's Cap. The section of the walk from Barron Pass to Lake Tahoon is probably one of my favourite sections of walking in Tasmania. Across all peaks, all walks that I've done, it is just a lovely bit of walking. And then you have the final climb up to the cap itself. It can be steep, it can be demanding, it can be tricky, but it does offer some great views and some great perspectives of the surrounding landscapes. In terms of tips, well, you need to go into this walk completely prepared in terms of fitness and gear. Only last week, emergency services reported rescuing a group from the cap itself, from the peak. Emergency services said they were an experienced group and commended them on their level of preparedness, and the fact they were prepared meant that they all survived well, they all got out okay, and they were commended for that. So it just goes to show you've got to be ready and prepared. Even if you have a wealth of experience, you need to be prepared when you go into these walks. And generally, in terms of fitness, you want a good level of fitness to head into Frenchman's Cap. I remember the first time I did it as a young sort of 14-year-old, I arrived back after a 2-night trip to the cap and back, and I was absolutely destroyed. That was my first sort of big introduction to multi-day walking in Tasmania. So that's your quick summary of the Frenchman's Cap, and it is more than a hiking trail. It is an expedition into the heart of Tasmania's wild landscapes and a great introduction into that southwest area. It offers not only physical challenges, but also the reward of experiencing some of the most remote and untouched environments in Australia. Whether or not it's the panoramic views from the summit, if you get them, or the unique tranquility of the ancient forests, Frenchman's Cap promises an unforgettable adventure. It is a great place to start your training for some of the more serious walks in southwest Tasmania. Southwest Tasmania. Southwest Tasmania is a vast, remote expanse at the heart of Tasmania's Wilderness World Heritage Area. It is renowned for its raw and rugged landscapes and encompasses everything from dense rainforest, serene lakes, to towering peaks and wild, rough coastlines. This area offers some of the most challenging yet rewarding treks in Tasmania, and one of the parks we'll visit first here in this region is more family friendly than the other ones. It is the Mount Field National Park. Mount Field National Park, southwest Tasmania. If you want an introduction to southwest Tassie, but you don't want to get into the rigours and the remoteness of some of the other areas we're going to look at, then Mount Field is a great place to start. Mount Field National Park, it's only about an hour's drive from Hobart, the biggest city in Tasmania. And there are various sort of short walks you can do in this region. Here are a couple of my favourites. First up, you've got the Mount Field East Walk. Now this can be done either as an out and back walk or as a loop. It is one of the first sort of longer day walks that I took my two elder kids on when they were sort of 8 and 10 years old. And it's around sort of 4 to 5 hours normally. There is a track along the way. In some parts it can get a little bit vague, so you need to be aware of that. But on a good day, it's a great walk and provides some panoramic views from the summit of Mount Field East. It involves a bit of a steady climb, so fitness levels need to be good, but it is a good walk if you're staying in the area, or can be done as a day walk from Hobart. If you're up for a bit more of a challenge, but probably a more spectacular walk in the area, then you can head up to a place called the Tarn Shelf. Now, to get up to the Lake Dobson car park where you start this walk, probably allow about an hour and a half from Hobart, and this walk is a circuit you can do and would normally take people at least 5 to 7 hours. Bit of variation there, but it depends on your fitness levels, and it initially involves quite a bit of a steep climb up to the ski village and then over to the Tarn Shelf itself. And depending on the route you choose and the starting points, that sort of stuff, it could be anywhere from about 11 to 17 kilometres. And the Tarn Shelf, if you've got a good long day to spend and you haven't got much time in Tasmania, it's one of those good walks to give you a good idea of the ecological diversity of Tasmania. That is because you walk through several distinct ecological zones throughout the walk. You go from wet eucalypt rainforest to alpine moorland. You'll also get to see a few of those glacial tarns and lakes. And it is a great place to also see the fagus, the Nothofagus gunnii, which is a native deciduous tree plant found here in Tasmania only. It's only found in Tasmania, and April is the time to come and see that when it's changing colour. It is quite spectacular to see and has become quite an attraction for visitors to the state at that time of year. The Tarn Shelf is a great walk, but again, you want a good fitness level, and it is a longer walk, so it's going to take you an entire day to do that walk. If you don't have much time, head into Mount Field to the visitor centre, do something like Russell Falls, which is a short walk. You can do it in sort of 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes, and some spectacular falls called the Russell Falls offer a good little circuit through some rainforest down at the lower level at the visitor centre without having to go all the way up into the peaks of Mount Field itself. If you're in Hobart and you've got a few days there, then sort of just pick and choose your day that you go to Mount Field. If you've got a few free days, go on the day that the weather is best. You know, if you look out and it's looking like good weather out there, check the weather forecast at Mount Field, then head out there. And if you are in town in autumn, then try and get out there to see the fagus in full display. Generally in April, peaking around late April is the best time to go. But if you're up for a bit more of an adventure, you're here as an independent walker, you are here with a couple of guys and you're doing some big adventures, then you have probably heard of another walk down the road from Mount Field, and that one is called the Western Arthur Range. The Western Arthur Range. Now, we're not going into this one in detail. I've got separate video series about the Western Arthur Range. You can check them out down below. Link is also up there, or actually no, it's up there. That's where it is, right there. But if you don't know of the Western Arthur Range, then you probably shouldn't be heading there after watching this video. You need to do some other walks first. But if you have heard of this, then the traverse of the Western Arthur Range is one of the most spectacular alpine walks in Australia. It's known for its dramatic peaks, its beautiful hanging lakes, and also its extremely challenging walking and weather conditions. The walk is suited for experienced hikers seeking a challenging and very remote adventure. It is not for the faint of heart. Now, depending on what sort of format you're doing the walk in, it can take anywhere from sort of 7 to 15 days, depending on whether or not you're combining it with the Eastern Arthur Range, the Western Arthur Range only, if you're doing a portion of the Western Arthur Range, or you're doing the entire traverse of the Western Arthur Range from Moraine A to Lake Roseanne. It's going to vary in time frames. You need to do your research. You need to be extremely well prepared. Check out my other videos. Links are down below. Do not head into this region unless you have the necessary experience. The weather in the Western Arthurs is notoriously unpredictable. It seems to have its own weather systems. It can be sunny on the plains down below, and you can be clogged in cloud, even snow on the range itself. I've seen it. I've seen that happen. I've been up on the range, had a brief break in the clouds and seen nice sunshine down the plains. But if hanging out up in those jagged, rugged mountains isn't your thing, then maybe it's time to head south to the coast, the South Coast Track. Now, the South Coast Track is again another serious undertaking in southwest Tasmania. It is definitely one of Tasmania's fantastic, great walks, one of the best walks in Tasmania to do. But we're talking about a walk stretching around 85 kilometres from Melaleuca in remote southwest Tasmania to Cockle Creek at the very southern end of the road in Tasmania. And the South Coast Track is known for its raw beauty, for its isolated beaches, as well as its challenging muddy sections. And it is a favourite amongst people who seek both adventure and solitude. The track itself takes you from Melaleuca, an old mining settlement, down near Bathurst Harbour in southwest Tasmania. You've got to fly in to a remote airstrip in a small airplane, but it takes you from there down to the beaches on the coastline, through untouched rainforests, and then over rugged mountains as well. Most people generally take around 6 to 8 to 9 days, and there is just an incredible variety of terrains and ecosystems along the way. You'll be heading over the notorious Ironbound Range, which hugs the coastline, and it is often known as the most challenging part of the entire track, and again tends to have its own weather system. You'll then be walking along beaches. You'll have to row a boat across the entrance to New River Lagoon. You'll then finish with a bit more coastline and the notorious South Cape Range before you arrive at another creek crossing at South Cape Rivulet before the final section along to Cockle Creek. And when you arrive at the end, you need to have transport organised to get you back to Hobart. And I have arrived at some of these creek crossings in very, very bad weather conditions, to the point where the creek crossings have been touch and go whether or not we could cross or not. So you also need to take that into account when you're planning this walk. You need to allow for extra days. So in terms of tips, well, book early, organise your flights early, organise a pickup at the other end. It's also handy to have a satellite communication device if plans change along the way due to weather. You really want to be prepared when heading here, because it is one of the more remote areas in Tasmania. And like the rest of Southwest National Park, it is a place of intense natural beauty and grandeur, and offers some of the most unforgettable trekking experiences in Australia. But that's enough time in the southwest of Tassie for now. Let's now head up to the east coast, to one of my favourite places in Tasmania, and it's a place called Maria Island. Maria Island is a serene sanctuary off the east coast of Tasmania. It offers visitors a unique blend of natural beauty, wildlife encounters and historical sites. Now, I spend a bit of time on Maria Island, and among the various walks available, but the two I would normally recommend people do if they are heading there and they've got a bit of time, would be Mount Parson and Clerk, or the easier Painted Cliffs. Each offers a distinct experience, showcasing the island's diverse landscapes and geological features. Now, if you're on the island and you want to climb a mountain, then Parson and Clerk Mountain is one of your options. It's a steep, challenging trek that leads adventurers to one of the highest points on Maria Island. It's around 12 kilometres return and takes people generally around 5 to 6 hours to complete, and it has some very steep, rough sections, and again, something that you want to have a bit of experience with if you're going to head up there. Now, ideally, if you're doing Parson and Clerk, you are camping or staying on the island itself. You're not doing it as a day trip from the Tasmanian mainland. There is camping at the campground at Darlington, where the boat will ferry you to. It's a great area to spend a few days. I did do another video on Maria Island previously. You can check that out up here. That is my Maria Island video. It is a great spot to visit if you have a bit of time in Tasmania. Even if you're here for a week or two, I would try and get there for a day trip. It is amazing. And if you are limited for time, Well, the Painted Cliffs is sort of the perfect walk to do if you're just over there for the day. The Painted Cliffs are a series of cliffs renowned for their strikingly beautiful sandstone formations. These formations have been sculpted by the ocean and iron oxide over the millennia, leaving what we see today. It's a relatively easy walk from Darlington, and when we're camping there, we can have friends visit us on the island for the day, and we'll walk over to the Painted Cliffs with them. It's about an hour each way, or we'll ride the bikes, because you can take bikes to the island as well. But it is a great walk to do. Kids can have a swim at the beach, and you just walk on over, see the formations, and then head back to Darlington. If you're in a bit of a rush, you can do it in about 2 to 3 hours, but you can take your time also. The trail meanders along the coastline, along a bit of a gravel road, and is just one of the nicer parts of Tasmania to go and relax for a day or two. Any tips before you go? Well, do check the tide. You want to make sure the tide is relatively low if you can when you go to the cliffs. If it's too high, you may not be able to skirt around the bit of cliff line to see them. You probably can, but it is worth checking and trying to line it up when the tides are a bit lower. And of course, if it's a sunny day, if it's summertime, take your hat, take your sunglasses, and a bit of sunscreen. In terms of when to visit, probably October to April. For most of these walks, we're talking October to April. Most of them you could go to in winter as well, but obviously summertime it's going to be a bit nicer. Again, check out the Maria Island video I did, and it gives you all the details on how to get there, how to get back and forth from Maria Island, all that sort of stuff. Then from the mountains and beaches of Maria Island, we're going to move a bit further up the coast, a short distance to the beautiful Freycinet Peninsula. The Freycinet Peninsula is the gem of Tasmania's east coast. It's known for its stunning granite peaks, pristine sandy beaches, and crystal clear waters. This is an extremely popular area year-round, so give yourself the best experience when hiking here by arriving early in the day. But it is also at the top of my list when I've got visitors from overseas. It is one of the places, it's a must-go for us with them. And in terms of walks, well, probably the most popular walk in the area is to the Wineglass Bay Lookout. This is a short walk, and it's the walk I take all of my visitors from out of Tasmania on when they come to the state. We will often combine it with walking over to Wineglass Bay itself, so we can go for a swim at the beach there. And the track now, it is quite well made. It is steep in sections. There are a lot of steps on both sides of the Wineglass Bay walk where you're going to be climbing a lot of steps, but we have been taking all of our children here since they were toddlers. We did have to carry them back in those days, but since they've been 7 or 8, they have been able to walk the track themselves. All up, we normally allow at least 4 hours for the return walk from Wineglass Bay. If we're just doing the lookout, we'd normally allow about 2 to 2.5 hours. But we love walking over to Wineglass Bay, having a bit of lunch on the beach, and then returning back to the car park. If you want to make the walk a bit longer, if you've got more time in your day, if you've got longer legs and you're a bit more energy, then you can make the walk a loop, and from Wineglass Bay you can head over the isthmus to Hazards Beach and then walk back around the coastline to the same car park, creating a nice little 10 or 11 kilometre loop. One thing you do want to do if doing this walk, especially in summer, is make sure you are carrying enough water. It is pretty rare to find fresh water along the way. There is the odd creek occasionally, but again, I never rely on that. I always carry enough water for the entire trek. If you are doing the loop via Hazards Beach, also just be wary on some of the granite rocks when you are coming back along the coast. They say if it is wet, they can sometimes be slippery, so just be aware of that. If you are after a bit of a longer walk in the area, if you've got a few days to kill on the east coast and you want to do a multi-day walk, then the Freycinet Peninsula Circuit stands out as the prime choice here. And this trek, it gives you a bit of a taste of the beaches as well as the mountains of the peninsula. And this is a walk that spans 30 kilometres, and again, it is a big loop of the peninsula. Most people take 3 days, 2 nights to complete the walk, but having said that, it is also one of my favourite trail runs to do in Tasmania. That 30 kilometre loop trail run is a fantastic run if you are into trail running. And despite the relatively short distance of this walk, don't underestimate it. Some people do find this quite challenging, especially the walk on day 2 from Cook's Beach up to the summit of Mount Graham and then back down to Wineglass Bay. And during those warmer months, you will need to carry all your water for each day. At Cook's Beach, there is a water tank which you can normally access water from, but one of my big tips here is when you are entering the park, check with the park rangers at the entrance as to what the water situation is like at Cook's Beach, because the tank there can sometimes run a bit low. But you finish this walk by spending the last night camped at the spectacular Wineglass Bay, one of the world's most famous and beautiful beaches. It's often rated as that, so it is well worth a visit. So if you're on the Freycinet Peninsula, whether or not you opt for an easy day walk or a multi-day walk, you're going to have a great time and a great walk no matter what you choose. Now, that's sort of the extent of my walking recommendations, but we're going to run through a list of a few others which I really love. I know people are going to say, oh, what about this walk? What about this walk? The video is long enough already. Here are some of my other favorites, and be sure to check out the links below because I will do a blog post with all of these in detail at some stage. So here we go. First up, Legs Tour on Ben Lomond, 1 hour from Launceston's Drive, is a great short walk to do if you have a day to kill in Launceston. It's the highest point in Ben Lomond National Park. It is the second highest point in Tasmania, and you can do it in a short 1 hour loop walk if you want to on Ben Lomond. Second up, the Cape Hoy Walk in the south of the state on the Tasman Peninsula, another great short walk. It's around 9 kilometres return, 4 to 5 hours, and is on the tail end of the Three Capes track, the renowned Three Capes track. We haven't covered that in this video, but it is a great short walk to do. Another one I love is Hart's Peak in the south of the state. It's been a while since I've been there, but it is a great short walk to do from Hobart, and it takes you to the summit of Hart's Peak, about an 8 kilometre return walk, 3 to 5 hours walk, and it gives you spectacular views of southwest Tasmania. If you want to see the southwest but you want to do it on an easier walk, this is the walk to go and do it from. It gives you amazing views. Over on the west coast, you're looking for a short walk to do while you're driving down the west coast, you can't beat Montezuma Falls. It's an awesome walk. It's around 10 kilometres return. It's 3 to 4 hours return. Again, one I haven't done for a little while, but it is well worth the walk in. Very easy grade of walk, very flat, and a nice one to do if you're on the west coast of Tassie. So there you have it. That is today's video. It's a long one, I know. If you've got this far, then thank you for sticking around. I wanted to do an ultimate guide to Tasmanian hiking and hiking in Tassie, mainly to give all those people that I have coming to the state that are asking me what walks to do. But Tasmania really does offer an unforgettable hiking experience. The main thing is to pick the right walk for your ability.
Have you ever found yourself utterly exhausted after what was supposed to be a rejuvenating, relaxing hike on the trail? Or have you spent too much time prepping in camp when you could have been enjoying the sunset? Today, we're diving into 10 uncommon hiking tips that are not that commonly advised, I think, and hopefully they're going to help transform your next outdoor adventure. And in today's video, we're going beyond the basics. Forget about the everyday usual advice you've heard 1,000 times before. Today, we're talking about some uncommon hiking tips that will hopefully help make your next hike your best one yet.
That's interesting.
Let's get straight into the video. So I call these a bunch of uncommon tips, unusual tips, secret tips, I don't know, but they're just little tips that I thought are useful on the trail. I sort of do them without realizing, but they do make a difference to each of the hikes that I go on. So let's dive straight in. Number one in this unusual hiking tips, uncommon tips video, number one is quick breathers. Keep the momentum going. So have you ever noticed how when you take a long break, it is a bit harder to get the momentum going again? It's a bit harder to take off, especially after like a lunch break. You've been sitting there for maybe an hour, and then you've got to get back on the trail, and it's a bit of a battle for the first 15 or 20 minutes. Well, your muscles have cooled down and your motivation dips a bit. Now, while a longer break at lunchtime is okay, what I used to do back in the day is I would stop for these breaks, after every hour and a half, 2 hours. And I remember some days out on some of my early trips, we would find ourselves sitting there for half an hour to 40 minutes for a short break. We'd be taking in the views, we'd be looking around in the sunshine, having a lovely old time. But then we'd find we'd take off, we were traipsing, we were taking our time. These days, what I find works best is short, sharp breaks. We will stop for a brief sort of 5-minute break, have a quick snack, have a quick drink, and then we're on the move again. And we might do that every hour and a half to 2 hours. And this even includes things like just stopping for a quick photo stop. That is actually a quick little break. And I really love this because I can actually stop pretty often, take a quick couple of snaps. I might be stopped for 30 to 60 seconds, but it's just enough time for me to have a little breather, take in a view, and continue on my way. And I find that when I do this, I progress further, I feel better, and then when I have that lunch break, I just appreciate that a bit more. But my lunch break generally is pretty short, 30 to 40 minutes, absolute max. Again, I'm not trying to cool down too much, I'm trying to stay warm, and when I do take that break, I'm putting on a nice warm jacket, putting on gloves if I need them, putting on a beanie and staying warm and then getting on the move again as soon as I've finished. So give that a try. I find it makes a difference. Short, sharp breaks. And the other thing with that is you might get into camp a bit earlier, and then you've got a whole afternoon or a whole evening to relax. It's nice. Number 2 in this uncommon hiking tips video is efficiency in camp, the evening ritual. Now, setting up and packing up camp can be time consuming, but it does not have to eat into your relaxation time. My trick is pre-preparation. So what I do and what my buddies do when we're out hiking is each evening we will, while we're in our tent, just before we go to bed generally, we will be getting ready for the next day, doing things like organising our gear to pack the next morning, organising tomorrow's meals, making sure they are easy and ready to access, getting our gear packed into its little stuff sacks, things like that, so it is all ready to go and ready to pack first thing in the morning. And also, if we've got a bit of a relaxation afternoon in the middle of like a 10-day hike, then I'll often spend an hour just of my afternoon. I find it quite satisfying and relaxing to organise my gear, get it sorted, do some inventory. We do the taking of the inventory, 5 days into a 10-day hike. It is quite a nice thing to do. This not only saves time in the morning, but it can reduce stress as well. And it will make your mornings much smoother, and your hike each morning will start on a positive note. Even on those rainy days where you've got to get up in the rain and get going, everything's organised. You're ready to go. Your gear's ready to put on. It is much easier. Third on this unusual tips trick list is hike where your heart is. Now, there really is something magical about hiking in a place that really resonates with you. Whether it's breathtaking scenery, which is one of my loves when I'm out hiking, the unique challenges, or the sentimental value, trails can motivate and inspire us. So try and choose destinations that speak to you personally. When you're in a place you love, the motivation will propel you forward, and it makes every step more meaningful. That is why I just love hiking in Tasmania. I love it. I do struggle to go to other places and hike. I do it occasionally, but this place, it just resonates with me. It is a magical place. I never get sick of going to some of the same places over and over again. And I often find myself, when I'm here at home, just thinking about those places a few hours away where I could be walking, thinking I would love to be back there. And I'm always making plans to get back out to those same places, even if I've been there before, even if I've been there 50 times. There are walks I've done over 50 times in this place, and I never get tired of them. Find those places that mean something to you. It could be a walk from your house that goes for an hour or two, but just being in those areas, it gets you inspired, it gets you motivated. Next tip on the tips trick list? No, that's silly. On the unusual, uncommon tip list is to master the walking workshop. Now, who says you need to stop and have a rest to have a snack or apply sunscreen or put your sunglasses on or put your hat on? One thing I love is I have mastered the art of doing simple tasks while I'm walking. Now, this is things like having a snack bar, putting on a bit of sunscreen. While I'm walking, I have these in pockets around my hip belt or on my shoulder strap where they've got easy access. And while I'm walking, on level ground, of course, don't do this if you're climbing up the side of a cliff. I mean, that would be a bit silly. But while I'm walking on nice level ground, I will often, every sort of half hour or so, whip out a little snack bar to have a snack on. I'll have my little tube of sunscreen that I can put on as I'm walking. I can pull out my phone and take a photo while I'm stopping for that quick break. I will often just have my beanie tucked into my jacket or into my shirt here so I can put that on while I'm walking. I don't need to stop and take my pack off and have a 5-minute break to do a simple task. This doesn't just improve your efficiency, it also helps you keep a steady pace throughout the day. But do remember, safety first. If the task does require your full attention and concentration, then do take one of those brief stops that I mentioned earlier. Next up was an important tip that I would always give my guests when I was guiding them here in Tasmania on the overland track, and that was with muddy waters to walk through them and not around. Now, when you're walking and you encounter a muddy puddle, the instinct often, especially for beginners, is to go around the puddle or the little bit of mud to avoid getting wet feet. However, that is really the worst approach. The least impactful action you can do is to go straight through the middle of that muddy puddle. Avoiding the mud widens the trail, and it does negatively impact trail maintenance and sustainability. I did read somewhere, I don't know where, that it takes something like 25 passes to create a new trail if you're constantly going around the edges, and I see this all the time in some of the rougher tracks and trails that I hike in. You'll see muddy sections with footprints through them, but then around each side, new trails have developed, and the trail ends up getting wider and wider. And this is something we used to see years ago on Tasmania's Frenchman's Cap track through the sodden loddens. Tracks being diverted these days to avoid that, but that was something that was very common there. It's still very common today in other tracks I walk on. And often what you will find when you walk straight through the middle, it's actually not that bad, and it's quicker anyway. People dodging around bits of water will take longer. They're trying to not get their feet wet. Your feet are going to get wet anyway. Plow on through. If you've got gaiters and waterproof pants on, gaiters at least, generally you're pretty okay. Your feet might get damp anyway, but hey, you're hiking. You're out in the wilderness. Plow on through. Next tip, and this is one that I was just stressing to my son yesterday because he's heading out on a winter overland track trip. And one thing I was stressing to him was pack perfection. Constantly check your pack straps. So when you're out there, constantly be checking the straps around your pack and adjust them as necessary. Adjust those load lifters on the top, check your side straps, check your waist strap, check all of them constantly, especially when you're having those short breaks, to make sure that nothing is loosening off and that you've got maximum comfort happening with your pack. This can prevent discomfort and potentially prevent injury, and it will help keep you in top form for the rest of your hike. Next up, and it's one of my favorites, this one is number 7, and it is look back and survey the area. Now, every time you start hiking, especially when you are leaving camp in the morning or even just after a short break, take a few steps forward, turn around and survey the area you have just come from. A quick check of the area from a different perspective can help you prevent leaving anything behind. There is nothing worse than getting a few minutes or even a few hours from the campsite or from where you had a break and realizing where you have left something behind. I've seen it happen. I've done it myself, and often if it's a few hours behind and it's a beanie or something, then it's gone. Sure, you might get it back from another walker when they come through and finish the walk, but it really is, if you just walk out of camp or walk out of that break site, turn around, have a look, then it may prevent unnecessary heartache later on. Number 8, and this is another one of my favorites. Most seasoned hikers know this, they're well aware of this strategy, but especially newer hikers, it is pretty crucial, very helpful tip, and that is to dress 15 minutes in advance. And what do I mean by this? Well, if you think about where you're going to be at in 15 minutes when you're departing camp, you're going to be up a hill or walking along somewhere, you're going to be getting hot. And when you dress 15 minutes in advance, what you are doing is you are thinking ahead, and you're going to prevent overheating and potentially sweating in cold weather. Starting a little bit colder helps you maintain a nicer walking temperature throughout your hike. So on those really cold mornings, and I'm going on a walk very soon, it's going to be very cold, I will try to start just with like a thermal on. Definitely not like, try not to start out in my thick jackets, fleeces, that sort of thing. I'll try to have a minimal sort of setup going when I'm charging out of camp in the morning and getting things going. I'll have the beanie on and the gloves on to help sort of keep the extremities warm, but when I warm up, they go straight into just under my thermal to sit there or in my pockets, and I can sort of adjust my temperature while I'm walking. Next tip on the uncommon tip list is slow and steady pacing yourself on the trail. Now, many beginners, especially those ultra fit ones, will start out by bolting up the trail, sprinting along, and often they can end up totally exhausted or worse, especially when you're on a longer multi-day hike. Slow down a little. Going super fast, especially when you're loaded down with gear for like a 10-day walk or something, and trying to hike too far in that one day and too fast can really wear you down. It's not so much about how fast you get there, it's about enjoying the journey as well. And what I like to do is sort of figure out a pace I am comfortable with that I can maintain pretty regularly, and that's generally on a good trail, maybe 4 kilometers every hour. That's about the pace that I know I'm pretty comfortable at. So as long as I'm sort of going along at those speeds on the general terrain I'm used to, that's what I'm happy with. I'm not trying to go and do 10 kilometers an hour because I don't need to, but that is certainly one to think about. Number 10 on our uncommon tip list today is snack smart. Keep energy boosts handy. So one thing I have really done a lot in the last few years, not something I used to do so much, is I keep plenty of snacks handy on me throughout the day. So I'll have my snack bars, my scroggin bag, everything in my hip belt or on pouches on my sternum strap or even in my pockets and my raincoat. So I'm not having, like I said before, I'm not having to drop my pack and get it out as I go along. So this not only gives you frequent energy bursts, it also prevents that stopping frequently, and it helps maintain your momentum and keeping the energy levels up. This strategy has really helped me on some of the big walks I've done the last 2 years, where I have had to cover decent sized days, but I have sort of set myself the goal at the start of the day. Look, I'm going to have a snack bar every half hour to an hour today. I'm going to keep 4 on me, so I really only need to stop every hour or 2, maybe every 2 hours to reload the snacks into those pockets. And it's a system that has worked really well for me. I can, while I'm walking along, pull a snack out and have it, look at the watch, right, I'll have another one in 40 minutes or so. And it has served me very well. And I know if I'm feeling a little fatigued, I'll slow down slightly and I'll have a munch on a bar and just keep the energy up and continue on. Highly recommend that tip. It's one of my favorites. Hiking is a lifelong learning experience, and the more you know, the better your adventures will be. Hopefully this compilation has given you new insights, smarter strategies, and some inspiration for your next hike. And if you found this useful and you're ready to get inspired for your next hike, then check out this video up here where I head out on an epic Tasmanian adventure.